The Venerable Swordsman Chapter 51 to Chapter 102. Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded. Who hit him? He jumped up, took out his Xianxia sword, and scanned his surroundings vigilantly. However, he did not discover anything. He retracted his gaze and looked at the Xianxia sword. From the body of the Xianxia sword, he saw a small claw mark on the right side of his face. When he saw this small claw mark, his face immediately darkened. He recognized this claw mark. It was exactly the same as the claw mark on the paper that floated out from the second floor. That guy could come out. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly returned to the prison pagoda. However, the prison pagoda was incomparably quiet. There was no movement at all. The upper floor was also incomparably quiet. Yi Xian glanced at the entrance of the second floor with a rather strange expression. He could be sure that the one who hit him was this guy on the second floor. However, he could do nothing about it. Go to the second floor and fight with him alone. Wasn't that courting death? He couldn't afford to offend him. Yi Xian touched his burning right cheek, then turned around and left the prison pagoda. At noon. Inside the Azure Water Palace, everyone sat around the table. On the table, there were more than 10 dishes. There were meat and vegetables, and the aroma assailed their nostrils. This time, Xianxia didn't move his chopsticks. He just licked his chopsticks, not caring about his image at all. Everyone was already used to it. At this moment, Old Man Ji suddenly said, "After this meal, it's time for you guys to leave." Leave? Yi Xian looked at Old Man Ji. They are also going to Two Boundary Mountain? Old Man Ji shook his head. I will bring the two of them to a place to train alone. Yi Xian nodded, then looked at Mo Yunqi and Bai Zai. Take care. Bai Zai nodded. You too. Mo Yunqi chuckled. Next time we meet, let's spar. Yi Xian smiled. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Ling suddenly snorted. You definitely can't beat my brother. Mo Yunqi rolled his eyes. Yes, your brother is the strongest. He finally understood. In this Sunlan Academy, the last person to offend was this little girl. This was because this little girl had a very high status in everyone's hearts. Other than being able to cook, she also knew how to get wine for Geezer Ji and make food for Xianxia in the middle of the night. She especially knew how to wash their clothes. Even Bai Zai was very fond of her. If he offended her, it would be equivalent to offending everyone else. Yi Ling grinned and put a piece of lean meat into Yi Xian's bowl. Brother, eat. Yi Xian gently rubbed Yi Ling's little head, his eyes filled with love. Mo Yunqi suddenly shook his head and sighed. Alas, someone else's sister. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. An hour later, Old Man Ji brought Mo Yunqi and Bai Zai down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Mo Yunqi waved at Yi Xian. See you next time, let's have a good fight. Yi Xian smiled. All right. Bai Zai bowed slightly to Yi Xian. Take care. After saying that, he turned around and quickly followed Old Man Ji, who was walking at the front with Mo Yunqi. Yi Xian pulled Yi Ling and turned to walk in front of Xianxia. He looked straight at Xianxia. Is my sister safe here? Xianxia looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian also looked at her and did not speak. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly moved sideways. In the next moment, a blade as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in her hand. In the blink of an eye, she was already 100 feet away. As soon as she stopped, the ground behind her cracked open. It was so deep that one could not see the bottom. Not only that, but there was a mysterious power lingering in the crack. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's pupils shrank and he was extremely shocked, because it was an artistic conception, blade intent. This foodie in front of him was actually so powerful. Now that he thought about it, he felt a lingering fear. Because this foodie in front of him had almost killed him with a blade. At this moment, Yi Ling walked in front of Yi Xian. She took out a bag and handed it to Yi Xian. Brother, there's a pair of shoes in here. I just hooked them and some dry food. I made them. When you go out, fight less and don't hurt yourself. Also, I'll be good here. Don't worry about me. Yi Xian gently rubbed Yi Ling's little head. Wait for me to come back. After saying that, he carried the bag and turned to walk into the distance. He was not a pretentious person. Although he could not bear to part with his sister, a real man's ambition was to travel far and wide. When there was something that he had to do, he should do it decisively and not procrastinate. Under Yi Ling's gaze, Yi Xian's back view became more and more blurry. Yi Ling did not cry. She just watched until Yi Xian completely disappeared in the distance. She did not look away. After a long time, she turned around and walked to Xianxi's side. Then, she held Xianxi's hand. "Sister Ji, let's go." Xianxi glanced at Yi Ling. "Don't worry." Yi Ling grinned. "He told me to wait for him to come back, so he will definitely come back. Big brother has never gone back on his word when he promised me." Xianxi nodded. She turned to look into the distance and seemed to think of something. She shook her head slightly. "Not a bad man. Unfortunately, he likes men." After Yi Xian left the mountain, he directly went to the cloud ship base of the Drunken Immortal restaurant outside the imperial capital. He was going to Borderline Mountain, so he naturally had to take a cloud ship. However, as soon as he left the city, a group of people rushed out of the city. From their clothes, it was clear that they were students of Karaki Academy. Ever since Yi Xian killed a student of Karaki Academy, the students of Karaki Academy had been thinking about revenge at all times. However, they still had some misgivings. They did not dare to directly go to Zhonglan Academy to find Yi Xian's group of 3. However, they did not give up. Instead, they constantly sent people to stand guard at the foot of Zhonglan Academy's mountain. Now that Yi Xian had left the mountain, they received the news and immediately rushed over. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. Seeing Yi Xian stop in his tracks, the group of Karaki Academy students also stopped in their tracks. Yi Xian turned around and looked at the group of Karaki Academy students. One-on-one? One-on-one, everyone was stunned. So direct. At this moment, a student of Karaki Academy stood out. He slowly walked in front of Yi Xian and fiercely said, "Yi Xian, you killed a student of my Karaki Academy. Today, At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Bang, the man hadn't even finished speaking when his figure was blasted over 10 m away. He was directly crushed. All the students of Karaki Academy were stunned when they witnessed this scene. He's so ferocious. The students glanced at each other and were about to attack together. However, right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "There are so many of you, so why don't all of you attack together? In any case, your Karaki Academy is shameless. Come on, all of you attack together." The expressions of the students of Karaki Academy instantly became slightly unsightly when they heard this. Attack together? They'd originally intended to attack together, but after Yi Xian spoke like this, they didn't dare to attack together. Because this was in broad daylight. If they attacked together, even if they won, it wouldn't be good for their reputation. When he saw that the students of Karaki Academy didn't attack, Yi Xian pointed at them and said, "All of you are just a bunch of little brothers." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The expressions of the students of Karaki Academy who stood behind Yi Xian were unsightly to the extreme, but none of them dared to attack. They weren't idiots. Based on how Yi Xian attacked earlier, none of them were a match for Yi Xian at all. Continuing to fight would only be asking to be humiliated. Simply speaking, they'd realized a fact, and it was that only the inner court students could deal with Yi Xian. Just like that, Yi Xian vanished into the distance under the gazes of the students of Karaki Academy. An hour later, Yi Xian ascended the cloud vessel. This time, he was staying in a special classroom. It was naturally because of the violet card. With the violet card, one could stay in a special classroom for free. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't refuse such a good thing because he would be a bastard if he didn't take advantage of it. After the cloud vessel started moving, Yi Xian arrived on the deck. "It's you." At this moment, a slightly familiar voice resounded in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned around and saw a woman in a red dress standing not too far away from him. She was extremely beautiful, especially her slender figure that made one want to embrace her and play with her. That woman was none other than Mo Suiqing, who'd had a conflict with him. There was a man standing beside Mo Suiqing. The man wore gorgeous embroidered clothes, a golden crown, and a jade belt. His face was like white jade, and he was extremely handsome. The man's gaze descended onto Yi Xian, and he ceaselessly sized him up. Yi Xian glanced at Mo Suiqing before withdrawing his gaze, and then he walked to the bow of the vessel. As he watched the scenery below grow smaller and smaller, his yearning for the legendary sword immortal grew stronger. Riding a sword through the world, that was the dream of every swordsman. Seeing that Xian was ignoring her, Mo Suiqing's expression immediately turned cold. Ever since she was born, no matter where she went, she'd always been the focus of attention. When had she ever been ignored like this? She walked to Xian's side, and Xian turned around to look at her with a slight frown. The woman before him was indeed very beautiful. Any man would probably like to look at her, but he really didn't like her. It should be said that he hated her. He really hated this kind of disrespectful and opinionated woman, and Xianxia was still the best. Thinking of that woman in a snow-white dress, Xian's frown relaxed, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Xian. At this moment, Mo Suiqing suddenly smiled and said, "Why? Do you dislike me that much?" Xian shook his head. "Miss Mo, people of different principles cannot make plans together." Mo Suiqing's eyes narrowed slightly. "I heard that you joined Songlan Academy." Xian nodded. "Congratulations." Mo Suiqing smiled. Her smile was very bright, but her words were slightly harsh. Xian nodded and didn't say anything else. He didn't want to say anything, so he turned around and walked to the other side. Mo Suiqing had no intention of letting it go, so she immediately followed him. The competition between Songlan Academy and Songlan Academy will be held in a year. Xian didn't answer her. Mo Suiqing continued, "I will definitely be there to watch it." Xian glanced at Mo Suiqing, and then he walked to the other side. Mo Suiqing's expression instantly darkened when she saw this, and she seemed to have thought of something. She glanced at the man beside her and smiled. "Brother Mu, look, she doesn't like me at all." The man glanced at Xian, then at Mo Suiqing, and he didn't say anything. He wasn't stupid, and he naturally understood that the woman beside him wanted to use him as a tool. At this moment, Xian suddenly turned around to look at Mo Suiqing. "Can't you tell that I really dislike you? Can you not *King come near me? If you come near me again, I'm really afraid that I won't be able to stop myself from punching you to death." Mo Suiqing. P.S. Thank you to the readers for putting up signs, tipping, and voting. Thank you for your support. I also want to thank my old friends who went to other book review sections to help me promote it. I still want to ask for a wave of tickets, and also ask for everyone's help to promote it and collect it. New book is not easy. Mo Suiqing glared at Xian. She clenched her fists and her entire body was trembling. The man beside her looked at Xian in shock. Xian turned to leave after he finished speaking. At that moment, Mo Suiqing suddenly shouted, "How dare you humiliate me?" Xian stopped in his tracks. He turned around and walked in front of Mo Suiqing. "Humiliate you? I've already let you off twice. You're the one who's chasing after me, alright?" As he spoke, he pinched Mo Suiqing's cheeks. "Miss Mo, ask yourself honestly. Apart from your face and your identity, what else do you have? Or rather, without this face, without the identity of the Mo family, do you think there will still be men around you? They surround you. Do you think they really like you? No, they only like your face and identity. Without your face and identity, you're worthless in their eyes." With that, he let go of her and said, "You think you're toying with those men, but forgive me for being blunt. Is there any meaning in toying with those men? Is there any meaning? Any man with a little bit of intelligence wouldn't be toyed with by you. Missin is right. Your Mo family is a big family after all. Don't you think you're embarrassing your family by doing these kinds of things all day long? Think about it. Also, don't try to scheme against me. I don't want to be hunted down by your Mo family after I kill you with a single punch." With that, he turned around and left. Mo Suiqing clenched her fists tightly. Her expression was cold and no one knew what she was thinking. Xian returned to his private room. He didn't particularly hate Mo Suiqing, but he didn't have a good impression of her either. She was too self-righteous. Without thinking about Mo Suiqing, he returned to the prison pagoda. "Senior?" Xian said in a low voice after glancing around. The surroundings were extremely quiet. The mysterious woman still didn't reply. Xian's expression sank. He was a little flustered without the mysterious woman around. Right at this moment, a piece of paper suddenly floated out from the entrance to the second level. Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw this piece of paper. It's here again. Soon, that piece of paper floated in front of him. On it was a calm face. It was very calm, and it was impossible to tell whether it was happy or angry. And under this calm face, there was a claw mark. The corners of Xian's mouth twitched. He scanned his surroundings and hurriedly exited the world prison pagoda. What kind of existence was imprisoned on the second floor? Xian was filled with doubts. However, no matter what was locked up, there was one thing he was sure of, and that was that it was definitely not something he could fight against right now. Hurry up and find that whatever Dao law. Xian made up his mind. In the following time, Xian began to cultivate crazily. Now that he was in the qi-controlling realm, he had yet to fully comprehend this realm, especially the application of sword qi and sword ray. Unfortunately, the mysterious woman had not spoken recently, so he could only rely on himself to slowly explore the application of sword qi and sword ray. Something worthy of mentioning was that it wasn't so difficult for him to execute determine life and death with a swing of the sword now. Moreover, the might of determine life and death with a swing of the sword had increased greatly. His current determine life and death with a swing of the sword was entirely capable of killing a levitation realm expert. Moreover, determine life and death with a swing of the sword could be said to be his greatest killer move and trump card. In the following time, Xian started to practice his sword and fist techniques like a madman. No matter if it was his sword or fist techniques, he didn't want to use any of them. Time passed very quickly. 2 days later, the cloud ship started to descend slowly. He'd arrived at Two World City. Xian left the room and came to the deck of the cloud ship. He stood at the bow of the ship and looked down. Two World City was growing larger and larger. He was slightly surprised when he saw Two World City, because there were soldiers standing on the walls of Two World City. Moreover, there were over 1,000 soldiers training below the city. Overall, the movements of these soldiers were neat and orderly, and they carried a murderous aura. It was obvious that they were sharp troops. In next to no time, the cloud ship stopped steadily in Two World City, and Xian leaped off the cloud ship. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. It was Mo Suiqing. Xian's brows knit together slightly, and he was about to speak when Mo Suiqing spoke abruptly. Remember this. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. How inexplicable. Xian shook his head, and then he withdrew a map. Old Man Ji had given him this map before he came here, and it contained the exact location of the sword master's abode. It didn't take long for him to find it. Xian didn't stay in the city, and he dashed directly out of the city and towards the mountain range on the right. It didn't take long for him to enter the boundless mountain range. He wasn't unfamiliar with mountains at all. Around 4 hours later, Xian walked along the direction indicated on the map. The air grew hotter the deeper he went, and another 2 hours passed before Xian stopped. 3 mountains stood in a triangular formation not too far away from him, and there was a gorge at the center. I've arrived. Xian was just about to continue forward when a shapeless pressure suddenly enveloped him. Xian's expression changed slightly, and he glanced at the surroundings but didn't notice anyone. Proof of qualification. A voice suddenly resounded by Xian's ear. Xian hurriedly took out the jade pendant Xianxia had given him, and he waved it around. In next to no time, the pressure vanished completely. Xian continued forward, and it didn't take long for him to enter the gorge. At the moment he entered the gorge, the Lingxiao sword within him actually trembled and was about to charge out of his body. Xian was shocked, and he hurriedly suppressed the Lingxiao sword. What's going on? Xian's brows knit together tightly, and his heart was filled with bewilderment. You're here. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from Xian's right. Xian looked over and saw a woman standing on his right. The woman wore a silver dress, and there was a golden curved blade hanging from her waist. Ninth Princess. Xian walked in front of the Ninth Princess, and asked in surprise, "You knew that I was coming?" The Ninth Princess sized up Xian, and nodded, "Follow me." With that, she turned and walked to the side. Xian thought for a moment, and then followed. On the way, the Ninth Princess didn't speak, and Xian couldn't help but ask, "You knew that I was coming?" "She is my close friend," the Ninth Princess replied. And Xianxia, Xian understood. Needless to say, Xianxia must have told the Ninth Princess about the jade pendant. Soon, under the Ninth Princess's lead, the two of them came to a dense forest. The ninth princess sat on the ground, and she signaled for Yixian to sit down as well. Yixian didn't hesitate, and directly sat on the ground. The ninth princess took a branch and drew a circle on the ground. This cave was left behind by the Azure World Sword Master. As for who the Azure World Sword Master is, I won't introduce him. In any case, he was a person who once stunned the entire Azure world. This cave was not left behind by him at his peak, but in his early years. Even so, its value is immeasurable. And this time, those who are participating in the development of this cave are the big shots, countries, and some sects in the mountains. With that, she paused for a moment, and looked at Yixian. No one force can monopolize this cave. Not a single power could monopolize this abode. Thus, in order to avoid a huge dispute, the higher-ups issued some qualification orders, allowing the younger generation of each power to enter and search for fortuitous encounters. In short, this time, not only the people from the country of Jiang are coming, but there are also geniuses from other countries, and some sect's disciples. This time, you will see the geniuses from the country of Jiang. Yixian suddenly asked, "Are there people from Karaki College coming too?" The ninth princess looked at Yixian. "Yes, but I don't know who will come this time." Yixian nodded, and didn't say anything else. Anyway, at most, they would just fight. As if knowing what Yixian was thinking, the ninth princess looked at him. "Remember, you are here to search for opportunities, not to fight and kill." Yixian chuckled. "I won't take the initiative to fight with them, I'm just afraid that they will hit me when they see me." "You also know about the matter between Songlan College and Karaki College?" The ninth princess nodded. "We'll talk about it when the time comes." With that, she seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly looked up at Yixian. "If I remember correctly, you are a swordsman?" Yixian nodded. The ninth princess was silent for a moment, and then said, "Don't easily expose your identity as a swordsman later." "Why?" Yixian didn't understand. The ninth princess said in a deep voice, "This is the cave residence of the Firmament Sword Master, and the Firmament Sword Master is a swordsman. A swordsman coming here will definitely have some advantages. If you expose your identity as a swordsman, it is very likely that you will be targeted." With that said, she looked to the right. After entering, opportunities are not to be found, but to be snatched. Whoever snatches it will own it. Yixian was speechless. At this time, the ninth princess took out 2 green pills, and with a flick of her finger, one of them flew to Yixian. "Poison avoidance pill, just in case." Yixian nodded, and directly swallowed it. The ninth princess saw that Yixian ate it without any hesitation, and looked at Yixian. "You trust me so much?" Yixian said softly, "I trust her." Since Xianxia was the close friend of the ninth princess, there was no doubt that this person in front of him was absolutely trustworthy. The ninth princess looked at Yixian. "You like her?" Yixian was speechless. The ninth princess retracted her gaze, and then swallowed her poison avoidance pill. "Work hard." Yixian was about to speak, but at this moment, suddenly, footsteps came from not far away. Yixian and the ninth princess turned to look at the source of the footsteps. It was a man in his 20s, burly, and had a beard on his face. Seeing the person who came, Yixian frowned, because the person in front of him was wearing the clothes of the Tang Empire. When he saw Yixian and the ninth princess, the burly man was slightly stunned. Obviously, he also came here by accident. He was about to leave, but at this moment, he suddenly looked at the ninth princess not far away, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "Country of Jiang." The ninth princess retracted her gaze and leaned against a tree. The burly man glanced at the ninth princess, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up, and his smile was somewhat obscene. "I like to sleep with the women of the Jiang Empire, it's comfortable." "You." At this moment, Yixian, who was originally sitting on the ground, suddenly jumped up, and in the next moment, he rushed directly in front of the burly man like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. The latter's expression changed drastically. It was too late to retreat, and the burly man could only hurriedly throw a punch. At this moment, Yixian also threw a punch. Fist collapse. Not only was this punch mixed with battle intent, but it also contained a fist aura pressure. The two fists collided, bang, crack, the burly man's entire body was directly thrown out, and at the same time, his entire arm was directly fractured, turning into a strange shape. After sending the burly man flying with a punch, Yixian immediately rushed over, after a breath's time, Xian carried the burly man who was constantly wailing in pain and arrived in front of the ninth princess. He kicked the burly man. Apologize. The ninth princess glanced at Xian. Apologize for what? In the next moment, she suddenly pulled out the golden saber at her waist and slashed at the burly man's throat. The burly man's head was directly separated from his neck. The ninth princess put away the golden saber, and she held the bloody head, then glanced at Xian. You're not ruthless enough, learn. He should have companions. Let's go, I'll bring you to kill someone. Xian was speechless. Xian was dumbfounded. Am I not ruthless enough? In all fairness, he felt that he was ruthless enough. Of course, the ninth princess seemed to be a ruthless character as well. At this moment, the ninth princess, who was not far away, suddenly stopped. She turned around to look at Xian. What are you waiting for? Let's go and kill someone. Xian was speechless. Just like that, Xian followed the ninth princess and walked into the distance. However, when he left, he searched the burly man's body and gained quite a lot. He obtained quite a few upper spiritual stones. Including the ones he had saved before, he now had a total of 15 upper spiritual stones. In addition, he also had about 100 gold coins. It was not a small amount of wealth. Under the ninth princess's lead, the two of them arrived at a ravine. In the ravine, Xian saw two people. Judging from their attire, they were undoubtedly from the Tang Kingdom. There were some differences in the customs and attire between the Tang Kingdom and the Jiang Kingdom, especially their accents. In the distance, the two men were stunned when they saw the ninth princess and Xian. They were from the Jiang Kingdom. Soon, their eyes fell on the bloody head in the ninth princess's hand. When they saw the head, their expressions instantly turned cold. At this moment, the ninth princess suddenly threw the head to one of the men. At the same time, she rushed out like a gust of wind. So fast, Xian's pupils constricted slightly. The ninth princess's strength had greatly exceeded his expectations. Without thinking too much, he rushed out as well because one of the men was also rushing towards him. When he arrived in front of the man, Xian punched out without thinking, fist force. When he punched out, some of the stones around him directly exploded. When the man opposite Xian sensed the power in Xian's fist, he was shocked. He did not dare to be careless and quickly stopped. He half-squatted and suddenly crossed his arms. Crack, the ground beneath the man's feet cracked open. At the same time, the sleeves of the man's arms exploded apart. At this moment, his arms had actually turned crimson gold, and they were as hard as gold. At this moment, Xian's fist arrived. Bang! Following the sound of an explosion, the man was pushed back several feet, and Xian was also pushed back several feet. After Xian stopped, he looked at his fist. His fist was red. Seeing this scene, Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. As expected, none of the people who came were simple. Right at this moment, the man suddenly took a stride forward, and he directly arrived in front of Xian. The man suddenly smashed his arms down towards Xian, and then numerous explosions instantly resounded in the surroundings as soon as his arms descended. What terrifying strength! Xian slowly clenched his right hand tightly, and the will to fight condensed on his fist. He was just about to attack when a shadow suddenly flashed in front of him. In the next moment, the man's head flew into the air. Xian looked in front of him with astonishment. There was a woman standing in front of him, a silver dress and a golden saber. It was the ninth princess. One strike and one kill. Xian's mind went blank. The ninth princess put her golden saber away, turned around, and walked over to Xian. She just stared at Xian. Why didn't you use your full strength? Xian was speechless. The ninth princess stared straight at Xian. You're a swordsman. You could have used your full strength to kill him in the shortest time possible, so why did you hold back? Do you know that if you don't end the battle as soon as possible, then it's very likely that you'll attract more enemies and be besieged by even more people? Xian was silent. The ninth princess took another step forward. Her eyes were as sharp as knives, and her voice was a little colder. This isn't a place for you to train. Here, if you don't kill others, then others will kill you. Xian smiled bitterly. I understand. The ninth princess said coldly, be serious. Xian said seriously, I understand. The ninth princess nodded slightly, follow me. Yi Xian tidied up the spoils of war and obtained 5 top-grade spirit stones and more than 50 gold coins. Right now, he had 20 high-grade spirit stones and 150 gold coins. Looking at the small bag on his waist, Yi Xian smiled foolishly and hurriedly followed. Under the 9th princess's lead, the two of them came to a hidden cave. The 9th princess sat cross-legged on the ground and started a fire. Then, she took out a chicken and started roasting it. Yi Xian was dumbfounded because when they came, the 9th princess was empty-handed. The 9th princess glanced at Yi Xian. Why? Curious? Yi Xian nodded hurriedly. The 9th princess flashed a ring on her finger, a storage ring. It has its own space inside and can store some things, except for living things. Yi Xian blinked. Can I have a look? The 9th princess was generous. With a tap of her finger, the storage ring flew directly to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the storage ring carefully, his eyes full of curiosity. How many things can be stored in it? The 9th princess said lightly, about the size of a room. Yi Xian was stunned, then asked, how much does it cost to buy one? The 9th princess glanced at Yi Xian. 500,000 gold coins. There's no market for it. 500,000. Yi Xian was stunned on the spot, then returned the ring to the 9th princess. 500,000 gold coins. What a joke, he couldn't afford it even if he sold himself. The 9th princess glanced at the storage ring, then said, if you want, I can give it to you. Yi Xian shook his head decisively. The 9th princess was a little surprised. Why? Yi Xian said, where there is gain, there must be loss. The 9th princess looked at Yi Xian and said seriously, come to my army, I will protect you in the future. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I promised old man Ji. I am now a student of Xanglan Academy, I have to keep my word. The 9th princess nodded, not saying anything else. If Yi Xian agreed so decisively, she would be unwilling. A person must have strength, but he must also have a good character. Yi Xian turned to look outside the cave. When do we enter the sword master's cave abode? The 9th princess said, tomorrow. Tomorrow is the deadline, those who should be here will be here. Yi Xian took a look at the 9th princess. You are very strong. The 9th princess said indifferently, that is because you have not seen more monsters and geniuses. The state of Jiang is very small, Qingzhou is very big. After tomorrow, you will find that there are many outstanding people in this world. This is nothing, the most terrifying thing is that those outstanding people are very hardworking. Yi Xian sat in front of the 9th princess. You and Missan are both outstanding. The 9th princess tore a chicken leg and threw it to Yi Xian. Although Shaoan was born in the state of Jiang, her background is not ordinary. It will be very stressful to be friends with her, and if you have other ideas, the pressure will be even greater than the sky. Yi Xian nodded. I will work hard to become stronger. The corner of the 9th princess' mouth lifted slightly. I like your temperament. After saying that, she lay on the side of the mountain wall. Sleep after eating. Tomorrow we will enter the mountain to kill people. Yi Xian. The night passed. At dawn the next day, Yi Xian and the 9th princess left the cave and went straight to the depths of the mountain. The two of them arrived in front of a large mountain. Halfway up the mountain, there was a huge cave entrance. Around the cave entrance, there was actually a sword light snaking around. That is the entrance? Yi Xian asked. The 9th princess nodded. The big shots above forcibly broke an entrance. It is said that when they broke this entrance, 2 Nether Passage Realm experts died. Therefore, when we enter later, besides being careful of the people, we have to be more careful of the unknown existences inside. Yi Xian nodded, understood. The two quickened their pace, but at this moment, a man in black suddenly flashed past them at an extremely fast speed. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. This person's speed was not much slower than Imoyunchi's. Indeed, no one who came here was simple. When the man passed by the two, he suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian and the 9th princess, sneered, and then made a throat-slitting gesture. Yi Xian, the man in black did not stop, but instead sped up and disappeared into the distance. Yi Xian was about to speak, ah. At this moment, a shrill scream suddenly sounded in the distance, and in the blink of an eye, a bloody head rolled in front of the 9th princess and Yi Xian. Yi Xian was struck dumb at the sight of the head. Because this bloody head belonged to the black-robed man from before, it was gone just like that. Next to Yi Xian, the 9th princess said calmly, this kind of person is obviously a first-timer. In the outside world, if you are not particularly powerful, like Shaoan, it is best to keep a low profile. Yixian nodded seriously, I will keep a low profile. The ninth princess suddenly turned to look at him, what low profile? You have to keep a low profile when you need to, or others will think that you are easy to bully. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly pulled out the golden saber from her waist and slashed in the distance. Slash, a golden saber radiance flashed in the field, and a large tree over 100 feet away exploded. At the same time, a figure was sent flying over 100 feet away. The ninth princess looked at the figure in the distance coldly, scram. The figure did not say anything, and with a shake of his body, he immediately fled. The ninth princess looked around coldly, trash, don't come out, you are wasting my saber energy. Yixian, the ninth princess turned to look at Yixian, let's go. The two of them continued forward, and soon, they arrived at the entrance, where a long-haired man sat. The man's hair was extremely long, even longer than a woman's, and half of the man's face was covered by his long hair. The man held a blood-red saber in his hand, and there were a few bloody heads at his feet. At this moment, the long-haired man looked up at the ninth princess and Yixian, and he grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth, and his smile was extremely horrifying. Apart from that, the man's appearance was also extremely ugly, as if he had been burnt by fire. The long-haired man suddenly held the long saber and lightly stomped on the ground, and said in a hoarse voice, 100 upper spiritual stones as a toll fee. The ninth princess looked at the long-haired man, it's not your fault that you are ugly, but it is your fault that you disgust me. As she spoke, she looked at Yixian, kill him. Yixian. Yixian hadn't even attacked when the long-haired man suddenly strode forward with his saber in hand, and then he slashed at Yixian. This saber slash was bold and domineering. Yixian's expression turned cold. He didn't hold back this time, and the battle intent within him surged into his right arm like a tide. At the same time, he clenched his right hand into a fist. Bang! At the moment he clenched his fist, a strand of invisible force suddenly surged out from his fist, and it forcefully resisted the overbearing force released by the long-haired man. The long-haired man's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly stomped his right foot. Bang! The ground instantly exploded apart. Yixian shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Bang! An ear-piercing explosion resounded abruptly. In an instant, both Yixian and the long-haired man retreated repeatedly. But it didn't take long for Yixian to stop. At the moment he stopped, the long-haired man stabbed his saber into the ground as well, and he relied on the force within the saber to stop himself. Yixian was about to continue attacking when the long-haired man suddenly said, both of you go in. Obviously, he'd noticed that both Yixian and Yixian were ferocious figures, and he didn't want to fight them head-on. Yixian was slightly stunned when he heard the long-haired man, and then he turned to look at the ninth princess. However, she wasn't where she was standing anymore. Yixian swiftly turned to look at the long-haired man. At this moment, the ninth princess was standing in front of the long-haired man. Hiss! Hiss! The ninth princess drew her golden saber 3 times in succession. An extremely ear-piercing and sharp sound resounded every single time she drew her saber. When the saber descended for the 3rd time, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. The ninth princess sheathed her saber and turned to look at Yixian. Such an ugly person doesn't deserve to live. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the nearby entrance. Brother Yi glanced at the long-haired man. After a moment of silence, the long-haired man's body was torn into pieces, and his blood and internal organs splattered all over the ground. Brother Yi shook his head. Brother, be more handsome in your next life. As soon as he finished speaking, he collected the corpse and hurriedly followed. He'd gained quite a lot. Right now, he had 50 high-grade spirit stones and 400 gold coins. Obviously, the long-haired man had robbed quite a lot. Looking at the bulging bag on his waist, Yixian sighed inwardly. The fastest way to get rich was undoubtedly robbing people. He realized that he seemed to like the feeling of robbing. After they entered the cave was filled with all sorts. The cave was filled with Xiao Dao. The ninth princess furrowed her brows when she saw this. As soon, the Yishao Tian sword, Yi Tian's Wu Tian, and turned to look at Princess Xiao. Xiao Xiao Long Yi Shi. The ninth princess stopped and turned to look at Yixian. What's the matter? Yixian was silent for a moment. He suddenly looked at one of the Xiaodao and said, "From here." He felt that the Ling Xiao sword in his body was guiding him. The ninth princess looked at Yixian for a long time and asked, "Are you sure?" Yixian nodded. The ninth princess nodded, "Then let's go." Yixian trusted her because of Xianxia. She also trusted Yixian. Other than the fact that Yixian had fought against the Tang army alone, a large part of the reason was because of Xianxia. The person that Xianxia had taken a liking to must have a good character. The two walked towards one of the Xiaodao. As they went down, Yixian's expression became more and more serious. Because on the way, he had already encountered several corpses, all of them had died tragically, as the ninth princess had said, opportunities were not found, but snatched. The two walked down the Xiaodao. After walking for about an hour, Yixian realized that they were already at the bottom of the mountain. "Are you sure you didn't go the wrong way?" the ninth princess suddenly asked. Yixian nodded, "Let's go down." The Ling Xiao sword in his body gave him the feeling that they were going down. The ninth princess nodded and did not say anything else. She continued to follow Yixian down. After walking for about an hour, the two stopped. In front of them was a mountain wall. There was no way out. The ninth princess looked at Yixian. Yixian walked to the mountain wall and punched. Boom, Yixian punched a huge hole in the mountain wall. Outside the hole, there was another world. The ninth princess walked to Yixian's side and looked over. Outside the hole, she could vaguely see an underground palace. And above the underground palace, there was a black sword floating. The ninth princess turned to look at Yixian. "How did you know that the sword master's true location is here?" Yixian smiled bitterly as he took out the Ling Xiao sword. "This sword told me." The ninth princess glanced at the Ling Xiao sword, then looked straight at Yixian. "Are you stupid? If I ask you, you'll just tell me?" As she spoke, she lightly patted Yixian's shoulder. "Be more careful in the future." With that, she turned and walked towards the distant palace. Yixian was a little speechless. He naturally knew how to be careful. However, the ninth princess in front of him was Xianxia's close friend. Moreover, after interacting with her, he felt that the ninth princess was someone he could make friends with, so he did not hold back. Making friends was about sincerity. If he didn't want to make friends, then so be it. Once he did, Yixian would definitely be sincere. This was his principle. The two of them passed through the hole and arrived in front of the palace. The palace was not particularly big. Although there was an unknown dim light illuminating the surroundings, it made the palace look even more eerie and terrifying. Yixian raised his head and looked at the black sword above the palace. The sword was more than 3 feet long, and its entire body was pitch black as if it was cast with ink. However, the tip of the sword was blood red, just like a dot of cinnabar. The sword was floating above the palace. Looking at the sword, Yixian's eyes suddenly burned with passion. His intuition told him that the grade of this sword was not low. At this moment, the ninth princess suddenly walked towards the entrance of the palace. Yixian suddenly grabbed her arm, and she looked at Yixian. Yixian shook his head and let go. He raised his head to look at the entrance of the palace, and he frowned. His instincts told him that there was danger. Just at this moment, Yixian and the ninth princess suddenly turned their heads. A man and a woman were walking towards the palace on their right. The man wore an ink-white robe, and the woman wore an ink-white dress. Both of them had extraordinary bearings. Both of them glanced at Yixian and the ninth princess without saying a word. Hee hee. At this moment, laughter suddenly resounded. In next to no time, a shadow flashed, and then a man appeared on the stone steps below the entrance of the palace. The man wore a loose black robe, and his hands were hidden in his sleeves while he wore an evil smile on his face. Tap, tap, the sound of footsteps resounded. Everyone looked over towards the source of the footsteps, and they saw a woman walking over slowly from not too far away. The woman wore a cloud-colored dress that trailed behind her. Her figure was slender and graceful, and her waist was bound by a white ribbon, causing her figure to seem even more slender. Her features were extremely exquisite as well, and every single one of them seemed as if they'd been meticulously carved by the heavens. However, her peerlessly beautiful face was slightly cold and devoid of emotion. It was like a 10,000-year-old piece of ice, and it was terrifying. "It's her." The ninth princess who stood by Yi Xian's side frowned. Yi Xian turned around to look at her and asked. Who? The ninth princess spoke indifferently, one of the two great geniuses of Karaki Academy, Bei Chen. Karaki Academy, Yi Xian turned around to glance at the woman called Bei Chen. She wouldn't be looking to fight me, right? Even though he wasn't afraid, it would only be disadvantageous to him if they were to fight right now. Everyone watched as Bei Chen walked over to the side, and then she closed her eyes slowly. She didn't speak a single word. But it didn't take long for her to open her eyes again, and then she gazed behind Yi Xian and the ninth princess. Yi Xian and the ninth princess turned around, and a man was walking over from not too far away from them. The man's hair was very disheveled like a chicken's nest, and he wore very simple clothes that were even riddled with holes. Moreover, he carried a pitch-black heavy axe on his back. The expressions of everyone here turned solemn when they saw this man. Even the ninth princess had a trace of seriousness in her eyes. The man glanced at everyone here, and then he walked over to the side in silence. The atmosphere in the surroundings suddenly became slightly heavy. Right at this moment, the black-robed man's gaze suddenly descended onto the ninth princess. I presume that you're the renowned ninth princess of the Jiang kingdom. The ninth princess spoke indifferently. Do you have any advice for me? The black-robed man chuckled. I wouldn't dare. I heard that the ninth princess and the number one genius of the Jiang kingdom and Xianxia are close friends. What? That Guoshuren isn't here? The Guoshuren, the expressions of everyone here changed slightly when they heard these two words. Even the man with the heavy axe on his back turned around to look at the ninth princess. And Xianxia wasn't just renowned in the Jiang kingdom, she was extremely renowned throughout the various kingdoms. It wasn't just the various kingdoms, even some of the powers in the mountains had heard of her name. The ninth princess blinked. How do you know that she isn't here? The corners of the black-robed man's mouth gradually curled up when he heard the ninth princess, and his smile was slightly evil. It's good that she's here. Let me see if the renowned Guoshuren is worthy of his reputation or if he possesses an undeserved reputation. She'll beat you to death. The ninth princess spoke indifferently. You're not on the same level as her. As Xianxia's close friend, perhaps no one was more clearly aware of how terrifying Xianxia was. She was the sort of person that could make monstrous geniuses feel despair. The black-robed man smiled. Is that so? Then I really look forward to it. The ninth princess paid no attention to the black-robed man. She glanced at the crowd and said, since no one wants to take the lead, then I'll do it. Everyone has arrived at the location of the swordmaster's true body, but no one dared to be the first to enter. I presume everyone has sensed the danger. If this stalemate continues, everyone will have misgivings about each other, and no one will benefit. I have a suggestion. Let's work together first. As for when we'll end our cooperation, I believe everyone will know. What do all of you think? After a moment of silence, everyone nodded to indicate that it was pointless. The ninth princess raised her head and looked at the palace door. Who'll go first? On the stone steps, the black-robed man chuckled. Then let me start first. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger, and a black object shot out from the tip of his finger. Bang! The palace door shattered with a bang. On the other hand, everyone was on their guard as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from within the palace. You're here. Everyone was speechless. P.S. A reader almost moved me yesterday. He sent me a private message. Qing Luan, it's fine if you don't update for 2 days. Seeing this, I'm so touched that I'm about to cry. At this moment, he added, if you're beaten to death by a reader, I'll ask for donations from the readers, and we'll bury you properly. You're here? Everyone was stunned and puzzled. Come in. At this moment, the voice in the hall sounded again. Everyone looked at each other, but no one dared to move. Because no one expected that there would be someone else in the hall. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly walked into the hall. Everyone's gaze fell on Yi Xian, and the ninth princess hurriedly pulled him back. What are you doing? Yi Xian was stunned. What was he going to do? No, it was the Ling Xiao sword. Yi Xian's face darkened. Just now, there was a mysterious force that drove him into the hall, and this mysterious force definitely came from the Ling Xiao sword. Was the Ling Xiao sword related to the swordmaster in front of him? Swordmaster? Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly came to a realization. Didn't he have a fallen sword master in the prison pagoda? Could it be related to the sword master? At this moment, the black-robed man suddenly said, "The timid will starve to death, and the bold will die. I'll go first." With that, his entire body turned into a wisp of black smoke and floated in. Seeing that the black-robed man was the first to enter, the surrounding people also rushed in. Xian and the ninth princess hurriedly walked in as well. When everyone entered the palace, they were all shocked. The palace was filled with wooden statues of men. At a glance, there were close to 1,000 of them. These statues all had the same face. From the appearance, it should be a youth, and on the waists of these statues, there was a wooden sword. When he saw these wooden swords, Xian was stunned on the spot. Xiao sword, these wooden swords were exactly the same as the Xiao sword. Most importantly, the two words Xiao were engraved on the bodies of these wooden swords. What the hell was this? Xian was dumbfounded. At this moment, everyone suddenly turned their heads to look not far away. In the corner of the hall, a long-haired woman was squatting on the ground and carving a piece of wood. The woman was squatting on the ground. The long dress she wore had long lost its original appearance. Her hair was also extremely long, directly touching the ground, and her long hair was snow white. Little by little, she carved the wood in front of her very carefully and seriously. The expressions of everyone here instantly became vigilant when they saw this woman. Right at this moment, the long-haired woman suddenly said, "If you're here to search for treasures, you can go to the small bamboo house behind this hall. There are some things that he once left behind there." Everyone looked at each other when they heard the long-haired woman's words. Then the man in the black robe and others flashed out of the hall. The ninth princess was going to leave as well. However, she stopped when she saw Xian did not intend to leave. "You're not leaving?" Xian glanced at her and said, "You go. I have something to ask her." The ninth princess glanced at Xian. "Be careful." With that, she turned around and left the hall. Earth-ranked martial technique. At the moment when the ninth princess went out, a shocked voice came from the back of the palace. In the blink of an eye, countless sounds of fighting could be heard. Xian paid no attention to what was happening outside, and he walked over to the long-haired woman. She stopped, turned around, glanced at Xian, and shook her head slightly. "You're not him." As soon as she finished speaking, she continued carving the wood in front of her. Xian opened his right hand, and the firmament spirit sword appeared in his palm. The long-haired woman stopped. A short while later, she continued carving the wood in front of her. The true essence of this sword has dispersed, and only a trace of its spirit remains. Is he dead? Xian fell silent. At this moment, he was sure that the sword master on the first level of the pagoda of purgatory was the person who had carved the statue of this long-haired woman. Meanwhile, the firmament spirit sword suddenly trembled slightly, and then it descended in front of the long-haired woman. The long-haired woman's hand stiffened in midair. After a very long time, she put down the sculpture in her hand and took the firmament spirit sword lightly. As she gazed at it, she suddenly smiled. However, as she smiled, two streams of clear liquid dripped onto the firmament spirit sword. Xian was silent, not knowing what to say. After a while, the long-haired woman said softly, "This sword was forged by me for him back then." Xian looked at the long-haired woman. The long-haired woman gently stroked the firmament spirit sword. "That year, he told me to wait for him here, and that he would definitely come back. I waited and waited until my hair turned white, but he still did not come back. It's good that he did not come back. In the end, there was a thought, and now, this thought is gone." As she said that, she turned to look at Xian. "Are you his disciple?" Xian thought for a moment, and said, "You can say that." The long-haired woman slowly stood up. She tidied up her clothes and hair, and then looked at Xian. "Although he did not give me any status. Strictly speaking, I am not his wife, but are you willing to call me mistress?" Xian was silent for a moment, and then he bowed deeply. "Mistress." The long-haired woman smiled. However, there were tears in her eyes. She gently stroked Xian's cheeks. "You are the same as him back then, a handsome young man, and also a swordsman. In the future, if there is someone you like, don't let him down." Xian thought for a moment, and then said, "Mistress, after waiting for so many years, have you ever regretted it?" The long-haired woman shook her head and smiled. If you really like someone, even if you give up everything for him and there is no result, you will not regret it. Xian was silent. The long-haired woman turned and swept her gaze over the wooden figures, her eyes rippling, as if she was recalling the past. After a moment, she gently stroked a wooden statue in front of her. Actually, I know, he should have forgotten me. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not have been here for more than 4 hours, no matter where he is in the firmament world. But it's all right, I will remember him. As she said that, she suddenly opened her right palm. In the next moment, the black sword floating above the palace directly turned into a black sword light and entered the palace. The black sword landed steadily in the long-haired woman's palm. The long-haired woman turned to look at Xian. This sword is called the Nether Spirit Sword. Because I did not nurture it, it fell from a real sword to a spiritual sword. This sword is a pair with the Nether Spirit Sword. The two swords can be combined or separated. If they are combined, the two swords can be combined into one, and the limit is the heavenly sword, which is above the real sword. The swords need to be nurtured by yourself, and you need to constantly deepen the compatibility between you and them. In the future, how much they can grow will depend on you. As she said that, she handed the Nether Spirit Sword and the Nether Spirit Sword to Xian. Xian hesitated for a moment, and then took the two swords. Holding the two swords, he immediately felt some kind of connection between them. The long-haired woman smiled. Let's go. Xian looked at the long-haired woman. Mistress, will you go with me? The long-haired woman shook her head. I got to know him here, and it should end here. As she said that, she gently rubbed Xian's head. In the future, if you have someone you like, you must remember to not break your promise. Xian did not try to persuade her. He bowed deeply to the long-haired woman, and then turned to leave the palace. Within the palace, the long-haired woman turned to look at the statue in front of her. She gently hugged the wooden statue, and then leaned her head on its shoulder. She slowly closed her eyes and did not open them again. Outside the palace, Xian turned and bowed again. He felt quite complicated. Wait, he did not know how long the woman in the palace had waited for the sword master, but he was certain that she had waited for a very, very long time. Had the sword master been delayed by something, or had he really forgotten about the woman in the palace? He did not want to think too much about it. At this moment, there were sounds of fighting coming from the back of the palace. Xian was shocked. He quickly kept his two swords, and then ran to the back of the palace. At this moment, there were many people gathered at the back of the palace. Obviously, the fight here had attracted people from other places. Xian looked around. Suddenly, a figure landed in front of him. It was the ninth princess. Just as Xian was about to speak, the ninth princess pulled his arm and ran out. Don't let them escape. That earth upper grade martial skill is in that woman's hands. Behind them, Xian heard someone shouting angrily. Then, he felt a few people attacking them from behind. At the same time, a man and a woman suddenly appeared in front of them. These two people were the man and woman who had appeared at the beginning. The man looked at the ninth princess coldly. Leave it behind. The ninth princess grinned. Come and get it. The man's right foot touched the ground lightly. Gotcha, the ground cracked in an instant. At the same time, he turned into a shadow and charged at the ninth princess. The corners of the ninth princess' mouth curled up into a ferocious smile. She held the golden saber in her right hand and slashed forward. Swish, a golden saber radiance flashed. Bang, along with an explosion, the ninth princess and the man retreated rapidly. At this moment, some people ran over and surrounded Xian and the ninth princess. The ninth princess' face sank when she saw this. An earth upper grade martial skill, its value was unimaginable. After all, there might not be more than 10 earth upper grade martial skills in the entire Jiang country. Even the Jiang country's royal family did not have an earth upper grade martial skill. Only ancient forces like the Drunken Immortal Inn and Karaki Academy might have one. Naturally, the ninth princess would not give up such a precious martial skill so easily. Opposite Xian and the ninth princess, the man stared at the ninth princess. Leave the martial skill and you can leave. The people in the surroundings stared at the ninth princess. Obviously, they were afraid of the ninth princess' strength and didn't dare attack rashly. The ninth princess who stood by Yi Xian's side turned to glance at him. "What do you think?" "What do I think?" Yi Xian asked softly. "How much can that earth upper grade martial skill be sold for?" The ninth princess thought for a moment and said, "At least 50 million gold coins. Moreover, there's no market for it, 50,000,000. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched, and he turned to glance at the ninth princess. "What else can I think? Of course, I'll fight to the death." As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fists tightly, and a strand of terrifying battle intent swept out from within him. Subsequently, he charged towards the man nearby as if he was on steroids. Needless to say, after Yi Xian released his battle intent, the imposing aura and pressure he emanated were extremely terrifying. Battle intent, in the Azure Prefecture, anyone who could comprehend intent could be considered as a monstrous genius. When Yi Xian arrived a few meters away from the man, he suddenly smashed his fist towards the man. Fist crush. This punch contained both aura and intent. As soon as he punched out, the sound of air exploding resounded. The man's eyes narrowed slightly as he stood before Yi Xian. He didn't dare act carelessly, and he suddenly clenched his right fist and smashed it towards the ground. Bang! The ground exploded apart, and countless rocks shot into the sky like sharp arrows that enveloped Yi Xian. Bang! Countless rocks were directly transformed into powder, and then Yi Xian appeared before the man and smashed his fist down. Simple, direct, and violent. The fist hadn't even arrived, but its aura caused the ground behind the man to crack apart. The man's pupils constricted slightly. He didn't take Yi Xian's punch head-on. Instead, he stomped his right foot on the ground and retreated by over 30 meters, increasing the distance between him and Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't attack again, and he retreated to the ninth princess's side instead. He glanced coldly at the surroundings, and the battle intent within him surged out like tidewater. Who else? Everyone looked at Yi Xian with extremely solemn expressions. The man and woman in the distance had solemn expressions in their eyes as well. Especially the man. After he fought Yi Xian just now, the strength of Yi Xian's fist had exceeded his expectations. The ninth princess glanced at Yi Xian, and she was in high spirits. Kill them." As she spoke, she drew her golden saber. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly grabbed her arm and ran. He ran extremely quickly, and he was over 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. On the spot, everyone was dumbfounded. Ran away, didn't they want to fight? Everyone looked at each other, and it took them a few breaths of time to recover from their shock. "We've been fooled," someone shouted in anger. Soon, a group of people went after Yi Xian and the ninth princess in the distance again. Among them, the man and woman were the fastest, taking the lead. Yi Xian pulled the ninth princess along as he ran. His speed was relatively fast. After all, he had a strong physique. While running, the ninth princess suddenly asked, "Aren't we going to fight?" Yi Xian rolled his eyes. "There are so many of them. We can't beat them." "So you're saying that you were just pretending to be powerful?" Yi Xian said with a straight face, "This is called a strategic retreat." The ninth princess smirked. "What a strategic retreat. But can you let go of my hand?" Hearing this, Yi Xian blushed and quickly let go of the ninth princess' arm. Both of them were extremely swift, and it didn't take long for them to escape from the exit. However, their expressions changed drastically the moment they stepped out of the exit. Then, a shadow appeared on the left of the ninth princess like a ghost, and a cold ray of light slashed towards the ninth princess' chest. The cold radiance was as fast as lightning. At this critical moment, Yi Xian was shocked. He instinctively pulled the ninth princess and used his body to collide with the cold radiance. Swoosh, bang, a figure was directly knocked away by Yi Xian's body. However, blood splattered from Yi Xian's chest. The ninth princess glanced at the wound on Yi Xian's chest and was stunned. Yi Xian did not care about the wound on his chest. He glanced coldly at the person opposite him. He knew the person who attacked him. It was the black-robed man in front of the palace. The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian and grinned hideously. "A hero saving a damsel in distress? You." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly charged at the black-robed man. Swoosh, the sound of air being torn apart resounded. It was the sound of flesh tearing through the air. The black-robed man's expression grew even more ferocious when he saw Yi Xian charge at him. Suddenly, he raised his hands that were hidden in his sleeves. Swish, swish. 2 rays of black light shot out. They were 2 fine arrows. Xian did not dodge and allowed the arrows to pierce his chest. The arrows pierced around an inch into Xian's body before they stopped. The black-robed man's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he'd forgotten about his next move. Because he hadn't expected that Xian would not dodge at all. Meanwhile, Xian smashed his fist towards him. Xian had used all his strength in this punch. The black-robed man's black robe was torn apart by the aura it emanated. The black-robed man's expression changed drastically. It was too late for him to dodge at this moment, so he could only raise his arms to block Xian's fist. Bang, crack, the black-robed man's arms were directly fractured by Xian's punch, and the black-robed man himself was sent flying into a mountain wall more than 100 feet away. The black-robed man was just about to get up when Xian appeared in front of him. The black-robed man was horrified, and he hurriedly said, "I'm a prince of the Ning kingdom." "If you, right at this moment," Xian spoke coldly, "a prince of the Ning kingdom? I don't know you." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly kicked the black-robed man's head. Bang, the black-robed man's head flew into the air, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. Xian grabbed the pouch on the black-robed man's waist, and then he retreated to the 9th princess side. Meanwhile, the man and woman from before had caught up to them. Xian didn't hesitate at all, and he pulled the 9th princess along as he turned around and ran. The man and woman didn't give up, and they chased after Xian and the 9th princess. Moreover, there were another 5 or 6 people behind them. Xian and the 9th princess ran madly all along the way, and fresh blood flowed ceaselessly from Xian's chest. Even though his body was strong, it wasn't invincible. The black-robed man's cultivation was at least at the ascendant realm, and it was already extremely terrifying that he was able to resist the man's full-force attack with his body. If an ordinary person was hit by that attack, their body would have been split into 2. They hadn't run for long when Xian and the 9th princess stopped once more. A woman was standing not too far away from them, Bei Chen. Both Xian and the 9th princess faces sank when they saw Bei Chen. Bei Chen glanced at the 9th princess and Xian, and then she didn't waste her breath. A moment later, her entire body suddenly became illusory. Xian was about to attack when he witnessed this scene. However, the 9th princess pulled him behind her, and then she took a swift step forward and drew her saber. Wind rend. As soon as her saber descended, a strand of light flashed. Hiss, a sharp and ear-piercing sound resounded, and it was the sound of the saber energy tearing through the air. Moreover, a strand of green light enveloped the saber energy in front of the 9th princess. A moment of silence ensued. Bang, an invisible wave of energy suddenly erupted. The 9th princess retreated to Xian's side while Bei Chen stopped around 10 m away from Xian and the 9th princess. Moreover, countless bottomless rifts had appeared on the ground between them. Bei Chen sized up the 9th princess. "Everyone says that you're a genius commander, but I never imagined that your saber technique would be so sharp as well. How surprising." The 9th princess glanced at Bei Chen. "You've obtained something else. After all, greed can kill you." Bei Chen chuckled, "I'm very tempted by a high-grade Earth-rank martial technique." Meanwhile, the people behind Xian and the 9th princess had caught up to them. At this moment, Xian and the 9th princess faces had turned completely gloomy. The 9th princess glanced at Xian and asked, "What do you think?" Xian glanced at Bei Chen and the man and woman who stood not too far away from him. He thought for a moment and said, "I think that all of us can sit down and have a chat. I'm very willing to communicate with all of you." As he spoke, he glanced at Bei Chen and the others. "What do all of you think?" All of them were speechless. The 9th princess glanced at Xian, and then she gave him a thumbs up. "I'm impressed." Bei Chen sized up Xian. "I think there might be something wrong with your head." Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Bei Chen walked slowly towards Xian and the 9th princess, and the others behind Xian and the 9th princess were walking towards them as well. Obviously, Bei Chen, the man, the woman, and the others had come to an agreement to deal with the 2 of them first. Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and the divine firmament sword within him started to tremble. Right at this moment, the 9th princess suddenly soared into the sky. Everyone watched as she drew the golden saber from her waist, and then she held it with both hands. After that, strands of golden energy and saber intent swept out incessantly from within her. Bang, a strand of monstrous pressure appeared out of thin air. Even Xian's expression changed when this pressure appeared because it was truly too strong, and it almost pressed him to the ground. Fortunately, after he released his battle intent, he felt much better. An Earth-rank martial technique. Suddenly, Bei Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. You're only at the Ascension realm, yet you actually dared to execute an Earth-rank martial technique. As she spoke, she started to move backwards slowly. An Earth-rank martial technique. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed when they heard this. Such a martial technique could be said to contain some of the might of the heavens and the earth. All of them started to move backwards. Right at this moment, the ninth princess suddenly flashed down from midair. In the next moment, numerous afterimages flashed through the surroundings. At the same time, countless rays of golden light erupted like scorching suns. Bei Chen's pupils constricted when the ninth princess descended to the ground. She pressed her palm forward lightly, and then a strand of terrifying green energy suddenly erupted from the center of her palm. However, the green energy had just come into contact with the golden rays of light and instantly exploded apart. Bei Chen's expression changed drastically when she witnessed this scene, and she retreated like a madman. At the same time, she attacked repeatedly to ceaselessly resist the golden rays of light that were descending towards her. On the other side, the man and woman were retreating repeatedly as well. While the others by their side were retreating as well, they weren't as swift as them. Moreover, two of them were even slashed into two at the waist by the golden rays of light. At this moment, the ground had even started to crack apart. For a time, the ninth princess was invincible. Xian was flabbergasted by this scene. A few breaths of time passed before the ninth princess suddenly appeared in front of him, and Xian spoke with slight excitement. Amazing. Truly amazing. Come. Another one. Kill them. The ninth princess glanced at Xian, and then her body slumped down into Xian's arms. She rested her head on Xian's shoulder. I can't. Big brother, can we make a strategic retreat for now? Xian was speechless. P.S. It's Li Dong, so remember to get some clothes. Run. Xian was not stupid. He knew that the ninth princess must have suffered a backlash when she used the Earth-rank martial skill. Without thinking too much, Xian grabbed the ninth princess by the waist and carried her on his back. Then, he turned around and ran. Around 15 minutes later, the battlefield gradually returned to its original state of tranquility. Bei Chen looked at her right hand. There were a few bloody scratches on it. After a moment of silence, she suddenly tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and floated toward the place where Xian and the ninth princess had disappeared. On the other side, the man, woman, and two other people also hurriedly chased after them. They could naturally see that the ninth princess had suffered a backlash after using the Earth-rank martial skill. At this moment, she was at her weakest, so they naturally would not let go of this opportunity. A high-grade Earth-rank martial skill. This martial skill could be used as a family heirloom for many families and factions. Not only that, but with this high-grade Earth-rank martial skill, it could completely increase the strength of a faction by a large margin. At the same cultivation level, most of the time, it was a battle of martial skills and treasures. Apart from Bei Chen and the others, after Xian and the ninth princess ran away, some other people heard the commotion and chased after them. Xian carried the ninth princess on his back and ran wildly. He did not run in the direction of Two World City, but in the boundless mountain range. After some time, Xian arrived at a natural waterfall with the ninth princess on his back. The waterfall was dozens of feet wide and the water was very rapid. After a moment of silence, Xian put the ninth princess on the ground gently. Then he took off his shoes and ran in the other direction on the tip of his toes. About a while later, he ran back. When he came back, he also walked on the tip of his toes. Therefore, there were no footprints behind him. He looked around, then carried the ninth princess and ran toward a natural pit at the edge of the waterfall. The pit was at the edge of the waterfall. If one looked from the front, it would be difficult to see the location of the pit because of the waterfall. Xian carried the ninth princess and hid in the pit. The pit was not big and could fit two people. After about a quarter of an hour, Xian heard the sound of wind breaking outside. Xian felt a chill in his heart as he put on a vigilant expression. The Lingxiao sword in his body was already accumulating power, ready to strike at any moment. At this moment, the person outside had already turned around and left. Upon seeing this, Xian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He lowered his head and looked at the ninth princess in his arms. At this moment, the ninth princess's face was pale and there were traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked extremely weak. At this moment, she had no combat ability at all. Xian sighed in a low voice. This woman was really putting her life on the line for that high-grade earth-rank martial skill. You're very smart. At this moment, the ninth princess suddenly opened her eyes. He didn't run towards Two World City. Xian shook his head. How would he dare to run to Two World City? Everyone knew that it was the ninth princess's base camp. If he ran there, he would definitely die. The ninth princess suddenly said, I need to rest for 2 days. 2 days, Xian's heart instantly sank. It would be fine if he wasn't discovered in 2 days. But once he was discovered, then he would be in big trouble. After a while, the atmosphere suddenly became slightly awkward. Because Xian carried the ninth princess in and was drenched by the waterfall, the ninth princess was completely drenched at this moment. Moreover, she was wearing a silk dress, so the water made her dress stick tightly to her body. As a result, the originally protruding part became even more protruding. Moreover, the ninth princess was in Xian's arms, and her protruding part just happened to be against a certain part of him. This made Xian feel extremely awkward. Xian wanted to move a little and move away, but this movement was even more terrible. That soft protruding part was against a certain part of him. As soon as he moved and the two of them came into contact, a certain part of him instantly reacted violently. The atmosphere became even more awkward. The ninth princess just stared at Xian, causing Xian's scalp to go numb. Xian smiled bitterly. Sorry, I didn't mean to be frivolous. In all fairness, he did not mean to be frivolous, but this was a human's instinct and most of the time, he could not control it. Although he was a swordsman was also a human. Moreover, he was a man, especially a man who had basically never been in contact with a woman. This was the first time he was so close to a woman, so it was normal for some parts of him to have some primitive impulses. It would be abnormal if he did not have any impulses. The ninth princess slowly closed her eyes. She did not speak, nor did she have anything to say. Just like that, the two of them maintained that position for nearly an hour. When the sky turned dark, Xian carried the ninth princess out of the small pit. He still did not run towards Two World City, but instead, he ran towards Swordmaster's cave abode. The most dangerous place was often the safest place. Although it was pitch black, Xian had no trouble running while carrying the ninth princess. After all, he spent most of his time in Green City in the mountains. After about half an hour, Xian carried the ninth princess back to the underground palace. Instead of entering the palace, Xian carried the ninth princess to a small bamboo house at the back of the palace. At this time, the bamboo house had been ransacked, leaving only a few simple tables, chairs, and beds. Xian gently placed the ninth princess on the bamboo bed, took off his robe and covered her body. Have a good rest, I'll guard outside. After saying that, he turned around and left the bamboo house. The ninth princess glanced at Xian's back without saying a word. Outside the bamboo house, Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and took out a figurine. The figurine was a little girl who looked 70 to 80% similar to Yiling. This was the figurine that he had carved himself. In fact, there was another figurine, which was himself. However, it was in Yiling's hands. A faint smile appeared on Xian's face as he looked at the figurine in his hands. As though he had thought of something, he took out another figurine. This figurine looked very similar to Xianxia. Looking at the two figurines in his hands, Xian's smile became even more radiant. At this moment, Xian suddenly lifted his head. Not far from him, a man was walking towards him. This person was the man with hair that resembled a chicken's nest. He was dressed in plain clothes and carried an eye-catching black axe on his back. Xian stood up. The man stopped not far away from Xian. He glanced at the small bamboo house and then walked towards it. Xian stood in front of the man. The man did not waste any time and threw a punch. When the punch was thrown, a terrifying force gushed out like a river bursting through a dam. Crack, the bluestone floorboards around them cracked into powder at this moment. Yi Xian was expressionless as he threw a punch as well. Fist collapse. With this punch, a wave of fist aura and battle intent surged out from his fist. Boom, with a deafening explosion, the man and Yi Xian retreated rapidly. Yi Xian retreated to the door of the bamboo house while the man retreated 60 to 70 feet. The ground in front of them was already a mess. The man glanced at Yi Xian. Battle intent. Fist aura. Quasi-martial Dao master. Yi Xian slowly clenched his fist. In an instant, a wave of fist aura enveloped the man not far away. I'm not confident that I can kill you, but I'm confident that I can cripple you. If you attack, you'll die in someone else's hands even if you obtain that superior grade earth-rank martial technique. Cripple me? The man removed the enormous axe from his back. I want to give it a try. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm. In the next moment, a sword appeared at the center of his palm, and in the blink of an eye, numerous rays of light surged out incessantly from Xianxia's sword, a single strike to decide life and death. In the distance, the man's eyes narrowed slightly, and a serious expression appeared in his eyes for the first time. Yi Xian grinned as he gazed at the man with his sword in hand. Come and give it a try. All of a sudden, the man grabbed the giant axe and threw it at Yi Xian. Hiss, the enormous axe tore through the sky, and a long white streak appeared in the sky. The formidable force contained within the enormous axe even caused the ground and the surroundings to shatter incessantly. At this moment, Yi Xian also drew his sword out. A ray of light flashed through the battlefield, a single strike to decide life and death. In next to no time, the sword stabbed the enormous axe. Bang, the enormous axe shook violently, and then traces of cracks appeared on it in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the enormous axe was blasted flying. The man stretched out his right hand and grabbed the enormous axe. Bang, the man, along with his axe, retreated a full 100 feet. The man glanced at his right hand, and the space between his thumb and forefinger had split open while blood was seeping out incessantly. The man raised his head to gaze at Yi Xian, who stood in the distance. Master Swordsman. Battle intent and dual cultivation in the sword and martial arts. Yi Xian pondered deeply for a moment and said, How about you do me a favor? A favor? The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he gazed at Yi Xian for a long time. In the end, he put the enormous axe away and said, The profound sect of the Great Cloud Empire, Swan Swordsman, remember that you owe me a favor. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the man called Swan leave. Did that fellow really do me a favor? I was just trying to buy time. In fact, Yi Xian was not aware of Dao Yi's influence as a swordsman. Countless forces would want to rope in a quasi-sword Dao Grandmaster. For some individuals, having a quasi-sword Dao Grandmaster as a friend would bring them endless benefits. Most of the time, friends were extremely important when one was out in the world. As for Yi Xian, not only was he a quasi-sword Dao Grandmaster, but he was also a quasi-martial Dao Grandmaster. His influence was on par with an earth-level martial arts technique. Most importantly, Xuan was not fully confident that he could defeat Yi Xian. Moreover, if he chose to fight, it would only result in a lose-lose situation. Therefore, he decisively gave up on the earth-level martial arts technique and befriended Yi Xian. Xuan left without any hesitation and disappeared from Yi Xian's sight in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Xuan had left, Yi Xian touched his chin and said softly, So I'm quite influential. It seems that I've seriously underestimated my charm. At that moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked not far away. There, a woman was slowly walking toward him. Seeing the woman, Yi Xian's face sank. Bei Chen, it's this woman again. Bei Chen sized up Yi Xian. The most dangerous place is the safest place. That's not a bad idea. Unfortunately, you've underestimated the charm of an earth-level martial arts technique. Some of the higher-ups are already green with envy. Yi Xian held his sword and walked toward Bei Chen. How about you do me a favor? A favor? Bei Chen chuckled. Are you still dreaming? Bei Chen walked slowly towards Yi Xian, and a ray of green light flickered in her right palm. She naturally wouldn't underestimate Yi Xian. Or it should be said that she wouldn't underestimate anyone now that she was here. She would fight with all her might no matter who it was. Yi Xian was quite depressed as he watched Bei Chen walk over. Why doesn't this fellow know what's good for him? He didn't think too much about it, and he suddenly floated forward with his sword in hand. Since we can't make peace, then we'll fight. That was Yi Xian's attitude. The corners of Bei Chen's mouth curled up slightly when she saw Yi Xian attack, and then her body suddenly became ethereal. In the next moment, an afterimage flashed by. Bang! An explosion resounded in the blink of an eye, and then Yi Xian retreated to the entrance of the bamboo house. However, Bei Chen didn't move at all. Yi Xian tightened his grip on Xianxia's sword with his right hand while a wisp of a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. She's extraordinarily strong. There was a trace of seriousness in Bei Chen's eyes as well as she stood before Yi Xian. An expert's ability was obvious as soon as they attacked. Her battle with Yi Xian allowed her to have a rough understanding of Yi Xian's strength. Bei Chen was about to attack again when the ninth princess suddenly walked out from the bamboo house. Bei Chen stopped moving while Yi Xian was stunned. The ninth princess walked over to Yi Xian's side, and then she gazed coldly at Bei Chen. Do you want to fight too by yourself? As soon as she finished speaking, she placed her right hand on the golden saber on her waist. The golden saber trembled slightly, and then a ray of light flashed out. Bei Chen smiled faintly. You executed an earth-ranked martial technique with your ascending realm cultivation. Your body will definitely suffer a backlash. You will need at least 2 days to recover from this backlash. Right now, you are merely using your connections to intimidate others. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure floated towards the ninth princess and Yi Xian. She was very decisive. Yi Xian tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot when he saw Bei Chen attack, and then his figure shot forward swiftly. However, this attack was directly stopped by Bei Chen's palm, and there was a faint green glow at the center of her palm. At this moment, Yi Xian lightly slid his sword. The sword slid at a strange angle, aiming for Bei Chen's wrist. However, Bei Chen's reflexes were faster. She retracted her hand and dodged the attack. But in the next moment, Yi Xian slashed at Bei Chen with a diagonal slash. On the blade of the sword light flashed. Bei Chen Chao took a step back and was just able to dodge the attack. Right at this moment, a golden saber suddenly slashed down from above her head. Bei Chen's pupils constricted, and she slammed her hands down. Boom! A green light swept out from her body. Bang! As the golden saber light fell, the green light instantly shattered, but Bei Chen had already retreated 100 feet behind him. Bei Chen stared fixedly at the ninth princess in the distance. How dare you attack me? The ninth princess laughed coldly. I'm a disciple of the imperial family after all. Don't I have some special methods to protect myself? Bei Chen frowned when she heard this. But it didn't take long for her brows to relax, and she smiled. Is that so? Then let me see how many more attacks you can make. As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to attack again. But at this moment, the ninth princess suddenly leaped up into the air, and her right hand tightly gripped the golden saber at her waist. In the next moment, a monstrous pressure swept out from her body, an earth-rank martial technique. Bei Chen's pupils constricted when she saw this. A moment later, she turned around and flashed a few times before vanishing in front of Yi Xian and the ninth princess. Obviously, she didn't want to go head-on against the ninth princess's earth-rank martial technique. Although she wasn't very afraid, if she and the ninth princess were to fight and both of them were injured, then it would only benefit others. Many people were waiting to reap the benefits. The ninth princess stopped in midair when she saw Bei Chen retreat, and she landed firmly beside Yi Xian. Go in. Yi Xian nodded, and then he followed the ninth princess into the bamboo house. As soon as they entered the house, the ninth princess fell backwards. Yi Xian was shocked, and he hurriedly supported her. At this moment, blood was flowing incessantly from the corner of the ninth princess's mouth. Yi Xian hurriedly carried the ninth princess to the bed. As he looked at the ninth princess who was still bleeding, Yi Xian said in a low voice, Is an earth-rank martial technique really more important than your life? The ninth princess shook her head. You don't understand. Yi Xian said in a low voice, I only know that you'll die if this goes on. The ninth princess looked at Yi Xian. Do you know what kind of situation the kingdom of Jiang is in right now? Yi Xian was silent. The ninth princess slowly closed her eyes. In the country, there are many aristocratic families. These aristocratic families have their own camps, and their children only know about the family, not the country. Above the aristocratic families, there are the two behemoths, the Drunken Immortal Building and the Karaki Academy. These two behemoths do not hesitate to recruit talents from the country, and those who join these two forces, how many of them are willing to fight for the country? At this point, she opened her eyes and looked at Yixian. Do you know why the kingdom of Jiang doesn't dare to go to war with the Tang Empire? It's because we can't unite the country. Once the war starts, we can't mobilize those people. And once the kingdom of Jiang is destroyed, yes, the children of the Karaki Academy and the aristocratic families will be fine, but what about the ordinary people? Will the Karaki Academy, the aristocratic families, and the drunken immortal building be willing to protect those ordinary people? Yixian sighed and was about to speak, but the ninth princess continued, most of the profitable industries in the country are in the hands of the drunken immortal building. They almost monopolize all industries, so the national treasury is in a state of loss all year round. With this earth-level upper-grade martial skill, as long as it is auctioned, it can maintain the national treasury for at least 3 years. At this point, she shook her head slightly and said, I have tens of thousands of soldiers under my command, and they haven't received their pay for 2 months. Yixian glanced at the ninth princess. Is that why you came here? The ninth princess said indifferently, what else? Yixian thought for a moment and said, I know you have your difficulties, but have you ever thought that there is hope for everything as long as people are alive? If people are dead, everything is nonsense. As he spoke, he glanced outside the bamboo house. That woman definitely hasn't left. Not only has she not left, but there are definitely more people coming here. Furthermore, that woman just said that some of the big shots above were envious of this earth-ranked martial technique. In this case, whoever takes this earth-level upper-grade martial skill will be targeted. The ninth princess closed her eyes slowly. You can leave now. Yixian frowned and kept silent for a long time. In the end, his expression turned cold and he looked at the ninth princess. Take out that earth-level upper-grade martial skill. Hearing this, the ninth princess opened her eyes and looked at Yixian with a trace of disbelief. Yixian's expression turned even colder. Hand it over. The ninth princess looked at Yixian for a long time. In the end, she laughed at herself. Looks like I underestimated the charm of an earth-level martial skill. However, I never expected that both of us would misjudge it. As soon as she finished speaking, her jade-like fingers moved slightly. Soon, a black scroll fell in front of Yixian. Yixian glanced at the black scroll. It was extremely smooth, and he didn't know what material it was made of. He opened it and saw a few large words, Earth-level upper-grade finger of Nirvana. Without looking at it any further, Yixian kept the scroll and walked out of the bamboo house. The ninth princess looked at Yixian coldly and didn't say a word. After a while, she took out a black stone. She held the black stone in her hand and a strand of celestial chi flowed into it. Then, she slowly closed her eyes. Shaoan, this person can't be trusted. In a mountain range 1,000 miles away, a woman in a snow-white robe stopped. She took out a pitch-black stone and stared at it for a long, long time. Then, she suddenly turned around. Miss? You have an appointment with the demon marshal. Someone shouted from behind. However, the woman in white didn't even turn around. After Yixian left the bamboo house, he jumped a few times and arrived above the palace. He looked around and then looked at the scroll in his hand and laughed. I finally got it. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and floated down into the distance. It's that earth-level martial skill. Someone said in the darkness, and it didn't take long for numerous afterimages to chase after Yixian. The person in the lead was Bei Chen. Besides Bei Chen, there was also the man and woman from before. Both of them were extremely strong, and even Bei Chen was extremely fearful of them. Yixian was extremely swift, and he charged out of the sword master's abode in the blink of an eye. After that, he fled deep into the forest while a group of people were chasing after him madly. As for the ninth princess, no one paid any attention to her anymore. Everyone's gazes were on Yixian because the earth-level martial skill was in Yixian's possession. Yixian ran madly all the way, and he specifically went through dense forests and complicated terrain. That was why Bei Chen and the others didn't catch up to him at the first possible moment. Moreover, he used the complicated terrain to put some distance between himself and Bei Chen and the others. However, Bei Chen and the others clearly had no intention of giving up, and they pursued him madly all the way. On the other hand, Yixian was like an agile monkey that ceaselessly jumped about in the boundless mountain range. He didn't fight, and his first reaction upon encountering others was to run. Just like that, he ran, and night had finally arrived. Xian smiled when night descended. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. However, it wasn't difficult for Xian at all because he was already used to such nights in the mountains. On the other hand, Bei Chen and the others had slightly solemn expressions on their faces. Even though most of them had tempered themselves in the mountain range, they hadn't fought and killed practically all year round like Xian. So, when night descended, Bei Chen and the others were slightly apprehensive. This apprehension wasn't just because of Xian, it was also because of the apprehension they had towards each other. One had to know that backstabbing was a common occurrence in the outside world. In the night, Xian hid in a dense old tree. He took out a small person that looked like Yiling and smiled. "I'll be back soon. I'm afraid you won't be able to go back." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the side. Xian narrowed his eyes. He suddenly turned his head and saw a woman standing not far below him on his right. It was Bei Chen. Not only Bei Chen, but there was also a man and a woman on his left. Xian's expression darkened. "How did you find me?" The corners of Bei Chen's mouth curled up. "Because there's someone above us, but there doesn't seem to be anyone above you. So, do you understand?" Xian was about to speak, but at this moment, there was a sudden change. Slap, with a crisp sound of a slap, Bei Chen's entire body was sent flying more than 30 meters away. When she stood up, there was a red claw mark on the right side of her face. "Everyone." Xian was also stunned. "Soon," he said seriously, "actually, there's someone above me too." Bei Chen and the others. To Xian's left, the man and woman became alert and took a few steps back. The two of them hadn't seen how Bei Chen had been beaten up. To be able to send Bei Chen flying under their noses without anyone noticing, this kind of person was definitely not someone they could fight against. On the other side, Bei Chen's expression turned ugly. She didn't even know how she had been sent flying. Who did it? She glanced around coldly, but there was no one around. In the end, she looked at Xian, who was not far away. Xian tidied up his clothes, looking fearless. "Do you think you're the only ones with people above you?" At this point, he raised a finger and shook it gently. "No, actually, I have people above me too. Who doesn't have a backer in the underworld?" "You." Slap. At this moment, there was a crisp slap, and a figure was sent flying. It wasn't Bei Chen who was sent flying, but Xian. Bei Chen and the other two were dumbfounded. Xian was also dumbfounded. F***ck, this guy hits anyone he doesn't like. But can't he do it when there's no one around? How can he get out of this situation now? Xian slowly got up. There was also a small claw mark on the right side of his face. The atmosphere was a little strange. Xian coughed and said, "We're all out here looking for opportunities. Everyone should sit down and talk, right?" Nearby, Bei Chen chuckled. "Is that what you're thinking?" Xian said seriously, "I didn't expect us to be thinking the same thing." In the distance, Bei Chen shook her head and interrupted Xian. "I thought there was something wrong with your head, but now it seems that I wasn't wrong." "Your head really isn't." Her voice came to an abrupt halt. Because Xian, who wasn't far from her, had turned around and fled. He was extremely fast and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Bei Chen's expression turned extremely ugly. Not far away, the man in the ink-white robe looked at Bei Chen coldly. "You talk too much." After that, he and the woman beside him turned around and chased after Xian in the distance. Bei Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a ferocious smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. In the next moment, her figure floated forward, and everywhere she went was a mess. In the darkness of the night, Xian sprinted all the way with a solemn expression. Because he'd obtained a piece of information from Bei Chen's words. The reason his whereabouts had been exposed was because someone above him had been leaking information to Bei Chen and the others. Someone was breaking the rules of the game. The reason he dared to break the rules of the game was undoubtedly because he had no one behind him. If it was in Xianxia, then those big shots would definitely not dare to do this. The reason why those big shots dared to do this was without a doubt because he had no one backing him up. Xian slowly clenched his right hand. Right now, he was facing a very serious problem. No matter how he hid, Bei Chen and the others would find him, but if he didn't flee, then he would definitely be unable to fight Bei Chen and the others on his own. As he ran, Yi Xian's brows gradually furrowed together. After a while, Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something, and his brows relaxed. He glanced at the surroundings, and then he ran towards a small hill in the distance. When he arrived in front of the hill, he rolled on the ground, and at the instant he rolled, he'd stealthily hidden the earth rank martial technique in a pile of leaves. He'd done it very stealthily. Meanwhile, he'd rolled to the other side of the hill, and then he ran forward for a while before he stopped. Around 5 breaths of time after he stopped, a white figure flashed over. It was Bei Chen. Bei Chen was around 3 to 4 breaths faster than the man and woman. When he saw Bei Chen, Yi Xian immediately charged towards her. Bei Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Her figure trembled, and she turned into a blur as she shot towards Yi Xian. When she arrived in front of Yi Xian, she slapped her palm towards Yi Xian's chest. This attack was actually just a test, and she hadn't used her full strength. The real killing move was yet to come. However, when Yi Xian arrived in front of her, he didn't make a move, and instead allowed her palm to land on his chest. Bam! Yi Xian's entire body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. In the end, he crashed into a tree and fell to the ground. Bei Chen frowned. "What the hell are you doing?" At this moment, the man and woman from before rushed over. When they saw the scene in the middle of the field, they were slightly stunned. Yi Xian suddenly crawled up from the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at Bei Chen. "I've already given you the earth-rank martial skill. Why do you still want to kill me?" Bei Chen was dumbfounded. The man and woman next to her suddenly turned to look at Bei Chen. Both of them had unfriendly expressions. Yi Xian was still spitting out blood as he glared at Bei Chen. "You're so vicious, woman. You said that you'd let me go if I handed over the high-grade earth-rank martial skill. I didn't think that you'd try to silence me just because you were afraid that the secret would be leaked. You're so cruel." Bei Chen narrowed her eyes, and her expression was quite ferocious. "What kind of trick are you playing?" As she spoke, she pointed at the man and woman not far away. "Do you think they'll believe you?" In the distance, the man and woman looked at each other. Soon, they both turned to look at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly took off his robe. Soon, he was only left with his underwear. When the woman in the ink-white dress saw this, she immediately frowned. Yi Xian pointed at himself. "Do you see this? I don't even have a single hair on me." As he spoke, he pointed at Bei Chen. "What about you? Do you dare to show everyone the storage ring you're wearing? Do you dare?" Hearing this, the man and woman next to her looked at Bei Chen. To be more precise, they looked at the ring on Bei Chen's finger. Bei Chen glared at Yi Xian. The murderous intent in her eyes was almost tangible. "You're a great swordsman after all. How could you be so shameless? You look so cheap. Are you a lowly cultivator?" As soon as she spoke, a terrifying aura suddenly swept out from her body. This aura directly pressed down on Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. At this moment, the man and woman in the ink-white robes suddenly made their move. The two of them released their own auras, which instantly shattered Bei Chen's aura and pressure. When he saw the man and woman make their move, Yi Xian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. On the other side, Bei Chen glared at the man and woman. "Are you two pigs? How could the two of you believe his nonsense?" The man glanced at Yi Xian, who was still bleeding from the corner of his mouth. "He's a swordsman after all. What he said shouldn't be false." As he spoke, he glanced at the storage ring on Bei Chen's hand. "Can't you just let go of the storage ring and let us have a look at it?" Hearing this, Bei Chen's expression instantly turned cold. Look at the storage ring. In the world of cultivators, that was a huge taboo. This request could be said to be extremely excessive. Bei Chen slowly clenched his right hand. When the man and woman saw Bei Chen clench his right hand, they immediately turned to face her. Both of them had vigilant expressions on their faces, and they were ready to attack at any moment. And at this moment, Yi Xian, who was not far away, suddenly said, "She's waiting for reinforcements from the Karaki Academy. I just saw her release the Karaki Academy's distress signal, so there will definitely be students from the Karaki Academy coming soon. She's just buying time now." Hearing this, the man and woman's expressions instantly turned cold. Find reinforcements. By time, both of them looked at Bei Chen, and a mysterious flow of air flowed around them. Bei Chen glared at Xian. If looks could kill, then Xian would have probably died over 100 times by now. Kill her. At this moment, Xian suddenly charged at Bei Chen. When they saw Xian attack, the man and woman hesitated for a moment before charging at Bei Chen as well. As for Xian, he'd just collided with Bei Chen head-on when he was blasted flying again. After that, he didn't attack again. Instead, he rolled a few times to the side, and it didn't take long for him to return to the hill from before. He picked up the earth-rank martial technique that was buried in a pile of leaves, and then he rolled a few more times before vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the sounds of battle resounded from behind him. Xian dashed madly towards Two World City. Not long after Xian started running, Bei Chen fluttered backwards and put some distance between her and the man and woman. She glanced coldly at them and said, "You two idiots. Ask the person behind you." The man and woman exchanged glances, and then they looked up into the sky. After around 10 minutes passed, their expressions turned extremely unsightly. They'd been tricked. The person behind them hadn't been paying attention to Xian at all, so they hadn't been able to notify them immediately. Although only a moment had passed, it was enough for Xian to run far away. Bei Chen turned to look in the direction where Xian had escaped. A swordsman can be so shameless. What an eye-opener. Not far away, the man said coldly, "Don't worry, he can't escape. This earth-rank upper-level martial technique will be taken by the Ning Kingdom." The Ning Kingdom. Bei Chen glanced at the man, then turned around and left. The Ning Kingdom? The Jiang Kingdom? The Tang Kingdom? To her, none of this meant anything. Because geniuses like her would one day go to a better place. In front of the gates of Two World City, the 9th princess leaned against the city wall with her arms crossed. No one knew what she was thinking. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked into the distance. Not far away, a woman was walking towards her. The newcomer wore clothes as white as snow, spotless. It was Xianxia, and Xianxia walked in front of the 9th princess. The 9th princess was about to speak when Xianxia turned to look at the vast mountain range in the distance. "You've wronged him." The 9th princess frowned slightly. And Xianxia said again, "He's not that kind of person." The 9th princess said in a deep voice, "That's an earth-ranked upper-level martial technique. No one wouldn't be tempted." And Xianxia smiled slightly. "I believe him. P.S. There's no need to strategically slow down today. Don't strategically slow down your tickets, ask for tickets. Ask for tickets." "I believe him," and Xianxia's voice was very soft but firm. The 9th princess leaned against the wall and said indifferently, "Shaoan, let's make a bet." And Xianxia turned to look at the 9th princess. The 9th princess smiled and said, "Let's bet if he's that kind of person." "If he is, Shaoan, stay for another year and leave after a year." And Xianxia asked, "What if he's not?" The 9th princess smiled and said, "Then I've wronged him. I'm willing to apologize to him personally and give him a golden saber." A golden saber, and Xianxia was slightly stunned. The 9th princess's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Why? Are you jealous?" And Xianxia turned to look at the distant mountains. "I usually don't put vinegar when I eat." The 9th princess was speechless. Deep in the mountains, Xian was still running. His current target was Two World City because it was the base camp of the country of Jiang. Once he reached there, those big shots would definitely not dare to break the rules of the game so unscrupulously. Soon, he arrived at a dense forest. After passing through this dense forest, he could see Two World City. The corners of Xian's lips curled up and he sped up. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of him without any warning. Xian stopped. The middle-aged man wore a gorgeous white robe and his long hair draped over his shoulders. His right hand was behind his back as he looked at Xian. "Hand over that thing and I'll spare your life." Xian's face sank. This person in front of him must be one of the big shots. Obviously, the other party was prepared to disregard everything for this earth-rank martial skill. Xian slowly clenched his right hand. In the distance, the middle-aged man sneered. "You want to fight?" Yi Xian said indifferently, even if I give you that thing, you won't let me go. You'll kill me to silence me, won't you? The middle-aged man chuckled. You're smart. However, even if you don't hand it over, can't I kill you and take it? Just as he was about to attack, Yi Xian suddenly laughed. Do you really think I'll bring that thing with me? Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned. I underestimated your intelligence. But it doesn't matter. After I capture you, I have ways to make you tell me the location of that thing. With that, he took a step forward. And the ground in front of him instantly cracked open. Moreover, the crack rapidly spread to the front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Not daring to be careless, he punched out. This punch could be said to have used all of his strength. This was because the middle-aged man in front of him was at least at the Nether Passage realm. He naturally did not dare to underestimate such an expert. With a punch, a powerful fist aura and battle intent surged out. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yi Xian's entire body was thrown several hundred feet away. Yi Xian crawled up slowly from the ground, and his entire right arm had been completely blasted apart. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. What a formidable physical body. You were actually able to forcefully resist an attack of mine. I underestimated you a little. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped the ground lightly with his right foot. A fist-sized rock suddenly flew up into the air, and then it shot explosively towards Yi Xian like an arrow that had left the bowstring. It was extremely swift, and it directly shattered the air. Yi Xian's pupils constricted slightly as he stood before the middle-aged man. He opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his palm. In the next moment, a ray of light flashed. Hiss! A sword howl resounded. Immediately after, the rock was split into two by the sword radiance. In the blink of an eye, the sword radiance arrived in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man laughed with ridicule, and then he flicked his sleeve. Bang! The ray of light instantly exploded apart, and then Yi Xian's figure was blasted over 30 m away. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. He really is a dual cultivator of the sword and martial arts. As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings. Looks like there really isn't anyone behind you. Otherwise, it's impossible that you haven't attacked since the beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, he started walking slowly towards Yi Xian. The reason he hadn't attacked rashly was obviously because he was worried that Yi Xian didn't have anyone behind him. Normally, monstrous geniuses that were able to come to this place definitely had some sort of power behind them. But up until this moment, especially when Yi Xian was in a hopeless situation while there was no movement behind Yi Xian, this allowed him to confirm that it was very likely that Yi Xian was an independent cultivator. Since it was an independent cultivator, then he naturally didn't have any worries. Yi Xian stared fixedly at the middle-aged man from afar. The middle-aged man was growing closer and closer, and Yi Xian suddenly leaped forward when the middle-aged man was just a few meters away from him. Seeing that Yi Xian still wanted to attack, the middle-aged man's lips curled into a mocking smile. Yi Xian was only at the changing Qi realm, which was 2 whole realms lower than him. How could Yi Xian be his match? As he thought of this, he actually began to underestimate Yi Xian. However, this was normal. After all, the difference between their realms was just too great. At this moment, a sword suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's left hand. Yi Xian's hands came together, and the two swords directly merged into one. The moment the two swords merged into one, Yi Xian's arms split open, and fresh blood flowed out. The two swords merged into one, and in an instant, it had risen to the level of a bright sword. At this moment, Yi Xian attacked. One sword to decide life and death. This sword had greatly exceeded the strength that Yi Xian should have at this moment. The moment Yi Xian attacked, the middle-aged man's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. How is this possible? The power of this sword had completely exceeded his expectations. There was no time to think. The middle-aged man's right hand lightly twisted, and then shook upwards. In his palm, a vortex of air instantly engulfed Yi Xian's sword. There was a moment of silence. Boom! The vortex of air suddenly shattered, and the middle-aged man was directly pushed back more than 200 feet. The moment he stopped, his entire right sleeve was instantly shredded. At this moment, his entire right arm had cracked into a spider web, and blood continuously flowed out from the tiny cracks. The middle-aged man looked at his arm, and then at Yi Xian not far away. For the first time, there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Bright sword. What a domineering sword technique. At this moment, he was a little afraid, because if the young man in front of him was of a higher realm, that sword just now could very well have taken his life. That sword was a little too terrifying, and even now, he was a little fearful. In the distance, Xian slowly closed his eyes. It still didn't work, the difference in realm was still too big. Even if he wanted to challenge someone 2 realms above him, it still wouldn't work. Unless he reached Ascension realm, then he might be able to fight him. But, what now? Fight? He couldn't beat him. Escape? He definitely couldn't escape. Call for help? Who? Xian's thoughts raced, and soon, his eyes lit up. He coldly looked at the middle-aged man in the distance. I advise you to retreat now, or else, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. The middle-aged man's mouth slightly curled. You want to tell me that there's someone behind you, right? Xian sternly said. Of course, let me tell you, there's a very, very powerful god in my body. God? The middle-aged man chuckled. In your body? Young man, don't tell me you got a concussion from the beating? As he spoke, he slowly walked towards Xian. If there really is a god, why don't you ask him to come out and let me have a look? His right hand, which was hidden behind his back, had a green light. Following the green light, his right hand began to slowly recover. He knew that Xian was stalling for time, and he was also stalling for time. One must know that in this area, there were other strong people who were not weaker than him. He had to ensure that he was in good condition. Otherwise, if others knew that he was injured, even he couldn't guarantee that he would be safe. Xian slowly retreated. You're too weak. The god isn't interested in you. The middle-aged man sneered. Not interested in me? What a joke. I think the god you're talking about is afraid and doesn't dare to come out. At this moment. With a resounding slap, the middle-aged man was sent flying. Seeing this scene, Xian's eyelid twitched, and he turned to run. Behind Xian, the middle-aged man climbed up. On his right cheek, there was a small red claw mark. The middle-aged man touched his cheek with a dumbfounded expression. Who hit him? He looked around but didn't see anyone. Gradually, the middle-aged man's expression became solemn. He carefully looked around. Which expert is here? No one answered. Meanwhile, Xian had already run out of the dense forest. The middle-aged man was still on the spot, looking around cautiously. After Xian ran out of the dense forest, he saw Two World City. He sped up, and blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth. Not only that, but his arms were also constantly bleeding. Apart from that, the wound on his chest that had almost healed split open. As blood flowed out, the clothes on his chest quickly turned blood red. Heavily injured, in the battle with the middle-aged man, he was already heavily injured. In the end, he forcefully fused with the swords, and then used one sword to decide life and death, which made his injuries even worse. It could be said that if he hadn't cultivated to the golden body realm and his body and organs were abnormally strong, he would have been finished. At the entrance of Two World City, the white-clothed woman suddenly raised her head and looked into the distance. When she saw a figure in a sorry state, the white-clothed woman's hand trembled. Behind the white-clothed woman, the 9th princess also raised her head and looked at the figure in the distance. She was stunned. Soon, Xian ran in front of the two women. When he saw the white-clothed woman, Xian was stunned. In the next moment, he casually tossed the high-grade earth-rank martial skill in front of the 9th princess as if he was throwing trash. He slowly walked in front of the white-clothed woman and grinned. Why are you here? As soon as he finished speaking, a wisp of blood flowed from his mouth, and then he collapsed to the ground. The white-clothed woman instinctively caught Xian, while Xian lay in the white-clothed woman's embrace like a pile of mud. It was very soft. He instinctively wrapped his arms around the white-clothed woman's waist and buried his head in her chest. The white-clothed woman's body stiffened, but she didn't push Xian away. At a certain corner of the city wall, an old man stomped his feet. Miss, push him away. Push that little bastard away. The old man's expression was extremely unsightly when he witnessed this scene, or it should be said that his expression was extremely gloomy. When had the young miss been so intimate with a man? Right at this moment, three figures flashed over from not too far away from the woman and Yixian. The person in the lead was Bei Chen, and the other man and woman were standing behind Bei Chen. And Lanqiu glanced at them, and then she handed Yixian over to the ninth princess before she turned around and gazed towards the side. Meanwhile, the old man appeared in front of Lanqiu. "Young miss, I found out that some of them didn't abide by the rules of the game." And Lanqiu nodded slightly. "I understand." As soon as she finished speaking, she walked slowly towards Bei Chen's group. The old man hesitated for a moment and seemed to want to say something, but he didn't in the end. Because he sensed that his young miss seemed to be angry, Bei Chen's expression instantly changed when she saw Lanqiu. The other man and woman didn't know Lanqiu, but she did. After all, was there anyone in the kingdom of Jiang who didn't know Lanqiu? Bei Chen had extreme fear on her face. Many people weren't aware that Lanqiu had been invited by the dean of Karaki Academy, and the dean had personally invited her to join Karaki Academy. Her answer was that if anyone below the age of 30 could defeat her, then she would join Karaki Academy. At that time, two people had represented Karaki Academy against Lanqiu, and one of them was her. However, the outcome was that Lanqiu hadn't joined Karaki Academy. Bei Chen knew that he had no chance of obtaining that high-grade earth-rank martial technique when he saw Lanqiu. Bei Chen had the intention to retreat. Right at this moment, Lanqiu suddenly vanished on the spot. Bei Chen's expression changed drastically when she witnessed this scene. She swiftly formed a square seal with her hands, and then she pressed it down lightly. Everlasting wind control. As soon as she spoke, a gust of violent wind suddenly appeared around her, and it instantly condensed into a tornado that enveloped her. Meanwhile, a spear suddenly appeared in Lanqiu's grasp, and then she swiftly kicked the spear with her right foot. Bang! The spear shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Bang! The tornado exploded apart in the distance. At the same time, an afterimage flashed by. Bang! With a muffled sound, a figure was sent flying hundreds of feet away. It was none other than Bei Chen. Just as Bei Chen came to a stop, the ground behind her cracked open. Blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. The expressions of the man and woman not far away instantly changed when they saw this. They were well aware of Bei Chen's strength, but he had been defeated in one move by the white-clothed lady. Both of them looked at Lanqiu with eyes filled with curiosity and fear, and Lanqiu didn't stop there. After forcing Bei Chen back, her figure flickered and she vanished on the spot. At the instant she vanished, a silver spear appeared in front of Bei Chen. The spear was like a dragon, and the power contained within it was peerlessly domineering. Bei Chen's pupils constricted slightly, and a ferocious smile arose on the corners of her mouth. In the next moment, she formed another seal with her hands. Bestial Soul Seal. Boom! A powerful aura swept out from her body. At the same time, an illusory beast shadow appeared behind her. As soon as this illusory beast shadow appeared here, an invisible pressure surged through the surroundings, and the ground was in a mess. The beast shadow roared furiously at Lanqiu, and then it collided with her spear. Meanwhile, a speck of cold light flickered on the tip of the silver spear. As soon as they collided, bang! The beast shadow instantly dispersed while Bei Chen's figure was blasted flying, and he flew over 100 m away. On the other side, the man and woman didn't hesitate to charge at Lanqiu when they saw Bei Chen lose. Lanqiu didn't even spare a glance at them, and she just swept the spear towards the right. This sweep was extremely powerful, and it carried the aura of sweeping through an army. Bang! The man and woman hadn't even approached Lanqiu when they were blasted back repeatedly by the might of the spear. On the other hand, Lanqiu's figure shook, and she instantly appeared in front of Bei Chen. Bang! The spectators hadn't even seen how Lanqiu attacked when Bei Chen was blasted over 100 m away. This time, she crashed to the ground, and she'd just descended to the ground when Lanqiu appeared in front of her like a ghost. After that, Lanqiu suddenly stomped her foot against Bei Chen's stomach. Bang! Bei Chen's figure arched as her figure scraped against the ground as she flew over 30 m away, and she only stopped after smashing apart a huge rock. Lanqiu was about to attack again when a white-haired old man suddenly appeared in front of her. He was one of the 3 vice deans of Karaki Academy, Mo Song, and Lanqiu didn't stop there, and she smashed her spear down from above. Mo Song's eyes narrowed slightly as he flicked his sleeve, and then a formidable imposing aura swept out. Bang! That imposing aura was instantly blasted apart, and then Mo Song took a few steps back while Lanxiao remained on the spot. There was astonishment in Mo Song's eyes when he witnessed this scene, and Lanxiao was just about to continue when Mo Song hurriedly said, "Country scholarin, it wasn't a student of my Karaki Academy that injured him. It was the Marquis of the Ning Kingdom, Wu Yunshan." And Lanxiao stopped, and then Mo Song pointed at a man and a woman nearby. "They're from the Ning Kingdom as well." And Lanxiao turned around to look at the man and woman, and then their expressions changed. At this moment, they'd clearly recognized Lanxiao as well. And Lanxiao, the genius of the Jiang Kingdom, and Lanxiao gazed at them while she slowly tightened her grip on her spear. Meanwhile, a weak voice resounded from behind her. "Missin." And Lanxiao immediately turned around and walked over to the ninth princess. At this moment, Yi Xian had regained consciousness, but he was extremely weak. Yi Xian grinned, "There's no need to fight." And Lanxiao fell silent. Yi Xian smiled, "I suffered a huge loss today, but I'll get it back in the future." He didn't want to rely on Lanxiao for everything. It made him feel like a pretty boy, and he didn't like such a feeling. And Lanxiao glanced at Yi Xian and nodded, "All right." Mo Song instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. If Lanxiao really refused to let him off, then he really wouldn't know what to do. On the other hand, the expressions of the man and woman eased up slightly. Obviously, they didn't want to fight Lanxiao. Mo Song glanced at Yi Xian, and then he turned around and left with Bei Chen. The man and woman didn't dare stay any longer, and they turned around and left as well. Yi Xian wanted to say something, but the ninth princess suddenly said, "Don't speak. Don't you think there's not enough blood?" And Lanxiao was just about to approach Yi Xian when Elder Ling suddenly walked over to her side. "Young miss, do you really want him to die?" The ninth princess and Yi Xian looked at Elder Ling when they heard this. And Lanxiao gazed at Elder Ling. Elder Ling smiled bitterly, "Young miss. You're the most outstanding person in our clan in the last 1,000 years. Countless powers and sects want to unite our clan through marriage. What do you think they would do if they found out that you're so close to that young man? They wouldn't dare to act against you, but I can guarantee that he might vanish from this world without anyone noticing one day. They have the strength to do that." When he spoke up to hear, he paused slightly and continued, "Besides that, the patriarch should be aware of his expectations for you. Young miss, you can like others, but you can't like mediocre people." Yes, Yi Xian's natural talent isn't bad indeed, but he really doesn't have the qualifications to be with young miss unless he's able to become the Sword Emperor or Sword Master before the age of 30. But that's impossible. Young miss, the closer you get to him, the faster he'll die. I'm sure young miss is aware of that. His voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't soft either. So, the ninth princess and Yi Xian heard it clearly. Obviously, he'd said it on purpose for Yi Xian to hear. And Lanxiao fell silent. Elder Ling said in a low voice, "Young miss, you really can't get close to him. The world you're in is completely different from his, and he doesn't have the qualifications to enter your world." And Lanxiao paid no attention to Elder Ling, and she looked at Yi Xian instead. "What do you think?" Yi Xian looked at Lanxiao. "Do you take me to be your friend?" And Lanxiao nodded. Yi Xian grinned. "Then leave the rest to me." And Lanxiao smiled when she heard this. Yi Xian was instantly stunned by the scene. And Lanxiao walked over to Yi Xian, and then she withdrew a white handkerchief and lightly wiped the blood off the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. After that, she said in a light voice, "I hope you're still a graceful young man when we meet in the future." As soon as she finished speaking, she put away the handkerchief, turned around, and left. "Can I look for you in the future?" Yi Xian suddenly asked from behind her. And Lanxiao stopped. "I'll be waiting for you in the Central Plains." As she finished speaking, she swiftly vanished into the distance. Elder Ling looked deeply at Yi Xian. "Why did you come to look for young miss?" Yi Xian grinned. "To talk about life, to talk about ideals." Elder Ling's face was ashen from anger, and he glanced coldly at Yi Xian. "Don't come looking for humiliation." As he finished speaking, he turned around and hurriedly followed after her. Yi Xian just looked into the distance, and he still didn't withdraw his gaze even after Lanxiao had completely vanished into the distance. At this moment, the ninth princess who was by Yi Xian's side suddenly said, "What are you still looking at?" they've all left. Yi Xian withdrew his gaze, and he lightly moved his body. He seemed to have moved his wounds, and it hurt so much that he gasped. The ninth princess glanced at Yi Xian. "Oh, now you know pain?" Yi Xian placed a hand on the ninth princess' shoulder, and his entire body leaned against her. The ninth princess frowned slightly, and just as she was about to push Yi Xian away, she was stunned when she saw the wound on Yi Xian's chest. That wound was the one that Yi Xian had suffered while trying to save her. At this moment, blood was still flowing out from that wound. Yi Xian took a deep breath. "Big sister, can't you help me to the hospital?" Duke Jiu returned to his senses, and he said indifferently, "What hospital? I saw that you've already forgotten that you're injured when you were looking at Xiaoan. So, looking at a beauty can actually heal injuries." Although she said this, she still slowly supported Yi Xian as they walked into the city. My back hurts, and my legs hurt too. Can you carry me?" "No, I can't walk anymore." "Do you believe that I won't beat you to death?" Cough. "Actually, I can still walk a few steps." With the help of the ninth princess, Yi Xian walked into Two World City. In the city, a group of soldiers immediately gathered around them. However, they were struck dumb when they saw the ninth princess supporting Yi Xian with her arm. Although the ninth princess was forthright, she had never been so intimate with a man in the military camp. At this moment, the ninth princess suddenly glanced at the group of soldiers. "What are you looking at? Get out of here." Hearing this, the group of soldiers immediately retreated in fear. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire body collapsed. This time, he was really exhausted. The ninth princess shook her head slightly and carried Yi Xian to her tent. The tent was very simple. There was only a bed, a table, and a sand table. There was nothing else. After the ninth princess placed Yi Xian on her bed, she said, "Let Xiaoyi do it." Soon, a lady in a green dress walked in with a medical box in her hand. This person was the ninth princess's personal doctor. The ninth princess retreated to the side and looked at Yi Xian. She said in a deep voice, "Treat him, no matter what medicine you use." The lady in the green dress called Xiaoyi nodded slightly and walked to Yi Xian's side. She gently placed her hand on Yi Xian's pulse. After a while, she frowned. "He's seriously injured." Hearing this, the ninth princess frowned. "Save him." Xiaoyi nodded. "Don't worry, Your Highness. Although his injuries are serious, they are not fatal. He just needs to recuperate. However, this recuperation may require many precious medicinal herbs." "This," the ninth princess said calmly, "the old man has given me many things. Take them out for him to use." Xiaoyi glanced at the ninth princess. "There's not much left. Those are for Your Highness in case you need them. Let him use them," the ninth princess added. Her voice was firm and unquestionable. Xiaoyi did not say anything else and nodded slightly. The ninth princess glanced at Yi Xian, who was lying on the bed, before leaving the tent. Outside, the ninth princess opened her right hand, and the superior grade earth-ranked martial technique appeared in her palm. Actually, there was another reason why this high-grade earth-rank martial skill was so precious, and that was because the martial skill within the scroll was preserved using a special method. Simply put, it was utterly impossible to copy, and it was unique. On the other hand, if this high-grade earth-rank martial technique were to be auctioned, then it would absolutely cause countless powers to fight madly for it. However, when that young man returned, he casually threw it to her as though he was throwing rubbish. At this moment, she naturally understood the true reason why the young man wanted this high-grade earth-rank martial technique in the bamboo house. He wanted to draw away those pursuers by himself, and he didn't intend to take possession of this high-grade earth-rank martial technique. She had indeed wronged him. The ninth princess turned her head and looked at Yi Xian in the tent with a complicated expression. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. He stared blankly for a moment before he suddenly sat up. At this moment, he was in a tent. He shook his head, and very quickly, he recalled everything that had happened before he fainted. After a moment, he lowered his head to look at his body. At this moment, his injuries had all been bandaged. As if he had thought of something, he opened his palm and a sword instantly appeared in his palm. The fusion of Ling Xiao and Ling Yu, the two swords had been merged into one. Now, This sword had surpassed the spiritual sword and had reached the level of a bright sword. Unfortunately, he could not devour this bright sword. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would directly reach the ascendant state. Although he could not reach the ascendant state, this sword was now a bright sword. Swords were divided into common sword, spiritual sword, bright sword, true sword, heavenly sword, Taoist sword, and immortal sword. The so-called spiritual sword referred to a sword that had a trace of spirituality. This kind of sword had broken away from the mortal world. As for the bright sword, it meant that the spiritual sword already had a trace of spirituality. If the spiritual sword was a hazy fetus, then the spiritual sword was a baby that had already been born. There was a huge difference in essence. Now, even though Xian was only at the chi-controlling realm, with this bright sword, he could go against an ascendant realm expert without any pressure at all. Xian retracted his thoughts and glanced at the sword in his hand. One side of the sword was crystal blue, and the other was crimson black. He thought for a moment and said, "You'll be called Ling Xiao Jian now." Right, Ling as in Yi Ling, Xiao as in Anlin Xiao. When he spoke up to this point, he chuckled. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the name he'd just given himself. Right at this moment, the 9th princess walked in with 2 large bowls in her hands. Xian hurriedly put his sword away and looked at her. She'd changed into a set of silver soft armor, and she looked especially charming. The 9th princess sat opposite Xian and passed one of the bowls to Xian. Xian took the bowl, and it was a bowl of fragrant red braised meat. Underneath the red braised meat was white rice. The 9th princess said indifferently, "There's no need to be so particular in the military camp. Just make do with it." After saying that, she began to eat in big bites without any scruples. Xian was also hungry, so he picked up the bowl and started eating. A moment later, the 9th princess stood up. "Accompany me to the Drunken Immortal restaurant tonight." To the Drunken Immortal restaurant? Xian was puzzled. The 9th princess said indifferently, "You were unconscious for 3 days, and 3 days ago, I placed the Earth-level martial skill in the Drunken Immortal restaurant and asked them to auction it. They've been promoting it for 3 days, and they'll auction it tonight." Xian nodded, "All right." The 9th princess glanced at Xian, "You don't have any other thoughts?" Xian was stunned, "What thoughts?" The 9th princess looked straight at Xian, "You exchanged your life for that Earth-level martial skill, so it can be said that it's yours. Now that I'm auctioning it, will you feel uncomfortable?" "So that's what it was about." Xian smiled, "Why would I feel uncomfortable?" The 9th princess just looked at Xian, not saying a word. Xian thought for a moment, then said, "We're friends. Shouldn't friends help each other?" The 9th princess looked at Xian for a long time. Finally, she turned around and was about to leave, but the moment she turned around, the golden saber on her waist suddenly fell in front of Xian. Xian was stunned, then subconsciously picked it up, then he handed the golden saber to the 9th princess. The 9th princess turned her head and looked at him coldly, "You've touched it, I don't want it anymore." With that, she turned around and left the tent. In the same place, Xian was dumbfounded. What the hell? After a while, Xian came back to his senses. He looked at the golden saber in his hand, and was stunned. Because this golden saber turned out to be a spiritual weapon. Moreover, it was a supreme-grade spiritual weapon, even better than the Lingxiao sword from before. Xian hurriedly chased after her, and soon, he caught up with the 9th princess. Your golden saber is supreme grade, you really don't want it?" The 9th princess turned her head and looked at Xian coldly. "I finally know why you've been single for so many years." With that, she turned around and quickly disappeared into the distance. Xian, pfft. At this moment, laughter came from behind Xian. Xian turned around, and behind him was a woman in a green dress. It was Xiaoyi who had treated him. "You are?" Xian asked. When Xiaoyi treated him, he was already unconscious, so he did not know the woman in front of him. Xiaoyi smiled slightly. "When you were unconscious, I was the one who bandaged your wounds." Hearing this, Xian hurriedly cupped his fists. "Thank you very much." Xiaoyi glanced at the golden saber in Xian's hand, and then said, "Are you going to return this saber to Her Highness?" Xian nodded. "This saber is very precious, and she uses a saber. Without this saber, her strength will drop a lot." Xiaoyi suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. "You really relied on your strength to be single." With that, she turned around and left with the medicine box. Xian. A moment later, Xian returned to the tent, and then he took out 2 superior-grade spirit stones and began to absorb them. Although there were external items to heal, spirit chi was the best medicine. Just like that, 4 hours later, night fell. The 9th princess arrived at Xian's tent. No, it should be said that she returned to her own tent. At this moment, the 9th princess wasn't wearing silver armor. Instead, she was wearing a tight-fitting silver-white dress. The dress was very simple, and there were almost no unnecessary patterns, but it revealed a different feeling. Moreover, her hair was tied up with a white ribbon and hung behind her head, which made her seem even more heroic. The most eye-catching part of her was her eyes. Her eyes weren't very large, but they were sharp like knives, and they were a pair of eyes that one would never forget. The 9th princess flicked her finger, and a brand new robe appeared in front of Xian. Change your clothes, let's go. After saying that, she walked out of the tent. After a while, Xian left the tent. When she saw Xian outside the tent, the 9th princess was slightly stunned. At this moment, Xian was wearing a black brocade robe. He was tall, and the black brocade robe made his body look even thinner and straighter. His facial features were well-defined, and he was definitely handsome, especially his eyes, which were calm and had a hint of determination. Coupled with his long black hair, it could be said that Xian was really handsome. The 9th princess sized up Xian, and then nodded. You can obviously rely on your looks to make a living, but you insist on cultivating so hard. You can do it. Xian, the 9th princess turned and walked into the distance. Many big forces will definitely send people here tonight, but I don't know how much they can sell for. Xian followed beside her. Will there be a problem? The 9th princess said indifferently, don't worry, this is the Drunken Immortal Restaurant's territory. If there is a problem, they will also be responsible. However, as long as it's not Karaki College, there won't be a problem, and Karaki College will definitely not become enemies with the Drunken Immortal Restaurant for an upper earth-level martial skill. Xian nodded, and as if thinking of something, he asked again, previously, when I walked around your camp, I didn't see that woman called Ayu. Is she not in your camp? Ayu, naturally, he still remembered this woman. The 9th princess pondered for a moment, and then said, fine, you're not an outsider. Ayu was picked up by an old woman not long after you left. As she said that, she glanced at Xian. Don't worry, it's definitely a great blessing for her. Hearing this, Xian nodded, that's good. At this moment, a man in black suddenly appeared beside the 9th princess. The man in black wanted to approach the 9th princess, but the 9th princess said indifferently, just say it. The man in black glanced at Xian, and then nodded, Your Highness, the Tang Kingdom and the Ning Kingdom have also sent people to participate in this auction. Hearing this, the 9th princess's expression suddenly turned cold, and her eyes were as sharp as a knife. After a moment, she looked at Xian, and chuckled, Get ready, we're going to go all out tonight. Xian. P.S. I have a small request. I want to see your treasured tickets. Brothers, 1 ticket can't go to Thailand, can't book a young model, can't go to Singapore, but if you give it to me, I might be able to go. Asking for tickets. Xian could not help but glance at the 9th princess in front of him. He had killed countless people. In Green City, if he did not kill, others would kill him. However, his intuition told him that the people he had killed were not even worth mentioning compared to the 9th princess in front of him. However, this was normal. After all, she was the commander of an army. When she killed, she would not kill 1 or 2 people, but a group of them. At this moment, the 9th princess seemed to have thought of something and suddenly shook her head. No, you can't get involved in these battles. After saying that, she walked into the distance. Xian followed her. If you need help, the 9th princess interrupted Xian. The Jiang country, the Ning country, and some other messy forces. They are targeting me. I have the protection of the army and the elites of the entire Jiang country, but you don't. So, you can't get involved. Well, it's decided. Xian was speechless. After a while, the 9th princess and Xian arrived at the Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Although the entire Two-World City was a little out of place, the Drunken Immortal Restaurant was magnificent and magnificent. It really did not fit in with the Two-World City, as soon as the two of them walked in, a delicate and pretty woman came out to welcome them. The woman bowed slightly to the ninth princess. "Ninth princess, your private room is ready. Please follow me." After saying that, the woman gestured for them to enter and led the way. The ninth princess and Yixian followed. After a while, the two of them arrived at a luxurious private room. The private room was decorated luxuriously and the floor was covered with a thick layer of animal skin. In front of the two of them was a crystal table. Behind the table was a transparent crystal wall. The woman bowed slightly to the ninth princess. "Your Highness, there is still 1 hour before the auction officially starts. Please wait for a moment." After saying that, the woman left. Soon, 2 women brought some tea, fruits, and snacks into the private room. The ninth princess glanced at the 2 women. "You may leave." The 2 women bowed slightly and left. Only the ninth princess and Yixian were left in the private room. Yixian looked at the ninth princess. "Ninth princess, Xianxia." The ninth princess suddenly said, "You can call me Little Nine like Shaoan." Little Nine, Yixian nodded and didn't think too much about it. He immediately said, "Lil Jiu, we obtained a high-grade Earth rank martial skill from the Sword Master's abode, and those big shots above are really going to watch helplessly as such a high-grade Earth rank martial skill falls into our hands." Xianxia glanced at Yixian. "You're too naive." Yixian was speechless. Xianxia said calmly, "Those big shots spent so much effort to develop this Sword Master's cave abode. Do you think they didn't gain anything? Do you know that the dwelling of the Sword Master of the Two-World Mountain no longer belongs to the kingdom of Jiang?" "Why?" Yixian didn't understand. Xianxia said in a low voice, "Then why did the Sword Master choose that location to establish his abode?" "That's because there's a natural spiritual vein there. If there's a spiritual vein, then there's definitely a spiritual mine. A spiritual vein is a priceless treasure. If it's developed, it'll be countless times more valuable than an earth-rank martial technique. The reason why the Sword Master sent the young people of the various organizations there to search for the treasure is so that they can eat the meat and leave some soup for the people below them. That way, everyone will be happy." As she said that, she fell silent for a moment before she continued, "Logically speaking, that spiritual mine is within the borders of the kingdom of Jiang, so it should belong to the kingdom of Jiang. However, even if they gave it to the kingdom of Jiang wouldn't dare to accept it." The old man was rather smart. He decisively gave away that piece of land in exchange for a place to compete for the treasure. "Actually, that's already very good." Yixian shook his head with a smile. It was just as he had expected. It was not that simple. At this moment, Xianxia added, "In this world, there are some struggles that are out in the open. This is something that everyone can see, but there are also some struggles that are hidden. These kinds of struggles are invisible, but they can also be the cruelest. Just like this time. You might not know, but it wasn't just 3 Nether Passage Realm experts that died during the development of the Sword Master's abode. According to my information, at least 10 Nether Passage Realm experts have fallen this time, and it's even to the extent that even stronger experts have appeared." As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something, and she looked at Yixian. "Don't be fooled by the fact that Songlan Academy is on the verge of closing down. That old man of yours isn't a simple figure. So long as he's here, Songlan Academy won't close down. This time, he came to look for all of you. Obviously, he still wants to make a move after staying silent for so many years. However, this is normal. All those years ago, the students of Songlan Academy could be said to have been practically slaughtered by Karaki Academy. Even his 2 sons and grandsons died miserably." Yixian glanced at Xianxia. "Why are you telling me so much?" Xianxia thought for a moment, then said, "I don't want you to become a sacrificial lamb for those faction struggles." Just as Yixian was about to speak, the transparent crystal wall in front of them suddenly lit up. An image appeared on the crystal wall. Within the image was a round stage, and on the round stage stood a woman in a red dress with an extremely good figure. The woman in the red dress bowed slightly to her surroundings. "Greetings, everyone. I am Su Qing, the manager of the Two Realms City Management of the Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Tonight's auction will be hosted by me." As she spoke, she looked around and smiled brightly. tonight, only 3 items will be auctioned. Although it's not much, it definitely won't disappoint everyone. As soon as Su Qing finished speaking, a woman carried an exquisite box onto the round stage. The woman placed the box on the round table in front of the woman in the red dress, then retreated. Su Qing opened the box. Inside the box, there was a thumb-sized green elixir. Within the room, Xianxia's expression instantly changed slightly when he saw this elixir. A space-breaking elixir. Yi Xian gazed at the crystal wall before him. On the round stage, Su Qing grinned. A space-breaking elixir. It has an 80% chance of allowing one to advance from the qi-controlling realm to the hovering realm. Such an elixir is probably very rare in the Jiang Kingdom. The starting price is 1 million gold coins, and every bid must be at least 200,000 gold coins. Within the room, Yi Xian's hands trembled when he heard Su Qing. 1 million gold coins, Yi Xian's eyes were filled with disbelief. After all, the entire city's income for half a year probably didn't even amount to 1 million gold coins. Yet now, a tiny elixir had a starting price of 1 million gold coins. When did gold coins become so worthless? Xianxia spoke indifferently by Yi Xian's side. That's enough to shock you? Yi Xian nodded. Very. Xianxia shook his head and chuckled. Do you know that most of the wealth in this world is controlled by a small number of people? To put it simply, the poor are very poor, but the rich are very rich. Yi Xian touched the money pouch on his waist and shook his head. I'm really king poor. The corners of the 9th princess's mouth curled up slightly, and a touched smile appeared on her face. Before long, the elixir was bought for 3,600,000 gold coins. 3,600,000 gold coins, Yi Xian smiled bitterly. It's really poverty that limits my imagination. At this moment, a woman carried a box onto the round stage. Su Qing opened the box, and within it was a short saber. The blade was extremely thin, and the handle was pitch black. An unknown beast's shadow was engraved on it. On the stage, Su Qing smiled. The name of the saber is Striking Shadow, a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. Among the spiritual weapons, I dare not say anything else, but in the Jiang Kingdom, this saber is only inferior to the golden saber of our 9th Highness. The starting price is 2 million gold coins, and every bid must be at least 300,000 gold coins, 2,000,000 gold coins. In the private room, Yi Xian was stunned, and then he turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia raised the teacup in front of him and lightly sipped it, but he didn't say anything. Yi Xian looked at the golden saber hidden on his waist, and then he smiled bitterly. It's too precious. Xianxia still didn't say anything. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Thank you." Xianxia turned to look at Yi Xian. If you want to return it to me, I'll definitely beat you until you can't take care of yourself. Yi Xian grinned, and he felt quite happy in his heart. Xianxia shook his head. You idiot, soon, the saber on the round stage was bought for 5 million gold coins, 5,000,000. When he heard this price, Yi Xian felt his heartbeat speed up, 5,000,000. He couldn't help but look at the golden saber on his waist. Is he going to sell it? As if he had the same thought, Xianxia suddenly said, if you dare to sell it, I'll definitely cut off a certain part of you, and make you a eunuch in the palace. Yi Xian, at this moment, on the round stage, Su Qing looked around, and then he smiled slightly. Everyone, next is the main event. As Su Qing's voice fell, a woman carried a black iron box onto the round stage. Su Qing opened the black iron box, and inside the box was a black scroll. Su Qing smiled and said, high-grade Earth-class martial technique, Finger of Nirvana. A genuine high-grade Earth-class martial technique. If a levitation realm expert learns it, they can easily fight a nether passage realm expert. If a nether passage realm expert learns it, they won't be invincible among those of the same level, but there will be few who can match them. And if an expert above the nether passage realm learns it, with this martial technique, their strength will increase by at least 40%. After saying this, she looked around. I'll cut to the chase. The starting price of this martial technique is 15 million gold coins, and each increment must be no less than 2 million gold coins, 20 million. As soon as Su Qing's voice fell, someone immediately made a bid. In the private room, when Xian heard this price, he was completely dumbfounded. 20 million. Holy shit, 20 million? No, someone had already made a bid of 30,000,000. Xianxia glanced at the excited Xian beside him, and said softly, now you know how terrifying the value of the thing you've thrown at me is, right? Xian turned to look at Xianxia, and then he grinned, and then waved the golden saber in his hand. No matter how precious, it's not as precious as the friendship between us, isn't it? He wasn't lying. In his heart, whether it was friendship or kinship, it couldn't be measured with money. Sentimental. Xianxia retracted his gaze, but the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. At this moment, the bid had already reached 46 million. And at this moment, an extremely discordant voice suddenly rang out in every corner of the drunken immortal restaurant. 1 gold coin, I want this martial technique. Inside the private room, several shadows suddenly appeared behind Xianxia and Xian like ghosts, and these people's expressions were incomparably vigilant. Xianxia frowned slightly. There really is someone who dares to cause trouble for the drunken immortal restaurant. At this moment, a voice that hadn't been heard for a long time suddenly rang out in Xian's mind. Run! Run! Xian was stunned, and in the next moment, he grabbed Xianxia's hand, turned around, and ran. Run! It was none other than the mysterious woman who hadn't made an appearance in a very long time. Xian naturally didn't doubt her words at all. When they saw Xian pull Xianxia along and run, Xianxia's guards were first stunned, but it didn't take long for them to instinctively obstruct Xian's path. Xian gazed at Xianxia, and Xianxia glanced at him and said, retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, their group swiftly retreated from the Immortal Indulgence Inn. Right at the instant they retreated from the Immortal Indulgence Inn, a strand of formidable force suddenly rained down from the top of the inn. Bang! The Immortal Indulgence Inn instantly exploded apart while numerous afterimages flew out from within it. Besides that, some shrill cries resounded as well. Xian, Xianxia, and the others retreated repeatedly when they witnessed this scene. Both of their eyes were extremely solemn. Right at this moment, a black-robed figure suddenly flashed out from the ruins of the Immortal Indulgence Inn, and the high-grade earth-rank martial technique from before was in the black-robed figure's hand. The black-robed figure was about to leave when a furious shout suddenly resounded from afar. How dare you! As soon as this voice resounded, a strand of invisible pressure suddenly descended from the sky and pressed down upon the black-robed figure. Meanwhile, the black-robed figure opened his right palm, and then a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed out from the center of his palm. Bang! A world-shaking rumble instantly resounded through the sky. At the same time, the bolt of lightning instantly illuminated the night sky to the point it seemed like it was daytime. The divine combination realm. Meanwhile, an old man appeared in front of the black-robed figure, and he stared fixedly at the black-robed figure. Who exactly are you? Why have you come to my Immortal Indulgence Inn? The Immortal Indulgence Inn? He. The black-robed figure suddenly started laughing. Is it very great? His voice was strange and hoarse, and he'd obviously concealed it. The old man was about to speak when the black-robed figure suddenly raised his right hand and pressed it down. Bang! A bolt of lightning blasted down from the top of the old man's head. The old man's expression changed drastically. He shook his hands towards the sky, and then a strand of formidable force surged out from the center of his palm. However, this force had only just come into contact with the bolt of lightning when it exploded into pieces. In the next moment, bang! The old man directly smashed into the ground. In the sky, the black-robed man did not attack again. Instead, his figure shook as he shot towards the distant horizon. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed man disappeared into the distant night. Down below, the old man crawled out of the ruins. He stared at the distant horizon and crushed a thumb-sized stone with his right hand. The stone trembled slightly and turned into a ray of black light that disappeared into the sky. Obviously, he was calling for help. Not long after, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the distant horizon. Obviously, the powerhouses of the drunken immortal Inn had arrived. At this moment, a woman slowly walked up to Xian and the ninth princess. This person was Su Qing, who had auctioned the item earlier. Su Qing bowed slightly to the ninth princess and said, Your Highness, I'm sorry. The drunken immortal Inn will recover the item. Please give the drunken immortal Inn some time. The ninth princess looked at the sky and nodded. I'll come to the Drunken Immortal restaurant in 5 days. After that, she turned around and left with Yixian. After walking for a while, the mysterious woman's voice suddenly rang in Yixian's mind. Go after them. Go after them? Yixian was stunned. Hurry up. The mysterious woman's voice rang again. That person just now had the aura of a Dao Law. The aura of a Dao Law. Yixian's heart skipped a beat. Senior, why didn't you say so earlier? I should have chased after them earlier. The mysterious woman said calmly, that person just ran away and you're already chasing after them. Do you have a death wish? Yixian was speechless. What's wrong? Xianxia, who was beside Yixian, asked. Yixian collected his thoughts and looked at Xianxia. I have something urgent to do. You go back first. After that, he turned around and ran. Xianxia frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, she looked at an old man beside her. Follow him. Don't let anything happen to him. The old man nodded. His figure trembled and he disappeared on the spot. However, not long after, the old man returned to Xianxia's side with a rather ugly expression. Your Highness. I lost him. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. How is that possible? The old man spoke in a low voice. I don't know. His aura is completely gone. It's like he vanished from the world. Xianxia gazed into the distance when she heard this. After a short moment, she spoke softly. That fellow is quite mysterious. Outside Two World City. Yixian was dashing madly all the way, and it didn't take long for him to enter the boundless depths of the mountains. As soon as he entered the mountains, he heard the sounds of battle resounding from deep within. Stop. The mysterious woman's voice resounded abruptly. Yixian hurriedly stopped. Senior? The mysterious woman said, wait for them to finish fighting. Yixian found a place to sit down cross-legged, and then he spoke in a low voice. Senior, what exactly are Dao laws? The mysterious woman said, you'll find out in the future. Yixian nodded, and then he said, Senior, that fellow on the second level has woken up. The mysterious woman said, I know. Yixian hurriedly said, can you beat it up? Slap, Yixian was blasted flying. He flew over 100 m away, and he even smashed through 2 trees along the way. When he crawled up from the ground, there was a red handprint on the right side of his face. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman spoke abruptly, you deserve a beating. Yixian was speechless. The mysterious woman continued, forget about that fellow on the second level for now. The important matter at hand is to quickly obtain a Dao Law. This pagoda was heavily damaged all those years ago, so I'm afraid it'll be a huge problem if it doesn't have a Dao Law. Yixian rubbed his right cheek and nodded, I know. But that fellow on the second level. Don't worry, it wouldn't dare to kill you. The mysterious woman said, you're the master of the pagoda now. Once you die, the entire pagoda will be without a master. At that time, it'll have to face the pagoda itself. Even though the pagoda doesn't have a Dao Law, its instinctive resistance isn't something it can resist. However, the pagoda won't act rashly with you here. So, they won't let you die before it comes out. Yixian was quite speechless. The pagoda isn't a threat at all with me here. What the hell? Bang! Right at this moment, a shocking explosion resounded from the mountain range in the distance, and then countless bolts of lightning dashed through the horizon like silver snakes. Yixian's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene. Senior, that fellow is too strong. Would my life be in danger if I chase after it like this? The mysterious woman spoke indifferently, fortune comes from danger. Yixian was speechless. Numerous explosions were still resounding in the distance. Moreover, Yixian noticed that the ground and the trees in the surroundings had actually started to tremble. What sort of expert is this? Yixian's expression was extremely solemn. Right at this moment, the distant sky suddenly calmed down. The mysterious woman's voice resounded. Chase after it. Yixian didn't hesitate and immediately chased after it. The further he went, the more shocked he was. Because many trees along the way had turned pitch black. Moreover, the ground had even cracked open as if it had experienced an earthquake. Yixian felt slightly guilty when he witnessed this scene. There was no doubt that the black-robed man's strength was absolutely not something he could go against right now, the mysterious woman spoke abruptly, I'm here. Why are you panicking? Yi Xian hurriedly said with a serious expression, with Senior's words, I wouldn't panic even if I had to challenge the entire drunken immortal and on my own. As soon as he finished speaking, he sped up. In next to no time, he arrived at a small hill. On the other side of the hill, a small hill had been shattered, and there were bolts of lightning dashing through the ground from time to time. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, that black-robed man is already so strong, so why does he still want to seize that earth-rank martial technique? The mysterious woman said, that martial technique from before is only able to bring forth its true might in the hands of that black-robed man. Moreover, if he possesses that martial technique, then that black-robed man's strength would at least increase by 30 to 40%. When she spoke up to here, she paused for a moment, and then she continued, go to the right. There's a waterfall over 1 kilometer to the right. Yi Xian flashed towards the right repeatedly when he heard this, and it didn't take long for him to arrive before a waterfall. Yi Xian was instantly stunned when he laid eyes on the waterfall. It was exactly that waterfall that he and Xianxia had been hiding at not too long ago. Yi Xian arrived at the small hole near the waterfall. Sure enough, there was a person lying there, and it was exactly that black-robed man. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, Senior, are the Tao laws in this fellow's possession? The mysterious woman replied, no. Yi Xian was speechless. The mysterious woman continued, he has the aura of a Tao law on him. In other words, he's definitely approached the Tao laws from somewhere. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, this fellow seems to be unconscious right now. I'll ask him when he wakes up. That's not realistic. I'll probably be beaten to death if he wakes up. The mysterious woman suddenly said, this fellow isn't unconscious. Yi Xian was speechless. Right at this moment, a terrifying wave of pressure suddenly enveloped Yi Xian, and Yi Xian felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. He wasn't able to move at all. Yi Xian hurriedly said in his heart, Senior, quickly make a move. However, the mysterious woman didn't speak. Yi Xian's face instantly turned pale, Senior, don't screw me over. The mysterious woman still didn't speak. Right at this moment, the black-robed person suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, the black-robed person had already taken off her mask, and a large part of her black robe was also torn. Thus, Yi Xian could clearly see the black-robed person's face. When he saw the black-robed person's face, Yi Xian was instantly stunned. A woman, the black-robed person before him was actually a woman. Moreover, it was a peerlessly beautiful woman. Her eyes were very large, calm, and cold, and her face was flushed and delicate. She was like a sparkling and translucent piece of jade that would cause one's imagination to run wild. When her facial features were put together, there was an indescribable beauty to her. Most importantly, the pair of huge breasts in front of her. They were too huge, but they didn't lose their balance because her figure was exquisite to begin with. This was a woman that could make a man's blood boil with just a glance. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's blood did not boil, only his entire body was ice cold. The woman stared at Yi Xian. Who are you? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, just pretend that I've never been here, alright? The woman looked at Yi Xian for a long time. Gradually, her expression became extremely solemn because Yi Xian was right in front of her, but she couldn't sense Yi Xian's aura. Obviously, this was because of the mysterious woman. At this moment, the woman suddenly turned her head to look outside the waterfall. Soon, an old man landed on a tree in the distance. The woman's expression changed slightly. In the next moment, she directly flashed in front of Yi Xian, and then she stuck close to Yi Xian just like that. Yi Xian's body instantly froze on the spot. Outside, the old man glanced at the surroundings. He glanced at the waterfall and swept his divine sense around it. In the blink of an eye, he turned around and disappeared into the distance. At the small pit, the woman looked at Yi Xian, who was very close to her. Carry me to the kingdom of Ning. Her voice revealed a trace of unquestionable killing intent. Yi Xian fell silent, but he was wailing in his heart. Senior, save me. The mysterious woman did not respond. Deep in the night, faint moonlight poured down, and the ground was covered in silver. Yi Xian sat on the ground in a small pit behind the waterfall, and the black-robed woman was in front of him. Both of them were very close to each other, and because the pit was very small, Yi Xian was able to clearly smell the fragrance coming from the woman's body. However, at this moment, he didn't have a shred of affection in his heart. All he wanted to do now was flee. Unfortunately, he didn't have a chance to flee at all. Even though the woman before him seemed to have suffered a very serious injury, she was absolutely not someone he could go against right now. All he could do now was wait and look for an opportunity. As for the mysterious woman, he didn't hold any hope in her. Meanwhile, the black-robed woman suddenly stood up. "Carry me on your back." Xian looked at the woman's feet, and only now did he notice that there was a pool of blood beneath her feet. Without a doubt, her legs were probably heavily injured. When he witnessed this scene, some thoughts arose in Xian's mind. "Want to run?" The black-robed woman suddenly smiled and said, "Why don't you give it a try?" Xian glanced at the black-robed woman. In the end, he didn't choose to flee. Because the difference in their cultivations was truly too great. Such a difference in cultivation wasn't something that could be made up for by external forces. Xian's back was facing the black-robed woman, and the black-robed woman didn't care about anything and directly lay on Xian's back. Big, this was what Xian felt at this moment. Earlier, he'd only seen the magnificence of a certain part of the woman, but now that he felt it for himself, he noticed that it might be even bigger than what he'd seen. The second feeling was soft, extremely, extremely soft. At this moment, Xian thought of a phrase, soft and fragrant. Xian didn't dare think too much about it, and he leaped out of the waterfall and dashed in the direction the black-robed woman pointed. On Xian's back, the black-robed woman glanced at Xian. Her expression was indifferent, but there was a trace of doubt in her eyes. Because up until now, she still couldn't understand why she couldn't sense Xian's aura even though he was standing in front of her. This was extremely abnormal. After all, she was several realms higher than Xian. This gap couldn't be bridged by any cultivation technique. However, she just couldn't sense Xian's presence. Xian didn't know that this was the reason why the black-robed woman didn't kill him. In any case, he was quite depressed now. The mysterious woman had said that she would be there, but she didn't say anything at the critical moment. Now, his life and death were in the hands of the black-robed woman. Aggrieved, although he felt aggrieved, he did not dare to say anything. They were all big shots, and he could not afford to offend them. Xian ran all the way to the border of Ning country. Ning country, Xian also had some understanding of this country. The closest countries to the Jiang country were the Tang country and the Ning country. The Jiang country and the Tang country had constant friction. As for the Ning country, it didn't have a good relationship with the Jiang country, nor did it have a good relationship with the Tang country. It was like watching the tigers fight. Part of the reason why the Tang country and the Jiang country hadn't started a war yet was because they were afraid of the Ning country. With the Ning country around, neither the Jiang country nor the Tang country would dare to start a war easily. About half an hour later, the black-robed woman on Xian's back suddenly said, "Stop." As soon as she said that, Xian immediately stopped. As soon as he stopped, there was a sound of wind breaking above his head, and it wasn't just one. Xian's expression turned grave when he sensed the two waves of pressure that flashed over his head. Either one of those two waves of pressure was not something that he could deal with at his current level. The black-robed woman glanced up and sneered, "The drunken immortal establishment has actually sent out 2 divine unity realm experts." Xian said sternly, "Senior, why don't we surrender?" If they surrendered to the drunken immortal establishment, it shouldn't be a problem with the purple card. Surrender? The black-robed woman was amused by Xian's words. "Are we going to die if we surrender?" Xian, the black-robed woman patted Xian's head gently. "Let's go now." Xian had no choice but to continue forward. As he ran, it was unavoidable for him to brush against the black-robed woman's body. In particular, the strange feeling from his back made him feel very comfortable. However, he dared not think too much about it. After all, the woman's strength far exceeded his. A night passed. By now, Xian and the black-robed woman had already left the Two-World Mountains. They were less than a day away from the border of the Ning country. When Xian passed by a river with the black-robed woman on his back, the black-robed woman suddenly said, "Stop." Xian stopped. The black-robed woman pointed to the river, "Carry me there." Xian could only do as she said. Xian placed the black-robed woman on a rock by the river. Then he retreated to the side and looked around from time to time. "Want to escape?" The black-robed woman turned to look at Xian. I can easily kill you within 500 feet. If you don't believe me, you can try. Yi Xian was silent, but in his heart, he said, Senior, can you bear to see this woman bully me like this? Come out and hit her. The mysterious woman didn't speak. Yi Xian's face was filled with despair. At this moment, the black-robed woman suddenly said, Come here. Yi Xian glanced at the black-robed woman. He thought for a moment and then walked in front of the black-robed woman. After I send you to the Ning country, you will definitely kill me to silence me, right? There was a trace of surprise in the black-robed woman's eyes. Obviously, she didn't expect Yi Xian to suddenly say this. Yi Xian looked straight at the black-robed woman. You robbed something from the drunken immortal building. You can't let outsiders know about this. So, when I send you to the Ning country, it will be the day of my death, right? The black-robed woman looked at Yi Xian and smiled. I underestimated your wisdom. As she spoke, she placed both her legs in the river, allowing the water to wash away the bloodstains on her legs. You can choose to die now or later. Yi Xian smiled. I have another choice. The black-robed woman turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. I can choose to die together with you. The black-robed woman chuckled. You've overestimated yourself. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the spirit gray sword appeared in his palm. The black-robed woman's eyes instantly narrowed when she saw the sword. Bright sword. Meanwhile, the spirit gray sword in Yi Xian's hand started to tremble violently. The black-robed woman looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian looked straight at her. I'm definitely unable to defeat you. However, so long as I send out a strike and cause some commotion here, I believe that the experts of the drunken immortal building will definitely rush over. At that time, without my aura concealment, you won't be able to escape at all. It's fine if you die, but with the temper of the drunken immortal building, they will definitely not let the power behind you off. What do you think? The black-robed woman smiled. Perhaps you won't even have the chance to send out a strike. Then I'll give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, killing intent surged explosively in Yi Xian's eyes. Obviously, he was going to execute a strike to decide life and death. The mysterious woman's silence allowed him to know that he could only rely on himself if he wanted to live, and placing his hopes on someone else was absolutely an extremely foolish way of thinking. On the other hand, Yi Xian was decisive. When he said he was going to risk his life, he really meant it. He wasn't trying to scare the black-robed woman. He was going to die anyway, so why not drag someone down with him before he died? The black-robed woman's eyes narrowed when she saw that Yi Xian was serious. Stop. Yi Xian stopped, but the spirit gray sword in his hand was still trembling violently. Obviously, it would explode at any moment. The black-robed woman looked Yi Xian in the eye. I've really underestimated your courage. Yi Xian said in a low voice, I only want to live. The corners of the black-robed woman's mouth curled up slightly. If I'm not wrong, you seem to be the one who came looking for me. Even though I don't know how you found me, you definitely didn't come looking for me to save me, right? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, I won't hide it from you. The reason I came looking for you was to ask you about something. The black-robed woman was slightly curious. Go on. Ask her where she sensed the energy of the earth. Right at this moment, the mysterious woman's voice resounded abruptly. Yi Xian gazed at the black-robed woman. Where did you sense the energy of the earth? The black-robed woman swiftly turned to look at Yi Xian when she heard this, and there was a trace of disbelief in her eyes. How do you know that I've sensed the energy of the earth? Yi Xian said indifferently, I guessed. The black-robed woman stared fixedly at Yi Xian as if she wanted to see through him. Yi Xian didn't show any weakness and met her gaze. A short moment later, the black-robed woman said, Who exactly are you? Yi Xian shook his head. Let's get straight to the point. I'll send you to the Kingdom of Peace. You can't kill me once you arrive there, and you have to tell me where you sensed the energy of the earth. The black-robed woman fell silent for a long time before she nodded. All right. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Can you make an oath? To be honest, I don't really believe you. The black-robed woman turned to look at Yi Xian and laughed coldly. Then attack right now. However, I have to remind you that I might not die if the immortal indulgence catches up to me, but you'll definitely die. Yi Xian took a step back and looked her in the eyes. You have to swear that not only can you not kill me, you can't cripple me, or imprison me. In any case, you can't harm me. Otherwise, we'll take each other down with us today. As soon as he finished speaking, the spirit gray sword in his hand started trembling violently, and a glow flickered on its tip. So long as he issued a command in his heart, the howl of the sword would resound through the sky. The black-robed woman stared fixedly at Xian with an extremely icy cold gaze. You've really thought it through. Xian didn't show any weakness and met her gaze. If you don't swear, then we'll take each other down with us today. The black-robed woman gazed at Xian for a long time and didn't speak. Right at this moment, the sword in Xian's hand trembled violently, and a ray of sword light was about to erupt. The black-robed woman suddenly said when she witnessed this scene, "All right, I swear that I won't kill you or beat you after you send me to the Kingdom of Peace, and I won't imprison you either. If I go against this, then I'll definitely suffer backlash from inner demons in the future." Xian instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. If it was possible, he didn't want to fight to the death as well. Who wouldn't want to live? Xian put his spirit gray sword away, and then he walked over to the black-robed woman. Get up here. We're leaving right now. The black-robed woman glanced at Xian while a trace of a strange smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. She lay on Xian's body, and Xian instantly sped up. All he wanted to do now was send this woman to the Kingdom of Peace as soon as possible and then search for the Tao laws. Because the mysterious woman was helping them conceal their auras, Xian and the black-robed woman weren't pursued by the experts of the Immortal Indulgence Inn, and they finally arrived at the border of the Kingdom of Peace on the second night. Within a dense forest, Xian put the black-robed woman down, and then he moved back a certain distance. We're here. The black-robed woman gazed at Xian and didn't speak. Xian was shocked in his heart. You wouldn't be going against your oath, right? Why would I? The corners of the black-robed woman's mouth curled up slightly. I don't want to have inner demons in the future, but... Hearing these two words, Xian secretly cursed in his heart. He turned around and ran, but the black-robed woman appeared in front of him like a ghost and grabbed his throat. Xian stared at the black-robed woman. The black-robed woman's mouth curled up slightly. Don't worry, I won't kill you, nor will I cripple you, nor will I imprison you. But, as she spoke, she took out a pink pill and flicked her finger. The pill directly fell into Xian's throat. The black-robed woman retreated a certain distance, and her mouth curled up into a faint and strange smile. Xian stared at the black-robed woman. What did you give me to eat? The black-robed woman's mouth curled up slightly. You'll know soon enough. At this moment, Xian's face instantly turned red. At the same time, his whole body became incomparably hot, as if a ball of fire was burning within his body. In the distance, the black-robed woman chuckled. Her smile was very charming and alluring. This is the Ning country's famous golden spear pill. It is said that it can make a man not fall for a night. You're very lucky. Saying this, she pretended to be surprised. I almost forgot. This is deep in the mountains. Where did this woman come from? Although there are no people here, there are many wild beasts here, hee. As she spoke, she turned and walked into the distance. After walking for a while, she seemed to think of something. She turned around and said, I didn't kill you, nor did I cripple you, nor did I imprison you. As she spoke, her body floated and she was about to fly away. At this moment, the world prison pagoda within Xian's body trembled slightly. In the blink of an eye, 2 rays of sword light suddenly shot out from Xian's body. In the distance, the black-robed woman seemed to have sensed something, and she immediately turned around. Her expression changed drastically when she saw those 2 strands of sword light, and she swiftly slapped her right hand forward. This slap caused countless bolts of lightning to surge out like a net. However, the 2 rays of sword light directly tore this net apart. In the next moment, the 2 rays of sword light pinned the black-robed woman to one of the trees. The 2 rays of sword light stared fixedly at her and directly sealed the meridians within her body, causing her to be unable to use the profound qi within her body at all. At this moment, Xian pounced directly in front of the black-robed woman. At this moment, Xian's eyes were blood red, and his entire body was boiling hot. He seemed like a wild beast in heat. When she saw Xian in such a state, the black-robed woman's expression instantly changed. She stared fixedly at Xian and said fiercely, if you dare to touch this queen will exterminate your entire family. However, Yi Xian didn't care at all, and he directly started to tear at her madly. When she saw this, a trace of panic finally appeared in the black-robed woman's eyes. Don't act recklessly, or this queen. Just at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly covered her mouth with one hand and roared, if you have anything to say it later. As soon as he spoke, he directly hugged the black-robed woman with both hands. P.S. May I ask weekly, how many readers silently read and silently vote? Come out of the book review and comment section and let this egg have a look. If you don't want to say anything, you can also vote. Vent. At this moment, Yi Xian just wanted to vent crazily, in the night. The sky was a blanket, the ground was a bed, a beautiful woman was in his arms. The tree trembled, her hair tilted, and she flew up into the sky. Another round, and another round, each louder than the last. You is shy, quietly put her head away. After an unknown period of time, the sky had already turned white. Under the small tree, it was quiet. At this moment, Yi Xian was lying on the ground, and on the tree in front of him was the woman in the black robe. No, the woman was no longer in the black robe, and the woman's body was exposed to the air without reservation. The woman looked exhausted. At this moment, Yi Xian on the ground moved slightly, and then he sat up. His head was about to explode. This was what Yi Xian felt at this moment. He shook his head violently, and after a while, he felt a little better. As if he thought of something, he suddenly looked up at the woman in front of him. At this moment, the woman was naked, and her beautiful figure and fiery heat were exposed to him without reservation. And on the inside of the woman's thigh, there were traces of blood. At this moment, Yi Xian had already remembered everything. Yi Xian retracted his gaze, and he said in a deep voice, "Senior? Why didn't you stop her?" The mysterious woman's voice sounded, "How? Cure you?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Senior doesn't have the ability to cure me?" The mysterious woman said, "I do." Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, the mysterious woman said, "Do you know what I hate the most in my life? I hate people who go back on their words the most. This person went back on her words, so she should suffer the consequences." Yi Xian smiled bitterly, "Senior, but the mysterious woman suddenly said, "You're the one who benefited, what else are you not satisfied with?" Yi Xian, at this moment, the mysterious woman said, "Kill her, let's go." Kill her? Yi Xian was stunned. The mysterious woman said indifferently, "What else? With this woman's strength, if you don't kill her, wouldn't it be as easy as crushing an ant for her to kill you in the future? Don't count on me. I've already exhausted a great deal of energy the last time we fought. This time, my condition has worsened. I can at most last for a day. After a day, I'll fall into a deep sleep. We must obtain that Tao law within a day." Yi Xian's expression turned solemn. "Senior, are you all right? If you find Tao laws, I will feel a bit better," the mysterious woman said. Yi Xian nodded. He hesitated for a moment before looking at the woman before him. At this moment, the woman was staring at him. Her expression was extremely calm, and there wasn't the slightest ripple in her eyes. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then walked in front of the woman. He looked straight into her eyes. "I'm your first man, and you're my first woman. Neither of us is losing out." As he spoke, he picked up the clothes on the ground and put them on for the woman. As he was putting on the clothes for the woman, he felt his body become restless again. It should be said that he was a little impulsive. It was because of the medicine, Yi Xian took a deep breath. He thought to himself that the medicine in his body was definitely still there. Yes, it must be because of the medicine. "The medicine in your body has already disappeared," the mysterious woman suddenly said. Yi Xian was speechless. A moment later, Yi Xian forcefully suppressed the restlessness in his heart and helped the woman put on her clothes. However, the woman's clothes had already been torn by him earlier. Therefore, the woman's body could be said to be exposed at this moment. Yi Xian took off his robe and covered the woman's body before turning to leave. "You'll regret it if you don't kill me," the woman suddenly said. Her voice was cold and emotionless. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. "Even if you kill me, I'll still be your man." As he spoke, he broke into a run. Not long after, Yi Xian disappeared from the woman's sight. Not long after Yi Xian disappeared, the two rays of sword light on the woman's body suddenly disappeared. After regaining her freedom, the woman's expression instantly became ferocious. Boom, countless bolts of lightning suddenly swept out from her body. In an instant, the forest within a radius of several dozen feet was directly leveled to the ground. The woman soared into the sky and looked around. However, at this moment, she did not find Xian's aura at all. That youth seemed to have disappeared from the world. The woman's expression was somewhat frightening. A moment later, her figure trembled and she disappeared into the horizon. Not long after, she arrived at a capital city. This capital city was the imperial capital of the Ning country. As soon as the woman arrived at the city, countless soldiers in front of the city knelt in unison. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The woman's figure trembled and she directly entered the city. Soon, she arrived at the imperial palace. Everywhere she passed, all the soldiers knelt. After entering the imperial palace, the woman directly went to the main hall. She sat on the dragon throne and picked up a brush in her lily-white hand. A moment later, a person appeared on the paper in front of her. This person was Xian. The woman glanced at the person in the painting and said coldly, "Have the Golden Guards go to the Jiang country to find this person. I want all information about this person in 3 days." A voice sounded from a corner. "Do you want him dead or alive?" The woman's eyes gradually turned cold. Somewhere deep in the mountains, Xian madly ran all the way. Xian suddenly asked, "Senior? Do you think that I'm soft-hearted?" The mysterious woman said, "If you kill her, I'll look down on you." Xian was slightly startled. "Why? Didn't you tell me to kill her?" The mysterious woman said, "If you kill her, it means that you're afraid of her. The most taboo for a swordsman is fear. If you don't kill her, it means that you're not afraid of her. In other words, you believe that you can become stronger than her in the future." "This is a good point." Xian hesitated for a moment and then said, "That, Senior. Actually, I didn't think that much." The mysterious woman, seeing that the mysterious woman did not speak, Xian cursed inwardly and hurriedly said, "Of course, Senior is right. As a man, how can I be afraid of a woman? In the future, I want to become stronger. I want to become a sword immortal. I want that woman to know that sleeping with me is the proudest thing in her life." "Stop, stop. Stop." The mysterious woman suddenly said, "If you continue, I'm afraid that I won't be able to stop myself from killing you." Xian. A day later, Xian returned to the Two-World Mountain. "Senior, I don't remember that woman saying where she felt the power of earth. Just do as I say." Xian nodded and quickened his pace. When night fell, Xian returned to the Sword Master's cave according to the mysterious woman's directions. He walked all the way down and soon arrived at the entrance of the underground palace. At this moment, the mysterious woman suddenly said, "You don't have to go in, go to the right." Xian turned around and saw that there was a mountain wall on the right. There was no path at all. The mysterious woman said, "Hit." Xian nodded, walked up to the mountain wall, and threw a punch. Boom, the mountain wall crumbled, but there was still a mountain wall behind it. "Keep hitting," the mysterious woman said again. Xian nodded and continued. Just like this, after almost 7 minutes, a Xiaodao appeared in front of Xian. It was a completely different world. Xian was stunned. The mysterious woman said, "Go down." Xian nodded and slowly walked down. The more he walked, the more shocked he became. This was simply an underground world. Just like this, he walked for almost an hour, but he still hadn't reached the end. An hour later, Xian found that the surroundings were getting hotter and hotter. "Keep going." The mysterious woman's voice sounded again. Xian nodded and continued to walk down. Another hour passed. At the moment, his face was flushed from the heat. Xian stopped. "Senior, it's too hot." The mysterious woman fell silent for a moment before she said, "Use the sword glow to protect yourself." Xian nodded and withdrew the spirit elegance sword. He emanated a sword glow to protect himself, and with the sword glow blocking the heat, he instantly felt much better. "Keep going." The mysterious woman's voice sounded again. Xian nodded and quickened his pace. The lower he went, the hotter the surrounding temperature became. However, he forcefully endured it. Dao La. He hadn't forgotten what the mysterious woman had said. With a Dao La, his strength would be able to improve greatly. Of course, the most important thing was that with a Tao Law, he could make that fellow on the second level worry a little. Otherwise, that fellow would run out and slap him from time to time, and it would be extremely uncomfortable. Just like this, after walking for around 2 hours, Xian stopped. Because there was an expanse of magma before him, there was really no path. Xian was about to speak when he suddenly looked towards the center of the nearby magma. There was an earthen yellow object floating at the center. Xian took a closer look. Soon, he was dumbfounded. The earthen yellow object actually had the word earth in it. The word just floated at the center of the magma, and the magma transformed into nothingness every time it came into contact with it. Senior? Xian asked, could this be that Tao Law? The mysterious woman's voice resounded, the grand Tao Law. If you're able to subdue it, then you just have to step on the ground to obtain an endless supply of earth energy when you fight others in the future. Besides that, it's equivalent to being able to control the first level of the pagoda. At that time, you'll be able to store everything on the first level and even use the first level to suppress your enemies. Xian instantly felt quite excited when he heard this. Senior, how do I subdue it? The mysterious woman said, don't get happy too early. Even though this Tao Law has been heavily injured, it will instinctively resist. So, it might be slightly difficult and painful for you to subdue it. Xian nodded, a little pain is fine. I can endure it. That's good. The mysterious woman said, now, calm down and listen to my instructions. Slowly sense the pagoda and then summon it. Xian slowly closed his eyes. 10 breaths later, he suddenly opened his eyes. An illusory Xiao Ta appeared between his eyebrows. Boom, in an instant, all the magma underground turned into nothingness. At this moment, the earthen yellow earth character in the distance trembled slightly. Following this, it turned into a ray of earthen yellow light and entered between Xian's eyebrows. Kacha, as a cracking sound rang out, Xian's eyes widened. His eyes were bloodshot. Xian's body began to crack layer by layer at a speed visible to the naked eye, and blood splattered everywhere. Senior, this isn't just a little pain, this is taking my life, that. I might have overestimated your strength. I'm finished, that was the thought in Xian's mind right now. Because he felt like his entire body was about to collapse. Right at this moment, the pagoda between his brows suddenly vanished. At the same time, a strand of earthen yellow energy enveloped his body. Bang, Xian's body shook violently. In the blink of an eye, countless strands of earthen yellow energy converged incessantly from all directions, and then they moved along his legs and converged into his body. As the energy surged into his body, his cracked body actually started to heal slowly. Repair, obviously, the Tao laws were helping him repair his body. Even though the Tao laws were helping him repair his body, the waves of intense pain that came from his body still made Xian feel like death was better than living. Because at that moment, he'd felt like his body was being pulled by an army, and the feeling of being torn apart had almost caused him to faint. Fortunately, he'd forcefully endured it. Otherwise, the consequences of fainting at a time like this would be extremely severe. Just like that, Xian's body started to heal slowly. Around 2 hours later, the cracked skin all over Xian's body had healed completely. Moreover, there was even a faint golden glow to his skin. Xian slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at his body and instinctively clenched his fists. Hiss, countless strands of golden energy suddenly appeared around him. The golden energy was like golden armor, and it seemed extremely dazzling. What's this? Xian was slightly stunned. The mysterious woman's voice resounded, the armor of the earth is condensed from the energy of the earth. You can condense this armor and obtain the energy of the earth by stepping on the ground. However, with your current cultivation, you can only persist for an hour at most. If you don't give up on the energy of the earth and the armor of the earth within that hour, then you'll suffer backlash. Armor of the earth? The energy of the earth? Xian was stunned, and then he said, Senior, is that Tao Law mine now? The mysterious woman said, Dream on. You weren't the one who condensed this Tao Law, and you're merely borrowing it now. Moreover, the level of the Tao Law isn't something that you can comprehend right now. Borrowing it now will be extremely beneficial to your comprehension of the Tao Law in the future. Right now, you only need to do 3 things. First, cultivate your sword. Second, cultivate your martial arts. Third, search for swords to devour. As for this Tao law, it's too strong. You can only unleash 20% of its power at most. However, this is enough for you to use for now. Yi Xian nodded, then looked at the golden armor on his body. Senior, although I'm only in the Qi Change realm now, I should be able to easily defeat soaring realm experts, right? The mysterious woman said, what you need to think about right now is whether or not you can easily defeat a nether passage realm expert, not a levitation realm expert. Do you understand? Nether passage realm? Yi Xian's face stiffened, and he hesitated for a moment before he said, surmount 2 realms? Isn't that too exaggerated? Exaggerated? The mysterious woman said coldly, in my era, those who couldn't kill their opponents 2 levels higher would be embarrassed to call themselves geniuses. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman said, I've helped you restrain that woman in black earlier, and I've also helped you suppress the power of the Tao law. I'm very tired now, and I need to rest for a while. Otherwise, I won't have enough energy to suppress this. In any case, you can only rely on yourself in the future. If you encounter any Tao law in the future, this pagoda will notify you. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Senior, are you all right? The mysterious woman said indifferently, don't worry about me. Even if you and everyone else in this pagoda who's been suppressed die, I won't die. I just need to rest. Take good care of yourself. I don't want you to be dead the next time I wake up. Also, the World Prison Pagoda can be used against enemies, but I don't want you to activate it. Every time you activate it, the seals within the pagoda will loosen slightly. Take it easy. Moreover, even though you're the pagoda master, you can't control this pagoda right now. So, don't activate it unless you have no other choice. Otherwise, the pagoda's backlash might cause you to suffer a fate worse than death. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, Senior, why do I feel like you're saying your last words? Are you really all right? The mysterious woman said, do you want to know why the flowers are so red? Yi Xian, meanwhile, the mysterious woman said, one last thing. The fellow on the 2nd level doesn't have any killing intent towards you, and it just wants to come out. However, you don't have the ability to let it out yet. Even if you do, you have to consider it carefully. Even though that fellow has been suppressed for so many years, and its strength has been greatly weakened, it's still not something you can fight against right now. It will hit me from time to time. Yi Xian suddenly said in an aggrieved tone, it often hits people for no reason. The mysterious woman said indifferently, there are many times when I want to beat you to death. Yi Xian, the mysterious woman said again, kid, live well. With that, the mysterious woman went completely silent. Yi Xian's face darkened. Obviously, the mysterious woman had fallen into a deep sleep. Yi Xian took a deep breath. Now, he could only rely on himself, as if he had thought of something, he slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, a tiny golden earth character appeared between his brows. Tao law, he clenched his fists tightly. In an instant, boundless power of the earth appeared beneath his feet. The power of the earth gathered towards him like a tidal wave. In an instant, a golden armor appeared on his body, earth armor. He lightly touched the earth armor on his body. It was so thick that it could definitely block an attack from a peak nether passage realm expert, and it could even block the black-robed woman's lightning. Of course, he wasn't confident, and even if he could block it, he would probably be crippled. Other than the earth armor, he also felt a powerful force in his body. After a moment of thought, Yi Xian left the ground and came to the surface. He looked around, then clenched his fists again. In an instant, a powerful earth energy gathered around his body. After a moment of silence, he suddenly punched the ground, fist collapse. He used all his strength in this punch. Other than the earth energy in his body, there was also fist momentum and battle intent. This punch fell, boom, with him as the center. The ground within 100 feet of him directly collapsed. Dust and gravel flew in all directions, and the surroundings were a mess. After 2 breaths, a giant pit nearly half a foot deep appeared around Yi Xian. Not only that, but the ground dozens of feet away gradually cracked. The power of one punch was so strong, Yi Xian looked at his right hand with excitement in his eyes. His punch definitely had the power of a low-grade earth rank martial technique. It could be said that his punch was now second only to his life and death with one sword. Life and death with one sword had reached a new height after his sword reached the Sword of Light. To put it simply, he could do anything under the Nether Passage realm now. No, he could even do anything in the Nether Passage realm. Yi Xian retracted the earth energy, chuckled, and quickly walked into the distance. At this moment, his steps were like the wind. Soon, he returned to Two Realm City. At this moment, there were experts flying in the sky above Two Realm City. What was going on? Yi Xian frowned and hurriedly entered the city. As soon as he entered, Xianxia appeared in front of him with a group of people. Xianxia sized him up. Are you all right? Yi Xian shook his head. I'm fine. Oh right, what happened in Two Realm City? Xianxia said solemnly. Let's go back and talk. Finished speaking, she brought Yi Xian back to her tent. Inside the tent, Xianxia said solemnly, those auras above the city are experts from the Drunken Immortal Inn. According to my intelligence, the experts from the Drunken Immortal Inn seem to have lost track of that black-robed man. So, that high-grade earth-rank martial technique might not be recovered. Yi Xian said solemnly, the Drunken Immortal Inn should compensate you, right? Xianxia said indifferently, who knows? At this moment, a voice came from outside the tent, Your Highness, Steward Su of the Drunken Immortal Inn requests an audience. Inside the tent, Xianxia said with a smile, whether or not they will compensate, we will know soon. Saying this, she turned to look outside the tent, invite him in. Soon, Su Qing walked into the tent. When she saw that Yi Xian was also there, she was slightly startled and then nodded lightly as a greeting. Su Qing walked in front of Xianxia and bowed slightly, Your Highness, I came today for that high-grade earth-rank martial technique. Xianxia said with a smile, why, the Drunken Immortal Inn has recovered that high-grade earth-rank martial technique? Su Qing's expression was rather unnatural, and she shook her head, I'm sorry, we weren't able to recover it. However, we've already sent out 3 Divine Convergence Realm experts, and I believe it won't be long before. What if we can't recover it? Xianxia suddenly interrupted Su Qing. Su Qing said in a low voice, my Drunken Immortal Inn will definitely be able to recover it. Ninth Princess, please believe us. Xianxia shook his head and interrupted Su Qing, Steward Su, what if we can't recover it? Su Qing went silent for a moment, and then she said, if we can't recover it, then my Drunken Immortal Inn will compensate Your Highness. Xianxia smiled when he heard this, how much? Su Qing went silent for a moment, and then she said, 10 million gold coins. As soon as these words were spoken, the nearby Yi Xian was stunned. On the other hand, Xianxia's expression instantly turned cold, 10 million gold coins? Steward Su, are you joking with me? Su Qing's expression was indifferent, Your Highness, that's the price given to me by the higher-ups. Of course, it's slightly unfair to Your Highness. So, the higher-up said that my Drunken Immortal Inn will take good care of the 9th princess while you're in Twin World City. Xianxia stood up and walked over to Su Qing, that high-grade earth-rank martial technique is worth 50 million gold coins, yet you're only willing to compensate me 10 million? Do you think my Jiang country's imperial family is easy to bully? Su Qing looked Xianxia in the eyes, Your Highness, this is already the best outcome. Her tone carried a threatening tone. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly while killing intent arose within them. On the other hand, Su Qing's expression was indifferent and fearless. The Drunken Immortal Inn had never feared anyone in the Jiang country. Right at this moment, Yi Xian spoke abruptly, isn't it a little too unreasonable for the Drunken Immortal Inn to do this? Su Qing swiftly turned to look at Yi Xian and spoke coldly, unreasonable? My Drunken Immortal Inn is already being very reasonable by compensating you. As she spoke, she glanced coldly at Xianxia, Your Highness, farewell. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Xianxia's expression was extremely unsightly, and she didn't conceal the killing intent in her eyes at all. Because the Drunken Immortal Inn was obviously taking advantage of its strength to bully others, but she couldn't make a move against them. She really couldn't afford to offend the Drunken Immortal Inn, nor could she shed all pretenses with the Drunken Immortal Inn. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared before Su Qing, and he said with a serious expression, I feel that all of you should be reasonable. All of you lost something that's worth 50 million gold coins, yet you're only paying 10 million. This is truly inexcusable. Su Qing took a step forward and looked Yi Xian in the eyes, We're not compensating a single cent, so what can you do? Xian said in a low voice, you're taking advantage of your strength to bully others. Su Qing sneered, my drunken immortal is taking advantage of its strength to bully others. You're not convinced? Right at this moment, Xian suddenly drew the golden saber on his waist, and he swiftly slashed at Su Qing. Hiss, Su Qing's entire arm flew into the air, fresh blood sprayed, the nearby Xianxia was stunned. Meanwhile, Xian held the golden saber against Su Qing's neck, I'm fucking not convinced. As he spoke, the golden saber in his hand suddenly moved forward. Hiss. The tent fell silent. In front of Xian, Su Qing stared fixedly at Xian. Her face was pale, and besides savagery in her eyes, there was a trace of disbelief. Because she really hadn't expected that this person would dare to attack her, the drunken immortal was standing behind her. On the other side, Jiangzhou's eyes had a trace of disbelief as well. Because she hadn't expected that Xian would attack her, the drunken immortal was standing behind this woman. I'm in trouble, that was the first thought in Jiangzhou's mind. Meanwhile, Su Qing spoke fiercely, do you know what you've done? Xian's golden saber moved forward, and a trace of fresh blood instantly dripped down from his golden saber. Xian's face was expressionless, didn't you ask me if I was convinced? My answer is, I'm not. Su Qing turned to glance at Jiangzhou, Your Highness Ninth, is this one of yours? Is your imperial family going to declare war on my drunken immortal inn? Jiangzhou walked over to Xian, and she looked at Xian, do you know what you've done? Xian nodded. Jiangzhou spoke solemnly, the consequences are very severe. Xian spoke softly, I can't bear to see her use her power to bully you. Jiangzhou just stared at Xian, but do you know? I might have to pay a huge price to settle this matter. I might not even be able to settle it. Xian spoke solemnly, I'll settle it. Jiangzhou suddenly spoke angrily, you'll settle it? How will you settle it? If the drunken immortal wants to kill you, it'll be as easy as crushing an ant. Su Qing sneered and was about to speak when Jiangzhou suddenly slapped her palm against Su Qing's throat. Crack, blood sprayed from Su Qing's mouth, and she fell to the ground. As she fell, Su Qing's eyes were filled with disbelief. Xian was stunned as well. He hadn't expected that Jiangzhou would suddenly kill Su Qing. Right at this moment, Jiangzhou suddenly said, remember, this person was killed by me, it has nothing to do with you. In a while, immediately leave Two Realm City and return to Canglan Academy. Take it as if you never came to Two Realm City. With that, she turned around and walked out of the tent. Xian suddenly said, what are you going to do? Jiangzhou turned to glare at him. Don't worry about what I do. Leave Two Realm City now, understand? With that, she turned and left the tent. Inside the tent, Xian glanced at Su Qing's corpse on the ground and sighed. Am I F** king going against the drunken immortal brothel? Outside the tent. Jiangzhou had only taken a few steps out of the tent when an invisible pressure appeared above the camp. Very quickly, a black-robed elder appeared not far from Jiangzhou. At the same time, an old man and 3 men in black appeared behind Jiangzhou. Jiangzhou glanced at the black-robed old man, you should be the newly appointed 9th floor master of the Drunken Immortal Inn, right? The previous floor master of the Drunken Immortal Inn had suddenly disappeared, and then the Drunken Immortal Inn had changed to a new floor master. She had also heard of this news. The black-robed old man said indifferently, it is indeed the old man with that. He glanced at the tent behind Jiangzhou, Steward Su's soul tablet has shattered. I think she should have, I killed her. Jiangzhou suddenly said. Hearing this, the black-robed old man's eyes instantly narrowed. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Jiangzhou walked in front of the black-robed old man. Previously, I put up an Earth Upper Grade martial skill for auction at the Drunken Immortal Inn. That Earth Upper Grade martial skill was snatched away, and Steward Su came to me and told me that the Drunken Immortal Inn did not want to compensate a single cent. She even said that the Drunken Immortal Inn wanted to take advantage of their power to bully others, so I killed her. The black-robed old man stared at Jiangzhou, Your Highness, no matter the reason, you killed someone from my Drunken Immortal Inn. Jiangzhou nodded, yes. However, this matter has nothing to do with the Jiang Kingdom's imperial family. I believe that you don't want to drag the entire imperial family down with you, right? The black-robed old man spoke indifferently, allow me to be frank, old man. My drunken immortal and is not afraid of your imperial family. Xianxia smiled, then do you intend to start an all-out war with my imperial family? To be honest, you don't have the ability to make such a decision. The black-robed old man gazed at Xianxia for a long time before he said, Your Highness, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, then from today onward, the drunken immortal and will no longer sell anything to the imperial family. Your imperial family won't be able to buy any of the food, weapons, armor, and so on that you require. Besides that, the high-ranking generals under the 9th Prince's command should be careful. Don't lose their heads as soon as they leave the inn. Xianxia gazed at the black-robed old man, and the black-robed old man gazed back at her. Both their eyes were icy cold. Meanwhile, Xianxia suddenly said, This matter has nothing to do with the imperial family. I'll return to the drunken immortal inn with you and listen to its orders. Your Highness, you can't. An old man behind Xianxia spoke abruptly, Your Highness, you absolutely can't do that. If you're not here, then the Tang Empire would definitely not have any worries, and they would definitely dispatch their forces to occupy Twin World City. You. Xianxia raised her right hand to stop the old man, and then she gazed at the black-robed old man, You've already obtained a high-grade Earth-rank martial technique for free. Now that I'm going with you, you probably profited greatly. Isn't that right? The black-robed old man grinned, Then please return to the drunken immortal inn with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around with the intention of leaving. However, a voice suddenly resounded from behind him. Wait. Along with this voice, a man walked out from within the tent. It was naturally Yi Xian. Xianxia's expression changed slightly when she saw Yi Xian, and then she walked over to Yi Xian and said angrily, What are you doing here? Trying to play the hero? You. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly grabbed her arm, I'll deal with him. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Xianxia behind him and walked towards the black-robed old man. Xianxia was stunned. Yi Xian walked over to stand before the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man gazed at Yi Xian with an expressionless face. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, I have 2 requests. Firstly, you apologize to little Jiao. Secondly, the drunken immortal and must compensate us 50 million gold coins. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the old man's mouth, Who do you think you are? You. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly withdrew a violet card and passed it to the black-robed old man. When he saw this violet card, the black-robed old man's expression instantly changed. A violet card, in the drunken immortal inn, this was an existence that was only inferior to a black card, moreover, even he, the 9th floor master, didn't have the qualifications to issue such a card. Only floor masters of the 5th floor and above had the qualifications to issue such a violet card. Yi Xian looked straight at the black-robed old man, I want to see the 3rd floor master of the drunken immortal inn. Inform him to come here right now. The black-robed old man glanced deeply at Yi Xian, Who exactly are you? Why do you have a violet card? You. Yi Xian waved his hand, You don't have the qualifications to speak to me. Ask the 3rd floor master to come here. Everyone behind Yi Xian had astounded expressions on their faces. On the other hand, the expression of the black-robed old man in front of Yi Xian had become unsightly. Since he'd become the 9th floor master, he'd never been humiliated like this. However, he didn't dare to flare up because this person before him possessed a violet card. Moreover, a person who was able to possess a violet card absolutely had an extraordinary identity. The black-robed old man thought for a moment, and then he said, Sir, I think there's definitely some sort of misunderstanding between us. Meanwhile, Yi Xian interrupted the black-robed old man once more, Do you not understand what I'm saying? As he spoke, his gaze turned cold, You don't have the qualifications to speak to me. Ask the 3rd floor master of the drunken immortal inn to come out here. This time, not only did the black-robed old man not get angry, he instead felt even more fearful, since this young man dared to speak to him in this way. Even an idiot would know that the young man had something to rely on. The black-robed old man hesitated for a moment before he chose to crush a black transmission stone in the end. Obviously, he wasn't sure exactly what the young man's background represented, so he didn't dare to make a big deal out of it. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he heard the black-robed old man call the 3rd floor master. Even though he seemed extremely calm on the surface, he was actually panicking in his heart, Because if the black-robed old man didn't call the third-floor master over, then he would really have no other choice. After all, he couldn't tell the black-robed old man that he had a peerless sword immortal standing behind him, right? Even if he did, the third-floor master wouldn't believe him. However, if he called the white-haired old man over, then the white-haired old man would definitely believe him. It wasn't long before a white-haired old man suddenly appeared here. It was the third-floor master of the Drunken Immortal Inn. Xian heaved another sigh of relief when he saw the old man. He suddenly felt that the old man was actually quite amiable. On the other hand, the white-haired old man was slightly stunned when he saw Xian, and then he walked over to Xian and smiled. "Young brother, long time no see." The black-robed old man was stunned when he witnessed this scene. Moreover, Xianxia and the others who stood behind Xian were stunned as well. "He's so amiable." Xian didn't act carelessly, and he immediately bowed slightly to the white-haired old man. "Greetings, senior." There was a wisp of praise in the white-haired old man's eyes when he saw Xian bow, and he smiled. "Is your master well?" Xian smiled. "He's fine." When he spoke up to hear, his expression suddenly turned serious, and then he bowed slightly to the white-haired old man. "Senior, please uphold justice for me." The white-haired old man was slightly stunned while the expression of the black-robed old man behind him was slightly unsightly. The white-haired old man glanced at Xian. "Is it related to my immortal indulgence in?" Xian nodded. "I asked the 9th princess to auction a high-grade earth-rank martial technique at the Immortal Indulgence Inn. Unexpectedly, an unexpected event occurred, and that high-grade earth-rank martial technique was seized. After that, a manager of the Immortal Indulgence Inn came to tell me that." As he spoke, he recounted what Su Qing and the black-robed old man had said earlier, and he didn't exaggerate anything. The white-haired old man's eyelids instantly twitched when he heard Xian say that my Immortal Indulgence Inn intends to use its strength to bully others. How did Pavilion Master Han die on the cloud vessel all those years ago? Wasn't it because she said those words? Moreover, it was exactly those words that almost caused a peerless sword immortal to vent his rage on the entire Immortal Indulgence Inn. Even though it was resolved in the end, the Immortal Indulgence Inn had lost 2 Pavilion Masters. Meanwhile, Xian bowed once more to the white-haired old man. "Senior, I don't have any other requests, and I just hope that Senior can uphold justice." The white-haired old man fell silent. 50 million gold coins, that wasn't a small amount, but, this fellow before me has a sword immortal backing him. When he saw the white-haired old man fall silent, Xian said, "Does Senior have any difficulties? If there is, then I don't want these 50 million gold coins." As he spoke, he laughed miserably. "Master is right. If one is weak, then anyone will bully you." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and cupped his fists towards Xianxia. "9th princess, until next time." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Xianxia was stunned, and then he said, "Where are you going?" Xian stopped and said, "To look for my master." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the distance with quick strides. Xian walked towards the distance with a sorrowful and indignant expression as if he'd suffered some sort of enormous grievance. However, he was shouting madly in his heart. "Geezer, stop me. Hurry up and fucking stop me." At this moment, Xian was undoubtedly panicking in his heart. Look for master, what the hell? Just like that, he walked into the distance. Moreover, he walked faster and faster. Cold sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Right at this moment, the nearby white-haired old man suddenly said, "Young friend, wait a moment." This voice was simply like the sound of nature to Xian. If the old man didn't stop him, then he would really have no choice but to leave. Xian stopped and turned around to look at the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man smiled. "Young friend, why bother your master for such a trivial matter?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around to look at the black-robed old man. "Go transfer 50 million gold coins over." Everyone here was stunned when they heard the white-haired old man. Especially the black-robed old man. He was stunned for a moment before he said, "3rd Pavilion Master, the 50 million, the white-haired old man frowned slightly. "Go quickly." The black-robed old man didn't dare hesitate when he heard this. He glanced at Xian before he turned around and left. On the other hand, Xianxia glanced at Xian from nearby, and there was only curiosity in his eyes. The white-haired old man's gaze descended onto Xian. After he sized up Xian, a trace of surprise quickly appeared in his eyes, and then he shook his head and smiled, as expected of the sword. When he spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment before he said, as expected of that senior's disciple. Even within my immortal indulgence there aren't many that can compare to the foundation of your body. Young man, you have a very bright future. Yixian grinned, Senior, you're too kind. The white-haired old man smiled, you're neither arrogant nor rash. Your disposition is not bad. Yixian was speechless. Right at this moment, the black-robed old man that had left earlier returned once more, and he passed a golden card to Yixian. There are 50 million gold coins in this card. Your Excellency can withdraw them from any gold line in Qingzhou, or you can come to my drunken immortal inn. Yixian accepted the gold card and cupped his fists at the white-haired old man. Thank you. The white-haired old man hesitated for a moment before he said, Young brother, even though there are many misunderstandings between you and my immortal indulgence they're all just misunderstandings. What do you think? Yixian said seriously, of course. The white-haired old man smiled, the old man still has something to do, so I'll take my leave first. By the way, please send my regards to your master on behalf of the old man. If possible, you can come to my drunken immortal inn with your master in the future. Yixian bowed slightly. Sorry for disturbing you. The white-haired old man smiled and said, You're most welcome. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished on the spot. The black-robed old man followed closely behind him. Somewhere, the black-robed old man suddenly asked. Third Pavilion Master, my drunken immortal restaurant will not pay that 50 million, The white-haired old man looked coldly at the black-robed old man. Not coming out? Do you want to die? The black-robed old man was shocked in his heart. Exactly where did that young man come from? The white-haired old man closed his eyes slowly. An existence that my drunken immortal restaurant cannot afford to offend. The black-robed old man revealed shock on his face. How could that be possible? The white-haired old man said softly, Do you know how Tower Master Han and the 8th Pavilion Master perished? Before the black-robed old man could answer, the white-haired old man continued. They were killed by that young man's master with a single sword strike. The two of them weren't even able to resist a single sword strike. The black-robed old man was stunned. The white-haired old man turned his head and glanced at the distant horizon. I originally thought that this youth would join Karaki Academy, but I never imagined that the group of idiots from Karaki Academy would actually reject him. Haha, now we'll have a good show to watch. As he spoke, he looked at the black-robed old man. Everything about this young man must not be spread. Just let Karaki Academy continue courting death. Besides that, rope in this young man well in the kingdom of Jiang in the future. Don't look for trouble with him for no reason. The old man doesn't want to clean up your mess every single day. As he spoke, the white-haired old man's figure trembled and he directly disappeared into the distant horizon. The black-robed old man remained where he was for a long time. In front of the tent, after the white-haired old man and the black-robed old man left, Xianxia walked in front of Yixian. She stared at Yixian as if it was her first time seeing Yixian. Yixian smiled. What's wrong? Xianxia said calmly, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Yixian smiled bitterly. Actually, this matter is a little, Xianxia suddenly interrupted Yixian's words. There's no need to tell me. As a person, you have to be careful. Do you understand? Yixian smiled. All right. Hearing this, Xianxia glared at him. Are you really not going to say it just because I told you not to? Yixian had a dumbfounded look on his face. Seeing Yixian's dumbfounded look, Xianxia could not help but snigger. She turned to look at the surroundings. Very soon, the experts and soldiers in the surroundings all retreated. At this moment, Yixian handed the gold card in his hand to Xianxia. For you. Xianxia looked at the gold card in Yixian's hand and fell silent. The smile on her face also gradually disappeared. What's wrong? Yixian asked. Xianxia raised his head to look at Yixian. This is 50 million gold coins. Yixian grinned. I know. To be honest, when I received this card, my hands were trembling a little because I've never held so much money before. Xianxia looked straight at Yixian. You didn't have to give it to me. Yi Xian stuffed the gold card into Xiangjou's hand. Since when did you become so wishy-washy? Xiangjiu grinned. All right. As she said this, she kept the gold card. As if she thought of something, she turned to look to the side. Very soon, an old man appeared beside her. The old man handed an ice blue box to Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, this is the fire spirit. His Highness sent this old man to the imperial capital to look for His Highness a few days ago. This fire spirit, the imperial family only has one. His Highness requested this fire spirit from His Highness, but, all right. At this moment, Xiangjiu suddenly said. What's the point of saying all this? As she said this, she looked at Yi Xian. I know your sister's body is sick. This fire spirit should be of help to her. Also, I've already requested Imperial Father to send the best medical grandmaster in the country of Jiang to Tsanglan Academy. I just don't know the result. Yi Xian stowed the blue box away before looking at Xiangjiu. He said seriously, thank you. Xiangjiu glanced at the gold card in his hand and shook his head with a sigh. You idiot. You've suffered greatly, yet you still want to thank me. You really are an idiot. Yi Xian, boom, at this moment, a deafening rumble suddenly rang out from the Two World Mountains. Afterwards, a white mushroom cloud appeared in the sky above the Two World Mountains. Yi Xian and Xiangjiu turned to look in the direction of the Two World Mountains. Xiangjiu immediately frowned. They've already destroyed the restrictions on the spiritual vein. Looks like war is about to begin. Why? Yi Xian was confused. Xiangjiu said softly, now that the restrictions on the spiritual vein have been destroyed, the spiritual qi will definitely leak out, and the Two-World City will benefit the most from it. At that time, this place will become a blessed land of feng shui. Many organizations and clans will definitely be willing to come here, and this place won't just be an important place for the military. The Tang Empire definitely won't let this place go. As she said this, she turned to look at Yi Xian. Let's return to the imperial capital. Yi Xian thought about it before nodding. He did not understand the affairs of the two armies, nor could he provide any help. Moreover, he had been out for quite some time now. It was time for him to return. At this moment, Xiangjiu said, be careful when you return. What do you mean? Yi Xian was confused. Xiangjiu said in a deep voice, according to what I know, Songmu Academy is investigating you thoroughly. This academy is extremely overbearing, no worse than the drunken immortal establishment. After they find out some details about you, they might stab you in the back. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Are they that unconfident? Xiangjiu shook her head. It's not that they are unconfident, but to ensure that nothing goes wrong. In the past, there were quite a few geniuses from Tsanglan Academy who disappeared without a trace. In short, be careful. Yi Xian thought about it before nodding. Understood. Then I'll take my leave. See you in the future. As he said this, he turned and left. Xiangjiu looked at Yi Xian, just like that. Until Yi Xian completely disappeared at the end of the horizon, she shook her head and smiled. What an idiot. 4 hours later, Yi Xian boarded the cloud ship to the imperial capital. Because he had a purple card, Yi Xian stayed in a special private room, and it was free, inside the prison pagoda. On the deck of the cloud ship, Yi Xian looked at Yi Ling's little wooden figurine in his hand, a faint smile on his face. After being out for so many days, the one he was most worried about was undoubtedly Yi Ling. He hadn't been away from Yi Ling for so long. As if he'd thought of something, he took out Anlanshou's little wooden figurine. As he looked at the little wooden figurine in his hand, the smile on his face grew wider. But in next to no time, his smile gradually vanished, and all that was left was seriousness. Anlanshou, he raised his head and looked towards the end of the horizon. After coming into contact with Anlanshou a few times, he naturally knew that Anlanshou's background wasn't simple. Even the drunken immortal abode in Songmu Academy didn't dare to rashly offend someone, so how could her background be ordinary? After a short moment, a wisp of a smile suddenly appeared on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. I'll come look for you. At that time, I'll beat to death anyone who dares to stop me. Right at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky above the cloud ship. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure accompanied by an illusory giant hand suddenly descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning. the formidable pressure had just appeared, and the cloud ship directly cracked apart. Countless cries of shock resounded incessantly. At the instant he saw the illusory giant hand descend from the deck of the cloud ship, Yi Xian's pupils constricted, and he didn't hesitate in the slightest to jump off the cloud ship. The cloud ship was at least a few hundred meters above the ground, however, he had no choice but to jump at this moment. If he didn't jump, then once that hand descended, then he would die without a doubt. If he jumped, then he might still have a chance to survive. Yi Xian had just jumped off the cloud ship when the entire cloud ship behind him exploded into pieces. On the other hand, Yi Xian fell incessantly towards the bottom of the cloud ship, and his speed grew faster and faster. At the speed he was falling at, he would probably become a pile of mush by the time he reached the ground, not to mention him, even a nether passage realm demon beast would be smashed into pieces if it fell from above. What should he do? Yi Xian was expressionless as his mind raced. At this moment, the more flustered he was, the faster he would die. When he was about 100 feet away from the ground, he suddenly took out the Lingxiu sword. He gripped the Lingxiu sword tightly with both hands. "Big brother, it's up to you whether I live or die." As soon as he said that, the profound qi in his body surged into the Lingxiu sword in his hands. In the air, Yi Xian roared, "Fly with the sword." However, the Lingxiu sword only trembled slightly and did not fly. Yi Xian did not give up and continued to urge the Lingxiu sword. If he gave up now, he would undoubtedly be courting death. Sword kinesis. Qi kinesis. Kinesis with qi. Yi Xian's thoughts raced. A moment later, he suddenly released his hands and the sword in his hands turned into a sword gleam that shot out like lightning. Seeing this, Yi Xian was ecstatic. However, the Lingxiu sword had no intention of returning. Instead, it shot into the distance. Yi Xian was shocked and hurriedly said, "Come back." As soon as he said that, he closed his eyes slowly. At this moment, he felt a certain connection between himself and the Lingxiu sword. He hurriedly urged the qi in his body. When he was about 100 feet away from the ground, the Lingxiu sword suddenly flew back to him like a bolt of lightning. He hurriedly gripped the Lingxiu sword with both hands. At this moment, he was only a few feet away from the ground. Just as he was about to land on the ground, the Lingxiu sword suddenly trembled violently. In the blink of an eye, it suddenly dragged Yi Xian up into the sky. However, before it could travel a few feet, it suddenly fell from the sky with Yi Xian. Very quickly, on the ground, bam, Yi Xian crashed onto the ground with a sword. The entire ground shook violently and dust rose into the sky. However, Yi Xian was laughing maniacally, because the exquisite sword had dragged him up. The force of his fall from the sky had been completely dissipated. Falling from a height of over 100 feet, with the toughness of his body, he could completely withstand it. Although it was a little uncomfortable, it wasn't fatal. Most importantly, at this critical moment of life and death, he'd actually accidentally comprehended the art of sword control. This was something he had comprehended himself, sword kinesis, using qi to control the sword. After laughing for a while, Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly crawled up from the ground and ran towards the distance. It didn't take long for him to arrive in a dense forest, and then he hid himself on a tree. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the horizon, his eyes gradually turning cold. Why would someone sneak attack the drunken immortal In's cloud ship? Who would dare to do this? At this moment, the first place he thought of was Karaki Academy. In the entire kingdom of Jiang, only Karaki Academy dared to do this. But why would Karaki Academy do this? Right at this moment, an aura suddenly appeared in the distance. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly when he noticed this, and he hurriedly leaped down from the tree and lay flat on the ground. At this moment, a tiny earth character had appeared between his brows. The Tao laws, Yi Xian lay flat on the ground. At this moment, he utilized the energy of the earth to seem as if he'd fused with the earth, and his aura was concealed by the aura of the earth. An old man and a woman appeared not too far away from him. A savage expression instantly appeared on Yi Xian's face when he saw them. He knew them. They were the vice dean of Karaki Academy, Mo Song and Bei Chen. Mo Song glanced at the surroundings, and then he said in a low voice, "Why isn't his corpse here?" Bei Chen said solemnly, "Master, there's no need for you to do this at all. I'm confident in killing him in the future battles." Mo Song shook his head, "You don't know. According to our investigations, he's not simple at all. Not only is he a quasi-martial grandmaster, but he's also a great swordsman. Moreover, rumor has it that he killed a manager of the Drunken Immortal Inn on the Cloud ship. However, the Drunken Immortal Inn didn't pursue the matter. He was already able to fight against you while at Chi-controlling realm in the Two World Mountains, but the strength he displayed in the imperial capital couldn't compare to you at all. In such a short period of time, his strength has grown to such a level. When he reached there, he looked at Bei Chen and said softly, "It's not that I don't believe you, but our Karaki Academy must win this battle. We can't afford to make any mistakes. We must maintain the reputation of Karaki Academy for 1,000 years." Bei Chen fell silent and said nothing. Mo Song continued, "Don't overthink it. The Academy has absolute confidence in you and Fenju. It's just that this Yixian really is a little mysterious. He might really be the legendary sword physique. If we allow him to continue developing, he'll definitely become a great enemy of our Karaki Academy in the future. This time, he's come out alone, and that Guoshuren has already left the country of Jiang. Now is the time to kill him. In order to prevent any future troubles, I can only do this." Bei Chen hesitated for a moment before saying, "Master, if this gets out." Mo Song sneered, "Get out? Firstly, no one knows about this. Even if some people guess that it was done by our Karaki Academy, who would dare to accuse us? Who would dare? In the country of Jiang, no one would dare. In a month or so, the world will completely forget about Yixian." Bei Chen said nothing else. Mo Song glanced around and frowned, "Why isn't there his corpse?" Bei Chen looked around and said, "He's only at the Qi-resisting realm. Falling from such a high height, there's no way he could have survived. Perhaps he was directly torn to pieces in midair." Mo Song nodded, "That's true. Forget it, let's not look for his corpse. Let's return to the Imperial City." Fenju has already returned to the Imperial City. With his personality, the students of Psong Lan Academy will probably experience what it means to live a life worse than death. Unfortunately, this Yixian is already dead. Otherwise, we could let Fenju properly punish him. After saying that, he and Bei Chen turned around and disappeared not far away. On the other side, Yixian's expression was extremely cold. As expected, it was Karaki Academy's doing. Obviously, the strength he displayed had already caused Karaki Academy to be a little afraid. Playing dirty. Yixian jumped to the ground and raised his head to look. His eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. "Wait for this daddy's return, just you wait." He was naturally furious in his heart. This time, if he hadn't comprehended sword manipulation with Qi at the critical moment of life and death, he would probably be a pile of minced meat by now, but this time, it also gave him a wake-up call. These forces in the Imperial City, compared to those small forces in Azure City, might be even more despicable and shameless. These aristocratic academies, in order to achieve their goals, would definitely do anything. Yixian withdrew his thoughts. After resting for a while, he got up and ran towards Two Realm City. Naturally, he couldn't just run to the Imperial City like this. It was simply too far. By the time he reached the Imperial City, it would probably be half a month later. In the mountain range, Yixian madly ran all the way. In front of him was the floating elegant spirit sword. He discovered that he still couldn't fly with the sword. He felt a little powerless. He didn't know what he was missing, but he could fly with the sword. In the future, he could already fly with the sword. To him, this was another killing move, and a very powerful one at that. As for the sword, he could only put it aside for now. Two Realm City. Within Jiangzhou's tent, an old man suddenly entered the tent, and the old man said in a low voice, "Your Highness, something has happened to young Master Ye's cloud ship." Hearing this, Jiangzhou suddenly raised her head to look at the old man. "What do you mean?" The old man said in a low voice, "The cloud ship suddenly shattered. I don't know the exact reason for it. However, it should be man-made." "He's still." Jiangzhou suddenly interrupted the old man. "What about him?" The old man hesitated for a moment, and then he shook his head. "I don't know if he's dead or alive." However, falling from such a height, bang, the table before Jiangzhou shattered with a bang, and her expression was extremely savage. "Damned Karaki Academy. Damn it." The old man glanced at Jiangzhou. "Your Highness," Jiangzhou suddenly raised her head to look at him. "Send out a group of 100 cavalrymen. You must find him, definitely. The old man nodded, and then he turned around and left. Within the tent, Xianxia took out that golden card. Looking at the golden card in her hand, her expression was incomparably cold. If you die, I will definitely make Karaki Academy pay the price in the future. I definitely will. After saying this, she got up and walked out of the tent. She raised her head to look at the distant horizon. No, you can't die. You have to live well for me. She clenched her right hand tightly, and her nails had already pierced into her palm. At night, Yixian quietly returned to Two Realm City. At this time, he had already put on a black robe, and his appearance was completely concealed. He did not go to find Xianxia. For the sake of safety, the current him did not want to expose himself. He once again went to the Drunken Immortal restaurant, and then secretly bought a cloud ship ticket. An hour later, a cloud ship slowly rose from within Two Realm City. Soon after, it disappeared into the distant night, on the cloud ship, in an ordinary private room. After Yixian locked the door from the inside, he entered the prison pagoda. Practicing the sword, this time, he wasn't practicing sword techniques, but using qi to control the sword. Within the first level of the prison pagoda, a sword was ceaselessly flickering as it flew about. However, its flight was very messy, and it would sometimes fall or stop halfway through its flight. Obviously, he was still not very familiar with this method of controlling the sword. However, this was not a problem to him. If he was not familiar with it, he would become familiar with it with more practice. A day and a half later, the cloud ship was getting closer and closer to the imperial capital. On the other hand, Yixian still did not leave the pagoda, and he was still cultivating madly. His natural talent and comprehension were both good, and he had gradually grasped a bit of the knocking door, and the spirit elegant sword was flying more and more smoothly. 4 hours later, the cloud ship was getting closer and closer to the imperial capital, and the outline of the imperial capital could already be seen from the cloud ship. The imperial capital. Songlan Academy, in front of Songlan Hall. Yiling sat on the stone steps, and she held a small figure in her hand. This small figure was Yixian. As she looked, Yiling sighed softly. She raised her head and looked down the mountain in the distance. Brother, I miss you so much. Every day, she would come here and sit for 2 hours waiting for Yixian. Right at this moment, Xianxia suddenly came to Yiling's side. Yiling raised her head and looked at Xianxia. Sister Ji, are you hungry again? Xianxia shook her head. She sat beside Yiling, and glanced at the wooden figure in Yiling's hand. Your brother? Yiling nodded her little head. My brother carved it. It's very handsome, right? Hee hee. Xianxia was about to speak, when she suddenly raised her head and looked not far away. There, a man and 10 people were slowly walking over. This man and 10 people were all students of Karaki Academy, and when Xianxia saw the man in the lead, her expression instantly changed. Fenju, the man in front of her, was one of the 2 great monsters of Karaki Academy. Fenju glanced at Xianxia. Where is Yixian? Xianxia slowly stood up. He's not here. Fenju narrowed his eyes. I'm not in the imperial capital, and your Songlan Academy's people killed my Karaki Academy students. Who gave you the guts? As his voice fell, he suddenly disappeared from where he stood. The ground in front of Xianxia directly split open. Xianxia pulled out his blade and slashed. Bang! Following an explosion, Xianxia's entire body was directly knocked back into the Great Hall. Fenju was about to continue, but at this time, a Karaki Academy student behind him suddenly pointed at the nearby Yiling Senior. Fenju, this person is that Yixian's little sister. His little sister is here, so he must be hiding. Hearing this, Fenju turned his head to look at Yiling. Yiling hurriedly turned around and ran. But at this time, Fenju suddenly appeared in front of Yiling. He grabbed Yiling's hair and forcibly lifted Yiling up. Yiling was in so much pain that tears immediately flowed down. Inside the Great Hall, Xianxia suddenly leaped up and slashed towards Fenju. This slash directly tore through the air, but very quickly, Xianxia suddenly stopped and retreated back to where she stood. Because in front of her, Fenju lifted Yiling up and blocked in front of her. Xianxia stared at Fenju. Despicable. Despicable? Fenju sneered, don't think that I'm afraid of you. I just don't want to kill you. Remember, make Yi Xian scram to Karaki Academy within 2 hours to die. Otherwise, there will be one more corpse on Song Mountain Xiaodao. After saying that, he carried Yi Ling and turned to leave. Behind Fenju, Xianxia suddenly said coldly, using a little girl as a threat, "Aren't you afraid that Karaki Academy will become the laughingstock of the world?" Laughingstock? Fenju turned his head and coldly looked at Xianxia. "In this Jiang country, who dares to laugh at my Karaki Academy?" Xianxi's eyes did not conceal the killing intent in the slightest. "As a man, don't you feel that using this kind of method is too despicable?" The corner of Fenju's mouth curled into a hint of ridicule. "As a man, I naturally do things unscrupulously. I won't waste words with you. Remember, within 2 hours, if that Yi Xian who killed my Karaki Academy students doesn't come to Tsang Mountain Xiaodao, then let him collect his sister's corpse. He killed my Karaki Academy students. If he doesn't pay with his life, then I'll kill his sister." After saying that, he turned around and left with Yi Ling inside the hall. Xianxia hurriedly crushed a sound transmission stone. Not long after Fenju and the others brought Yi Ling away, a figure suddenly ran up the mountain from the foot of the mountain. The person who came was precisely Yi Xian. Yi Xian madly ran all the way and laughed. "Ling old brother is back." After not seeing his sister for a long time, Yi Xian's heart was naturally incomparably happy to return. He, who had never been separated from his sister for so long, could be said to have missed her immensely. Right now, he only wanted to see Yi Ling as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian rushed from the bottom of the mountain to the top. After arriving at the top, Yi Xian was stunned because he did not see Yi Ling. His voice was very loud, enough to be heard by the entire Mount Azure below. Normally, his sister should have heard it, but Yi Ling did not come out. Something happened. Yi Xian's heart sank. He was about to enter the hall when Xianxia suddenly walked out. Xianxia glanced at Yi Xian. Something happened to her. Hearing this, "Weng!" a sword cry suddenly resounded from within Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian stared at Xianxia. "Where is she?" Killing intent. Yi Xian's eyes did not conceal the killing intent. This killing intent caused Xianxia to frown. "You have to calm down, you." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of her. In the next moment, a sword was directly pressed against her forehead as he said fiercely, "I asked you, where is she?" His voice was trembling. Clearly, he was on the verge of exploding with rage. Not only that, the sword in his hand was also violently trembling. Xianxia glanced at Yi Xian, then said, "Song Mountain Xiaodao, Fenju asked you to go. I have already sent the order to grandfather, he will be back soon, you." Before she finished speaking, Yi Xian had already turned and rushed down the mountain. "Don't be rash," Xianxia hurriedly said behind him. And Yi Xian had already disappeared down the mountain. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's expression instantly changed. She knew something was going to happen. She hurriedly crushed another sound transmission stone and rushed down as well. At the bottom of the mountain, Yi Xian madly ran all the way. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was ferocious and crazy. His sister was his only sore spot in this life. For his sister, he would do anything. Along the way, many people were attracted by Yi Xian. When they saw Yi Xian, some people recognized him. "That's Yi Xian. What happened to him? I think he's going to Karaki Academy? No way. Is he courting death? Let's go and take a look." Soon, some of the busybodies on the street followed them. Yi Xian sprinted all the way. Soon, he arrived at the foot of Mount Karaki. At the foot of the Xiaodao and Song Mountain, Yi Ling was tied with a black rope and hung on a log. Her face was pale, and she looked especially helpless and scared. When Yi Xian arrived at the foot of the Xiaodao and Song Mountain and saw Yi Ling, he froze on the spot. At this moment, his mind was completely blank. At this moment, Yi Ling also saw Yi Xian. At this moment, her tears flowed down. "Brother, hurry, hurry, and run." Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At the corners of his eyes, 2 streams of clear liquid slowly flowed down. At this moment, several Karaki Academy students suddenly arrived in front of Yi Xian. One of them was about to speak when suddenly, a sword flew out from Yi Xian's body. Qi, the elegant spirit sword, slashed down, and the body of the student in front of Yi Xian was directly split in half. Blood and organs instantly splattered all over the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone in the surroundings was stunned. especially those who had come to watch the show. What was Yixian doing? Was he here to kill? After he killed one of the Karaki Academy students, Yixian didn't stop there. He held the elegant spirit sword and stabbed forward swiftly. The expression of one of the Karaki Academy students changed drastically, and he took a step back. However, right at this moment, the sword in Yixian's hand suddenly flew out from his grasp. Hiss! The head of the man who'd just retreated fell off his neck. Yixian suddenly appeared behind the headless student, Karaki. He gripped his right hand to the right, and with this grip, he managed to grab hold of the spirit elegant sword. In the next moment, he held the sword and made a horizontal slash. Hiss! A ray of light flashed, and then the remaining Karaki Academy student was directly slashed into two at the waist. Swordsman! This fellow is the Master Swordsman! Someone exclaimed with shock. The Master Swordsman. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings erupted into an uproar. Swordsmen were extremely rare in the Jiang Kingdom. It wasn't that they didn't exist, but they were extremely rare. Moreover, many people really yearned to be swordsmen. To be able to roam the world with a sword in hand was a beautiful fantasy in the hearts of many. At this moment, when they saw that Yixian was actually a master swordsman, many people in the surroundings instantly felt slightly excited. At this moment, they'd forgotten about the mysterious Karaki Academy and Sunglan Academy, and they merely wanted to watch a swordsman kill. On the other hand, news of Yixian's arrival at Karaki Academy had spread. In next to no time, countless people had rushed over to Grey Mountain, and it didn't take long for more and more people to gather at the foot of Grey Mountain. In the distance, Yixian had already killed several students from Karaki Academy in an instant. All of them were instant kills. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. It was one of the 3 vice deans of Karaki Academy, Li Xiu. Li Xiu coldly looked at Yixian. You openly came to my Karaki Academy to kill people. You. Right at this moment, Yixian suddenly pointed his sword at Li Xiu, and fiercely said, kill people? Wasn't it your Karaki Academy students who asked me to come? I'm here, where are your people? As he spoke, he suddenly chopped off the head of a wailing Karaki Academy student in front of him. Blood splattered all over Yixian's body. Yixian raised his head to look at Li Xiu, and angrily roared, this number is too little, how can it be enough for me to kill? Where are the students of Karaki Academy? Bring more of them. Li Xiu stared fixedly at Yixian, his eyes were filled with killing intent, and just as he was about to make a move, a voice suddenly sounded from the side, TSK, Karaki Academy students invited someone to a duel, just to bully the weak. Li Xiu suddenly turned his head to look into the distance. Not far away, an old man slowly pushed a black-robed girl in a wheelchair. The black-robed girl's eyes were closed, and the words just now were precisely spoken by her. Li Xiu stared fixedly at the black-robed girl, but the black-robed girl was not the least bit afraid. Sunglan Academy used this youth's sister to invite him here. What, just to bully the weak? Or is it that Karaki Academy's younger generation has no one left? Hearing the black-robed girl's words, many people in the arena immediately began to discuss spiritedly, and when many people looked at Li Xiu, their gazes were already somewhat strange. Bullying the weak, this was absolutely shameful. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed down from Sung Mountain's Shaodao in the distance, and behind this figure, there were still several tens of Karaki Academy students. Very quickly, the figure in the lead arrived not far in front of Yixian. This person was precisely Fenju, and behind Fenju, there was also a large group of Karaki Academy students. Fenju glanced at Yixian, then turned to look at the nearby Li Xiu. Vice Dean, why do you need to take action against this person? It's enough for me to come. Li Xiu slightly nodded, don't underestimate the enemy. The corner of Fenju's mouth slightly raised, and he turned to look at Yixian. I didn't think that you would really come to save your sister. It seems like you still have some guts. Right at this moment, Yixian suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Seeing this scene, Fenju's expression slightly changed. His response was also extremely fast, and when Yixian's sword arrived in front of him, his body flashed, and at the same time, his right hand slashed horizontally towards Yixian's waist. A wind blade flashed out from his palm, and this wind blade was directly aimed at the fatal position of Yixian's abdomen. Yixian held his sword and slashed downwards with a reverse grip. Boom! That wind blade was directly shattered by this one slash, and at this time, Fenju suddenly appeared in front of Yixian, and in an instant, countless wind blades slashed towards Yixian from all directions. Yixian fiercely stomped on the ground, his body left the ground, and then, he slashed downwards with his sword, one slash to decide life and death. The moment this slash appeared, the nearby Li Xiu's expression immediately changed greatly, because the might of this slash had already completely exceeded the scope of the qi-resisting realm. Fenju's expression also slightly changed. Evidently, he also did not expect that this slash of Yixian's would be so terrifying. If Yixian's previous slash was only considered not bad, then this slash right now could destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth. The contrast was too great, and Fenju was actually stunned for a moment, but he quickly regained his senses. Immediately after, his hands suddenly clasped together, and in an instant, a gust of violent wind appeared in his surroundings. Very quickly, these violent winds formed into wind blades that shot towards Yixian's slash. However, when Yixian's sword slashed downwards, those wind blades were instantly shattered. The sword brought along a sword beam as it came straight down. Boom! Fenju's entire body was instantly blasted 30 meters away, and the moment he stopped, Yixian once again appeared in front of him, and then, he slashed downwards once again. It was still one slash to decide life and death. This slash was even stronger than the previous slash, and when the sword descended, it was as if it was going to split the earth apart. Fenju's pupils slightly shrunk, and his right foot fiercely stomped on the ground. Bang! Borrowing the force from the ground, his entire body explosively retreated backwards, and Yixian's sword still descended. Boom! The entire ground instantly ruptured, and the powerful force and sword beam directly sent Fenju flying. When Fenju smashed onto the ground, Yixian suddenly appeared in front of him, and fiercely slashed downwards towards Fenju while holding the sword with both hands, and at this moment, a figure rushed towards Yixian from the side. It was another student of Karaki Academy. Seeing this scene, the entire arena was in an uproar. It was actually not a one-on-one battle. Yixian suddenly turned his head, and in the next moment, he abruptly changed the stance of his sword, and slashed horizontally towards the right. Boom! That student who had just rushed in front of him was instantly sent flying by the slash, and the moment that student was sent flying, the sword in Yixian's hand suddenly flew out and slashed out. Chi! In the distance, that student's head was instantly sent flying. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and that head rolled several meters away. Yixian beckoned with his right hand, and the spirit-elegant sword flew back into his hand, while Fenju, who was in front of him, had already retreated several meters away. At this moment, Fenju's eyes had a serious expression. Not only Fenju, but all of the Karaki Academy students present also had a serious expression in their eyes. Obviously, Yixian's strength had already greatly exceeded their expectations. And Yixian did not stop, as he directly charged towards Fenju and the group of people in the distance. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Was he going to fight a group by himself? Fenju's expression turned sinister. "I'll do it myself." As his voice fell, he suddenly bent his finger and lightly touched the center of his brows. In the next moment, an aura suddenly swept out from his body. Boom! A formless pressure appeared out of nowhere in the arena. Nether Passage Realm. In the arena, someone cried out in surprise. He must have used some kind of secret technique. Fenju slowly walked towards Yixian, and the aura emitted from his body became more and more terrifying. And at this moment, no one noticed that under Yixian's feet, a powerful energy was quietly gathering. Very quickly, the two of them got closer and closer. At this moment, Fenju suddenly punched out. When the fist was punched out, the energy contained within was like a volcanic eruption, and the powerful energy forcefully forced Yixian to a stop, and at this moment, an earth energy suddenly gathered from the bottom of Yixian's feet to his entire body, and in the blink of an eye, Yixian's sword slashed down. Boom! The energy released by Fenju instantly shattered, and immediately after, his entire body flew backwards. Just as he landed on the ground, Yixian appeared in front of him, and at the same time, Yixian's sword slashed down in a straight line. Yixian! Right at this moment, Li Xiu's voice suddenly sounded in Yixian's mind. "If you kill him, my Karaki Academy will make sure that you and your sister die a horrible death." Suddenly, Yixian fiercely slashed down with his sword. Chi! That Fenju's body was directly split in the middle. Yixian did not stop there, and instead wielded his sword swiftly. In an instant, that Fenju's corpse was directly turned into countless small pieces, and these small pieces of corpse formed a large Karaki character. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the group of Karaki Academy students in the distance, and roared like a wild beast. What, all of you have become impotent? Mother of asterisk curs, come and f asterisk ck me. P.S. Pleading for tickets. Maybe you guys are a little annoyed seeing me pleading for tickets every day, but there's no other way, life is forced upon me. In order to live, face and whatnot, I can only temporarily forego it. The scene was completely silent, everyone was looking at Yi Xian. Everyone could see that this swordsman in front of them had gone a little crazy from killing people. This was Karaki Academy. At this moment, many people turned their heads to look at Karaki Academy. Being provoked like this by its Songlan Academy student, how should Karaki Academy face it? In the distance, Li Xiu and the others had incomparably ugly expressions, especially Li Xiu. At this moment, he really didn't expect that Fenju would be killed by Yi Xian. Fenju, one of Karaki Academy's #1 monsters, he died here just like this. He was meticulously nurtured by Karaki Academy. Of course, the current him was even more shocked, because compared to before, Yi Xian's strength was much, much stronger. Especially that last sword, the might of that sword, even he was somewhat moved, his growth was too fast. Li Xiu stared fixedly at Yi Xian, his eyes not concealing his killing intent, and at this moment, Yi Xian arrived in front of Yi Ling. He raised his sword and slashed, the rope binding Yi Ling was directly cut, and Yi Ling fell into his arms. Yi Ling tightly hugged Yi Xian. Brother. Yi Xian pulled Yi Ling to the woman sitting in a wheelchair. He squatted in front of the black-robed woman. I'll have to trouble you to take care of her. The black-robed woman slightly muttered, then nodded, she's safe. Yi Xian turned around and walked towards the group of Karaki Academy students in the distance. At this moment, Yi Ling suddenly said with a trembling voice, Brother. Yi Xian stopped. Brother only has you as a relative in this life. Whoever bullies you, brother will kill that person. After saying that, he held his sword and walked towards the Karaki Academy students in the distance, and said with an evil smile, What, Karaki Academy is a group of no-balls? No one else is coming? Didn't you call me here? Now that I'm here, you're all impotent? Impudent. Not far away, a student suddenly jumped out and pointed angrily at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, this is Karaki Academy, how can you? Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. Chi, a ray of light flashed through the air. In the distance, that student's expression changed drastically. He didn't dare to receive Yi Xian's attack at all and immediately retreated. At this moment, the sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly flew out. The next moment, the exquisite sword had already arrived in front of that student. At this moment, a powerful force suddenly blasted onto Yi Xian's spirit elegant sword. Bang! The spirit elegant sword in Yi Xian's hand was sent flying. Everyone in the surroundings gazed simultaneously at Li Xiu who stood nearby. Because it was Li Xiu who'd launched the attack, the expressions of the spectators instantly became strange when they saw Li Xiu attack. Yi Xian stretched out his hand to hold the spirit elegant sword, and then he raised his head to look at Li Xiu. Li Xiu was just about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly spoke fiercely, cut the fucking crap. I just want to fucking kill right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped the ground and leaped into the air above Li Xiu. A single slash to decide life and death. This sword strike had just appeared when numerous sharp sounds of air exploding resounded. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they saw Yi Xian actually attack Li Xiu. Has Yi Xian gone mad from killing? That's Li Xiu, the vice dean of Karaki Academy. Moreover, he's an expert at the peak of the Nether Passage realm. At this moment, Li Xiu's expression had become ferocious. He suddenly stretched out his right hand, and then he slapped it upwards. A powerful force surged out from the center of his palm. Bang! Yi Xian was blasted back to the spot along with his sword, whereas, Li Xiu was forcefully blasted over 3m back as well. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian was actually able to blast Li Xiu back. On the other hand, Li Xiu himself had an astounded expression. He hadn't imagined that the strength of Yi Xian's attack would actually be so formidable that it was actually able to blast him back. He was an expert at the peak of the Nether Passage realm. He was too monstrous. Li Xiu stared fixedly at Yi Xian, and he didn't conceal the killing intent in his eyes at all. If such a monstrous genius were to rise to prominence, then he would definitely become a great enemy of Karaki Academy. When he thought up to here, Li Xiu was about to attack again. However, right at this moment, the black-robed woman who sat on the wheelchair suddenly said, "What? Does Karaki Academy really have no one else, and they intend to bully the weak?" Countless people in the surroundings discussed animatedly. All of them had strange expressions on their faces as they gazed at Karaki Academy, and some even didn't conceal their disdain at all. Xian had come here alone, yet Karaki Academy had sent a vice dean to fight him. This was clearly bullying the weak. Li Xiu turned around to gaze at the black-robed woman. "Who are you?" The black-robed woman shook her head. "I'm just an ordinary person." As she spoke, she raised her head to look at the mountain and said, "There are at least 10,000 people present here today. Could it be that Vice Dean Li doesn't want the reputation of Karaki Academy that has existed for 1,000 years? Li Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly while his expression was slightly unsightly. Reputation. Karaki Academy naturally cared about its reputation. So, if he were to attack, then it would obviously spread throughout the state of Jiang and even the other kingdoms. At that time, Karaki Academy would be looked down upon by everyone in the world. Right at this moment, Xian suddenly pointed his sword at the students of Karaki Academy, and he laughed fiercely. "What? Is there no one in Karaki Academy that has balls? Come at me." The expressions of those students instantly became unsightly when they heard this. When had Karaki Academy ever been humiliated like this? A student of Karaki Academy immediately charged at Xian. However, that student hadn't even arrived around 3 m away from Xian when his head had been lopped off by a flying sword. Hiss, blood sprayed, an instant kill with a single strike. Xian didn't stop, and he swung his sword swiftly instead. In next to no time, the pieces of that student's corpse formed a large Mu character. He withdrew his sword. Xian raised his head to gaze at the remaining students of Karaki Academy, and he spoke fiercely. "Is there no one else? Come on. Continue." As he spoke, he pointed the bloody spirit gray sword at the students of Karaki Academy. "Students of Karaki Academy, listen up. My name is Xian, and I'll make it clear today. Either all of you kill me, or I'll kill all of you." The others in the surroundings were speechless. On the other hand, the expressions of the students of Karaki Academy had become extremely unsightly. "He's going too far. This isn't going too far any longer. It's slapping Karaki Academy's face in front of the entire world." Right at this moment, another student of Karaki Academy charged forward. Li Xiu hurriedly said when he witnessed this scene, "Don't be impulsive. You." Hiss, right at this moment, the body of that Karaki Academy student who'd just charged forward was slashed into two, and his blood splattered all over the ground. On the other hand, this student's corpse was formed into the word Shui by Xian. Li Xiu's expression was unsightly to the extreme when he witnessed this scene. This is an insult to Karaki Academy. Right at this moment, more and more students of Karaki Academy rushed down from Grey Mountain, and this included some students who were in closed-door cultivation. In next to no time, over 100 students of Karaki Academy had gathered at the foot of the Xiao Dao. Some of them were instantly infuriated when they saw the word on the ground. It didn't take long for a student to charge at Xian once more. Xian stomped his right foot on the ground and charged forward swiftly. At the same time, the sword in his hand stabbed forward, and a cold glow flickered on its tip. Hiss, his sword pierced through the center of that student's forehead. At the same time, the spear in that student's hand stabbed towards Xian's stomach. However, the spear wasn't able to pierce through Xian's skin. Xian held his sword and sliced lightly. Hiss, that student's head instantly split apart, and fresh blood sprayed out like a fountain. Xian swung his sword swiftly, and it only took an instant for the bloody words Karaki Academy to appear on the ground. Some of the students of Karaki Academy instantly revealed ferocious expressions when they witnessed this scene, and they were about to charge at Xian again. Meanwhile, Li Xiu suddenly stopped all the students, and he shouted furiously, "No one is allowed to act arbitrarily without my orders." At this moment, he'd naturally discerned Xian's strength. Xian's strength wasn't something that these ordinary students of Karaki Academy could go against. So, continuing forward would only be giving their lives away. Right at this moment, an old man appeared here. It was the other vice dean of Karaki Academy, Ku Mu. He was the one who'd said that Xian was trash that Karaki Academy didn't want. Yet at this moment, Xian was standing in front of him once more, and Xian had even killed the most monstrous genius of Karaki Academy, Fenju. He'd killed Fenju with such ease. Ku Mu glanced coldly at Xian, and then he turned around to gaze at the spectators. My Karaki Academy has private matters to attend to today. All of you who aren't involved should quickly leave. An uproar arose in the surroundings when they heard this. He intended to drive them away. Right at this moment, a group of experts from Karaki Academy suddenly appeared before the spectators. Some amongst the spectators were displeased and immediately stepped forward. What? Is Karaki Academy afraid? Or? Kumu suddenly raised his hand and waved it. Bang! The man who'd just spoken was instantly blasted into pieces by a strong gale. The expressions of the spectators instantly changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and it didn't take long for countless of them to flee backwards. At this moment, they finally realized that they were standing before Karaki Academy, one of the two strongest powers in Jiang country. Even the imperial family of Jiang country had to lower their heads before Karaki Academy. It didn't take long for all the spectators to retreat completely. However, the black-robed woman in the wheelchair and the old man behind her didn't retreat. Kumu's gaze descended onto the woman in the wheelchair. I presume you have something to rely on. Can you let the old man take a look? The woman grinned. How could I possibly have anything to rely on when Karaki Academy acts like this? As she spoke, she took Yi Ling's hand. Let's go. Yi Ling shook her head. Go with her. Yi Xian suddenly said, be a good girl. Big brother will be back soon. Yi Ling gazed at Yi Xian while tears instantly flowed down her face. You lied to me. Yi Xian spoke softly. Big brother has never lied to you. Be a good girl and leave with big sister. Big brother will be back soon. Yi Ling wiped the tears off her face. But I want to accompany you. Yi Xian's body trembled slightly, and he spoke softly. Big brother can't fight while you're here. Be a good girl and go back with big sister. Big brother will be back soon. I'll do as I say. Yi Ling gazed at Yi Xian for a very long time while tears flowed down her face incessantly. Right at this moment, the black-robed woman suddenly bent her finger and placed it on the back of Yi Xian's neck, and Yi Ling directly went limp in her arms. The black-robed woman turned to face Yi Xian. Take care. As soon as she finished speaking, the black-robed woman and the old man turned around and left with Yi Ling. Yi Xian was the only one left in the field. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the nearby Kumu, and Kumu suddenly vanished on the spot. Bang! Without any warning, Yi Xian's entire body was blasted over 30 m away before smashing heavily onto the ground. He'd just gotten up when he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence. Kumu walked slowly towards Yi Xian. Aren't you very good at fighting? Why don't you fight me? As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot once more. Only the sound of the wind could be heard, but he was nowhere to be seen. Bang! Yi Xian, who'd just gotten up, was blasted over 30 m away once more. Kumu had stopped. The person standing before Yi Xian was none other than the Dean of Azure Wave Academy, Old Man Ji. Kumu glanced at Old Man Ji while a wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of his mouth. He was just about to speak when Old Man Ji suddenly vanished on the spot. Bang! Everyone watched as Kumu's figure was blasted 300 m away. Everyone was stunned. Kumu was a divine convergence realm expert. Kumu, who'd crawled up from the ground, had astonishment on his face as well. You. How could you possibly? He was a divine convergence realm expert, and he was definitely one of the top experts in the Jiang Kingdom. However, he hadn't even been able to resist a single attack just now. Right at this moment, Old Man Ji suddenly took a step forward, and he'd arrived in front of Kumu with just this step. He was only a single step away from Kumu. Distance shrink. Kumu's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he spoke with astonishment. You're not at the divine convergence realm. Bang! Kumu hadn't even finished speaking when his figure was blasted flying once more. Old Man Ji took a huge gulp from the wine gourd on his waist, and then he punched the air in the distance. Bang! The entire expanse of space trembled slightly. Kumu's expression changed drastically, and a powerful aura surged out from within him. However, this aura had only just appeared when it was instantly dispersed. In the next moment, a bloody hole had appeared on his chest, and then his figure smashed against a nearby mountain wall. All the students of Karaki Academy were stunned. On the ground, Kumu stared at Old Man Ji in the distance. You hid so deeply. Old Man Ji paid no attention to Kumu, who was about to die, and he turned around to look at Yi Xian instead. Right at this moment, two people suddenly appeared by Yi Xian's side. It was Mo Yunqi and Bai Zhe. Their expressions changed when they saw Yixian's appearance. At this moment, there were numerous fine cracks all over Yixian's body, and blood was flowing incessantly from the corner of his mouth. It showed no signs of stopping. It was obvious that he had not only suffered from external injuries, but also internal injuries. Meanwhile, Mo Yunqi suddenly turned around and pointed furiously at Ku Mu, and he said furiously, "Fuck your ancestors. You old dog. It's a one-on-one battle between students, yet you want to bully the weak? Motherfucker. Your Karaki Academy is too fucking shameless." Baizhe nodded and said coldly, "Shameless." Old Man Ji suddenly said, "Take him away." "Leave?" At this moment, Yixian suddenly stood up and looked at Old Man Ji. "Why are you leaving?" "I'm not leaving." Finished speaking, he pointed his sword at the distant students of Karaki Academy and said in a sinister voice, "Dean Ji, our Azure Billow Academy has fewer people, but so what? We don't have many people, but we can't be cowards. Let's fight them today. If we kill one, we'll break even. If we kill two, we'll make a profit." Mo Yunqi nodded by Yixian's side, and he looked at Old Man Ji. "Old Man Ji, it was they who offended us first. They openly came to our Azure Billow Academy to capture someone, and they even bullied the weak. Now, we still want to retreat? They're too fucking cowardly. We're not leaving. Fight them. You fight the old ones, and the three of us fight the young ones." Baizhe slowly clenched his fists tightly. "Fight." Dean Ji glanced at the three of them. "Are all of you sure you want to fight?" Mo Yunqi was just about to speak when Yixian had already charged towards the group of Karaki Academy students with his sword in hand. Mo Yunqi was stunned, and then he said, "Fuck. Do you really think we should fight just because you said so?" As he spoke, he and Baizhe charged over right after Qin Shi. Besides Baizhe and Mo Yunqi, there was another person, and it was Xianxia. The four of them were challenging a group of Karaki Academy students by themselves. Old Man Ji pondered deeply for a moment when he saw the four of them charge towards the group of students, and then he turned around to look at Li Xiao and the others who were nearby. "Anyone who's at the higher sky realm or above will die." Li Xiao's expression instantly became unsightly when he heard this, and he hurriedly turned around to look at the old man. "Have you notified the dean?" The old man nodded. "The dean is already on his way back, and he'll be here in 10 minutes at most." Li Xiao nodded. Perhaps only the dean can go against this Old Man Ji who stands before him. So long as Old Man Ji is pinned down, then Yixian and the others will definitely die. When he thought up to here, a wisp of a ferocious smile arose on the corners of his mouth. "Go, all together." When they heard Li Xiao, the other students of Karaki Academy charged directly at Yixian's group of four, over 100 people. Even the weakest was at the chi-controlling realm or above. Mo Yunqi's eyelids twitched when he saw over 100 people charging over. "Big brothers, there are quite a lot of them." Baizhe glanced at Mo Yunqi. "Are you afraid?" Mo Yunqi said angrily, "I've never been afraid of anyone. I'll just do it." Right at this moment, Yixian, who was leading the charge, swung his sword. In the next moment, the head of a student of Karaki Academy in front of him flew into the air. At the same time, Yixian's entire body was blasted flying by another student of Karaki Academy as well. The battlefield instantly descended into chaos. On the other hand, Yixian's group of four were undoubtedly suppressed, over 100 people against 4 people. This was a suppression in terms of numbers. Moreover, not a single one of these 100 people was weak. At this moment, their battle intent was high, or it should be said that their killing intent was high. Earlier, Yixian had killed quite a few students of Karaki Academy, and he'd even used their corpses to form the words Karaki Academy. Yixian's actions had undoubtedly infuriated all the students of Karaki Academy. Suppression. As soon as the battle began, Yixian's group of 4 were suppressed, and they were forced to retreat repeatedly. "Head to Tsang Mountain Xiaodao." Right at this moment, Yixian's voice suddenly rang out. When Mo Yunqi and the other two heard Yixian's words, the 3 of them hurriedly retreated while fighting. Soon, the 4 of them retreated to Tsang Mountain Xiaodao. The Xiaodao was narrow and could not accommodate too many people. Hence, when the 4 of them retreated to Tsang Mountain Xiaodao, Karaki Academy's attack instantly weakened. As for Yixian, he abruptly stomped his right foot on the ground. In an instant, countless amounts of earth energy gathered around his body. At this moment, a powerful wave of earth energy instantly gathered in his body. He gripped the spirit elegant sword with both hands and fiercely slashed forward, one sword to determine life and death. This sword was imbued with the earth energy. In addition to the fact that his sword was a bright sword, the power of this sword was more terrifying than any of his previous sword strikes. The sword fell. A resplendent sword light gushed out from the tip of the spirit elegant sword like a volcanic eruption. Bang! The 6 or 7 Karaki Academy students in front of Xian were instantly swallowed by this sword light and slashed into pieces. On the ground where Xian stood, a ravine that was a full 5 feet high appeared. Not only that, but the remaining force of the sword heavily injured at least a dozen Karaki Academy students at the side. Li Shou's expression instantly turned extremely ugly when he saw the sword strike. The power of Xian's sword strike had greatly exceeded his expectations. It was impossible for a chi-controlling realm cultivator to unleash such a terrifying sword strike. The remaining Karaki Academy students also looked at Xian in shock. Besides the ghastly murderous intent in their eyes, there was also a deep sense of fear. That sword strike earlier was truly too terrifying. Old Man Ji's eyes were also filled with astonishment. Xian's sword strike had indeed exceeded the limits of the chi-controlling realm. However, he was even more astonished by the energy that had appeared on Xian's body earlier. Mo Yunqi, who was by Xian's side, suddenly wiped off the fresh blood on his face, and then he lightly poked Xian's arm with his right elbow. "Big brother, one more strike." Xian took a deep breath. He stomped on the ground and held tightly onto the spirit elegant sword in his hand. In next to no time, boundless energy of the earth converged towards Xian, and the spirit elegant sword in his hand started to tremble madly. The expressions of the Karaki Academy students changed greatly when they saw this scene, and they retreated in succession. Right at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared not too far away from Old Man Ji. The person that had arrived was precisely the Dean of Karaki Academy, Li Xuanzong. "Greetings, Dean." Countless people present bowed to Li Xuanzong in unison. Li Xuanzong glanced at the nearby ground that was covered in corpses. His gaze stopped on Fenju's corpse for a moment, and then he glanced at the 4 words that Xian had spelled out with corpses. In the end, his gaze descended onto Xian. "You did this?" Xian didn't speak. He stretched out his right hand, and the sword in his hand slashed out. Hiss! A Karaki Academy student who was caught off guard was directly slashed into 2 by the strike. Li Xuanzong's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the scene. Suddenly, a powerful pressure appeared out of thin air above Xian, and right at this moment, a force suddenly blasted onto the pressure. Bang! Both of them instantly vanished into thin air. Li Xuanzong turned to look at Old Man Ji. "What? Are we going to start a war?" Old Man Ji drank a mouthful of wine. In the next moment, the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled violently. No, it wasn't the entire ground, but the entire Tsung Mountain was trembling. At the same time, at this moment, the surrounding wind seemed to have stopped, and the light around Old Man Ji directly distorted. Seeing this scene, Li Xuanzong's eyes narrowed slightly. All things distorted. Pinnacle of myriad techniques. I didn't expect that after so many years, you didn't lead a befuddled life, but instead reached this level. Old Man Ji looked straight at Li Xuanzong. In the entire country of Jiang, including you and me, there are only 4 people at the pinnacle of myriad techniques. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Since Tsunglan Academy is already like this, I have no qualms. We might as well turn the world upside down and destroy your Karaki Academy as well. What do you think? Li Xuanzong stared at Old Man Ji without saying a word. Fight? Once they started fighting, Karaki Academy would definitely win because they had the advantage in numbers. However, Karaki Academy would definitely be destroyed. At least 80% of the Karaki Academy experts present would die, and these students would have no chance of survival. As for Tsunglan Academy, currently, Tsunglan Academy only had 4 students left. Including the dean, there were a total of 5 people. It could be said that Tsunglan Academy was alone. It wasn't worth it. Li Xuanzong glanced at the corpses on the ground not far away, his face extremely gloomy. After a moment, he looked at Old Man Ji. This matter can be dropped, but, saying this, he suddenly pointed at Xian not far away. This person must die. If he doesn't die, you want to destroy indiscriminately? Sure. As Li Xuanzong's voice fell, several figures suddenly appeared around Old Man Ji and the others. All 6 of them were at the divine combination realm. Yi Xian must die. This was Li Xuanzong's attitude, or rather, the entire Karaki Academy's attitude. The talent and strength that Yi Xian displayed was simply too terrifying, especially when even Fenju died in his hands. If he was allowed to continue growing, Karaki Academy would be in great danger during the life and death competition between the 2 academies in a year's time. This was secondary. The most important thing was that with the strength and talent that Yi Xian displayed, when he fully matured, he could even threaten Karaki Academy. Moreover, the news of Yi Xian killing so many Karaki Academy students had probably already spread throughout the imperial capital. If Yi Xian didn't die, it would deal a heavy blow to Karaki Academy's reputation and prestige. Therefore, to Li Xuanzong and the entire Karaki Academy, Yi Xian must die. Mo Yunqi, Bai Zai, and Ji Anji looked at Old Man Ji. Old Man Ji drank a mouthful of wine, then looked at Li Xuanzong. He must die? Li Xuanzong said indifferently, if he dies, everything can be discussed. If he doesn't die, nothing can be discussed. Old Man Ji shook his head with a smile, then looked at the nearby Yi Xian. What do you think? Yi Xian looked at Old Man Ji. If Old Man Ji wants to keep the peace, the best solution is to sacrifice me in exchange for peace. Old Man Ji smiled. Are you willing to die? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't want to die. Moreover, I don't think Old Man Ji is that stupid. Although sacrificing me can temporarily keep the peace, Songlan Academy will forever kneel in front of Karaki Academy, unable to raise its head for generations to come. As he spoke, he looked at Old Man Ji. Old Man Ji, they bullied us first, why should we make peace with them? Yes, our strength is inferior to theirs, but so what? As he finished speaking, he pointed his long sword at the Karaki Academy students. Do you know why these people and those people in the imperial capital look down on Songlan Academy? It's because we are fucking cowards. Our Songlan Academy is always cowering in front of them. We are cowards ourselves, overcautious and indecisive, thinking about this and that. How can they look up to us? Songlan Academy has been kneeling for a long time. I don't want to kneel anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around to face the students of Karaki Academy. You ask me what I think, and I only have one attitude. If we don't make peace, we won't stop. Fight with them, fight until all 5 of us are dead. Fight. Right at this moment, Mo Yunqi suddenly stood up from the side. Old Man Ji, after I joined Songlan Academy, I didn't dare to tell my family that I was from Songlan Academy. When I went out, I didn't even dare to wear Songlan Academy's uniform. I was afraid that people would recognize me as Songlan Academy's student. Outside, it was as if the moment I said I was from Songlan Academy, I was the son of Karaki Academy. This kind of feeling was too King sullen. Finished speaking, he pointed at Yi Xian. Today, Karaki Academy openly came to Songlan Academy to capture his little sister. This is King face-slapping, King bullying. If we don't fight this fight, wouldn't the students of Karaki Academy come to our Azure Billow Academy and shit on our heads? Fight. Fight them. At worst, we'll all perish together. Bai Zai, who stood by Mo Yunqi's side, nodded. Fight. Fight to the death. Ji Anji didn't speak, but he'd already drawn the saber at his waist, and his intentions were very obvious. Old Man Ji glanced at Yi Xian's group of 3, and then he grinned. After that, he gazed at Chen Xuanzong, who stood nearby. Since your Karaki Academy wants to take us down with you, then so be it. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly gulped down a mouthful of wine. In the next moment, a formidable pressure suddenly swept out from within him. Crack, with Old Man Ji at the center, the ground in an area of over 1 kilometer instantly collapsed. At the same time, a formidable pressure swept through the surroundings like a whirlwind. This pressure was aimed straight at Chen Xuanzong. Chen Xuanzong's expression finally changed when he witnessed this scene. Because he hadn't expected that Old Man Ji would choose to fight to the death with him. As far as he was concerned, Old Man Ji would definitely sacrifice Yi Xian in order to protect the remaining students of Songlan Academy and plan for the future. However, Old Man Ji didn't do that. He chose to fight to the death. Old Man Ji wasn't an idiot. If he gave up on Yixian, then Mo Yunqi and Bai Zhe would definitely leave Songlan Academy immediately. It wasn't just the two of them, even his own granddaughter might turn against him. Moreover, and it was the most important point, the potential and strength that Yixian revealed caused Karaki Academy to be fearful. But wasn't he the hope of Songlan Academy as well? How could he possibly sacrifice Yixian? Perhaps there was a trace of hope if he protected Yixian, but if he sacrificed Yixian, then Songlan Academy would absolutely have no hope. No genius or monstrous genius would be willing to join an academy that sacrificed its students. As soon as Old Man Ji attacked, the expressions of everyone on the side of Karaki Academy instantly changed. On the other hand, all the Divine Union Realm experts around Yixian's group were blasted backwards repeatedly by the pressure that Old Man Ji emanated. All of them revealed astounded expressions. The peak of the myriad technique realm. If such an expert were to fight to the death, then it was obvious that even if Yixian and the others perished in battle, the entire Karaki Academy would still be crushed. At this moment, Li Xuanzong's expression was extremely unsightly as well. Because he didn't intend to fight to the death with Old Man Ji. Karaki Academy was huge now, but what about Songlan Academy? It was on the verge of bankruptcy. Karaki Academy would suffer a huge loss if they fought to the death at this moment. Right when the battle was about to erupt, a voice suddenly resounded. Wait a moment, Old Man Ji. As soon as this voice resounded, a grey-robed old man suddenly appeared here. Old Man Ji stopped and turned around to look at the grey-robed old man. What are you doing here? The grey-robed old man was the previous king of the state of Jiang, Jiang Yuetian. He was one of the 4 great Dharma realm experts of the state of Jiang. Jiang Yuetian laughed bitterly. If I didn't come out, then half of the imperial capital would have probably been destroyed by all of you. As he spoke, he glanced at Li Xuanzong who stood nearby. Brother Li, it's not good for the old man to say anything now that the matter has developed to such an extent. How about this? Let me be the mediator, and we'll put an end to the matter today. Li Xuanzong laughed coldly. Put an end to the matter? As he spoke, he pointed at the nearby corpses and said, so they're just going to die for nothing? Jiang Yuetian's brows knit together slightly. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid the imperial capital would fall into chaos, he would wish for nothing more than for the two powers to fight to the death. Presently, the Jiang kingdom had a foreign enemy, the Tang kingdom, so it couldn't fall into chaos at all. Jiang Yuetian pondered deeply for a moment before he said, Brother Li, Karaki Academy has experienced 1,000 years of glory since the dean of the Jiang kingdom. Amongst the surrounding kingdoms, the Jiang kingdom's Karaki Academy is the strongest, and it's pursuing its glory. But if the battle continues, then perhaps Songlan Academy will be completely annihilated. However, with Brother Ji's strength, you can still destroy Karaki Academy by taking it down with you. At that time, Brother Li will be condemned through the ages. Li Xuanzong clenched his fists tightly while a gloomy expression appeared on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Jiang Yuetian continued, with Brother Li's ability, it's very likely that you'll head to the headquarters of Karaki Academy in the Central Divine Prefecture and enter the Hall of Talents. However, if the kingdom of Zhang's Karaki Academy is destroyed at your hands, then it might not be a good thing for you. Li Xuanzong was slightly moved when he heard this. The Hall of Excellence, that was the ultimate goal of all the students, instructors, and even the dean of Karaki Academy. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuetian said, in the end, it's a battle between the younger generation. How about we continue allowing them to fight and fight? Brother Ji, Brother Li, what do the two of you think? Old Man Ji spoke indifferently. I have no problem with that. Li Xuanzong glanced coldly at Old Man Ji and said, all right, I have no problem with that as well. As he spoke, he gazed at Jiang Yuetian and said, Brother Jiang, please be a witness. My Karaki Academy and Songlan Academy are irreconcilable enemies from this moment onward, and no one above the age of 25 is allowed to fight. What do you think? If any side breaks the rules, then I hope Brother Jiang can come out and uphold justice, alright? Both Old Man Ji and Jiang Yuetian gazed at Li Xuanzong when they heard this. This wasn't normal, because there was clearly no one in Karaki Academy who could suppress Yixian's group right now. But Li Xuanzong still made such a suggestion at a time like this, and it was extremely unusual. Jiang Yuetian pondered deeply for a moment, and then he gazed at Old Man Ji who stood nearby. Old Man Ji gazed at Yixian's group instead. Yixian shrugged and said, we have no problem with that. Old Man Ji gazed at Li Xuanzong and said, "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at Yi Xian's group and said, "Let's go." Just like that, Yi Xian's group left Karaki Academy under Old Man Ji's lead. Jiang Yuetian sighed softly, and then he left Karaki Academy. Li Xuanzong gazed at the corpses on the ground with a gloomy expression, and no one knew what he was thinking. Li Xiu was just about to speak when Li Xuanzong suddenly turned around and glanced coldly at him. "This is what you've done." Li Xiu's expression was slightly unsightly. The experts of Karaki Academy and the surroundings gazed at Li Xiu as well, and all of them had extremely hostile expressions. After all, Yi Xian had sought to join Karaki Academy, and it was Li Xiu and Song Zhong who'd forced Yi Xian to leave. Now, Yi Xian had become a formidable enemy of Karaki Academy. If Yi Xian was in Karaki Academy, then Azure Water Academy would definitely be suppressed to the point of being unable to raise its head for 100 years. Unfortunately, he'd gone to Azure Water Academy instead. What a pity, what a pity. They hadn't thought of it in the past, but after they witnessed Yi Xian's strength and potential, they would be lying if they said they didn't feel regret. Even Li Xuanzong felt slightly regretful. He regretted not coming out to have a look himself. If he had, then Yi Xian's Karaki Academy wouldn't have missed out on such an extraordinary genius. A short moment later, Li Xuanzong suddenly said, "Is Song Zhong still in the academy?" An old man nodded. "He is." Li Xuanzong said indifferently, "What's the point of keeping him? Kill him immediately." The old man hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "Yes." With that, he turned and left. Li Xuanzong glanced at Li Xiu. "As for you, reflect on yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked up the mountain. "Send a summons to all the Zhonglan Academy in the Azure Prefecture. Tell them that my Jiang country's Zhonglan Academy needs support. Anyone that's able to kill Yi Xian and the other students of Zhonglan Academy will be rewarded with a high-grade Earth Rank technique, a high-grade Earth Rank movement technique, a high-grade Earth Rank technique, and 500,000 top-grade Spirit Stones, requesting reinforcements. P.S. I was chatting with a reader yesterday, and the reader said, if there's a pirated version to read, why should I read the original? For a moment, I was speechless. At this moment, I felt a little sad. I can only write 1 chapter in the morning, and I have to write 3 chapters a day. I have to spend time in the morning, noon, and night. I can't rest before 10 p.m. every day. Moreover, I have to spend time to edit and check for typos the next day. When I told you about finding a rich woman, half of it wasn't a joke. It's really damn tiring. Of course, most of it is because I'm touched. I'm touched that many of my friends came to support me even though they could read a pirated version. Moreover, they were willing to spend money to tip me or vote for me. The Azure world had 3 continents, the Azure continent, the Divine Central continent, and the Azure Billow continent. In the Azure continent, besides the largest empire, the Great Cloud Empire, there were nearly 100 other countries. Besides these countries, there were also various thousand-year-old clans and mysterious mountain powers. Karaki Academy didn't belong to the mountain powers, but even those mysterious mountain powers didn't dare underestimate this academy. Because Karaki Academy was spread throughout the entire Azure continent, even the Great Cloud Empire had a Karaki Academy, but that wasn't the most terrifying part. Rumor had it that Karaki Academy's headquarters stood in the most glorious land of the Martial Way, the Divine Central Continent. In the Azure continent, the various Karaki Academies were like nobles, and they only listened to the orders of the Karaki Academy in the Divine Central Continent. However, this didn't mean that there was no contact between them. All the Karaki Academies in the Azure continent competed against each other, but they also cooperated. A summon, this was one of their methods of cooperation. When one party was in trouble, they could summon help from all over. Of course, it wasn't free help, and there was a price to pay. The price that Karaki Academy had paid wasn't just a small price, it was extremely huge. High-grade Earth Rank Cultivation techniques, high-grade Earth Rank Martial techniques, high-grade Earth Rank Movement techniques, and 500,000 top-grade Spirit Stones. Not to mention a Qi-controlling realm and a few Ascension realms. Even killing a Divine Unity realm expert would be a price that countless people would pay. There would always be brave men under heavy rewards. In next to no time, countless spirit pigeons soared into the sky from Karaki Academy and flew in all directions. It was a rather magnificent scene. The imperial capital. Karaki Academy didn't have the ability to suppress what Yixian had done in Karaki Academy, so it didn't take long for the entire imperial capital to know what Yixian had done in Karaki Academy. Shock. The entire imperial capital was shocked. How many years had it been since Azure Billow Academy had faded out of sight? No, it had faded out of sight. But now, Azure Billow Academy actually dared to fight Karaki Academy head-on, and they just won. The most terrifying thing was that Yixian had actually killed one of the most monstrous geniuses of Karaki Academy, Fenju, and even used the corpses of Karaki Academy students to write the words Karaki Academy in front of Karaki Academy. This was a fierce slap to Karaki Academy's face. Yixian. This time, Yixian's name once again spread throughout the imperial capital. Unlike last time, this time, countless people were curious about him, and some even admired him. A swordsman was always easily worshipped. In short, this time, Sanlan Academy could be said to have a whole new level of respect for the entire imperial capital. Old Ji brought Yixian's group of 4 back to Azure Billow Academy. In front of Azure Billow Hall, Yixian saw Yiling. Yiling threw herself into Yixian's arms. She hugged Yixian tightly, fearing that Yixian would disappear. She didn't cry. She simply hugged Yixian, and there was an unusual determination in her eyes. Looking at Yiling in his arms, Yixian's cold expression softened. He gently rubbed Yiling's little head. "Brother promised you that I would come back." As he spoke, he looked at the black-dressed woman in a wheelchair not far away. "How should I address you?" The black-dressed woman pondered for a moment, then said, "Lu Jioga." Yixian nodded. "Miss Lu, thank you." The black-dressed woman shook her head. "You are a state knight, and the state of Jiang is on your side. Karaki Academy will not let this matter rest. Take care." After speaking, the old man behind her pushed her away. The state of Jiang. Yixian glanced at the black-dressed woman's back. "I'll remember it." The black-dressed woman nodded slightly, and soon, the two disappeared not far away. At this time, Yiling suddenly said, "Brother, I'll go cook for you. We want to eat too." At this time, Mo Yunqi, who was behind Yixian, suddenly chuckled. "Xiao make some for us too." Baizhe nodded. "Me too." Yiling chuckled. "There will be some." After speaking, she turned and ran away quickly. At this time, Old Man Ji suddenly pointed with his finger, and soon, 4 golden pills fell in front of Yixian and the others. "Go and heal your injuries first." Yixian nodded, then picked up his pill and walked to his room. Mo Yunqi looked at the pill in front of him, then exclaimed, "Old Man Ji, this pill is extraordinary." As he spoke, he looked at Old Man Ji. "Actually, you are quite rich. Speaking of which, since you are so rich, can you improve the quality of our lives? Or you can recruit a few female students too." Old Man Ji said indifferently, "Scram." Mo Yunqi chuckled. "You can think about it, especially the last one." After speaking, he turned and ran away. Baizhe and Jiangji turned and left as well. At this moment, Jiang Yuetian appeared not too far away from Old Man Ji. Jiang Yuetian glanced into the distance, and then said, "The 3 fellows you recruited are all not bad, especially that Yixian. This kid is not simple." Old Man Ji said indifferently, "Normally, your imperial family would wish for my Sanlan Academy and Karaki Academy to fight to the death, but you came out today to be the peacemaker. That's not normal." Jiang Yuetian laughed. "Indeed, I wish for you to fight to the death with Li Xuanzong. But what about after that? Your Sanlan Academy will be completely destroyed, and Karaki Academy will be heavily injured, but will it end just like that? No, Azure Prefecture's Karaki Academy will continue to send people over here to rebuild Karaki Academy. At that time, they will truly be the strongest." Old Man Ji said indifferently, "I understand. You want my Sanlan Academy to continue wasting time with Karaki Academy." Jiang Yuetian shook his head. "Old Man Ji, this old man will be frank with you. This time, my imperial family stands on your side. Of course, we can't openly help you, but we are willing to help you secretly. After all, that kid is a state scholar, and he has a good relationship with little Joe. My imperial family values him greatly." Old Man Ji drank a mouthful of wine and fell silent. Jiang Yuetian laughed. "Old Man Ji, you won't object, right?" Old Man Ji shook his head. "I won't object, but don't play any tricks on him." Jiang Yuetian laughed. "Of course not. We will protect him in secret as well." This kid isn't just loyal, he also cares about his country. This time, he helped little Jiao Tian greatly. My imperial family has no ill intentions towards him, this old man can guarantee. Old man Ji nodded, that's good. With that, he drank a mouthful of wine and turned to leave. Jiang Yuetian turned to glance at Sun Lan Academy, and said with a smile, great swordsman. What a great swordsman. With that, he turned and disappeared on the spot. Inside the kitchen, Yi Ling was cooking by the fire. At this moment, a little girl suddenly appeared not far from her. The little girl wore a small cotton jacket, with a long braid behind her head, and looked quite cute. Yi Ling glanced at the little girl, but didn't say anything. The little girl said calmly, your brother almost died today. Yi Ling hugged her knees, and didn't say anything. The little girl looked straight at Yi Ling, you've already implicated him many times. Today, he almost died because of you, and in the future, his enemies might still target you. Yi Ling's tears suddenly flowed down, and she couldn't stop wiping them away. The little girl walked in front of Yi Ling, you have to be independent, and you have to become stronger. Only then will you not implicate your brother. No, I should say, in the future, you will be able to protect your brother better. Yi Ling raised her head to look at the little girl, big brother is very powerful. Can I protect him? The corners of the little girl's mouth curled up, he is very powerful, but compared to you, he is far inferior. As long as you come with me, I can guarantee that in the future, you will be even more dazzling than the country of Zhongs and Guesher. Yi Ling was stunned, and then said, why, the little girl's smile gradually widened, or rather, she was a little excited, because you have the cold spirit physique, a legendary special physique. As long as you come with me, my Cold North sect will use all its resources to nurture you, and let you kill your way through the Azure World's monster list. Yi Ling was silent for a long time, and finally, she raised her head to look at the little girl, I promise you. The little girl was wild with joy, but at this moment, Yi Ling said, but, I have to accompany Big Brother for a while. The little girl hesitated, and then nodded, okay, I will come find you when the time comes. After saying that, she turned around and disappeared. In front of the stove, Yi Ling hugged her knees, and just stared blankly at the flames in the stove. Night. In the Azure Wave Palace, everyone gathered. It was time to eat, there were more than 10 dishes on the table, and all of them were personally prepared by Yi Ling and Yi Xian. During this time, Yi Ling would occasionally put food into Yi Xian's bowl, and all of them were meat. This caused Mo Yunqi and the others to be speechless. This was his biological sister. After the meal, Old Man Ji took a sip of wine, and then said, let me tell you some bad news, Karaki Academy has already issued a summon order. In the entire Azure province, there are a total of 72 Karaki Academies, and country of Zhong's Karaki Academy is only one of them. Now, they have issued a summon order, and they are offering extremely high rewards, which means that the super geniuses and monsters of the remaining 71 Karaki Academies may come to country of Jiang. After saying that, he glanced at Yi Xian and the others, what you will face next is not 1 or 2 geniuses and monsters, but a group of them, and I can't do anything. Yi Xian raised the bowl of soup in front of him, and drank it in one gulp, just do it. Beside Yi Xian, Mo Yunqi nodded, we can only do it. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something, and then looked at Old Man Ji, old man, Karaki Academy has so many branches, what about our Sun Lan Academy? Speaking of which, does our Sun Lan Academy not have any background? Yi Xian also looked at Old Man Ji, this was also the reason why he was curious. Old Man Ji was silent, and after a moment, he took a sip of wine, and then said softly, our Sun Lan Academy headquarters is located in the Central Plains, and together with Karaki Academy, we are known as the 2 branches, and our Sun Lan Academy has a total of 108 branches in Sun Lan continent. At this moment, Mo Yunqi suddenly stood up, old man, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and call for help. Bai Zhe hurriedly nodded in agreement, call for help. Old Man Ji shook his head, I can't. Mo Yunqi was stunned, and then said, why? Old Man Ji said softly, this side has declined. We are the weakest among all the branches of Sun Lan Academy. To put it bluntly, they look down on us, and they don't even want to be associated with us, and they don't acknowledge us, understand? The expressions of Yi Xian and the others stiffened. Old Man Ji, on the other hand, kept drinking without saying a word. Mo Yunqi hesitated for a moment and said, "Old man, you guys did not do well in the past." Old man Ji glanced at Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi's expression changed slightly and he quickly said, "Old man, we can talk this out." "Don't fight." Old man Ji shook his head slightly. "In this Qingzhou, our Kanglan Academy was once glorious. However, this is all in the past. There is no point in talking about it now. The three of you, follow me to the back mountain." After saying that, he stood up and left. Yi Xian and the others stood up and followed him. Only Yi Ling was left in the hall. Yi Ling clenched her small hands tightly. "Brother. I will work hard too." Her eyes were filled with determination. Back mountain. Old man Ji brought the three of them to a waterfall. His gaze landed on Bai Zai. "Now, we need to increase the intensity of your training. We need to stimulate the power of the demon beast bloodline in your body as soon as possible." After saying that, he pointed to a pile of 2 metal balls the size of a human head not far away. Old man Ji said calmly, "Wear it and go under the waterfall." Bai Zai hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He hung the 2 metal balls on his body, and the ground beneath his feet clearly caved in a little. Under everyone's gaze, Bai Zai came to the bottom of the waterfall and tied his feet to the iron chain. Soon, Bai Zai's beast-like howls came from under the waterfall. Mo Yunqi could not bear to look at it. This was too cruel. At this moment, old man Ji looked at him. Seeing this, Mo Yunqi's expression changed slightly and he quickly said, "Old man, I think I am already very strong." Old man Ji said calmly, "Are you sure?" Mo Yunqi nodded quickly. "Yes." Old man Ji looked at Yi Xian. "Use that sword on him to determine life and death." Mo Yunqi was speechless. Yi Xian looked at Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi jumped up. "Old man, are you joking? Don't get drunk." Old man Ji said indifferently, "Rather than letting you die at the hands of those karate students, it's better to let you die at the hands of your own people. This way, it'll be more dignified." Mo Yunqi was silent. Yi Xian walked to his side and gently patted his shoulder. "Isn't it just a little hardship? It's no big deal. If you really don't want to suffer, that's fine too. I guarantee that this sword won't kill you. At most, it will cripple you." The corner of Mo Yunqi's mouth twitched. He hesitated for a moment and looked at old man Ji. "Tell me, how are you going to torture me?" Old man Ji casually tossed a long iron chain in front of Mo Yunqi. There were small iron balls tied to the chain. Old man Ji said calmly, "Wear it and run 100 laps around our back mountain. Once in the morning, once in the afternoon, and once in the evening. The time limit is an hour. If you exceed the time limit, you'll have to add another 20 laps." Yi Xian's expression was a little strange. The back mountain was not small. The entire journey was at least 40 to 50 kilometers, and the time limit was an hour, and he had to carry this iron ball. In any case, he couldn't do it. Mo Yunqi's face fell. "Old man, do you want me to run until my legs break?" Old man Ji said calmly, "Running until your legs break is better than being broken by others. Let's start now. If you say another word of nonsense, I'll add another 10 laps." Mo Yunqi. A moment later, Mo Yunqi began. As he ran, he shouted strangely. No one knew what he was shouting about. At this time, old man Ji looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. "How to cultivate? I'll listen to old man Ji's instructions." Old man Ji looked at Yi Xian with a complicated gaze. "The power you used at Karaki Academy before, was it the power of the earth?" Yi Xian nodded. Old man Ji sighed softly. "You're a little mysterious, but that's not important. Follow me." After saying that, he brought Yi Xian and Jianji to a small mountain. This small mountain in front of them was the one Yi Xian didn't finish blasting before. Yi Xian said softly, "Old man Ji, do you want me to continue blasting this small mountain?" Old man Ji said, "Yes and no." Yi Xian looked at old man Ji. Old man Ji said softly, "You're a swordsman and a martial artist. I don't understand the path of the sword Daoyi, but I know a thing or two about the path of the martial Daoyi." After saying that, he pointed at the small mountain in the distance. "What do you think it is?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice. "A mountain." Old man Ji shook his head. "It's not a mountain. It's an obstacle. After saying that, he suddenly punched out. Boom, with a single punch, the small mountain collapsed with a loud rumble. Just like that, a small mountain collapsed. Yixian was dumbfounded. He knew that Old Man Ji was powerful, but he was still very shocked when he saw Old Man Ji's punch again. The power of a single punch was so strong. Old Man Ji turned to look at Yixian. Do you know what you lack the most? Yixian shook his head. Old Man Ji said softly, when you're angry, you have enough killing intent, but not enough aura. You have killing intent, but not aura. Although your combat strength isn't weak, it's not enough. If you can mix your killing intent with aura, you'll be much stronger. Not only that, you'll be one step closer to becoming a martial Dao Grandmaster. As he said that, he looked at the collapsed small mountain in the distance. What is aura? Aura is a psychological suppression. When you faced the small mountain earlier, you treated it as a mountain that's difficult to destroy. In terms of mental state, you've already lost. You should treat it as a piece of trash that's blocking your path, a piece of trash that you can destroy at any time. Yixian said in a low voice, but it's not trash. Isn't that a little self-deceiving? Good question. Old Man Ji looked at Yixian. I'm very pleased that you can think that way. And I want you to understand that aura is a form of confidence. When facing an enemy, you must have the confidence that you're invincible. Those who are your enemies, those who stand in front of you, and those who block your path are all trash. Of course, confidence isn't arrogance. To put it simply, we have to look down on our enemies strategically and take them seriously tactically. As he said that, he pointed to the collapsed small mountain in front of him. In my heart, this is a pile of trash. However, when I attack, I won't look down on it at all. Not only will I not look down on it, but I will also use my full strength. I look down on you in my heart, but I take you seriously when I attack. Yixian turned to look at the small mountain in the distance and fell into deep thought. Old Man Ji said again, do you know why Xianxia is strong? Yixian turned to look at Old Man Ji. Old Man Ji said softly, she's strong because of her aura. Even when facing enemies who are much stronger than her, she doesn't feel the slightest fear in her heart. Even when facing me, she doesn't feel the slightest bit of weakness in terms of aura. She can't beat me, but she has never been afraid of me. This kind of aura is rare among the younger generation of the state of Jiang. As he said that, he suddenly looked at Yixian. You don't have aura, but you have something that others don't. What is it? Yixian asked subconsciously. Old Man Ji said softly, fearlessness. Fearlessness? Yixian was puzzled. Old Man Ji said, you don't have that kind of domineering aura, but you've never been afraid of anyone either. In Karaki Academy, even though you knew that you had no chance of winning, you didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. You dared to fight when you said you wanted to. Not only that, when you faced that girl you didn't feel the slightest bit of weakness in your state of mind when you talked to her. Perhaps this is also the reason why she thinks so highly of you. As he said that, he glanced at Yixian. From you, I think of a saying, you can be weak, but you can't be a coward. Yixian, at this moment, Old Man Ji suddenly said, follow me. As he said that, he led Yixian into the distance. Soon, he brought Yixian to another mountain. This mountain was several times bigger than the previous one. The previous mountain could barely be called a mountain, but this one was a real mountain, and it wasn't small at all. Old Man Ji looked at Yixian. What's your first feeling when you see this mountain? Yixian thought for a moment before saying, if you want me to shatter this mountain with one punch, then I think you must be crazy. Old Man Ji drank a mouthful of wine. This is what you lack. You don't fear the enemy when they are powerful. In this aspect, you do better than many people. However, you lack that domineering aura of wanting to kill you no matter how powerful you are. No, it should be said that you have that aura, but only when your sister is in danger will you have it. As he said that, he drank another mouthful of wine. I'll just stand here and think. When I understand, I'll leave. After he finished speaking, he leisurely walked to a rock at the side, tilted his body, and directly lay down on the rock. Not long after, sounds of snoring could be heard. Yixian looked at the small mountain in front of him and fell silent. Aura, in actuality, he had sensed it before. It was from Xianxia. The feeling Xianxia gave him was that there was no problem in this world that could stump her, and there was no one that she could not defeat. Of course, the most obvious was the mysterious woman. Back on the cloud ship, the mysterious woman's aura with the water sword in her hand had truly shocked him. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die. One sword to decide life and death. Thinking of this, Xian was suddenly stunned. In the next moment, he suddenly took out his spirit elegant sword. Xian held the sword in his hand and looked at the small mountain in the distance. In his mind, the scene of the mysterious woman on the cloud ship kept appearing. That woman held the water sword as if there was no one in this world that she could not kill. Wasn't this a type of aura? She used one sword to decide life and death, and he used one sword to decide life and death. But why was there such a huge difference? Putting aside his realm and strength, his state of mind was already biased. One sword to decide life and death. What this sword technique required the most wasn't cultivation but aura. The aura of if I want you to live, then you will live, and if I want you to die, then you will definitely die. When he thought up to here, Xian shook his head and smiled. So I misunderstood this sword technique. As he spoke, he raised his head and looked at the nearby mountain. A sword howl suddenly resounded. In the next moment, bang, a powerful aura surged out from Xian's body, and the ground before him cracked inch by inch. Not far away, old Ji suddenly sat up. He stared blankly at Xian in the distance. What the hell? I taught you to comprehend fist aura, but you comprehend sword aura? What the hell are you talking about? Sword force. In the distance, Xian held the spirit grace sword in his hand, and he emanated a peerlessly domineering aura. This aura was based on the sword, so it could be considered as a sword force. With the spirit elegant sword in hand, Xian slowly walked towards the huge mountain. With every step he took, the ground in front of him would crack several feet apart. Not long after, with him as the center, the ground within a radius of several hundred feet around him had already cracked into a spider web shape. Not far away, old Ji stared fixedly at Xian. At this moment, he didn't seem drunk at all, and there was only seriousness on his face. Sword force. It wasn't just the sword force that Xian had revealed, it was also the sword technique that he was about to execute. Even though Xian hadn't executed the sword technique, he'd already sensed the sword technique's force. This was absolutely not something that an earth-rank sword technique could accomplish. At this moment, he didn't care about the force, instead, he cared about why Xian possessed such a terrifying sword technique. Right at this moment, Xian suddenly stopped, and the sword force around him instantly vanished without a trace. Xian lowered his head to look at the spirit grace sword that was trembling slightly in his hand. I won't disgrace you. A sword howl resounded abruptly. Xian grinned and released his hand. In the next moment, the spirit grace sword transformed into a sword light that flashed. Sword light flickered around Xian, controlling the sword with qi. Presently, he was even more proficient in controlling the sword because his compatibility with the spirit grace sword had reached 80%. Right at this moment, old Ji suddenly said, "Why didn't you execute that strike?" Xian turned to look at old Ji. He tapped with his finger, and the spirit grace sword suddenly landed firmly on his right. He smiled and said, "There's no need for that strike. Because I've understood what force is." Force. It could be said that his current strike to decide life and death had already surpassed the superior grade earth rank without the energy of the earth being mixed in. If it was combined with the energy of the earth, then this strike would absolutely not be inferior to a heaven rank martial technique. It should be said that in his heart at this moment, deciding life and death with a single strike was no longer just a sword technique. It was also a kind of sword Dao concept and state of mind. Old Ji looked at Xian for a long time. Suddenly, he smiled. Kuraki Academy's expulsion of the youth in front of him was the greatest loss they had suffered in the past several hundred years. Without a doubt, that was the most profitable one he had ever made in so many years. Old man Ji patted Xian's shoulder lightly. It's good to be young. With that, he turned around and left. Xian did not leave. After he sheathed his sword, he raised his head and looked at the mountain not far away. He slowly clenched his right fist. Boom, an invisible pressure suddenly rippled out from his fist. Step by step, Xian walked towards the mountain in front of him. When he was about 10 feet away from the mountain wall suddenly cracked. At this moment, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, his right hand clenched tightly. Crack, 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 the entire mountain wall continued to crack, and the cracks spread rapidly in all directions. He was pressuring others with force, the fist Dao? The sword Dao. Most of the time, they were actually connected. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and then he suddenly charged forward and smashed his fist against the mountain wall. Boom, Yi Xian's entire arm pierced through the mountain wall. In the next moment, the mountain wall collapsed, and countless rocks shot into the air before being crushed into powder. Yi Xian moved over 10 m back. There was a pitch-black hole in the mountain wall before him, and it was so deep that he could not see the bottom of it. Actually, this punch of his wasn't an area of effect attack, it was a single target attack. This punch was something he'd thought of on the spur of the moment. He'd just wanted to try it out in the beginning, but he hadn't expected it to actually be so powerful. Even though it wasn't as powerful as his sword Dao, it was at least a few times stronger than the punch annihilation from before. It could be said that this punch of his could even instantly annihilate a levitation realm profounder. If it was combined with the energy of the earth, then it could even pose a threat to a nether passage realm profounder. Yi Xian glanced at his fist and chuckled. I'll call this move one punch to the head, and it's a fist technique that was made for smashing heads. I created it myself, heh. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. As he left, another layer of the mountain wall behind him suddenly collapsed. Yi Xian arrived before the waterfall, and Baizhe was still howling incessantly beneath it. Yi Xian sized Baizhe up carefully and was slightly surprised. Because he noticed that the veins on Baizhe's body had bulged up, and the blood vessels beneath his skin were actually trembling slightly. The energy of his bloodline. Yi Xian was slightly curious. He'd heard of some people who possessed a half-human half-demon physique. These people possessed the bloodline of demon beasts, and if they were able to activate the demon bloodline within their bodies, then they would be able to obtain demon energy and improve their strength greatly. On the other hand, Baizhe obviously hadn't truly activated the energy of his bloodline. Once Baizhe activated the energy of his bloodline, then his body and strength would definitely undergo a qualitative transformation. After all, Baizhe's current strength was extremely formidable. Once the demon beast bloodline within his body was activated, then he would definitely become even stronger. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and saw a figure dashing madly not too far away. It was Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi's clothes were completely drenched, and he was exhausted like an ox. Meanwhile, Mo Yunqi suddenly gazed at Yi Xian who stood nearby, and he was stunned when he saw Yi Xian. After that, he said, You didn't cultivate? Yi Xian nodded. I didn't. Mo Yunqi blinked, and then he said furiously in the next moment, Fuck. Why didn't you cultivate? Why didn't Geezer G torture you? That's too unfair. Yi Xian walked over to Mo Yunqi, and he patted Mo Yunqi on the shoulder lightly. Do you know what a genius is? As he spoke, he pointed at himself. See that? This is a genius. I'm going to sleep. You run slowly, I'll support you spiritually. After that, he left into the distance. On the spot, Mo Yunqi suddenly spat to the side, Genius? Shameless thing. Just you wait, I'll beat you until you cry. After that, he turned and ran into the distance, wailing and howling as he ran. No one knew what he was howling about. When Yi Xian returned to the Kanglan Palace, Yi Ling wasn't asleep. Instead, she sat on the stone steps and hugged her knees. When she saw Yi Xian, she jumped up. Yi Xian walked over to Yi Ling, and he gently rubbed Yi Ling's little head. He said gently, Why aren't you asleep yet? Yi Ling hugged Yi Xian's arm and pulled him to sit on the stone steps. Then, she gently leaned her head on Yi Xian's shoulder and said softly, I want to accompany Big Brother. Yi Xian smiled and said, Big Brother is always here. Yi Ling tilted her head and looked at Yi Xian. Big Brother, if I can cultivate, will you object? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, Why would I object? If you can cultivate, you'll be able to protect Big Brother in the future. Yi Xian blinked, then grinned. She hugged Yi Xian's arm tightly, then looked up at the sky. The night sky was dotted with stars. Yi Ling said softly, Big Brother, do you think Mother is still here? Yi Xian was silent. Mother? Towards that woman. He was getting more and more blurry. At this moment, Yi Ling said softly, "It doesn't matter if she's here or not. Anyway, I only have Big Brother. Big Brother is enough." Yi Xian gently rubbed his head against Yi Ling's little head. "As long as you're safe and happy, Big Brother is willing to do anything." Under the starry sky, the two siblings leaned against each other quietly. The next day. At daybreak, Yi Xian went to the back of the mountain and continued to cultivate. Not only did he cultivate, but he also cultivated Imperial Sword. He could already control the sword, but he was not proficient enough. What he needed to do now was to cultivate this Imperial Sword technique to the extreme. Bai Zhe and Mo Yunqi were also cultivating crazily. For the two of them, the pressure was very great. They came to Canglan Academy, just like Yi Xian, for some special reasons. No matter what the reason was, they had now integrated into this academy and had a sense of belonging, and the two of them were very clear about the current situation of this academy. If they were not strong, they could be killed by Karaki Academy at any time. Cultivate with their lives on the line, and a few days later, outside the Imperial City. 3 young men in ink-white robes suddenly galloped over. The 3 of them were extremely fast, and the pedestrians on the road all gave way. In front of the city gate, seeing that the 3 of them had no intention of slowing down, a soldier hurriedly shouted, "Who are you?" The 3 of them did not slow down. Seeing this scene, the soldier's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly retreated. Just like that, the 3 of them directly rushed into the city. Soon, a group of soldiers blocked in front of the 3 of them. A middle-aged man glared at the 3 of them. "Fast horses are not allowed in the city, the 3 of you." At this moment, the young man in the lead suddenly jumped down from his horse. In the next moment, the young man suddenly disappeared. In an instant, a muffled sound rang out, and the middle-aged man was directly sent flying. Seeing this scene, the soldiers were furious and were about to attack, but at this moment, an angry shout suddenly came from the side. "Impudent!" As the voice fell, an old man appeared in front of the group of soldiers. The old man glanced at the group of soldiers coldly. "Can't you see? They are all students of my Karaki Academy." Karaki Academy. The soldiers' expressions changed slightly, and they did not dare to attack. The old man turned to look at the 3 behind him. "Where are the 3 of you from?" The young man in the lead said indifferently, "Tang Empire." Tang Empire. Hearing this, the soldier's expression suddenly became a little ugly. The Tang Empire was the enemy of the Jiang Empire. The old man nodded. "Please return to the academy with me." The young man in the lead shook his head. "There's no need." "Where's Yi Xian?" The old man hesitated for a moment and said, "It's better to give it further thought." "The 3 of you, give it further thought?" The young man in the lead said coldly, "If we give it further thought, then we probably won't even be able to get any scraps. Don't waste time and just tell me where Yi Xian is. Once we take his head, the 3 of us will be able to return to the Empire." The old man glanced at the 3 of them. "That fellow, Yi Xian, isn't an ordinary person. He's at Canglan Academy." Right at this moment, the middle-aged man who was blasted flying earlier suddenly stood up, and he gazed at the young man in the lead. "Yi Xian is at Canglan Academy. If you don't know the way, then we'll take you there." The young man in the lead said indifferently, "Lead the way." The middle-aged man turned around to glance at the others, and then he roared furiously, "Give the order for all brothers to have an hour of rest. Go cheer for me at Canglan Academy, and I'll break the legs of anyone who doesn't come." Cheer. The middle-aged man led the 3 Tang Kingdom's Karaki students towards Canglan Academy, and behind them was a group of soldiers from the state of Jiang. Besides the soldiers from the state of Jiang, there was also a large group of spectators. Moreover, more and more people were joining in. All of these people had come to cheer for Canglan Academy. Originally, these people didn't care about the battle between Karaki Academy and Canglan Academy. Or perhaps, they wished for nothing more than for the 2 academies to fight to the death, but it was different now, because the people who had come were actually from the state of Tang, the mortal enemies of the state of Jiang. How many people from the state of Jiang had died at the hands of the state of Tang during the war? Now, the Karaki students from the state of Tang had actually come to the state of Jiang. At this moment, practically everyone was on the side of Canglan Academy. This was no longer a battle between academies, but a battle between 2 countries. The expression of the old man from Karaki Academy instantly turned slightly unsightly when he witnessed this scene. At this moment, he suddenly felt that allowing the students from the state of Tang to come to the state of Jiang was a huge mistake. Karaki Academy was used to being superior, and they didn't care about what others thought. Thus, they neglected the relationship between the state of Jiang and the state of Tang. Or perhaps it could be said that they didn't care about the thoughts of the people at the bottom of the hierarchy. However, they'd never imagined that their actions would incur the wrath of the masses. The old man hesitated for a moment before he hurried back to Karaki Academy. He felt that this matter had to be dealt with seriously. Otherwise, Karaki Academy would lose the support of the people in the state of Jiang. Meanwhile, the group of soldiers led the 3 Karaki students towards Songlan Academy. The 3 Karaki students had indifferent expressions, or perhaps their eyes were filled with disdain and arrogance. In next to no time, the group arrived at the foot of Songlan Academy's mountain. At the foot of the mountain, they saw a little girl carrying a basket that contained some wild vegetables. This little girl was Yi Ling, who'd come down the mountain to gather wild vegetables. Yi Ling was slightly stunned when she saw the group of people. She didn't run because old man Ji had said that it was safe at the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man who led the group of soldiers suddenly walked over to Yi Ling. "Little girl, is Yi Xian here?" Yi Ling blinked. "Why are you looking for him?" The middle-aged man pointed at the 3 Karaki students not far away. "These 3 are from the Tang Empire. They want to challenge Yi Xian. We're here to cheer for them." Yi Ling looked at the 3 students from Karaki Academy, then turned around and shouted towards the mountain, "Brother, the people from Karaki Academy are here again." Everyone, at this moment, a green-robed man flashed over from the mountain. The person who came was Yi Xian. Yi Xian's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the foot of the mountain, but he did not stop. Seeing Yi Xian, the leader of the 3 Karaki students sneered and took a step forward. "So you're Yi Xian?" "I'm a student of the Tang Empire's Karaki College, Li." Right at this moment, Yi Xian's speed suddenly rose explosively, and he traversed around 30 m in just the blink of an eye to arrive in front of the man who spoke. At the same time, a strand of light flashed. Hiss! The man hadn't even finished speaking when his figure stiffened on the spot. A light breeze blew by. Hiss! The man's head suddenly fell off his neck, blood sprayed out like a fountain. Everyone here was dumbstruck. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly dodged to the left, and he slashed horizontally with his sword. Hiss! The head of a Karaki student instantly flew into the air. Meanwhile, the last Karaki student had finally recovered from his shock, and he turned around and fled. Yi Xian didn't pursue him, and he turned around and walked towards Yi Ling instead. However, the sword in his hand suddenly flew up and slashed behind him. Hiss! Hiss! The head of the fleeing student from Karaki Academy was pierced through by a sword. The sword carried a strand of blood behind it as it spun in the air, and then it flew back to Yi Xian. Yi Xian caught the sword with his right hand while he pulled Yi Ling with his left. "Come, let's go cook." As soon as he finished speaking, the brother and sister pair walked slowly up the mountain while everyone watched. Everyone at the foot of the mountain was dumbstruck. He died just like that, instant kill. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Yi Xian had already vanished into the distance with his sister, Yi Ling. Swordsman. How amazing, Karaki Academy actually didn't want this fellow. Those fellows from Karaki Academy are really blind. Blind? I think they're stupid. Amongst the younger generation of Jiang Kingdom, I'm afraid only Gueshuren can defeat Yi Xian. I heard that he's friends with Gueshuren. Alas, I told you that Gueshuren thinks highly of Yi Xian, so how could he be an ordinary person? See, I'm telling the truth, right? See what? I remember that you were the one who said Gueshuren misjudged him and that Yi Xian was trash. Soon, the news of Yi Xian instantly killing 3 Karaki Academy students spread throughout the imperial capital like a plague. At this moment, the people of the imperial capital were in an uproar. Yi Xian killed Karaki Academy students, but they were also from Tang Kingdom. Yi Xian instantly killing 3 people from Tang Kingdom was undoubtedly a great honor to the people of Jiang Kingdom. More and more people were dissatisfied with Karaki Academy. Originally, the conflict between the 2 academies was an internal matter of Jiang Kingdom, but Karaki Academy actually invited external help, and it was from Tang Kingdom. Although many people were unhappy with Karaki Academy, no one dared to publicly criticize them. no one dared to casually offend this colossus. It was worth mentioning that the foot of Psong Lan Academy's mountain was somewhat lively. Every day, some people would come to the foot of the mountain, including some women, as if they were waiting for something. Karaki Academy. In a large hall, Li Xuanzong sat at the head of the table. On both sides of him were the instructors and elders of Karaki Academy. They were all people with real power in Karaki Academy, Li Xuanzong said indifferently. All three of them are levitation realm, but none of them could withstand a single strike from Yixian. What do you think? The hall was silent. Everyone's expressions were slightly solemn. Even though those three from Tang Kingdom were inferior to Fenju, they weren't weak. However, they weren't even able to withstand a single strike of Yixian's. They were instantly killed. Yixian was only at the Qi resistance realm. This wasn't a challenge of surmounting realms, it was an instant kill. After a moment of silence, an old man stood out. This person's strength is probably only inferior to Nguesher. I suggest that we notify those students from other places and ask them not to rashly challenge this person and sacrifice their lives for nothing. Why should we notify them? Right at this moment, Li Xuanzong spoke indifferently. Let them continue challenging him. Everyone looked at Li Xuanzong with puzzled expressions. Li Xuanzong spoke indifferently. The more people he kills, the more enemies he'll make. Let him offend all of the 72 Karaki academies in Azure Prefecture. Killing with a borrowed knife. No one here was stupid, so they naturally understood what Li Xuanzong meant. Li Xuanzong slowly closed his eyes. Since Fenju's death, only Beichen remained in the younger generation of Karaki Academy. Just Beichen alone wouldn't be able to hold the fort. If they didn't have any outstanding geniuses to send to the Central Divine Prefecture, then the resources they obtained would definitely be reduced. That was undoubtedly lethal to Karaki Academy. After all, they received assistance from the main academy every single year, and the assistance included cultivation techniques, martial techniques, spirit artifacts, but the precondition was that they had to send monstrous geniuses over. Geniuses, what did this era lack the most? Besides resources, it lacked geniuses. Karaki Academy naturally had enemies in the Central Divine Prefecture, and it needed geniuses in order to prevent a power from falling into decline. However, they'd suffered heavy losses this time, and it could be said that they were at an absolute disadvantage when compared to the other academies. It was too late to foster new geniuses now, so the only way was to make the geniuses of the other academies suffer losses as well. Not only would it make Karaki Academy become enemies, but it would also exhaust the geniuses of those academies. Of course, if someone really killed Yixian, then it would naturally be for the best as well. In short, they just had to watch the battle from afar. Yixian, Li Xuanzong's face instantly turned gloomy when he thought of Yixian. Karaki Academy's losses this time were extraordinarily heavy. Actually, that wasn't all. The thing that upset him the most was that Yixian had intended to join Karaki Academy in the first place. If Karaki Academy had accepted Yixian, then Karaki Academy would have no chance of joining Karaki Academy at all. Yet now, Karaki Academy had Yixian, so it was an unknown factor. An unknown factor. Meanwhile, Li Xuanzong said, "Send my order. Anyone who's able to kill Yixian will be given 2 high-grade Earth-rank martial techniques, 2 Earth-rank cultivation techniques, and 1 million top-grade energy stones. Moreover, that person will even be able to enter the secret realm of Karaki Academy to cultivate." The expressions of everyone here changed when they heard this. 2 high-grade Earth-rank martial techniques, 2 Earth-rank cultivation techniques, and 1 million top-grade energy stones. That was a huge loss. It was even sufficient to place a bounty on the head of a divine convergence realm expert, but Yixian was only at the Qi-controlling realm. An old man hesitated for a moment before he said, "Dean, isn't this price a little too great?" "Great?" Li Xuanzong glanced coldly at the old man. "If he doesn't die, then he'll definitely become a great enemy of our Karaki Academy. Our academy will definitely do its best to deal with him now. We can't underestimate him at all. Otherwise, we'll definitely die a graveless death in the future." If one couldn't rope in a genius, then the best method was to destroy that genius. Moreover, Yixian was a genius of Karaki Academy. He didn't want Karaki Academy to have another swordsman at the Sword Master or Sword Emperor realm as an enemy in the future. The Sword Master. The Sword Emperor. Li Xuanzong's expression gradually turned gloomy when he thought up to here. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly walked swiftly into the hall. "Dean, Yixian, he's here." Everyone here was stunned when they heard this. Yi Xian is here, a man stood with a sword in hand at the foot of Xiao Dao, and a group of students from Karaki Academy were standing not too far away from him. All of them had vigilant expressions on their faces. The man raised his head to gaze at them. Don't be nervous. I'm just here to practice my calligraphy. As soon as he finished speaking, he started to swing his sword. In next to no time, a row of large words appeared on the ground in front of him. Hit me. Come at me. The expressions of the students from Karaki Academy turned extremely unsightly when they heard this. This was a blatant insult to Karaki Academy. Some of the younger students were about to charge over when Li Xuanzong and the others appeared. Li Xuanzong threw a cold look at Yi Xian, who was not far away. He was about to speak, but Yi Xian turned around and left. He walked very quickly and vanished in the blink of an eye. Another line of words appeared behind Yi Xian, over 100 students, but none of them have balls. Li Xuanzong's expression was extremely gloomy when he saw this. The group of Karaki Academy students were so angry that their faces turned red. This was too fucking humiliating. Some students were about to charge at Yi Xian, but they were stopped by the instructors. Li Xuanzong glanced coldly at the students from Karaki Academy. Return to the mountain. The students didn't dare to disobey him and walked back to the mountain unwillingly. A woman stared fixedly at Yi Xian's back. Why didn't you let me attack? It was Bei Chen. Kumu was standing beside Bei Chen. Kumu shook his head. I'm afraid that only the Inguisher who has left the Jiang country can suppress him. Bei Chen fell silent. Her strength was on par with Fenju. If Yi Xian could kill Fenju, then he could kill her as well. Kumu glanced at Yi Xian who had vanished. He actually didn't die that day. This person is too mysterious. He turned to look at Bei Chen. You can't go look for him in private. Leave everything to the academy. Bei Chen remained silent. After Yi Xian left Karaki Academy, he didn't stroll around. Instead, he prepared to return to Canglan Academy. He'd snuck into Karaki Academy this time entirely because he couldn't stand the sight of Karaki Academy, and he wanted to discuss them. Of course, if it was possible, he wanted to kill a few people as well. Ever since Karaki Academy kidnapped his younger sister, he hated the academy to the extreme. If he were to bump into a student of Karaki Academy on the street right now, he wouldn't hesitate to rush up and beat him to death. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. In front of a house not far to his right, there was a little girl in a black dress squatting there. The little girl was about 12 or 13 years old. Her black dress was a little special, with a white skull flower painted on it. The little girl was carving a small piece of wood. Her technique was a little clumsy, and it was a little strenuous for her to carve. At this moment, the little girl suddenly looked up at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian clearly saw the little girl's appearance. In terms of appearance, the little girl was not particularly good-looking. On the contrary, she was somewhat gloomy, especially her eyes. They gave off a very uncomfortable feeling, as if one look from her would kill them. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then he walked in front of the little girl. He squatted down and took the wood and carving knife from the little girl's hands. He smiled and said, "What do you want to carve?" The little girl glanced at Yi Xian, and then she pointed at the ease in the distance. Yi Xian looked up and saw a pitch-black bird there. The bird was slightly strange, and it only had one leg. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he started to carve quickly. Not long after, a lifelike bird appeared in front of the little girl. Carving, actually, he liked to carve when he had nothing to do in the past. Because when they were young, the two of them were poor, and Yi Ling sometimes wanted toys. Naturally, he couldn't afford any toys, so he carved some small things for Yi Ling, and he was able to make Yi Ling happy every time. Over time, he could be considered a master carver. No matter what kind of bird, fish, or person it was, he could carve them lifelike. Of course, this skill was useless besides making Yi Ling happy. But to him, it was enough to make Yi Ling happy. Yi Xian handed the little bird in his hand to the girl in the black dress. He handed it to the black-dressed girl. "For you." The girl in the black dress took the wooden bird and looked at it. Then she looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, "When carving, you have to calm down. You can't rush it. The more anxious you are, the easier it is to make mistakes." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of wood beside the girl in the black dress. and then he started to carve quickly. Soon, a small wooden figure appeared in Xian's hand. This small wooden figure was exactly the same as the girl in the black dress. When she saw the small wooden figure, the girl in the black dress was instantly attracted. Xian handed the small wooden figure to the girl in the black dress and said with a smile, "For you." The girl in the black dress glanced at Xian, and she took the small wooden figure, but she still didn't say anything. Xian smiled, and then he touched the girl in the black dress's head. This touch was actually subconscious, or it should be said that it was a habit, because he usually liked to touch Yi Ling's little head like this. At this moment, the girl in the black dress suddenly looked at him, and she just looked at him. Xian suddenly felt slightly flustered, inexplicably flustered. He frowned slightly and hurriedly calmed himself down. The girl in the black dress suddenly retracted her gaze and looked at the small wooden figure in her hand. Xian instantly felt much better. Xian glanced at the girl in the black dress before him. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation of profound energy on her body, and she looked like an ordinary person. Xian hesitated for a moment. "Little girl, are you one of those extremely powerful and peerless experts?" The girl in the black dress glanced at Xian and didn't say anything. Xian chuckled, and then he secretly looked around and said softly, "Let me tell you a secret." The girl in the black dress looked at Xian and still didn't say anything. Xian moved his wrist slightly, and the Spirit Elegance sword appeared in his hand. The girl in the black dress glanced at the Spirit Elegance sword, and there was no fluctuation in her eyes. Xian pointed at himself and said mysteriously, "Swordsman, I'm the great swordsman." Impressive, right? The girl in the black dress blinked, and her expression was a little strange. Xian subconsciously rubbed the girl's little head again, and then said with a smile, "I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first." With that said, he got up and walked into the distance. Soon, Xian disappeared from the sight of the black-dressed girl. The girl in the black dress retracted her gaze and looked at the small wooden figure in her hand. After a moment, she got up and looked at the one-legged bird not far away. "Did you sense it?" The one-legged bird shook its head. The girl in the black dress turned to look at the horizon, and frowned slightly. "A sword immortal has appeared in the country of Jiang, and we Tao protectors don't know anything about it." How ridiculous. With that said, she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked at the end of the street. At the end of the street, Xian's figure had already disappeared, but the girl in the black dress could still see him. "This person offended master, I'll go kill him." At this moment, the one-legged bird was about to fly away. The girl in the black dress stretched out her hand, and the one-legged bird landed firmly in her palm. The girl in the black dress said indifferently, "This person's sword heart is clear, and his heart is kind. He is a promising talent. Don't touch him, and let him develop. In the future, if he is still as kind as he is today, and his sword heart is clear, we can nurture him well, and add another hero to our azure state." With that said, she turned and took a step forward. As soon as she took that step, she disappeared from sight. Xian arrived at the foot of Songlan Academy's mountain. At this moment, a group of people surrounded him, and there were many women among them. Young Master Yi, a youth walked in front of Xian, and bowed respectfully. "I am the Yu family's heir, Yu Lin. Young Master Yi, there is a banquet today, and I would like to invite young Master Yi to participate." On the other side, another man hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, I would like to join Songlan Academy, please Yi." "Young Master Yi, are you really a swordsman?" "Young Master Yi, this little girl greets you. Are you really a swordsman? Show me a few moves." Xian fled. Back mountain. Xian came to the waterfall, and Baizé was still cultivating. At this moment, Baizé's body actually had a faint red luster. At this moment, Baizé suddenly glanced at Xian. "You don't cultivate?" Even his words were trembling. Xian nodded, and said seriously, "Geniuses usually don't cultivate, like me." Baizé glared at Xian. "Go, farther." Xian chuckled. At this moment, a strong wind came from his right. Xian suddenly turned around, and punched out. Bang, a figure was blasted back, and at this moment, a cold light silently appeared in front of Xian. Xian dodged backwards, and dodged the cold light. At this moment, an afterimage appeared in front of him again, and at the same time, a black rod suddenly smashed down from above his head. Yi Xian clenched his right hand into a fist, bang, a fist aura swept out from his body, and it was this fist aura that forced the rod to stop. Yi Xian punched out. However, the figure was already 30 meters away. This figure was Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi sized up Yi Xian. How did your fist become so powerful again? Yi Xian didn't speak, and he suddenly vanished on the spot. Seeing this scene, Mo Yunqi's expression changed slightly. He lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his entire body instantly retreated 30 meters. At the same time, a flying knife flashed, extremely fast. Bang, Yi Xian forcefully stopped, and he just stopped when another flying knife arrived in front of him. Right at this moment, a sword howl resounded, and then a flying sword slashed directly against the flying knife. Bang, the flying knife flew back to Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi chuckled, this flying knife of mine is formidable, right? Yi Xian suddenly looked at Mo Yunqi, and then he said, Elder Ji? Mo Yunqi turned around instinctively, yet there was no one behind him. Shit. Mo Yunqi's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly turned around. Bang, along with a muffled bang, Mo Yunqi's figure was blasted flying, and he flew over 30 m away. On the ground, Mo Yunqi pointed angrily at Yi Xian. Yi Xian. You bastard. You actually played tricks. Are you even human? Yi Xian blinked, you can deceive me as well. Quickly tell me there's someone behind me. Mo Yunqi was infuriated to the point he almost spat blood, motherfucker. Yi Xian shrugged and turned to leave. Behind him, Mo Yunqi turned to look at Baizhe under the waterfall. Is this person shameless? Baizhe nodded his head seriously. Mo Yunqi shook his head. I have never seen such a shameless person. At this moment, Baizhe suddenly said, Are you done running? Hearing this, Mo Yunqi's expression changed. The next moment, he disappeared on the spot. In a courtyard. Old Man Ji was lying on the recliner, drunk from the alcohol. Yi Xian suddenly appeared beside Old Man Ji. Yi Xian glanced at Old Man Ji and said, Old Man Ji, I have something to discuss with you. Old Man Ji opened his drowsy eyes and glanced at Yi Xian. Speak. Yi Xian thought for a moment. I want to break through to the airborne realm. Airborne realm, he had been stuck at the chi controlling realm for a long time. Now, he felt that he had reached the limit of the chi controlling realm and could break through to the airborne realm at any time. Unfortunately, he could not break through like a normal person. He had to find spiritual swords, and he might need more than one spiritual sword. If he reached the airborne realm, his strength in all aspects would increase greatly. Most importantly, he would be able to fly. At that time, he would try to combine with a sword and see if he could use sword kinesis flight. He could use sword kinesis now, but he could not use sword kinesis flight. This was a pity, Old Man Ji nodded. Wanting to break through to the airborne realm is a good thing. Yi Xian hurriedly said, but, my body is a little special. If I want to break through to the airborne realm, I need spiritual swords. Old Man Ji, buy me a dozen spiritual swords. Hey! Old Man Ji, don't sleep. Wake up, damn it. In front of Yi Xian, Old Man Ji was already sleeping soundly. No matter how he called, he would not wake up. Seeing that Old Man Ji was pretending to sleep, Yi Xian was so angry that he almost pulled out his sword to kill him. However, when he thought of this old man's terrifying strength, he just thought about it. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around. At the entrance of the courtyard, stood a woman. Xianxia glanced at Yi Xian. Follow me. With that, she turned around and left. Yi Xian looked at Old Man Ji in front of him, shook his head and sighed. Shameless. After saying that, he followed her out. Xianxia brought Yi Xian to the back of the mountain. In a corner of the back of the mountain, there were two small halls. The weeds around the two halls were almost as tall as an adult. It was very desolate. Xianxia brought Yi Xian to the front of a small hall. Yi Xian looked up and saw two huge words above the small hall, Martial Arts Hall. Xianxia said softly, this place used to be the sacred land of my Tsanglan Academy. Yi Xian looked at the martial arts hall in front of him and asked, is there anything valuable inside? Xianxia turned and glared at Yi Xian. This is the Holy Land. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. I only know that our academy is so poor that we can barely afford to eat now. Xianxia was silent for a moment and said softly, Songlan Academy used to be very glorious, even more glorious than the current Karaki College. Yi Xian said, then how did it end up like this? Xianxia shook her head. Arrogance. Arrogance? Yi Xian didn't understand. Xianxia said softly, when a faction reaches a certain level, like our Songlan Academy back then, even the royal family has to listen to us. Back then, we were unprecedentedly arrogant and didn't put anyone in our eyes. Naturally, we offended a lot of people. This is nothing. Back then, Songlan Academy missed a student. Speaking of this, she looked at Yi Xian and said, the legend of Karaki College, Gu Qianqian. Back then, he was actually a student of our Songlan Academy. Yi Xian was taken aback, and then he asked, then why did you go to Karaki Academy? Xianxia shook her head. He was forced to leave. Finishing her sentence, she walked towards the martial arts hall. Whether it is a faction or a person, once they reach a certain level, they will become arrogant. Once a person becomes arrogant, they will lose themselves. It is the same for a faction. In the future, we also paid a painful price for our arrogance back then. As she spoke, she suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Yi Xian. Back then, during the final battle between the two academies, the older generation didn't make a move. Almost all the students of our Songlan Academy were slaughtered. That year, the Shaodaoan Song Mountain was filled with the heads of our Songlan Academy students. Yi Xian was silent. This world was cruel. When he was in Azure City, several small worlds were fighting for the resources around Azure City. Weren't there frequent bloody battles? But for Songlan Academy to end up like this, it made him think of 4 words: extreme prosperity leads to decline. No matter if it was a person or a faction, once they reached a certain level, they would become arrogant and lose themselves. To him, this was also a wake-up call. No matter how far one went in the future, one must not become arrogant. The two of them entered the main hall. Inside the main hall, there were 9 long pillars. Each pillar was 6 meters tall, and there were unknown runes drawn around them. Xianxia pointed at the 9 pillars. These 9 pillars were once the 9 Dao legacies, the legacies of the powerhouses of the Divine Central Continent's General Academy. Every year, new powerhouses would pass through these 9 pillars and pass on their martial arts here. When Songlan Academy declined, the General Academy completely abandoned this place. The legacies here have not appeared for many, many years. Saying this, she laughed self-deprecatingly. They must have completely forgotten about us. Yi Xian was silent. He didn't particularly care about what had happened back then. All he knew was that old man Ji of Songlan Academy had saved his sister and taken them in. This favor must be repaid. This was how Yi Xian lived. He would repay kindness with kindness and take revenge with enmity. Xianxia walked up to one of the pillars and suddenly drew her saber and slashed. Crack, the pillar shattered with a loud bang. Xianxia didn't stop there. Instead, she swung her saber swiftly, and in the next moment, all 9 pillars shattered with a loud bang. After the 9 pillars shattered, 9 crystals the size of fists appeared in the grand hall. What's this? Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Xianxia said softly, jade-grade spirit stones, the cornerstones of the 9 inheritance pillars. Each one should be able to sell for a good price, and they're the most valuable thing we have right now. Take them and sell them for swords. Saying this, she turned and left the martial arts hall. Inside the hall, Yi Xian gazed at the jade-grade spirit stones in front of him for a long time without saying anything. 15 minutes later, Yi Xian descended the mountain. In a certain courtyard, old man Ji sighed softly. Girl, that's your grandfather's wine money. Yi Xian headed straight for the Drunken Immortal Tavern. The Drunken Immortal Tavern was the largest merchant association in the imperial capital. If one wanted to buy or sell something, they could only come to them. At a certain street, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. Not far in front of him stood a man. The man was dressed in a white brocade robe and held a feather fan in his hand. He had a graceful bearing. Yi Xian glanced at the man. From Karaki Academy? The man smiled slightly. Yes, you are Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. Before he arrived, a terrifying fist aura had already enveloped the man. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a trace of shock in his eyes. He didn't dare to be careless. The folding fan in his hand spun slightly, and a sharp gust of wind slashed out like a blade. Boom! Along with the sound of an explosion, the two figures retreated rapidly. These two figures were Yixian and the man. But soon, Yixian stopped, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of the man again. The man's pupils constricted slightly. He swiftly closed his folding fan, and then flicked it upward, causing a ray of cold light to flash. Hiss! The sound of something tearing resounded. However, the man himself had retreated explosively by over 30 m. Yixian glanced at his fist, and there was a bloody mark on it. Yixian shook his hand, and then he slowly clenched his fist. Bang! The ground in front of Yixian instantly cracked apart, and then an invisible imposing aura swept towards the man like a storm. The man's eyes narrowed slightly. What a domineering fist aura! As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly let go of the folding fan in his hand. In the next moment, the folding fan slashed down like a sharp blade. Hiss! An ear-piercing sound of something tearing resounded. The folding fan didn't just tear through the air, it tore through Yixian's imposing aura as well. However, Yixian had arrived in front of him, and Yixian didn't waste his breath and just smashed his fist forward. Force! It was very simple. Bang! The man retreated explosively by over 30 m while the folding fan was grabbed by Yixian. He'd intended to destroy it, but he noticed that it was actually a spirit artifact. He didn't hesitate to put the folding fan away. The man was speechless. After he put the folding fan away, Yixian gazed at the man. The man's eyes narrowed slightly. Looks like it won't be easy to take your head. You. Right at this moment, his voice suddenly stopped abruptly. Because Yixian had charged over and arrived in front of him, another punch. However, this punch was utterly different from the punch from before, and the might of this punch was at least a few times stronger than the punch from before. Such a powerful contrast caused the man's expression to change drastically. He was just about to counterattack when a peerlessly formidable fist aura enveloped him. I'll blast your head apart with a single punch. The might of this punch instantly caused the man to feel despair. A moment of silence ensued. Bang! The man's head exploded, and Yixian was already several meters behind the man. Yixian glanced coldly at the surroundings. I'll kill every student of Karaki Academy I see. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the distance. Ever since the students of Karaki Academy had captured his younger sister, he could be said to hate this academy to the extreme. They could touch him, but they absolutely couldn't touch his younger sister. In the surroundings, some of the spectators looked at each other with shock in their eyes. The young man with the folding fan was at least a peak levitation realm expert. However, he'd been killed by a single punch from Yixian just like that. Somewhere, 3 men stared fixedly at Yixian, who was leaving in the distance. As for these 3 people, they were also students of Karaki Academy from elsewhere. After a moment, the man in a luxurious robe shook his head. Return to the country. The man beside the luxurious robe said in a low voice, return to the country just like that? If we kill him, there's an earth-grade martial technique and a supreme-grade spirit stone. The luxurious robe glanced coldly at the man who spoke. Do you have the life to take it? The man's expression was somewhat ugly. The luxurious robe turned his head and glanced at the headless corpse in the distance. This person's strength isn't the slightest bit weaker than the 3 of us, but he couldn't even take a single punch. As he spoke, he turned his head and glanced in the direction of Tsung Mountain. This Yixian isn't an ordinary genius at all. This country of Zhang's Karaki Academy wants to kill him with a borrowed knife. We won't participate in this muddy water, nor do we have the strength to participate in it. Let's go. After he finished speaking, the man turned around and left without hesitation. After a moment of hesitation, the remaining 2 men also followed suit. Earth-grade martial technique and cultivation technique were very tempting, but one had to be alive to take it. Life was the most important thing. On the other side, a man in a black robe glanced at the corpse on the ground and chuckled. Your strength isn't bad. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body disappeared on the spot. At the end of the street, Yixian suddenly stopped. In front of him stood a black-robed man. The black-robed man gazed at Yixian and smiled. You said that you would kill students of Karaki Academy on sight? As he spoke, he waved his hand. I'm from Karaki Academy as well. Why don't you give it a try? Right at this moment, Yixian suddenly vanished on the spot. The corners of the man's mouth curled up slightly, and in the blink of an eye, a violent aura suddenly swept out from within him. Is this the Nether Passage realm? No, this is Half-Step Nether Passage. Someone exclaimed in shock. No wonder he's so confident. He's actually halfway into the nether passage realm. Right at this moment, the howl of a sword resounded, a single strike to decide life and death. This time, Xian had directly utilized his strongest attack. At the moment this attack appeared, the black-robed man's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. In the blink of an eye, the profound energy within his body surged madly. At the same time, he suddenly punched forward, bang, a strand of violent energy surged out from his fist, and it even emanated raging flames. Most importantly, this punch actually contained fist intent. A wave of exclamations resounded once more when they saw the fist intent. Fist intent. This meant that the black-robed young man was very likely to become a martial Dao Grandmaster. Or rather, he was already a quasi-martial Dao Grandmaster. At this moment, Xian's sword arrived. A moment of silence ensued. Hiss, a head suddenly flew into the sky. It was the black-robed man's head. Behind the black-robed man, Xian opened his palm, and a ray of sword light fell into his hand. The sword light dissipated, and it was the exquisite spirit sword. He sheathed the sword and quickly walked towards the distance. He would absolutely not fight for something that could be resolved with a single strike of the sword, so he used his strongest move. Everyone in the surroundings was dumbstruck. Another instant kill, another instant kill. The minds of the spectators in the surroundings and some of the students of Karaki Academy that were hiding in the shadows had gone blank. A half-step nether passage quasi-martial Dao Grandmaster was instantly killed just like that. This wasn't a victory, but an instant kill. An instant kill with a single strike of the sword. Moreover, many people hadn't been able to see that strike clearly. All they saw was a ray of light flash by, and then the black-robed man's head flew into the air. Exactly what level has Xian attained? Right at this moment, Xian suddenly walked back. Under the gazes of the crowd, he walked up to the corpse of the black-robed man, and then he took a bag from the man's waist. Subsequently, he turned around and left. Poor, extremely poor, that was exactly what Xian was feeling right now. While he was in Two World City, he'd found out that Dao Yi's spiritual weapon was worth at least 2 million gold coins. Moreover, the sword might be even more expensive. Now, he was so poor that he wanted to rob someone. It didn't take long for Xian to arrive at the Inn of Indulgence. As soon as he produced his violet card, he was immediately invited into a luxurious room, and it was an old man who received him. The old man bowed slightly to Xian. Young Master Yi, do you have any instructions for me? Xian nodded, and then he produced the 9 jade-grade spirit stones. How much can I sell them for? Jade-grade spirit stones. There was a trace of surprise in the old man's eyes. There aren't many of them in the country of Jiang. As he spoke, he pondered deeply for a moment before he said, a single jade-grade spirit stone is worth around 500,000 gold coins, 500,000 gold coins. Xian pondered deeply for a moment, and then he said, at most, it's only 4,500,000 gold coins? The old man nodded. Xian asked another question, how much does a single spiritual sword cost? The old man glanced at Xian, at least 3 million gold coins, and there might not be any on the market. Xian laughed bitterly when he heard this. Now he knew why there were so few swordsmen. Damn it. This isn't something that ordinary people can afford to cultivate. A single spiritual sword costs 3 million gold coins, not to mention a single person. Even some great clans can't produce that much gold coins. Besides that, there's also the swordsman's sword technique, and all of that would probably be an enormous sum of money. Within the room, Xian thought for a moment, and then he withdrew a huge pile of things. All of them were spoils of war that he'd obtained from killing people, and there were all sorts of things. The most valuable amongst them was naturally the spiritual weapon that he'd just obtained. The old man's gaze paused on the fan for a moment, and then he said, young Master Yi, forgive me for being blunt, but only this fan is worth a bit. The rest aren't worth much. Xian nodded. Together, can we buy 2 spirit swords? The old man was in a difficult position. At this moment, he was slightly taken aback. In the next moment, he took a look outside the door and then looked at Xian. Young Master Yi wants 2 spiritual swords? Xian nodded. The old man smiled, it's fine. Young Master Yi is our honored guest. We will think of a way for young Master Yi. Please wait a moment, young Master Yi. After that, he put away Yi Xian's things and left the private room. About an hour later, the old man returned to the private room. In the old man's arms were two black boxes. The old man walked in front of Yi Xian. "I've made young Master Yi wait for a long time." As he said that, he handed the two boxes to Yi Xian. "These are two spiritual swords. Please have a look, young Master Yi." Yi Xian opened one of the boxes. Inside the box was a sword that was about 3 feet long. The sword was about 2 fingers wide and very sharp. Most importantly, this sword had a trace of spirituality. It was undoubtedly a spiritual sword. Yi Xian closed the box and then looked at the old man. "My money shouldn't be enough to buy these two swords." The old man smiled. "Young Master Yi is my Drunken Immortal Restaurant's honored guest. This little convenience is something my Drunken Immortal Restaurant can give." Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, "Thank you." This was the Drunken Immortal Restaurant's goodwill, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't refuse, the old man's smile became even more brilliant. "Also, young Master Yi must be careful of Karaki Academy. According to what we know, Karaki Academy has the intention to kill young Master Yi. My Drunken Immortal Restaurant has already investigated the incident that happened to young Master Yi on the cloud ship. It was Karaki Academy's doing. And they will surely not let it go. Young Master Yi, you must be careful when you're outside." Yi Xian nodded. "Thank you for telling me. If your honorable restaurant has any other news, please let me know. I'll be eternally grateful." The old man smiled. "Of course." Yi Xian cupped his fists. "Farewell." With that said, he carried the two spiritual swords and turned to leave. After Yi Xian left, a black-robed old man appeared in the private room. This person was the 9th floor master of the Drunken Immortal Restaurant. The 9th floor master glanced at the direction that Yi Xian had left in and said, "If I'm not in the imperial capital in the future, try to make things convenient for this person. Also, pay attention to Karaki Academy. If you discover anything, you can sell this young man a favor." The old man bowed slightly. "Understood." The 9th floor master slowly closed his eyes. Karaki Academy, continue to court death. After Yi Xian left the Drunken Immortal Restaurant, he couldn't wait to rush towards Songlan Academy. Two spiritual swords, based on his current condition, if he was able to devour these two spiritual swords, he had an 80% chance of reaching the higher sky realm. Once he reached the higher sky realm, not only would his strength in all aspects improve greatly, most importantly, he would be able to attempt sword kinesis flight. If he was able to achieve sword kinesis flight and fly around the imperial capital, how cool would that be? Thinking of this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth couldn't help but curl into a brilliant smile. Yi Xian increased his speed. Just as he was passing through a narrow street, he suddenly stopped. The street was only a few feet wide and there were houses and buildings on both sides. Most importantly, there wasn't a single person on this street. Something's not right. Yi Xian prepared to retreat. Although he was confident, he wouldn't jump into a trap knowing that it was a trap. At this moment, behind him, a sound of wind breaking could be heard. Yi Xian squinted his eyes, turned around and threw a punch. Bam! Yi Xian took a few steps back and with every step he took, the ground beneath his feet instantly exploded. Yi Xian looked at his own fist. His fist was already red and there were bloodstains. He lifted his head and looked into the distance. Not far in front of him, stood a man. The man was around 20 years old and his body was extremely burly, not much different from Baize's. On his right fist, there was a thick black metal glove. Spiritual weapon. Looking at the black metal glove, Yi Xian's eyes had a strange glint. The man had a ferocious expression. He glanced at Yi Xian with a ferocious smile on his face. Yi Xian was about to attack when he suddenly turned around. Not far behind him stood two men. The man on the left wore long cotton clothes and held a spear in his hand. The tip of the spear was like a cold star. The man on the right had short hair and held a crescent moon blade. The blade was pitch black and thick, and the blade was extremely thin. There were 3 black iron rings on the back of the blade. All 3 of them were in the levitation realm. No, it should be said that all 3 of them had reached the half-step ethereal opening realm. At this moment, the man in cotton clothes with a spear in his hand suddenly said, "The 3 of us saw you fight earlier. I never expected that besides Guoshuren, there would be a monster like you in Jiang country. As he spoke, he walked slowly towards Yixian. In a one-on-one battle, the three of us aren't a match for you, so, right at this moment, Yixian suddenly charged forward. This charge caused him to arrive around 3 m away from the man with the spear. However, his expression suddenly changed, and he dodged to the right in the next moment. There was a black arrow stuck in his shoulder. Yixian raised his head and looked into the distance. A woman in tight black clothes was standing on the roof of a house in the distance. She held a bow in her hand and carried a quiver of arrows on her back. It wasn't 3 people, but 4. Yixian glanced coldly at the woman on the roof, and then he broke the arrow in his shoulder. Right at this moment, the sound of wind being torn apart resounded abruptly from behind him. Subsequently, the robust man appeared behind Yixian, and he smashed his fist towards Yixian's head. His fist was like a ferocious tiger that had left its cage, and it carried a domineering aura that seemed capable of devouring its enemies. A wisp of a ferocious smile appeared on the corners of Yixian's mouth, and then he suddenly turned around and swung his fist, a punch to the head. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked apart, and it wasn't just his feet that cracked apart, even the walls on both sides of him cracked apart, fist against fist. Bang, an explosion resounded as the robust man's black glove split apart. At the same time, he retreated by over 10 m, and every step he took left a deep hole in the ground. The robust man glanced at his right hand, and his entire right hand was trembling violently. At this moment, there was astonishment in the robust man's eyes. He mainly cultivated the body, and he rarely lost to anyone in the same realm of cultivation in terms of physical strength, but the person before him was a swordsman. After he blasted the robust man back with a single punch, Yixian was just about to follow up with another attack. However, right at this moment, he suddenly turned around, and a spear had arrived in front of him. The tip of the spear was spinning, and it carried a sharp spear light. Yixian's figure dodged to the side and missed the spear strike. However, right at this moment, the spear suddenly swept horizontally. Yixian wasn't able to dodge in time, and he could only raise his arms to block in front of him. Bang! Yixian was directly sent flying into the wall by the force of the spear, and at this moment, a man suddenly flew in front of Yixian, and then a long saber slashed down fiercely. The momentum of this saber was complete, and its power was unparalleled. There was no time to dodge, because this saber and the spear were connected too closely. Yixian's hands suddenly clasped together. Bang! This time, his hands directly clasped the long saber, but his feet sank deep into the ground. At this moment, a spear suddenly stabbed at his abdomen. Yixian released the long saber and rolled to the side. Bang bang! The ground where he was originally standing was directly cut into a deep ravine by the long saber, and the wall behind him was instantly penetrated. After dodging the spear and the saber, Yixian had yet to stand firm when an overbearing force suddenly attacked him from behind. Yixian turned around, and in front of him was that burly man. The burly man leaped into the air, and a fist smashed fiercely towards Yixian's head. The man's fist flashed with a pitch-black fist light, the corner of Yixian's mouth suffused with a hint of savagery. He did not retreat, but also blasted a punch upwards, another head-on clash, still a punch to the head. This punch not only had fighting spirit, but also a powerful and overbearing fist momentum. The moment the two fists collided, bang, the burly man's entire body was instantly sent flying several feet away to the ground. Yixian was also shaken to the point where he retreated several feet, and at this moment, there was a faint sound of wind breaking. Yixian's expression changed drastically, and he dodged to the side, but it was still a little too late. There was an arrow stuck in his right shoulder. Yixian raised his head to look at the eaves in the distance. The woman's right hand pulled the bow into a full moon shape, and an arrow was aimed at him, ready to shoot. The woman in black looked coldly at Yixian, and just as she was about to release the tail of the arrow, she suddenly turned around, and a cold light slashed down from above her head. The woman in black's pupils constricted slightly, and with a light tap of her toes, her entire body directly floated to the other side of the house. In the place where she had been standing, stood a woman in a rainbow-colored dress, Xianxia. At the same time, two figures suddenly landed on the left and right sides of Yixian. The people who came were Xianxia and Baizhe. 4 against 4, Yixian glanced at the two of them, and just as he was about to make a move, Xianxia suddenly stopped Yixian with his right hand. Wait! Yixian and Baizhe looked at Xianxia, and Mo Yunqi snorted. Previously, you were the one in the limelight, and the girls in the imperial capital only know you, Yi Xian. Don't make a move now, and watch my performance. Let me deal with them. As he spoke, he rushed towards the man in plain clothes and the other person in the distance. And in the distance, the two people also disappeared at the same time. There was a moment of silence. Bang! Mo Yunqi smashed heavily in front of Yi Xian and Bai Zai, and a trace of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Bai Zai looked at Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi, are you showing us how to be beaten? Yi Xian walked over to Mo Yunqi and pulled him up. Mo Yunqi wiped off the blood on the corners of his mouth and gazed at the two people in the distance. Very strong. Very strong, Yi Xian nodded. He'd fought them earlier, and even he wasn't 100% confident in his ability to defeat them. There were many geniuses and monstrous geniuses in this world. Moreover, Karaki Academy had offered such generous conditions, so many people would definitely be tempted, not to mention others. Even he himself was slightly tempted. An earth-rank martial technique was enough to buy numerous spirit swords. Yi Xian restrained his thoughts and glanced at Bai Zai and Mo Yunqi. Both of you pick one. Bai Zai turned around and looked at the robust man in the distance. Bai Zai didn't waste his breath and charged directly at the robust man. The robust man refused to show weakness, and he leaped up and shot explosively towards Bai Zai. Bang, bang. Bang! In next to no time, numerous explosions resounded behind Yi Xian and Mo Yunqi. Yi Xian turned his head to look at Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi went silent for a moment, and then he looked at the man who held a crescent blade nearby. In the next moment, his entire body charged out like a gust of wind. In the distance, the man with the crescent blade had no fear on his face, and he leaped up and slashed fiercely forward. Hiss! This slash slashed through the air. Mo Yunqi had already appeared behind the man, and the man's reaction was extremely swift. He turned around and slashed with his blade. On the roof, Xianxia leaped up and charged towards the black-clothed woman, and the black-clothed woman dodged backwards repeatedly. At the same time, numerous arrows shot towards Xianxia incessantly, and Xianxia didn't dare be careless when facing these arrows. In the small alley, only Yi Xian and the plainclothed man had yet to fight. The plainclothed man glanced at Yi Xian. We'll leave the imperial capital. Yi Xian shook his head. If you said that before my brothers arrived, I would have agreed. But now, it's too late. As soon as his voice fell, Yi Xian suddenly leaped forward. This leap had the momentum of a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. The spear-wielding man gripped the spear tightly in his right hand. The spear in his hand trembled violently, and the ground beneath his feet began to crack. After a moment of silence, the man thrust his spear upwards. On the tip of the spear light flickered and a powerful force poured out. The walls on both sides of the man shattered. Right at this moment, a ray of light flashed, and then the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Yi Xian was already not far behind the man. A drop of blood slowly dripped from the tip of his elegant sword. Yi Xian turned to look in the distance. At this moment, Bai Zai was engaged in a fierce battle with the burly man. Both of them cultivated their bodies, so when they fought, their fists naturally landed on each other's flesh. However, Bai Zai clearly had the upper hand. The burly man retreated continuously, and his body was covered in cracks. On the contrary, Bai Zai was becoming more and more ferocious as he fought. Yi Xian sized up Bai Zai, and he was slightly shocked in his heart. Or rather, it should be said that he was shocked. If it was just based on his body alone, even if he cultivated to the concealed realm, he wouldn't have any advantage against Bai Zai in terms of his body alone. If he hadn't cultivated to the golden body realm, he probably wouldn't even be able to take a single punch from Bai Zai. Bang! At this moment, the burly man in the distance was sent flying. Tens of feet away, the burly man landed heavily on the ground. Just as he was about to get up, Bai Zai suddenly descended from the sky and stepped on the burly man's head. Bang! The burly man's head sank into the ground, and his body twitched for a while before he stopped moving. Bai Zai seized the burly man's black iron fists, and then he snatched the pouch from the burly man's waist. After that, he walked over to Yi Xian, waved the black gloves in his hands, and grinned. A spiritual weapon. Yi Xian nodded. It's worth at least 2 million gold coins. Bai Zai grinned. I finally know why you like to fight. Remember to bring me along when you fight in the future. Yi Xian was speechless. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion resounded from afar. Yi Xian and Bai Zai turned to look. Not far away, Mo Yunqi was blasted back tens of meters. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian frowned slightly, and he and Bai Zai were about to attack when Mo Yunqi suddenly said, "You guys watch, I'll do it myself." Yi Xian and Bai Zai hesitated for a moment, and in the end they didn't choose to attack. They believed in Mo Yunqi. If this fellow really couldn't win, he would definitely run faster than anyone else. Suddenly, Mo Yunqi formed a seal with his hands, and in the blink of an eye, a figure appeared behind the man with the blade. It was Mo Yunqi, but Mo Yunqi was still at his original position. Two Mo Yunqis, both Yi Xian and Bai Zai were stunned by this scene. It wasn't just them, even the man with the blade was stunned. Right at this moment, two rays of cold light flashed, flying daggers. Two flying daggers shot towards the man with the blade, and they were extremely swift. Even Yi Xian and Bai Zai weren't able to see their trajectories clearly. The man's pupils constricted slightly because he noticed that both of them were actually real. He didn't have the time to think about anything else, and he suddenly swung his blade horizontally. Hiss, a crescent-shaped ray of light surged forward, and it forcefully stopped the two flying daggers. However, right at this moment, another flying dagger flashed, in the blink of an eye. Hiss, the knife-wielding man's body stiffened. An inch-long throwing knife was stuck in his throat. Yi Xian and Bai Zai gazed at Mo Yunqi. At this moment, Mo Yunqi's countenance was slightly pale. Yi Xian walked over to him. "Are you all right?" Mo Yunqi hurriedly straightened his back. "Do I look like I'm not all right?" Yi Xian patted Mo Yunqi lightly on the shoulder. "Go back and have a good rest." As he spoke, he picked up the man's blade and the money pouch on his waist, and then he passed it to Mo Yunqi. "This blade is a spirit artifact as well, and it's worth at least 2 million gold coins. Do you want it? If you don't." Mo Yunqi grabbed the blade and the money pouch, and then he glared at Yi Xian. "Why are you acting like a bandit?" Yi Xian was speechless. 2 million gold coins. Mo Yunqi's eyes were filled with shock as he glanced at the blade in his hand. After all, even though there were spirit artifacts in his original clan, they weren't something that he could obtain. Moreover, 2 million gold coins was a huge sum of money to his clan. Mo Yunqi sighed lightly. "Bandit Yi, I finally know why you like to fight. You can get rich by fighting." As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Xian. "The next time you fight, please call me along, or else we won't be brothers." Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the three of them suddenly raised their heads and looked at the rooftop in the distance. On the rooftop, Xianxia was knocked back by an arrow, and the woman in black didn't attack again. Instead, she turned around and flew into the distance. Her speed was extremely fast, like a goshawk. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. "Kill." As he spoke, he stomped his right foot on the ground, and his entire body flew into the air, but very quickly, he landed again. Mo Yunqi and Bai Zai looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian's expression was a little awkward, because he was only at the chi-controlling realm, and couldn't fly at all. Bai Zai looked at Mo Yunqi. The fastest person in the field was definitely Mo Yunqi, but Mo Yunqi shook his head. "I consumed too much energy just now, and can't increase my speed at all." Yi Xian nodded. "I'm fine." As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something, and he looked at Mo Yunqi and Bai Zai. "Why did the two of you come here?" Mo Yunqi spoke in a low voice. "It was Old Man Ji who informed us that you were being ganged up on, and then we came." When he spoke up to hear, he hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Bandit Yi, to be honest, even though your strength is only slightly inferior to mine, you should know by now how many people want to kill you. If you want to leave the mountain next time, it's better to call the three of us along. The more people, the more insurance." Yi Xian was speechless. Bai Zai glanced at Mo Yunqi. "Both of you are shameless." He knew that Yi Xian was very shameless, and now it seemed like Mo Yunqi's was extremely shameless as well. Mo Yunqi glared at Bai Zai. "People like you won't live long in chivalrous novels." Bai Zai glanced at Mo Yunqi. "Believe it or not, I'll send you flying." Mo Yunqi retreated a few feet, and he waved at Bai Zai. Come over here." Bai Zai's eyes twitched, and he directly ignored Mo Yunqi, and then looked at Yi Xian. "Let's go back." Yi Xian nodded, and he looked at Xianxia, who was on the eaves. "Foodie Ji." "Oh no, great beauty Ji, let's go." "Foodie Ji?" Xianxia glanced at Yi Xian, and his expression was unfriendly. Yi Xian secretly cursed, and he was stunned. Then he pointed at Mo Yunqi, who was not far away. he said it, he said that you're a foodie. Mo Yunqi was stunned. At this moment, Yixian turned to look at Baizai. It was Mo Yunqi who said it, right? Baizai glanced at Yixian, and at this moment, Yixian opened his mouth. Do you want to eat? There was only the movement of his lips, no sound. Baizai obviously understood what he meant. He turned to look at Mo Yunqi, who was not far away. He said it. Damn. Mo Yunqi jumped, and at this moment, a saber light suddenly descended from the sky, directly towards Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi's expression changed drastically, and he turned to run. You two bastards. Beside Yixian, Baizai suddenly said, I want to eat roasted chicken tonight. Yixian nodded, no problem. Just like that, the two of them walked into the distance side by side. After a while, the two of them came to a dense forest, and after passing through this dense forest, they reached the foot of Mount Azure Billow. At this moment, two explosions suddenly sounded in the dense forest, and soon, two figures retreated from the dense forest. It was Mo Yunqi and Xianxia. At this moment, there was blood at the corner of their mouths, and not only that, there were two arrows stuck in Xianxia's shoulders, and there was also an arrow stuck in Mo Yunqi's right thigh. Their bodies weren't as strong as Yixian's, so the arrows had directly pierced through them. Yixian and Baizai's expressions changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and they hurriedly charged over. Meanwhile, a man and a woman walked out from the dense forest. The woman was the black-clothed woman that had fled earlier. On the other hand, the man was around the age of 20, wore a large ink-colored robe, had black hair that hung loosely on his shoulders, and there was a pitch-black snake coiled on his shoulder. Mo Yunqi, who stood by Yixian's side, spoke in a low voice, Watch out, that man is very strong. Yixian raised his head to look at the man, and the man grinned. Chu Kingdom, Karaki Academy's inner court leader, Feng Yixio, ranked 19th on the Pine Prefecture martial rankings. Yixian suddenly walked slowly towards the man, and a sword silently appeared in his hand. Yixian looked Feng Yixio in the eyes. Jiang Kingdom, Azure Wave Academy, Yixian, ranked first on the Pine Prefecture martial rankings. Behind him, Mo Yunqi was stunned, and then he said, Bandit Yi, when did you become the first? Yixian didn't even turn around. First from the bottom won't do. As soon as he finished speaking, his speed suddenly increased, and it grew faster and faster. The martial rankings, Yixian had heard of it before. Legend had it that it was a ranking in Azure Prefecture. As for who established it, no one knew. All they knew was that those who could make it onto the rankings were the most monstrous geniuses in Azure Prefecture. And in the entire state of Jiang, only one person made it onto the rankings, and Lanxiu. Yixian didn't underestimate Feng Yixio, but he didn't fear him either. Yixian's speed grew faster and faster, and the spirit gray sword in his hand trembled violently. Feng Yixio, who stood before Yixian, had a smile on his face, and his eyes were solemn. He didn't underestimate Yixian either. How could someone who could make Karaki Academy pay such a terrifying price to kill be an ordinary person? Those who could make it onto the martial rankings weren't weak, be it in terms of strength or intelligence. On the contrary, those who could make it onto the rankings were people who had experienced countless battles, and they knew very well how foolish it was to underestimate someone during a battle. It was fine to underestimate an enemy, but it had to be after the enemy was dead. By Feng Yixio's side, the woman in black drew her bow and aimed it at the charging Yixian. Meanwhile, Feng Yixio's right hand pressed down on the woman's bow. I'll do it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Yixian who stood before him. At this moment, Yixian was less than a few meters away from Feng Yixio. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped Feng Yixio, sword aura. At this moment, the feeling that Yixian gave others was like a sword that could pierce through the sky. The woman in black by Feng Yixio's side had a trace of disbelief in her eyes. This sort of aura shouldn't appear on a chi-controlling realm cultivator. Feng Yixio's expression was indifferent as he suddenly opened his right palm. In the next moment, a strange white vortex appeared around his palm, and at this moment, the ground beneath his feet warped and became illusory. Yixian had arrived, and his sword descended, a single strike to decide life and death. A single strike seemed to be able to shatter the ground, and the sword aura was extremely domineering. Meanwhile, Feng Yixio raised his right hand slightly, and in an instant, the white vortex in his hand swallowed Yixian's sword. Bang! With the two of them as the center, the ground within a radius of several hundred zhang violently trembled and then cracked. At the same time, the two of them retreated over 100 feet, and in front of them was a ravine that was at least half a foot deep. The surroundings were a complete mess. Xian looked at the spirit elegant sword in his hand, then looked up at Fengxiu, who was nearby. Nether Passage Realm. The strength of the person in front of him was not at Ascension Realm at all. It was the Nether Passage Realm, a Nether Passage Realm cultivator in his 20s. In the distance, Fengxiu glanced at his right hand. His entire right arm had cracked. If he had underestimated his opponent in the slightest and didn't use his full strength, he would have been severely injured even if he didn't die. Fengxiu lifted his head to look at Xian. As expected of a swordsman, to have such terrifying combat strength at the chi-controlling realm. What a surprise. Xian did not say anything. Instead, he raised his sword and charged at Fengxiu. When he fought, he never liked to waste words. This was a battle of life and death, not a game. What was the point of talking so much? It was meaningless. Winning was the most important thing. Xian's speed was extremely swift, and it grew faster and faster. The spirit elegant sword in his hand trembled violently while a sharp and fierce glow emanated from it. Fengxiu slowly closed his eyes, and then an invisible aura appeared out of thin air around him, the aura of a Nether Passage Realm expert. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet trembled violently while countless bits of rock suddenly condensed in front of him. His right palm faced down as he spoke in a light voice, "Earth roar." As soon as his voice resounded, bang, the ground beneath Fengxiu's feet trembled violently. In the blink of an eye, the entire ground was suddenly lifted up, and the ground that had been lifted up seemed like a tornado that swept towards Xian. The expressions of Bai Zhe and the others instantly changed when they witnessed this scene. It possessed a trace of the might of the heavens and the earth. In other words, the martial technique Fengxiu executed was at least at the earth rank. The might of an earth rank martial technique executed by a Nether Passage Realm expert was extraordinarily terrifying. Right at this moment, a sword howl resounded, and then a strand of sword light slashed down from afar. Bang! Along with a world-shaking explosion, two figures retreated repeatedly amidst the rubble and dirt. It was exactly Xian and Fengxiu. During the process of his retreat, Xian suddenly relaxed his right hand, and then the spirit elegant sword in his hand transformed into a strand of sword light that slashed forward. Fengxiu stood in front of Xian with his right palm facing down before he raised it up. Bang! Countless bits of rock instantly converged together and blocked Xian's attack. However, his entire body was blasted back by over 10 m. As soon as he stopped moving, Xian appeared in front of him once more. Fengxiu suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and then his figure shot forward explosively. Bang! Both of them separated as soon as they collided, and they'd both returned to where they stood earlier. As soon as Xian descended to the ground beneath his feet instantly cracked apart, and he raised his head to gaze at Fengxiu with a calm expression. The Nether Passage Realm. There was a huge difference between the Nether Passage Realm and the Levitation Realm. Upon reaching the Nether Passage Realm, one would not only be able to fly in the air, but would also be able to control a trace of the power of space. If one could control a trace of the power of space, it would be of great help to one's own body. The most obvious benefit was that one would be able to maximize the power of some earth-rank martial skills when using martial skills. This was because some martial skills required one's own strength to support them, especially earth-rank martial skills. If one's own strength was insufficient, one would not be able to display the full power of such martial skills. Moreover, even if one forcefully used such martial skills, there was a possibility of a backlash. As for Fengxiu, although he was at the Nether Passage Realm, it was obvious that he had just reached it, and he was not very adept at using the power of space. If the other party had really grasped the power of space, when he thought of this, Xian's expression gradually turned solemn. He was never blindly arrogant, nor would he lose himself. He would thoroughly analyze his and his opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Raise the realm. At this moment, Xian deeply felt that his realm was insufficient. If he could not quickly reach the Levitation Realm, he might not be able to put up a fight against an opponent at the Nether Passage Realm in the future. Opposite Xian, Fengxiu's expression was also incomparably solemn. This was because Xian's battle prowess had greatly exceeded his expectations. From the beginning of the fight, he had not held back at all. He had even used an earth-rank martial skill in the first round. However, he still could not do anything to the person before him. Moreover, Xian was only at the chi-controlling realm. If Xian reached the Levitation Realm or the chi-controlling realm, When he thought of this, Feng Yishou's tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed, killing intent. For a moment, there was. However, it was only for a moment, because he did not have any deep enmity with Yixian. Since there was no deep enmity with this kind of person, why would they become mortal enemies? Feng Yishou turned his head to look in a certain direction. There, an old man holding a walking stick had quietly appeared. When they saw this old man, the expressions of Yixian and the others changed slightly. This old man might be on the same level as old man Ji. The old man with the walking stick walked in front of Yixian. He sized up Yixian, and there was a trace of a complicated look in his eyes. I heard that you wanted to join this country of Zhong's Karaki Academy? Yixian nodded. They didn't want you? The old man with the walking stick asked. Yixian nodded again. The old man with the walking stick shook his head and sighed. They're all a bunch of retards. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Feng Yishou, who was not far away, and then said, no discord, no concord. How about we be friends? Yixian was silent. The old man with the walking stick smiled slightly. I know, my disciple hurt your friend. As he spoke, he suddenly pointed with his finger. 2 white jade bottles appeared in front of Xianxia and Xianxia respectively. At the same time, a golden flying knife appeared in front of Xianxia, and a long knife that emitted raging flames appeared in front of Xianxia. 2 supreme-grade spirit weapons. Xianxia and Xianxia were both stunned. The old man with the walking stick smiled slightly and was very amiable. In the bottle, there are top-grade golden sword pills. The market price should be 300,000 gold coins each, and there are 5 pills in each bottle. As for the golden flying knife, it is a supreme-grade spirit weapon that I obtained by chance. As for the long knife, it is called Scarlet Flame, and it is also a supreme-grade spirit weapon. If the 2 of them have other opportunities, they can upgrade these 2 supreme-grade spirit weapons to the light grade. Hearing this, Xianxia, who was not far away, put away the white jade bottle and the Scarlet Flame. Especially the Scarlet Flame, Xianxia's eyes were filled with undisguised joy, and Xianxia also hurriedly put away the white jade bottle and the flying knife. Looking at the golden flying knife in his hand, Xianxia was already grinning from ear to ear. Supreme-grade spirit weapon, he had not even touched it before. Baizé glanced at Xianxia, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Useless. In the distance, Yixian looked at the old man with the walking stick. Why? The old man with the walking stick smiled. We just want to be friends with you. Yixian fell silent. The old man with the walking stick still had a smile on his face. If you think it's not possible, then it's fine. If there's a chance in the future, you can get to know my disciple again. Yixian shook his head. That's not it. It's just that, when he spoke up to hear, he glanced at Xianxia and Xianxia, and then he said, all of them have things to take, but I don't. The old man's expression froze slightly. In next to no time, he roared with laughter, and then he flicked his finger. A sword floated in front of Yixian. A supreme-grade spirit sword. Yixian hurriedly put his sword away and was about to speak. Meanwhile, Baizé spoke abruptly. What about me? Yixian was speechless. Xianxia glanced at Baizé while a cold smile arose on the corners of his mouth. Useless. The old man with the walking stick glanced at Baizé, and he hesitated for a moment before he said, my young friend, you cultivate your body. This old man doesn't have anything suitable for you. How about this, I'll give you an extra bottle of medicinal pills. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a white jade bottle appeared in front of Baizé. Baizé didn't refuse, and he put the white jade bottle away. This was worth a lot of money. The old man with the walking stick glanced at Yixian, and then he smiled. Then the 3 of us will be taking our leave. If you have time, you can come to Chu Kingdom as guests. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at a certain place on the right, and then he turned around and disappeared into the distance with Feng Yishou and the woman in black. Yixian hurriedly said, come often in the future. Somewhere in the sky, the old man with the walking stick trembled slightly. In the sky, Feng Yishou suddenly said, Master, why do you have to be so generous? The old man with the walking stick said indifferently, all of you underestimated that Yixian, and I also underestimated that old man. When he heard this, Feng Yishou understood. After an instant, he seemed to have thought of something, and he said, they are so poor, and their skin is so thick. At the foot of Mount Azure Billow, Xian and the others were beaming with joy. The four of them had gained a lot. Poor. The four of them were undoubtedly very poor because the current Azure Billow Academy didn't have any cultivation resources at all. Not to mention cultivation resources, they even had to settle their own meals. As for spirit artifacts, they couldn't even think about it, let alone top-grade spirit artifacts. At this moment, Xian suddenly sheathed his sword and glanced at Xianxia and the others. Everyone, come over. The four of them gathered together. Xian looked at Xianxia and Yunqi. Are your injuries serious? Both of them shook their heads, and Yunqi said, they're just external injuries, not particularly serious. Xian nodded, and then he gestured for everyone to sit down. The four of them sat on the ground. Xianxia and the others looked at Xian, waiting for him to continue. Xian thought for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, we won the battle in the alley. But we didn't win the battle just now. Xianxia and the others fell silent. Xian looked at the three of them. After the battle in the alley and the battle just now, I believe that the karate students from other places have a rough understanding of our strength. In other words, our next opponents will be stronger and more numerous. Yunqi grinned, don't be afraid, just fight. Xian looked at Yunqi, what if we can't win? Yunqi fell silent. Xian said softly, our opponents will be stronger and stronger, and there might even be some unimaginable monstrous geniuses, like Missen. Hearing this, Yunqi and the others' expressions gradually became serious. Because such a thing was completely possible, and the rewards offered by Karaki Academy were really too tempting. With such a generous reward, there would definitely be many true super monstrous geniuses, and Fengxiu was the most obvious example. This was someone on the martial roll of honor, and Fengxiu was only ranked towards the back of the martial roll. What if all the monstrous geniuses ranked higher came? At this moment, all four of them felt pressured. Xian continued, there's one more thing. Karaki Academy might use some other dirty tricks. Since we've already reached this point, it can be said that if we don't die, it'll be them. Therefore, they definitely won't let this go. As he spoke, he stood up. The three of you, our current situation can be said to be hopeless. It is hopeless. We have no way out, and there may be no way out in front of us. Old Man Ji was good at fighting, but he couldn't beat many of them. If we want to survive, we can only rely on ourselves. Push yourselves a bit. With that, he turned around and left. In the same place, Yunqi muttered softly, this guy is giving me a lot of pressure all of a sudden. Baizhe didn't say anything. He stood up and walked up the mountain. However, he soon stopped and looked at Yunqi. If you're killed, I'll bury you properly. Yunqi, Kanglan Palace. As soon as Xian arrived at the Kanglan Palace, he saw Yiling walk to his side and hugged him tightly. Yiling didn't say anything. She had seen the battle between Xian and Fengxiu. Although she wasn't very clear about the situation Xian and the others were in, she knew one thing about Dao Yi, and that was that there would be many people coming to find trouble with her brother. Xian gently rubbed Yiling's little head and smiled. Brother is fine. Yiling hugged Xian tightly. She didn't say anything, but her eyes were somewhat cold. An hour later, Xian returned to his room. After closing the door, he entered the prison pagoda. Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of him were three spiritual swords. Xian slowly closed his eyes and secretly circulated the invincible sword body formula. After a moment, he put his right hand's fingers together and gently guided. In front of him, a spiritual sword suddenly turned into a sword light and pierced into his chest. Xian's entire body trembled violently. In his body, the spiritual beauty sword suddenly trembled. Very quickly, the spiritual sword turned into countless energy and gathered towards the spiritual beauty sword. At this moment, his entire body actually emitted a sharp and dazzling sword light. At this moment, he himself was like a sword. Gradually, his body trembled more and more violently, and the aura that emanated from his body also became stronger and stronger. After about an hour, Xian put his fingers together again and gently guided. In front of him, another spiritual sword pierced into his chest. Boom! A powerful sword light suddenly vibrated around his body. This sword light vibrated in all directions. However, when it touched the walls of the prison pagoda, it instantly disappeared without a trace. In Yixian's body, the spiritual beauty sword trembled violently. Actually, to put it simply, it was engulfing. The spiritual beauty sword itself did not have this ability. However, Yixian used his own cultivation method to give it this ability. In other words, it could engulf other swords to strengthen itself, and now, it was Yixian's Dantian. When it became stronger, Yixian could use it to break through himself. It could be said that Yixian's cultivation method was rather special. If it were to be spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. At this moment, the sword in front of Yixian suddenly flew up and turned into a sword light that pierced into his chest. Boom, a sword light vibrated in his body like a wave. At the same time, the spiritual beauty sword in his body suddenly shot up into the sky. Boom, a powerful aura appeared around Yixian. Levitation realm. Yixian opened his eyes. In his eyes, there was a faint sword light flickering, but it quickly disappeared. Invincible sword body technique. Using one's body to forge a sword, Yixian took a deep breath. At this moment, he felt that his entire body was filled with energy. He raised his head to look at the spiritual beauty sword. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the spiritual beauty sword flew into his hand. The moment he held the spiritual beauty sword, it trembled slightly and let out an ear-piercing sword cry. Upper grade bright sword. Bright swords were divided into 3 small grades: lower grade, upper grade, and supreme grade. After he absorbed the 3 spiritual swords, not only did he reach levitation sword, but his spiritual beauty sword also reached upper grade bright sword, both improved, and after he reached levitation realm, his overall strength would increase by a large margin. In addition to the improvement of his sword, if he were to go against Feng Yishuo now, he had at least 60 to 70% confidence in killing him. The reason why he was not 100% confident was because the other party definitely had a trump card. This kind of demon-like genius would definitely have a trump card. As though he had thought of something, Yixian suddenly raised his head to look at the entrance of the second level. Looking at the entrance, he snorted, "Paw." At this moment, following the crisp sound of a slap, Yixian was sent flying out of the prison pagoda. In reality, Yixian was sprawled on the ground and his body was trembling non-stop. After a while, he got up. Yixian rubbed his face and shook his head with a bitter smile. He had thought that when he reached levitation realm, he would at least be able to exchange a few blows with the other party. However, reality told him that he was still a little brother. He could not be provoked. After Yixian tidied up, he left the room and went to the back mountain. He came to the front of the huge mountain that he used to cultivate on. He walked quickly to the peak of the mountain, or rather, he flew. Levitation realm. The current him could already use chi to fly in the air. Of course, his goal was not to fly in the air. As a swordsman, flying on a sword was, of course, flashy. Sword kinesis flight. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. Soon, Yixian arrived at the peak of the mountain. Looking down from the peak, it was at least 200 feet high. It was a little high. Yixian was a little hesitant. If he jumped down like this, what if he failed to fly on his sword and could not get up? In the end, he did not choose to jump down like this. With a slight thought, the spirit elegant sword flew out from his body and floated steadily in front of him. Under his control, the spirit elegant sword lay horizontally under his feet. Soon, he stood on the sword. However, the spirit elegant sword could not bear his weight at all and fell directly to the ground. Seeing this, Yixian frowned. This doesn't seem right, because he realized that the sword could not bear his body at all. What should he do? Yixian frowned. He really wanted to ask the mysterious woman because she would definitely be able to answer his questions. Unfortunately, the mysterious woman was still in a deep sleep. As for the guy on the second level, he did not want to provoke him. That guy would give him a slap for no reason. Now, he could only rely on himself. On the peak of the mountain, Yixian looked at the spirit elegant sword in his hand for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The sword can split mountains and shatter rocks. With such strength, how could it not bear the weight of a person? Thinking of this, it was as if a window had been opened and countless thoughts surged into his mind. If he wanted to fly on his sword, he had to make the sword stronger. Yixian held the spirit elegant sword in his hand. The spirit elegant sword vibrated violently and soon, a sharp and dazzling sword ray was emitted from the sword. He slowly released his right hand. He did not cut off his connection with the spirit elegant sword. Instead, he continued to work hard to activate the spirit elegant sword. After a while, his body slowly floated up. Soon, he stepped on the Spirit Elegant sword with both feet. The Spirit Elegant sword lowered slightly but did not land on the ground. It carried him. Seeing this, Xian was wild with joy. There was hope. He hurriedly calmed himself down. Soon, he activated the Spirit Elegant sword beneath his feet by using qi to control the sword. The Spirit Elegant sword started to vibrate violently, but it was moving slowly. Sensing this, the corners of Xian's mouth gradually curled up. Soon, the curvature of the corners of his mouth widened. Just like that, Xian stood on the Spirit Elegant sword and slowly floated into the distance. It was very, very slow. It was even slower than taking a stroll. However, he was indeed flying on his sword. After a short while, Xian arrived at the bottom of a waterfall on his sword. It took him almost an hour to get there, which was less than 1,000 feet away. Moreover, his sword was very close to the ground. It was less than the height of an adult. Under the waterfall, Baizhe, who was cultivating, suddenly raised his head and looked at Xian, who was not far away. He said in shock, "Bandit Yi." Xian placed his hands behind his back. He glanced at Baizhe, who was under the waterfall, with a disdainful look in his eyes. "Please call me Sword Immortal Yi in the future." "Thank you." Xian turned around and left on his sword. However, his speed was too slow, too slow, too slow. It was like a tortoise was crawling. Behind Xian, Baizhe was dumbfounded. Sword kinesis flight. Xian was indeed sword kinesis flight. But something was amiss. Soon, Xian arrived in front of a dense forest on his sword. At this moment, a person who was running not far away stopped. This person was Mo Yunqi, who was cultivating crazily. Mo Yunqi looked at Xian, who was flying on his sword in the distance with a face full of shock. "Bandit Yi. What are you doing?" Xian placed his hands behind his back and glanced at Mo Yunqi. "Please teach me, Sword Immortal Yi." "Thank you." With that said, he flew off into the distance on his sword. Mo Yunqi was dumbfounded and only regained his senses after a while. This guy. After some time, Xian arrived at Old Man Ji's courtyard on his sword. Unfortunately, he couldn't fly over the wall because the distance between the sword and the ground was too close. Thus, Xian entered through the door on his sword. Old Man Ji was lying on the reclining chair. As usual, his entire body emitted an unpleasant smell of alcohol. At this moment, Old Man Ji suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Xian. Xian quickly straightened his body. He placed his hands behind his back and looked at Old Man Ji. "Old Man Ji, please teach me, Sword Immortal Yi." Pfft. Old Man Ji suddenly spat out a mouthful of alcohol. He glanced at Xian and tapped with his finger. A gold coin landed in front of Xian. "Hurry up and find a doctor. Don't delay." Xian was speechless. 2 hours later, Xian sat in front of the stone steps of Kanglin Palace. In front of him, the elegant spirit sword floated quietly. Looking at the Spirit Elegant sword before him, Xian was a little worried. He could indeed fly on his sword now, but he couldn't increase his speed no matter how hard he tried. Not only that, but he also found it extremely strenuous to fly on his sword. Something must have gone wrong, but the question was, what was the problem? No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand. A moment later, Xian stopped thinking about this problem and started cultivating the sword control technique. Under his control, the Spirit Elegant sword kept flying above his head at a very fast speed. It was at least twice as fast as before. Not only that, but he could control it even more smoothly now. When facing an enemy, the power of his Imperial sword technique was not small. It should be said that it had a miraculous effect. Unfortunately, he always felt that there was something lacking, but he didn't know what it was. He asked Old Ji, but Old Ji didn't understand at all. In other words, Old Ji didn't want to teach him anything about the sword Dao. This made Xian a little depressed. The mysterious woman had not woken up yet, so he had no one to ask. He could only figure it out himself. In a dense forest at the back of the mountain, Xian sat cross-legged on the ground while a sword flew across the field continuously. Every time the exquisite sword flew across, a large tree in the field would be cut in half at the waist. From time to time, Mo Yunqi would come to the forest to fight with him. However, every time Mo Yunqi was about to lose, he would immediately flee. Just like that, day after day passed. On a certain morning, In Old Ji's courtyard, an old man suddenly appeared. The person who came was the dean of Karaki College, Li Xuanzong. Old Ji lay on the reclining chair, still drunk, and didn't look like he was about to wake up. Li Xuanzong glanced at Old Ji and said with a smile, "Old Ji, your days are really comfortable." Old Ji said indifferently, "Spit it out." Li Xuanzong wasn't angry. He glanced at the back mountain and said with a smile, "An unknown mystic realm was discovered in the Jade Mountain range of the Ning Kingdom's capital. The owner of that mystic realm should have been left behind by the former #1 expert of the Ning Kingdom, Tuoba Fu. Back then, Tuoba Fu had already broken through to the Dharma realm. There must be many good things in this mystic realm. This time, the Ning Kingdom is open to the surrounding countries. As long as one is 20 years old or below, they can participate. How about it? Will the Azure Water Academy participate? No. Old Ji answered decisively. Li Xuanzong said with a smile, "Not participating? You guys will definitely participate." At this moment, Old Ji suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he was about to disappear on the spot. At this moment, Li Xuanzong, who was in front of him, suddenly slammed his palm in front of him. Boom, in an instant, the entire small courtyard shattered. In the back mountain, the expressions of Yixian and the others changed drastically as they rushed toward the Azure Water Palace. Above a ruin, Li Xuanzong and Old Ji faced each other from afar. Behind Li Xuanzong was a black-robed man. In the black-robed man's hand was a little girl. This little girl was Yi Ling. Li Xuanzong looked coldly at Old Ji and said with a smile, "Tell Yixian that if he doesn't participate, then let his sister die in the mystic realm." With that said, he turned to leave with the black-robed man. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly sounded from below. "Old dog, put my sister down." As the voice fell, a sword beam soared into the sky and slashed at Li Xuanzong. In the air, Li Xuanzong's lips curled into a mocking smile as he pressed down with his right hand. Boom, the sword beam shattered, and at the same time a sword fell straight down, heading straight for Yixian. Old Ji suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. With a gentle pull of his right hand, the force in the sword was instantly dissipated. Immediately following that, he waved his right hand, and the spirit elegant sword landed steadily in front of Yixian. Yixian wanted to make a move, but he was stopped by Old Ji. Old Ji stared at Li Xuanzong in the air. "It seems that in order to kill him, your Azure Water Academy doesn't care about its reputation at all. You actually sent 2 myriad Dharma realms to capture a defenseless little girl. Reputation?" Li Xuanzong's lips curled into a mocking smile. "If your Azure Water Academy could kill Dingu decisively back then, would it have fallen to this state?" Old Ji clenched his fists slowly. "If you dare to touch her, the old man will definitely kill all the students of your Azure Water Academy." Li Xuanzong sneered. "If you dare to touch her, she will definitely die." With that said, he pointed at Yixian. "I believe that he won't let you make a move, right?" Yixian stared at Li Xuanzong. "Old dog, you are the dean of an academy after all. Why can't you take it out on us?" Li Xuanzong shook his head and smiled. "Reputation? How much is it worth? The old man only knows that if you don't die, our Azure Water Academy won't just lose our reputation in the future, but our 1,000-year foundation." With that said, he looked coldly at Old Ji. "Don't worry, I won't hurt her. I will only throw her into the mystic realm. However, if you dare to touch her, she will definitely die." With that, he turned around and disappeared into the horizon with the black-robed man. Yixian wanted to give chase, but he was stopped by Old Ji. Yixian looked at Old Ji with bloodshot eyes. Old Ji shook his head. "I'm sorry. I didn't expect them to do this." Yixian slowly closed his eyes. After a moment of silence, Yixian suddenly turned around with his sword in hand. "I don't blame anyone. I only blame myself for being too weak." Old Ji sighed softly. At this moment, Mo Yunqi, Xianxia, and Baizhe appeared beside Old Ji. Mo Yunqi's face was ashen. "Old Ji, this Azure Water Academy is 2F** King Shameless." Old Ji said softly, "Reputation? The talent and strength that Yixian has displayed has already made them fearful. If they don't act out of desperation and wait for him to grow for a period of time, our Azure Water Academy's main courtyard might accept him. At that time, they won't be able to get rid of him. Mo Yunqi said solemnly, can't we inform the main courtyard? Let them come and help? Old Ji shook his head. He's not enough. At least he needs to reach Sword Dao Grandmaster before he's 20. At that time, he might attract the main courtyard's attention. Mo Yunqi took a deep breath. This Azure Water Academy is 2F** King Shameless. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, he's going down the mountain. He should be going to Ning country. Mo Yunqi suddenly said, I'll go with him. Baizhe nodded. Together. With that, the two of them turned around and left. At this moment, old Ji suddenly said, this is a trap for him. That secret realm is a hopeless situation for him. And if you go, it will also be a hopeless situation for you. Mo Yunqi stopped. He thought for a moment and smiled bitterly. I know it's a hopeless situation. That's why I have to go. With that, he quickly disappeared into the distance. Baizhe hurriedly followed behind. Old Ji looked at Xianxia. Xianxia said softly, take care. With that, she turned around and returned to Azure Water Palace. After a while, she went down the mountain with a big bag. In the ruins, old Ji was silent for a moment. He came to a small hall at the back of the mountain. Inside the small hall, there were all kinds of spirit tablets. There were a lot, more than 1,000 of them. Looking at those spirit tablets, old Ji did not feel drunk at all. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly lay on the ground and took the wine gourd from his waist. It's the dean's incompetence, I couldn't protect you. 15 minutes later, an old man suddenly left Azure Water Mountain and went somewhere unknown. Jiang Country's palace. In a dark hall somewhere, an old man sat on the ground and was playing with a black puppy. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared at the entrance of the hall. The middle-aged man bowed slightly towards the hall and said something. After a while, the old man in the hall suddenly said, Azure Water Academy is not ordinary despicable. The middle-aged man said solemnly, that youth has gone to the kingdom of Ning. The old man fell silent for a moment before saying, investigate who the black-robed man is. Also, send shadow guards to escort that youth. Forget it, I'll personally escort him. After all, he's someone who once dared to fight for the kingdom of Jiang. With that, the old man vanished from where he stood. In a private room of the Drunken Immortal restaurant. A black-robed man suddenly appeared in the private room and bowed slightly to the old man in front of him. After a while, the old man sneered, what a great Azure Water Academy. They really do know how to court death. Pass down the order. Use all forces to investigate the black-robed man who attacked tonight. Also, send people to escort that youth to the kingdom of Ning. Forget it, the old man will go personally. The black-robed man said solemnly, Tower Lord, are you openly choosing a side? The old man said indifferently, that's right. The old man is choosing a side this time. He's going to fight Azure Water Academy. Icing on the cake will never be as good as delivering charcoal in snowy weather, right? After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. To Boundary Mountain. A man suddenly appeared in front of a thatched hut. The man knelt on one knee, Lord, that little girl was kidnapped by Azure Water Academy. A moment later, the thatched hut exploded. A little girl walked out. The little girl's face was ashen. Azure Water Academy? What rubbish is this? If anything happens to her, this Lord will slaughter all the students of Azure Water Academy. P.S. There's no more. I don't know how much I've updated. In any case, I've secretly saved up these few days. Finally, it will be published tomorrow. Publishing means that there will be a fee. And a fee means that many of my friends will leave. Just like what the reader said the other day, if there are pirated copies, why should I read the original? Even so, I still hope that I can see your figures tomorrow. I rely on subscriptions to make a living. Therefore, I sincerely hope that the readers who read this book will support the original by subscribing. It's about 10 cents per chapter, which is about 20 to 30 cents per day. And a small subscription from you is a huge support for me. The reason why I didn't choose to publish the book is because there will be a fee if I publish it. Publishing it now will be free. Without further ado, my friends who are staying to read tomorrow, whether you are a lurker or an active person, I hope that after you finish reading, you can leave a message. Even a full stop will do. Let me see who is staying. Or should I say, how many people are staying? At the foot of Mount Azure Billow. Xian suddenly stopped. In front of him were Yunqi, Beizhe, and Xianxia. Xian said in a deep voice, "This is my business. You don't have to get involved." Yunqi was a little dissatisfied. "Damn, how can you say that? You're not treating us as brothers." Xian wanted to say something, but Yunqi suddenly said seriously, "Don't think so much. Yiling is not only your sister, but also our sister." With that, he patted Xian's shoulder lightly. "Let's not talk about those emotional things. Let's go." Xian looked at the three of them and nodded. After a quarter of an hour, the four of them boarded the cloud ship. To Ning country, as soon as Xian and the two of them boarded the cloud ship, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Xian and the three of them. The old man bowed slightly to Xian. "Young Master Yi, old man is the steward of the cloud ship. Young Master Yi can call me stewardly." With that, he looked around and said, "This time, there are only four of you on the cloud ship. In terms of safety, young Master Yi and the three of you, don't worry. There are experts guarding the surroundings. In addition, our ninth building master is also hiding in the dark. If Karaki Academy wants to launch a sneak attack, our drunken immortal building will be the first to stop them." Hearing Steward Li's words, Yunqi and the other two were shocked. Karaki Academy's overbearing and arrogant attitude could be said to be no worse than Karaki Academy's, but now, this drunken immortal building's attitude towards Xian. It was simply a little flattering. Xian cupped his fists at Steward Li. "I'll remember your help this time." Hearing this, Steward Li's mouth immediately turned into a bright smile. "Young Master Yi, the Tower Master also said that we have already thoroughly investigated the conspiracy of Karaki Academy. Before the four of you arrive at Ning Kingdom, we will definitely give young Master Yi a satisfactory explanation." Xian nodded. "Thank you." Manager Li smiled. "The four of you should rest early. If there's anything you need, please let us know." With that, he bowed slightly and retreated. At this moment, Yunqi looked at Xian. "Are you the illegitimate son of the drunken immortal restaurant's boss?" Xian shook his head. Illegitimate child? He naturally knew why the drunken immortal would express such goodwill. All of this was because of the mysterious woman. Xian glanced at the three of them. "You guys should rest early." With that, he turned around and left. Xianxia glanced at Xian and followed. In the same place, Yunqi glanced at Xian's back and sighed, "This guy. Luckily I didn't join Karaki Academy back then. This Karaki Academy is 2F** King despicable." Beizhe nodded. "Despicable?" Yunqi looked at Beizhe. "Big guy, this time, there's no chance of survival." Beizhe glanced at Yunqi. "To die together with you? I'm a little hesitant, F***ck." Inside the private room, the moment Xian entered the private room, he suddenly turned around. Not far from him was Xianxia. Xianxia walked in front of Xian. "Karaki Academy doesn't dare to hurt her." Xian nodded. "I know. Karaki Academy definitely wouldn't dare to kill Yiling. Because once they killed Yiling, they would have no one to rely on. Moreover, Old Man Ji would take revenge. Karaki Academy also didn't dare to fight to the death. However, they couldn't just let Xian continue to grow. If they let Xian continue to grow, Karaki Academy's situation would only worsen." Xianxia glanced at Xian. "Rest well. We'll bring her back." Xian looked at Xianxia and said softly, "This trip will definitely be very dangerous." Xianxia looked at Xian. "If it wasn't dangerous, we wouldn't have come." After saying that, she opened the bag she brought and took out 2 white steamed buns and handed them to Xian. "Don't starve." Xian. A moment later, Xianxia left. Inside the private room, Xian sat on a chair and took out a small wooden figure. This small wooden figure looked exactly like Yiling. Xian looked at the small wooden figure in his hand. His expression was calm and his eyes didn't waver at all. Weak, all along, he felt that he was very strong. At least among the younger generation, and Xianxia was the only one who could fight him. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't arrogant at all, and this time, the cruel reality made him realize that he was actually so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Li Xuanzong and the black-robed man had taken Yi Ling away, but what about him? He could only choose to watch. In fact, if not for Old Man Ji, he wouldn't even have the chance to watch. He didn't blame Old Man Ji, nor did he blame anyone, he could only blame himself for being weak. He was too weak. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. If he was weak, he had no right to speak. If he was weak, he could only be bullied by others. If he was weak, he could only endure all kinds of injustice. Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly. Fresh blood seeped out of his palms. And in his body, the spirit elegant sword trembled slightly. In the end, Yi Xian's entire body actually began to tremble. After an unknown amount of time, his entire body began to emit a faint qi, and at this moment, a white piece of paper floated out from the second floor. On the paper was a sword. Around the sword was a sword intent, and behind the sword intent was a big question mark. Obviously, it was asking what sword intent was this, imperial capital. News of Yi Ling being kidnapped by Karaki Academy spread, but it didn't take long before almost everyone in the imperial capital knew about it. In an instant, the entire imperial capital was in an uproar, anger. This was the current mood of everyone in the imperial capital. Originally, they didn't really like Songlan Academy. It should be said that they only liked the strong. And when Songlan Academy faced Karaki Academy, they were undoubtedly the weakest side. Hence, in the beginning, everyone stood on Karaki Academy's side. In this world, people naturally preferred the strong, but after what happened, especially the matter of Karaki Academy inviting people from Tang, it could be said that the people in the imperial capital hated them to the extreme. One must know that the state of Jiang and the Tang Empire had fought countless times. How many people from the state of Jiang died under the Tang Empire's cavalry, especially the ordinary poor people? Most of their relatives were killed by the Tang Empire. There were also the soldiers in the imperial capital. How many of their friends were killed by the Tang Empire soldiers? And Karaki Academy actually invited people from Tang Empire to deal with Yi Xian. One must know that Yi Xian was from the state of Jiang. Therefore, countless people stood on Yi Xian's side without even thinking about it. However, for Karaki Academy, most people only dared to be angry, and now, in order to kill Yi Xian, Karaki Academy actually captured Yi Xian's sister, Yi Ling. She was just an ordinary little girl. Regarding Karaki Academy's actions, it could be said that the entire imperial capital dared to speak up. For a time, the streets and alleys of the imperial capital were talking about Karaki Academy. And when it came to Karaki Academy, everyone had a look of contempt. The reputation of Karaki Academy could be said to be extremely bad. Song Mountain. Karaki Hall. Who is it? An angry shout suddenly sounded from within the Great Hall. In the Great Hall, Li Xuanzong's face was ashen, who was controlling the public opinion in the imperial capital. At this time, Li Xiu stood up. It should be the drunken immortal house, maybe the Jiang country's imperial family also has. Li Xuanzong's eyes suddenly turned cold. They have no reason to stand on the side of Songlan Academy. Li Xiu's expression was a little ugly. According to our investigation, when Yi Xian and the others went to the Ning country, the drunken immortal house's 9th floor master personally escorted them. In addition, the previous king of the Jiang country's imperial family also secretly escorted them. Hearing this, everyone's expression in the Great Hall became a little ugly. This was clearly standing on the side of Songlan Academy. The state of Jiang had 3 major forces: Karaki Academy, Drunken Immortal House, and the Jiang country's imperial family. And now, these 2 forces actually stood on the side of Songlan Academy. The situation was not right. Everyone looked at Li Xuanzong, and Li Xuanzong slowly closed his eyes. Li Xiu, did you really find out the origin of that Yi Xian? Li Xiu nodded. He came from Qingqing. Bullshit. Li Xuanzong suddenly roared angrily. How could a tiny Qingqing nurture a swordsman? And a great swordsman at that? Before that youth entered Songlan Academy, he was already a swordsman. This means that he entered Songlan Academy with his skills. And after he returned from Two World City, his strength increased by leaps and bounds, to the point that even Fenju was killed by him. How could this kind of person be an ordinary person? Are you people in charge of intelligence useless? Li Xiu's face was a little pale. The current him could be said to be the most disliked person in Karaki Academy. Back then, if he had been a little more open-minded and accepted Xian into Karaki Academy, then Karaki Academy would definitely have been glorious for countless years. As for Sunlan Academy, it would be a dead end, without any hope at all, and now, Sunlan Academy had hope, while Karaki Academy's situation was getting worse and worse. All of this was because Karaki Academy had given up on that youth. That youth who wholeheartedly wanted to enter Karaki Academy. Back then, Karaki Academy mocked Xian for being a student they didn't want. Now, the entire imperial capital was mocking them, mocking the trash that Karaki Academy didn't want for killing their strongest student. In the hall, Li Xuanzong suddenly said, "Forget it. What happened in the past can't be undone, so there's no need to continue dwelling on it." As he spoke, he swept a glance at everyone in the hall. "Now, what we need to do is to unite. No matter who is behind Xian, or what his background is, he must die. I believe all of you know how Sunlan Academy declined back then." Everyone nodded in agreement. At this time, Karaki Academy couldn't afford to have any more problems. Li Xuanzong turned to look at Vice Dean Emosong nearby. "How are the preparations going?" Emosong said solemnly, "It's almost done. As for Ning country, King Tuobayan has already agreed to our request and will cooperate with us." Li Xuanzong nodded. "What about the students from the Great Cloud Empire?" Emosong hesitated for a moment and said, "They're requesting a heaven rank martial technique. If we agree, then they'll dispatch someone from the academy to rush over." "Agree?" Li Xuanzong suddenly said, "If they kill Xian, then not only will they be given a low-grade heaven rank martial technique, they'll also be given a low-grade heaven rank cultivation technique. Besides that, they'll be given a light rank spirit artifact." Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they heard this. Heaven rank, that was truly priceless. After so many years of inheritance, Karaki Academy had less than 5 heaven rank martial techniques, and 3 of them were only incomplete. As for light rank spirit artifacts, Karaki Academy only had 6 of them. And these 6 items had been accumulated by Karaki Academy for nearly 1,000 years. They'd given them away just like that. Everyone felt a slight pain in their hearts. Suddenly, Li Xuanzong glanced coldly at them. "If Xian doesn't die, then he'll definitely lead Azure Wave Academy to rise to prominence. At that time, it's very likely that Karaki Academy will suffer the same fate as Azure Wave Academy. We can still fight for it if it's gone, but if the academy is gone and the people are gone, then all of that would be meaningless." Everyone within the hall fell silent. Li Xuanzong gazed at Emosong. "What about the others?" Emosong spoke in a low voice. "Besides the academies from the Great Cloud Empire, there are academies from other kingdoms that are very interested in this matter. Quite a few renowned experts have come, and one of them is even a monstrous genius on the martial rankings. Besides that, there are also some independent cultivators. All of them are aware of Xian's strength, so they're confident in their ability to come." When he spoke up to hear, he gazed at Emosong. "I heard that some assassin organizations have sent their members." Li Xuanzong's eyes narrowed slightly. "Has the Dark Dimension sent anyone?" Emosong shook his head. "I don't know." Li Xuanzong fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "Send someone to tell them that if they kill Xian, then give them a low-grade heaven rank martial technique as well. No, send the order that anyone who is able to kill Xian will be rewarded with a low-grade heaven rank martial technique, a low-grade heaven rank cultivation technique, and a low-grade light rank spirit artifact." Emosong gazed at Li Xuanzong and spoke with astonishment. "Such rewards are sufficient to kill 10 experts at the Divine Union realm. Perhaps even some old geezers will come." Everyone here was dumbfounded. Not to mention killing Xian, even killing Old Man Ji would tempt them. Of course, being tempted was one thing, and daring to come was another. Li Xuanzong's expression was ferocious. "Since Azure Wave Academy is protecting him, then I'll make Azure Wave Academy the enemy of the entire world." An hour later, the bounty on Xian's head was announced, and the surrounding kingdoms were seething with excitement. This reward. It was truly too terrifying. At this moment, even some of the powers that were closer to the kingdom of Jiang were tempted. Twin World City, within a tent. Jiangjiu gazed at the secret memorial before her for a very long time. In the end, she stood up slowly. "Notify my imperial father and ask Senior Lin to come here and hold down the fort." As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly walked out of the tent, and then she leaped onto a horse. An old man behind her hurriedly said, "Your Highness, you're the commander of an army, so how can you leave so easily?" You. Xianxia took out a gold card, and it was the card that Xian had given her all those years ago. The money within it had been transferred away, but she'd kept it all this time. Xianxia grinned as she gazed at the gold card in her hand. How could I betray my lord when he treated me so well? In the private room on the cloud ship, Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. His body was emitting a strange intent. The reason why it was strange was that this intent was faintly discernible, appearing and disappearing from time to time. At the entrance of the second level, another piece of paper floated in front of Xian. There was still a sword on it, and behind the sword was a big question mark. A moment later, Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the paper in front of him and said softly, "I don't know either." With that, he stood up and the spirit elegant sword suddenly flew out from his body. In the next moment, the entire first level of the prison pagoda was filled with sword light. Around the spirit elegant sword, besides the faint sword light, there was also a faintly discernible intent. At the same time, the compatibility between the sword and him had reached 99%. Now, he no longer needed to use chi to control the sword. Instead, he could use intent to control the sword. The speed of the sword was at least 5 times faster than before. This was true sword control. The cloud ship was getting closer and closer to the country of Ning. The country of Ning, the country of Ning, the country of Jiang, and the country of Tang were very close. It could be said that the 3 countries were in a triangle. However, the country of Ning had an advantage over the country of Jiang and the country of Tang. It could be said that the country of Ning was the strongest among the 3 countries. The main reason was that the country of Tang and the country of Jiang were mortal enemies. The 2 countries had never stopped fighting, and when there was fighting, there would be internal friction. As for the country of Ning, it had always been focused on development. Apart from that, the country of Ning also had a natural geographical advantage. It was surrounded by rich minerals and had no natural enemies. Therefore, the country of Ning could be said to be the strongest among the surrounding countries. As for the country of Ning, it had always maintained a neutral position and never participated in any country's fights. It was also for this reason that the country of Jiang, the country of Tang, and the surrounding countries all wanted to befriend them. Early morning. A cloud ship slowly approached the imperial capital of the country of Ning. Just as it was 100 feet away from the imperial capital of the country of Ning, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of the cloud ship. The middle-aged man looked coldly at the cloud ship. "Do you have a pass?" "Pass?" On the deck of the cloud ship, Xian looked at Xianxia. Xianxia said softly, "Any cloud ship without a pass is not allowed to enter the Ning nation without permission. Not even the drunken immortal inn." She paused slightly as she spoke, and then she said, "No matter if it's Immortal Indulgence Inn or Karaki Academy, their influence is very low in the Kingdom of Ning because the imperial family of the Kingdom of Ning is very strong." Back then, these 2 forces were almost completely eradicated by Tuoba Fu, the former #1 expert of Ning country. Although these 2 forces were not completely eradicated in the end, whatever these 2 forces do in Ning country, they have to listen to the royal family of Ning country. Xianxi's words surprised everyone. One had to know that the Drunken Immortal Restaurant and Karaki Academy were extremely overbearing and arrogant in the country of Jiang. At this moment, Manager Li suddenly appeared before the middle-aged man in the distance. With a tap of his finger, a card fell in front of the middle-aged man, and in next to no time, the middle-aged man turned around and vanished. The cloud ship continued forward, and it wasn't long before it descended slowly and steadily within the imperial capital of the Kingdom of Ning. On the deck of the cloud ship, Manager Li walked over to Xian's group of 4, and then he bowed slightly and said, "Young Master Yi, we found out about the scheme of the Drunken Immortal Inn. They've issued a huge bounty to the surrounding kingdoms, and the rewards they've offered are extremely high. So, there might be many people participating in the secret realm this time, and none of them are weak. Moreover, their objective is absolutely not to investigate the secret realm but to surround and kill you." Xian nodded, "I understand. Thank you for telling me." Manager Li glanced at Xian. When he saw how composed Xian was, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Young Master Yi, all of them aren't ordinary people, and there are even people on the martial rankings." Xian cupped his fists. "I, Xian, will remember your help today. Goodbye." After saying that, he, Xianxia, and the other two turned around and walked off the cloud ship. Not long later, they disappeared at the end of the street. On the cloud ship, Managerly turned around, and not far from him stood an old man. It was the 9th floor master of the Drunken Immortal Inn. Managerly said solemnly, "Floor master, this time, Karaki College can be said to be spending a lot of money to get rid of this young Master Yi, and we've openly sided with him. This is really a bit risky." The 9th floor master said indifferently, "Risky? If we don't help him now, we won't have a chance to remove the estrangement between our Drunken Immortal Inn and him in the future." As he said that, he turned around and looked into the distant horizon. Behind this young man stood a sword immortal, a sword immortal. In the entire Qingzhou, there had never been a sword immortal. Even the firmament sword master didn't reach the level of a sword immortal, not to mention a Karaki College branch. Even Karaki College's main college had to bow down to him, and now, Karaki College wanted to take revenge on this Xian. Thinking of this, the 9th floor master suddenly shook his head and smiled. "Karaki College? Why are you all so outstanding?" Ning Country's Imperial Palace. A woman sat on the dragon throne. She wore a golden dragon robe. The dragon robe was not bulky, on the contrary, it was very fitting, accentuating the woman's curvaceous figure. The woman's long hair was casually scattered behind her head. She looked at the memorial in front of her with a calm expression, and there was a sense of majesty between her brows. The woman in front of her was the king of Ning Country, Tuoba Yan. A moment later, Tuoba Yan closed the memorial. "The person I want you to find is this Xian?" In a dark corner, a voice sounded, "Your Majesty, it is. We have investigated this person's background. He is from Azure City of Jiang Country. His parents are unknown, and he and his younger sister depend on each other. Before the age of 12, he brought his younger sister to live a difficult life in the Yi family. Later, he was valued by the Yi family patriarch and was conferred as the Yi family's young master." Soon, the voice clearly recounted everything that had happened to Yi Xian from Azure City to the imperial capital. Of course, there were some exceptions. A moment later, Tuoba Yan leaned back on the dragon throne and slowly closed her eyes. "You only investigated the surface." In the dark corner, the voice said, "According to our analysis, there should be another expert behind this person other than Azure Billow College. However, we can't find out who exactly it is. However, this person killed a steward of the Drunken Immortal Inn on the cloud ship of the Drunken Immortal Inn, but he came out unscathed. Not only that, but the Drunken Immortal Inn is also constantly trying to rope him in. Therefore, according to our analysis, the person behind him should not be simple." "Not simple." Tuoba Yan suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife, extremely cold. At this moment, she recalled that day in the dense forest, when she was nailed to a tree by 2 rays of sword light. In the face of those 2 rays of sword light, she actually couldn't fight back at all. At this moment, the voice spoke again, "This is the person that Karaki Academy wants our Ning Country to cooperate with and kill. Your Majesty, everyone in the Wisdom Strategy Pavilion requests Your Majesty to reject the deal with Karaki Academy." Tuoba Yan said indifferently, "Why?" In the corner, the voice sounded again, "This person came from Azure City to the Imperial Capital, then from the Imperial Capital to Two World City, and then from Two World City to the Imperial Capital. During this period, his strength can be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. Coupled with the attitude of the Jiang Country's imperial family and the Drunken Immortal Inn towards him, we speculate that there is either an extremely powerful expert or an extremely powerful super force behind this person. Our Jiang Country should not make enemies so easily." Tuoba Yan looked indifferently at the portrait of Yi Xian in front of her and did not speak. At this moment, a black-clothed man suddenly appeared in the hall and knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, there are 76 people who have come to besiege Yi Xian. These 76 people are all peerless geniuses from various countries. Among them, there are 3 on the martial roll. Great Cloud Empire's Karaki Academy has also sent someone. As for who it is, we have not found out yet. In addition, the Dark World has also sent someone. As for who it is, we have not found out yet." The Dark World, Tuoba Yan frowned slightly. "This assassin organization is also here to join in the fun?" The black-clothed man said in a deep voice, "The reward offered by Karaki Academy this time is too great. No one is not tempted." Tuoba Yen nodded slightly. You may leave. The black-cloaked man turned and left. The hall fell silent. After a while, Tuoba Yen suddenly said, after the secret realm opens, our Ning country will not participate in this matter. Inform all the clans and imperial family members of our Ning country not to participate in the encirclement of Yixian. Those who disobey will be executed. Understood. The Ning country's imperial capital. As soon as Yixian's group of 4 entered the streets, they were surrounded by a group of people. There were more than a dozen people in front of Yixian's group. All of them wore the same uniform, and there was a symbol on the left side of their chests, the symbol of Karaki Academy. Countless people surrounded them from both sides of the street. Obviously, they wanted to watch the show. Across from Yixian, a Karaki student sneered, I guess you must be Yixian from the Tsunglan Academy in Jiang country. I heard that your head is worth a lot of money. Right at this moment, Yixian suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, pissed, the man who had just spoken stopped abruptly. At the same time, his throat suddenly split open, and blood splattered. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Yixian did not stop. He opened his palm, and the spirit elegant sword suddenly flew out. Pissed, pissed. Pissed. Pissed, a strand of light flashed through the group of students of Karaki Academy like a butterfly. Ah! Shrill cries resounded incessantly. At the same time, the heads of the Karaki Academy students rolled to the ground. Not a single one of them survived. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Xianxia and the others were stunned as well. They exchanged glances, and there was a trace of seriousness in their eyes. At this moment, the evil aura emanating from Yixian's body was too heavy. It was as if he had become a completely different person. At this moment, the spirit elegant sword descended firmly in front of Yixian, and a drop of blood slowly dripped down from the tip of the spirit elegant sword. Yixian sheathed his sword and walked slowly towards the distance. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped because a middle-aged man was standing not too far away from him. The middle-aged man stared fixedly at Yixian. This is the Ning country, not the Jiang country. It's not a place where you can behave atrociously. Right at this moment, Yixian suddenly vanished on the spot. In the next moment, he appeared above the middle-aged man. At the same time, his sword slashed down. The sword was extremely swift, and the middle-aged man's body was split into 2 before he could even react. Fresh blood sprayed all over the ground. The sword was sheathed. Yixian wiped off the blood on his face and said softly, I only came to take my younger sister home. As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings with a blank expression. Where's my younger sister? Everyone in the surroundings had extremely fearful expressions, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Right at this moment, Yixian's expression suddenly became ferocious. In the next moment, the spirit elegant sword in his hand trembled violently, and a ray of light flashed. Bang! In the distance, a house collapsed with a bang. This fellow has gone mad. Run! Everyone could see that Yixian was not in his right mind at this moment. The surrounding people did not stand around and watch as they fled frantically in all directions. Xianxia, Mo Yunqi, and the other 2 hurried over to Yixian. Seeing that Yixian was about to continue attacking, Mo Yunqi hugged his arm. Big brother, calm down, Yixian was stunned. After a while, he turned to look at Mo Yunqi. What are you doing? Mo Yunqi looked confused. You don't remember what happened just now? Yixian frowned. What happened? Mo Yunqi. At this moment, Baizhe pointed at the corpses on the ground not far away. Yixian looked at the corpses around him and then looked at Mo Yunqi. You did this? Mo Yunqi jumped up. Damn, did you really lose your memory or did you pretend to lose it? Yixian frowned even deeper. I did this? Mo Yunqi and the other 2. At this moment, Yixian shook his head. Let's go to the secret realm. After saying that, he walked away slowly with his sword in hand. Mo Yunqi said in a low voice, this guy doesn't look like he's pretending. Baizhe and Xianxia nodded. Mo Yunqi sighed. Their relationship is siblings. If anything happens to that girl, I really don't know what will happen to him. Sigh, let's go. The 3 hurriedly followed. The current Yixian was really not normal. the news that more than 10 Karaki College students were killed by Xian quickly spread to Ning Country's Karaki College. Soon, more than 10 Karaki College students rushed out of the college and went straight for Xian. At a crossroad, Xian and the other three suddenly stopped. In front of them was the group of Karaki College students who were rushing over. Not far away, among the group of Karaki College students, a man who was the leader pointed at Xian angrily. "This is Ning Country, not your Jiang Country." Right at this moment, Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. The man's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he was about to retreat. However, a ray of light suddenly slashed towards him like a bolt of lightning. It was too fast. Before the man could react, his head was sent flying. However, Xian didn't stop there. Under the command of his will, the Lingxiao sword flew out once again. In an instant, one of the Karaki students was sliced in half at the waist. The expressions of the group of students from Karaki Academy turned grim when they witnessed this scene, and they retreated explosively in succession. On the other hand, Xian didn't stop, and he chased after them madly. "Impudent!" Right at this moment, an angry shout suddenly sounded out in the sky, and then an invisible pressure enveloped Xian. An expert of the Nether Passage realm, Xian suddenly looked up. Above his head stood an old man. The old man glared at him with undisguised killing intent. The old man was just about to speak when Xian suddenly stomped his right foot, his entire person soaring into the sky, a single strike to decide life and death. In midair, the old man's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly overlapped his hands before pressing them down. Bang! A shapeless wave shook down from the sky, but the ray of light from the sword below easily tore it apart. In the next moment, a head dripping with blood fell from the sky. Everyone in the surroundings was dumbstruck. Especially the group of Karaki Academy students nearby. They were completely petrified. That old man was an elder of Karaki Academy's outer court. He was a genuine expert of the Nether Passage realm. However, he'd been instantly killed with a single strike. Xianxia and the others were slightly shocked as well. They knew that Xian was very strong, and they knew that he definitely had the strength to defeat an expert of the Nether Passage realm. However, they'd never imagined that Xian would actually be able to instantly kill an expert of the Nether Passage realm. An instant kill. In midair, Xian sheathed his sword and slowly landed on the ground. He raised his head to look at the group of Karaki Academy students nearby. Their expressions changed drastically, and they turned to flee. Xian originally wanted to chase after them, but at this time, Xianxia suddenly appeared beside him. Xianxia tightly held onto Xian's arm. "Big brother, don't chase after them. Let's go find my sister. Let's find my sister first." He could see it now. Xian was really abnormal. It should be said that there was something wrong with his mind. This guy now wanted to kill anyone he saw, and the more he killed, the more excited he became. They had to find Yiling as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knew what this guy would do? After Xianxia pulled Xian away for a while, Xian suddenly looked at him. "Xianxia, why are you grabbing onto me?" Xianxia. An hour later, the four of them arrived at the Jade Mountain Range. The Jade Mountain Range was boundless, and they couldn't see the end. After Xian and the three of them entered the vast mountain range, Baizhe suddenly frowned. "Something's wrong." The four of them stopped. Baizhe lay on the ground, and he gently sniffed the ground. After a while, he turned to look at Xian and the other two. "There's the smell of humans, and there's more than one." "More than one," Xianxia was about to speak, but Xian suddenly walked into the distance. "Don't be afraid. I'll be in charge of killing, and you guys will be in charge of burying." After saying that, he suddenly sped up. Seeing this scene, Xianxia and the other two's expressions changed drastically. Xianxia hurriedly rushed out. "Bandit Yi, calm down." Xian's speed was extremely fast, and behind him, Xianxia and the other two were following closely. After an unknown period of time, Xian suddenly stopped. Just as he stopped, Xianxia appeared beside him. Xianxia was about to speak, but Xian pointed to the ground not far away. Xianxia looked at the ground, and the ground was filled with leaves, and there was nothing else. At this moment, Xian suddenly kicked with his right leg, and a stone flew into the ground not far away. Boom! The entire ground suddenly collapsed, and at the same time, countless sharp arrows suddenly shot up from the ground. In an instant, there were hundreds of arrows, and at the tip of each arrow, there was a green liquid, which was obviously extremely poisonous. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's expression changed instantly. If he had gone over just now, he would definitely have been shot into a hedgehog. At this moment, Xian suddenly tiptoed, and his entire body floated to the right. Behind a few trees on the right, Xian saw 3 men. When the 3 of them saw Xian, their expressions changed instantly. The 3 of them looked at each other, and just as they were about to attack, the sword in Xian's hand suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, swish swish swish. The heads of the 3 men instantly flew off. Xian tiptoed, and his entire body floated out. His speed became faster and faster, and in a short while, he arrived before a large tree. He glanced at the middle of the tree, and there was a small footprint there. There was a moment of silence. Buzz, a sword shot into the sky, but very quickly, the spirit elegant sword returned to his hand. But under his feet, there was an additional bloody head. Xian stomped hard on the head, and it was smashed into pieces. Amazing! At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from not far away. Xian looked up, and there was a long-haired man standing over 30 meters away from him. The man looked slightly ugly, especially his mouth, which was missing a corner. His eyes were also as small as a mouse's, and he looked extremely wretched and ugly. The man grinned, as expected of someone worth such a high price. You really do have some skills. But, this is only the beginning. I heard that your sister has been placed in the mystic realm. We'll wait for you there. If you're late, hee. With that, he turned around, and his figure trembled, and he disappeared not far away. At the same time, Xian disappeared on the spot as well. However, his speed was obviously slower than the long-haired man, and the distance between him and the long-haired man was increasing. In the distance, the long-haired man suddenly turned around and glanced at Xian. You better hurry up. Otherwise, your sister will be in a terrible state. Haha, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared before the long-haired man. This person was Xianxia. Xianxia looked coldly at the long-haired man. You think you're fast? As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia suddenly vanished on the spot. At the same time, an afterimage suddenly appeared here. The long-haired man's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. He floated backwards while waving his right hand, and then numerous rays of silver light shot out from his palm. Xianxia's figure flashed and avoided these hidden weapons. Right when he was about to attack, the long-haired man's shrill cry resounded from afar. Xianxia raised his head and looked over. The long-haired man was lying on the ground nearby, and his legs had been chopped off at the base by Xian. Xian had no intention to kill the long-haired man. He suddenly stabbed his sword into the long-haired man's collarbone, and then he just dragged the long-haired man towards the distance. The ground was covered in blood. The long-haired man spoke ferociously. Bastard! Give me a swift death. Give me a swift death. Xian paid no attention to the long-haired man, and he just dragged the long-haired man towards the distance. Meanwhile, Baizhe and Xianxia had arrived. Xianxia sighed softly. Why do these people keep offending this crazy sister protector? Crazy sister protector. After interacting with Xian, they realized that Xian was usually very amusing and harmless. However, he had a sore spot, and that was his sister. Whoever dared to touch his sister would instantly change into another person. He was a real crazy sister protector. Xianxia sighed again. Let's go. Among the people who came this time, some will come openly, but there will also be many who play dirty. As he spoke, he looked at Baizhe and Xianxia. Baizhe, your body is strong enough. You will stay by his side and block the arrows for him. Senior sister Ji, quickly contact old man Ji and see if he can find some reinforcements. To be honest, it's just the 4 of us. I'm really freaking panicking. Especially that bandit Yi, he's not normal from time to time. Xianxia nodded. I'm already contacting him. Baizhe looked at Xianxia. What about you? What are you doing? Xianxia said softly. My speed is the fastest among the 4 of us. After entering, I will separate from you guys. I will first look for Xiaoling and strive to find her before those people. Let's go. Now that guy is alone, I'm really worried. After saying that, the 3 of them hurriedly followed. Xian used a sword to drag the long-haired man out of the dense forest and came to a plain. The long-haired man was still roaring crazily and begging for death. However, Xian did not give him a quick death. All of a sudden, Xian stopped. He turned around and looked at the long-haired man who was constantly howling. Looking at the long-haired man, Xian grinned. In the past, I was too kind. That's why they dared to bully my sister. In the future, I won't do it again. After saying that, he suddenly kicked the long-haired man's head. Bang! The head was instantly flung into the air along with a pillar of blood. At the same place, Xian held his sword and walked into the distance. His eyes were a little dull. Little girl, don't worry, brother will bring you home immediately. As long as it's someone who has hurt you, brother will not let them off, not a single one of them. P.S. Another free chapter, because that chapter has 4,000 words. Count it as a benefit from me to everyone. At the mouth of a canyon, there was a crystal blue door of light. The crystal blue door of light was like a whirlpool, and it was quite mysterious. At this moment, a young man holding a long sword slowly walked over from afar. The person that had arrived was precisely Xian. Beside Xian were Yunqi and the other two. Xianxia glanced at the door of light in the distance and said softly, "This is the secret realm." Xian slowly closed his eyes. "I don't know what's waiting for me inside, but I will definitely go, and you guys, alright, alright." At this moment, Yunqi waved his hand. "You're the one? Gather? Subjugating Quran? Kaboom? Liquid Mangfuing Cha?" Xian looked at Yunqi and the other two. He didn't say anything else but turned and walked towards the light door. Beize and Xianxia followed behind. Soon, the three of them entered the door of light. At this time, Yunqi took a deep breath. "Xiaolinger, please don't let anything happen to you. I still want to eat your cooking." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure trembled and he directly entered the light door. In the field. Roughly 15 minutes later, countless afterimages suddenly flew over from all directions. Very quickly, all of these afterimages entered the light door. Somewhere in the sky, an old man stared at the door of light below. This person was the dean of Karaki Academy, Li Xuanzong. Beside him was a black-robed man. The black-robed man suddenly said, "This person isn't simple." Li Xuanzong remained expressionless. "It's precisely because he's not simple that he has to die." The black-robed man was silent. Li Xuanzong slowly closed his eyes. If necessary, at all costs. On the other side, at the top of a certain tree, two old men were staring at the light gate not far away. They were none other than the previous ruler of Jiang country, Jiang Yuetian, and the ninth-floor master of the Drunken Immortal Tavern. Jiang Yuetian suddenly looked at the ninth-floor head and said with a smile, "Ninth-floor head, I'm surprised that the Drunken Immortal House has chosen a side this time." The ninth-floor master said indifferently, "You've surprised me as well. After all, if you lose this bet, your Jiang country's royal family will have to face the crazy revenge of the Karaki Academy." Jiang Yuetian smiled and said, "I believe the ninth-floor lord is betting a lot this time. How about this, let's work together." The ninth-floor master fell silent. Jiang Yuetian said softly, "There might be some old farts coming this time. We can help him fend off those old monsters. As for the younger ones, he can deal with them himself." After a moment of silence, the ninth-floor master nodded. "All right." Jiang Yuetian turned to look at the door of light in the distance, his expression gradually turning serious. Bet, this time, the royal family of Jiang country was really gambling. He was betting that there was a big shot behind Xian, a super big shot at that. If he won the bet and the Karaki Academy lost, the royal family of Jiang country would obtain countless benefits. Moreover, they would be able to rope in Xian. One must know that Xian had an excellent relationship with the ninth princess. This time, they had publicly chosen a side, and this relationship could become even better. And with Xian's talent, his future would be limitless. The stronger Xian was, the more benefits the royal family of Jiang country would obtain in the future, but if he lost the bet, the royal family of Jiang country would directly stand against the Karaki Academy. At that time, the Karaki Academy would definitely take revenge on the Jiang country, and even join forces with the Tang country to deal with the Jiang country. Can't afford to lose. Jiang Yuetian slowly closed his eyes. In fact, he did not want to cut off all means of retreat, but there was no other way, because Xianxia had already rushed to the Ning country. Unless the Jiang country gave up on Xianxia, there was no difference between Xianxia choosing Yixian and the royal family choosing Yixian. After a moment, Jiang Yuetian shook his head and sighed. A grown girl can't be kept at home. Somewhere on the ground, a woman in a black dragon robe stood proudly on a boulder. Her hands were behind her back, and her beautiful hair casually fluttered behind her head. She exuded an invisible domineering and majestic aura. This person was Tuoba Yan. Behind Tuoba Yan were an old man and an old woman. Tuoba Yan glanced indifferently at the door of light in the distance. Do you think that young man came to save his sister despite knowing that this is a dead end? Is he stupid, or is he acting on impulse? Behind Tuoba Yan, the old man said coldly, stupid. This person's talent is probably only second to Xianxia. If he stays alive, it is not impossible for him to overthrow the Karaki Academy in the future. Shut up. At this moment, the old woman beside the old man suddenly looked coldly at the old man. I think you're the stupid one. The old man's mouth twitched, but he did not dare to talk back. He just snorted coldly. The old woman looked at the door of light. Your Majesty, in this old woman's opinion, this person is a true man who values friendship and righteousness. Tuoba Yan said indifferently, I'm afraid he will only be sacrificing himself for nothing. The old woman shook her head. I don't think it's a big deal whether he sacrifices himself or not. The main issue is whether he dares to come. If he doesn't come and watch his sister die, he will be a useless person even if he becomes a sword immortal in the future. The old man frowned slightly. Can't you be more civilized? The old woman glared at the old man, who pursed his lips and did not dare to say anything else. On the stone, Tuoba Yan said indifferently, Aunt Jiang is right. If he doesn't come today, he will not be a man even if he becomes a sword immortal in the future. At this moment, a black-robed man appeared not far behind Tuoba Yan and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, the Dean of the country of Zhang's Karaki Academy, Li Xuanzong, asked us why we violated the contract and did not send people to kill Yixian. Tuoba Yan turned to look at the black-robed man. Tell him to scram. The black-robed man was stunned before he turned and left. After an unknown period of time, Yixian suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, he was in a grassland surrounded by mountains. Above him was a blue sky with white clouds. A mystic realm. The so-called mystic realm was actually no different from the outside world. It could be understood as the inside and outside of the house were still in the original world. It was just that this area was separated from the outside world by a mystic technique. At this moment, Yixian suddenly frowned because he did not notice Xianxia and the other two. Were they randomly teleported? Yixian's frown deepened. Without thinking too much, Yixian walked into the distance at a fast speed. Not only did he have to find his sister, Yi Ling, but he also had to meet up with Xianxia and the other two. Not long after, a man appeared not far away from him. The man was holding a long black spear. The man sized up Yixian and was about to speak when Yixian, who was not far away, suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, Yixian arrived before the man with the spear. The man's pupils constricted to the size of a needle. The next moment, he leaped and smashed his spear down. Peak airborne realm. More than that, when the spear smashed down, a dreadful flame gushed out of the tip of the spear. The powerful flame instantly shrouded Yixian. However, a sword howl resounded, and the flame was instantly torn open. In the next moment, Yixian was already a few meters behind the man with the spear. Behind Yixian, the man with the spear stared blankly into the distance. I should have made the first move. As soon as he finished speaking, his head tilted to the side and fell from his neck. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. Yixian lowered his head to look at his hand. His palm was a bloody mess, and it wasn't just his palm. His entire arm was a bloody mess. In that instant, if he hadn't made the first move, it was very likely that he would have died. Even if he didn't die, it would have been a lose-lose situation. Because the man's attack didn't just contain spear intent, he had executed an Earth-rank martial technique, and it was even a mid-grade Earth-rank martial technique, and because he had made the first move, he had the upper hand, which caused the man with the spear to be killed before the power of the spear could be fully unleashed. If the power of the spear was fully unleashed, unless he summoned the armor of Terra, he would definitely die or be crippled. I can't look down on anyone. Yixian collected his thoughts. took out a white jade bottle, and poured out a pill. Golden Sword pill. One pill was worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Although he was a little reluctant to use it, he had to use it. He had to keep himself in a good state at all times, because this was just the beginning. Xian walked to the man's corpse and picked up the spear. The spear wasn't an ordinary item, it was a top-grade spiritual weapon. Xian kept the spear in the first floor of the prison pagoda, and then took the bag from the man's waist and threw it into the prison pagoda. Then, he turned around and walked into the distance. He walked very quickly, not long after, he arrived at a river. The river wasn't very wide, it was only a few meters wide. Xian glanced at the river, and then he walked to the bank. Suddenly, he drew his sword and slashed at the river in front of him. This slash came without any warning. At the moment when Xian's sword slashed down, a pillar of water suddenly shot up from the river in front of him. Then, a figure retreated rapidly from the water pillar. Soon, the figure retreated to the bank opposite Xian. It was a man in a black robe. The man's hands were hidden in his sleeves, and he stared fixedly at Xian. "How did you know I was in the water?" Xian glanced at the man in the black robe. "Why don't you take a guess?" He used to be good at killing people in the mountain range, so he knew very well where to set up an ambush and where to launch a sneak attack. After he entered the secret realm, he knew that he was the prey, and those who came to kill him would definitely know where he was. At such a time, he naturally had to be extremely careful, because the slightest carelessness could lead to his death. The facts proved that he was right to be careful. The man in the black robe opposite Xian was about to speak when the sword in Xian's hand suddenly slashed out. In the distance, the man's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly pressed his hands together. Hiss! Two golden claws directly clasped onto Xian's spirit gray sword. However, the golden claws split apart because the spirit gray sword was a mid-grade light-rank weapon, whereas the claws were merely supreme-grade spirit weapons. Right at this moment, the spirit gray sword trembled violently, and the claws in the man's hands shattered with a bang. The man's expression changed drastically, and he retreated explosively. The spirit gray sword didn't pursue the man. Instead, it slashed backwards and directly slashed into the river in front of Xian. Bang! The river exploded with a bang. In the next moment, a shrill cry resounded from below the river, and it wasn't long before the river in front of Xian was dyed red. In the distance, the man in the black robe looked at Xian in disbelief. "How could you possibly know?" Xian glanced at the man in the black robe indifferently. "You're so weak. If you didn't have any helpers, how would you dare to look for me?" "Monster!" The man in the black robe stared fixedly at Xian, and his eyes were filled with extreme shock. Not only was the man in front of him extremely powerful, his intelligence was also heaven-defying. The man in the black robe said in a low voice, "I withdraw." Right at this moment, Xian suddenly appeared before the man in the black robe with his sword, and he slashed out with his sword. Hiss! The man's head flew into the air instantly. Xian used his fingers to gently wipe away the fresh blood on the spirit gray sword. "I'm sorry, I don't agree." At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly sounded out from behind Xian. As the footsteps sounded, the river in front of Xian suddenly boiled violently. Not only that, but the ground beneath Xian's feet also began to tremble. A powerful intent enveloped Xian's surroundings. Xian opened his palm, and the spirit gray sword landed steadily in his palm. Looking at the spirit gray sword in his hand, Xian said softly, "No matter who the person behind us is, let's kill him with one slash, alright?" There was a moment of silence. Buzz! A sword's hum suddenly resounded through the sky. The sword understood the will of man. The corners of Xian's mouth curled up slightly when he saw the spirit sword resonate with him, and it was a slightly savage smile. Xian turned around and saw a man standing not too far away from him. The man wore a snow-white robe that dragged on the ground, and there were 4 plum blossoms embroidered on it. The man gazed at Xian and didn't speak. Xian gazed at the man and didn't speak as well. Both of them stood in confrontation just like that. On many occasions, the first to attack would allow one to seize the initiative, but it was also possible for one to expose one's weakness first. Obviously, neither of them wanted to attack first at this moment. However, this sort of stalemate didn't last for long because Xian moved. A swordsman, what was the most important thing for a swordsman when facing an enemy? It was naturally confidence. Moreover, what he needed the most when deciding life and death with a single strike of his sword was confidence. "It's fine if I don't attack," but once I do, I'll decide your life and death." At the moment Yixian moved, a strand of overbearing sword aura enveloped the man. When he sensed the sword aura emanated from Yixian, the man's pupils instantly constricted. What a formidable sword aura, what a formidable sword technique. The long-robed man slowly closed his eyes. Bang! A terrifying imposing aura swept out from within him, and it forcefully obstructed Yixian's sword aura, the imposing aura of the Nether Passage realm and an unknown concept. The two of them combined into one to forcefully obstruct Yixian's sword aura. At the same time, the man suddenly spread his palms open. Mountain water howl. Bang! The river behind Yixian suddenly trembled violently, and then countless water arrows flew up from within the river and shot explosively towards Yixian. On the other hand, the ground beneath the man's feet suddenly split open, and then countless rocks shot into the sky and instantly drowned Yixian beneath them. Right at this moment, a sword howl resounded. Along with this sword howl, a strand of light suddenly flashed into appearance amidst the rocks. Hiss! The sound of something tearing resounded. In the next moment, Yixian appeared several feet behind the long-robed man. In the air, the countless water arrows dissipated with a loud bang, and the gravel also fell to the ground in an instant. Everything returned to normal. Behind Yixian, between the eyebrows of the long-robed man, a drop of blood slowly dripped down. He stared blankly into the distance. "Swordwill, you are not the great swordsman." As his voice faded, there was no longer any color in his eyes. Yixian opened his palm and the spirit-elegant sword suddenly flew in front of the man in long robe. In the blink of an eye, it returned to Yixian's palm and on the tip of the sword hung a money pouch. Yixian threw the bag of money into the World Prison Pagoda and continued forward. Not long after Yixian left, a man and a woman appeared in the field. The man was tall and carried a large saber on his back. There was a very obvious scar on his face. The woman was petite and had several whips on the back of her head. She had 2 short sabers hanging from her waist. The woman glanced at the long-robed man's corpse in the distance. Snow Plum Blossom. This person should be Chu's young master Snow Plum. This person reached the Nether Passage realm at the age of 20 and comprehended the concept of mountains and rivers. He is known as the most promising person in the younger generation of Chu. I never thought that he would be killed by this Yixian in one strike here. As she said this, she looked at the knife-scarred man. Brother, although Yixian is not on the martial roll, his strength is definitely enough to enter the martial roll. We should give up. The man slowly closed his eyes. If we can kill this person, not only will we be able to become famous, we will also be able to obtain the rewards of Karaki Academy. With those rewards, us brother and sister will no longer need to wander around in the future, and we will be able to rebuild our family. We can't give up on this opportunity. The woman frowned. Brother, that Yixian is not someone we can fight against. The man laughed coldly. Since the two of us can't fight against him, then call a few more people. Let's go. As he said this, he turned and left into the distance. The petite woman glanced at the corpse on the ground and sighed softly. However, she still hurriedly followed. Yixian crossed the river and sprinted forward. He was very fast, or rather, very anxious. He had yet to find Yi Ling, so he was naturally anxious. At that moment, his body was filled with a ruthless aura. Right now, he only wanted to find Yi Ling as soon as possible. After crossing the river, Yixian came to a swamp. The swamp was very big, and it would take a lot of time to go around it. Yixian did not choose to go around it, because what he needed now was time. However, he did not enter it rashly. Instead, he stood at the edge and looked into the distance. There were many scattered trees around the swamp, and these trees grew in the swamp. Apart from that, there were also some bushes. After a moment of silence, the spirit-elegant sword in Yixian's hand suddenly flew out, and the sword sank into a bush not far to his right. Boom! The thicket exploded with a loud bang, and a figure rapidly retreated from within. The spirit-elegant sword did not stop, and it chased after the figure. The sword was very fast, like a bolt of lightning. The person was shocked, and he retreated rapidly. However, at that moment, he forgot that he was in a swamp. After taking a few steps back, his legs sank into the swamp. After sinking into the swamp, the person hurriedly said, "Sir, I'll back out." Chi, the head of the man who spoke, flew off. In a short while, the man's body was instantly swallowed by the swamp. The spirit-elegant sword flew back to Yixian. Yixian skimmed into the distance, and every time he moved forward, the spirit-elegant sword would fly out. Wherever he thought it was dangerous, the spirit-elegant sword would go there to investigate. Just like that, when Yixian arrived at the center of the swamp, there were already a few corpses behind him. These people were actually not weak, but it was a pity that they wanted to launch a sneak attack, and they had underestimated the terrifying extent of Yixian's flying sword. If they had fought head-on, it would have been impossible for Yixian to kill them so easily. Unfortunately, these people wanted to launch a sneak attack, and they had underestimated Yixian's vigilance, so they were caught off guard. All of a sudden, Yixian stopped. Danger, Yixian frowned. He had been fighting with people in the mountains all year round, and it had become an instinct. After Yixian stopped, he glanced at his surroundings. He was currently on a single piece of wood, and the closest piece of wood to him was at least 50 feet away. Especially the piece of wood in front of him, which was more than 100 feet away from him. If he flew over and someone suddenly attacked him while he was flying. During this period of time, although he could fly, he would not be able to use his chi, nor would he be able to borrow strength. His strength would be greatly reduced in an instant. Most importantly, what if that single piece of wood disappeared? If he flew, he would definitely die. Retreat? He couldn't retreat now because the person who set the trap would absolutely be able to guess all his escape routes. So, no matter which direction he flew in, the person would definitely react to it. On the piece of wood, Yixian fell silent for a moment, and then he suddenly leaped up. When he was about to descend onto the piece of wood in front of him, the piece of wood suddenly exploded into pieces. At the same time, an afterimage flashed over from nowhere. This afterimage was extremely swift, and it arrived above Yixian in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, he suddenly slapped his palm down towards Yixian. Lightning actually flickered on his palm. Below him, Yixian's entire body descended towards the swamp, but his expression was extremely calm. Right when he was about to fall into the swamp, the spirit beauty sword in his hand suddenly transformed into a ray of light that stopped beneath his feet. He stood on the sword. As he stood on the sword, Yixian suddenly clenched his right hand into a fist, and then he smashed it upwards. "I'll smash your head apart with a single punch." This punch didn't just contain fist force, it also contained battle intent. A sharp sound of air exploding instantly resounded in the surroundings. Bang! Along with the sound of an explosion, the person above Yixian was blasted flying while Yixian sank into the swamp along with his sword. But in next to no time, the spirit beauty sword slowly lifted him up from the swamp. Yixian didn't attack again, and he just slowly floated towards the left while a man floated in midair over 100 m away from him. The man stared fixedly at Yixian. Flying on a sword? That's utterly impossible. Yixian glanced at the man, and then the sword beneath his feet suddenly transformed into a ray of light that slashed towards the man. The ray of light was extremely swift like a bolt of lightning. The man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly dodged to the right. Meanwhile, the spirit beauty sword actually turned and slashed towards him. The man's eyes narrowed slightly when he witnessed this scene. His right palm instantly flickered with lightning, and then he suddenly slapped it forward. Bang! His palm slapped directly onto the spirit beauty sword. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning and rays of light erupted in midair. Right at this moment, the man's expression suddenly changed drastically because Yixian had appeared behind him. The man suddenly turned around and slapped his palm forward. At this moment, the lightning in his palm surged out like a torrent. Yixian's fist arrived. It was a very simple punch. But it was exactly this punch that shattered the lightning in the man's hand. At the same time, the man was blasted flying. Meanwhile, a ray of light flashed through the air. The man's expression changed drastically, and he forcefully twisted his body. Hiss! Even though he'd avoided this lethal strike, his right arm had been severed. The spirit beauty sword didn't stop there. It flew back and continued to slash at the man. Right at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in midair, and the old man hurriedly said, "Please stop." "We'll." Hiss! The old man hadn't even finished speaking when the man's head instantly flew into the air. The old man's expression instantly became ferocious when he witnessed this scene, and he stared fixedly at Yixian. "You deserve to die." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack. But right at this moment, a wine gourd suddenly descended from the sky, and countless drops of alcohol surged out from within it. The old man's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly pressed his hands forward. In an instant, the space before him started to warping matter, a Dharma realm expert. There was a moment of silence in the air, and then the drops of alcohol suddenly stopped moving. But in the next moment, they pierced through space and drowned the old man. Bang, bang. 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 Bang, the old man's body fell repeatedly in midair, and numerous explosions resounded incessantly. It didn't take long for the old man to fall into the swamp. But in the next moment, he was about to fly up again. But right at this moment, a figure suddenly stepped on the old man's head. It was Old Man G. Old Man G stepped forcefully on the head of the old man who'd fallen into the swamp. The latter's expression was ferocious, and no matter how he resisted, he was unable to exert any strength. Old Man G fiercely gulped down a mouthful of alcohol, and then he said, "Old one, let me do it." Xian turned around and left. Old Man G turned around and looked into the distance. As he looked, his eyes suddenly became slightly moist. "Master. This time, I won't let my students be bullied again. Just like how you protected me all those years ago." After Xian left the swamp, he ran all the way. Old Man Ji said that Yi Ling was in a valley hundreds of miles away, and Mo Yunqi and Jianji had already rushed over. It wasn't that Old Man Ji didn't want to make a move, but every time he did, someone would stop him. This person was naturally Li Xuanzong, outside the secret land. Li Xuanzong stood on a treetop and looked at the mystic realm in the distance expressionlessly. Beside him stood a black-robed man. The black-robed man suddenly said, "Chu State's young master Xuemei has already been killed, and that rushing thunder hand Li Tai, who almost entered the martial ranking, was also killed by this person. Why didn't you stop Old Man Ji when he made his move earlier?" Li Xuanzong said indifferently, "Li Tai's clan is a famous and wealthy clan in the Yu Kingdom. Not only did they lose a super genius from their clan this time, but they also lost a myriad law realm expert. Do you think they will let the matter rest?" The black-robed man was silent. Li Xuanzong looked at the mystic realm. That youth must have a powerful backer or faction behind him. If he doesn't die inside, then someone else will. And the people who come are all monstrous geniuses of this era. These people all have factions of various sizes backing them. The more people he kills, the more enemies he will have. When the time comes, I want to see who can protect him." The black-robed man nodded slightly. This person's natural talent is truly too monstrous. Perhaps only Xianxia can suppress him amongst the younger generation. This person really can't be allowed to live. Li Xuanzong slowly closed his eyes. "He's dead." On the other side, somewhere, the ninth-floor lord of the drunken immortal Inn suddenly said in a soft voice, "He killed the cold plum prince from Chu State, as well as the rushing thunder hand Li Tai from Li clan of Yu State." Beside ninth-floor master, Jiang Yuetian said in a deep voice, "Li Xuanzong has ulterior motives. He wanted to make Yixian and Songlan Academy hate each other. What a vicious heart." The ninth-floor master said calmly, pull with all your might. Karaki Academy is very outstanding. So outstanding that the old man wants to laugh. Jiang Yuetian, within the secret realm. An afterimage flashed across the mountains at an extremely fast speed, like a gust of wind. This person was Mo Yunqi. After finding out where Yi Ling was, Mo Yunqi immediately moved. At this moment, he raised his speed to the limit. He had to find Yi Ling as soon as possible so that Yi Ling would not fall into the hands of others and be used to threaten Yixian. Approximately 15 minutes later, Mo Yun stood up and arrived at a mountain valley. He swept his eyes over the surroundings and saw that the mountain valley was completely empty. There wasn't a single person in sight. Suddenly, Mo Yunqi's expression changed greatly. He flashed backwards, and just as he flashed away, the ground he was originally standing on suddenly collapsed. Mo Yunqi had just stopped when the ground beneath his feet suddenly started wriggling. His expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and his figure soared into the sky. Meanwhile, a figure suddenly shot into the sky from the ground. In the air, Mo Yunqi's hand suddenly spread out, and a flying dagger flew down. Below, the man suddenly crossed his arms. Boom, the ink cloud soaring saber was blocked, but at this moment, he had already retreated 100 feet. Mo Yunqi looked into the distance. In front of him was a thin and small man. The man's body was extremely thin and small. To be precise, he was actually a dwarf. The man looked coldly at Mo Yunqi. "You're not that Xian." Mo Yunqi glanced around. "Where's that little girl?" The man pointed to a mountain wall not far away. Mo Yunqi looked in the direction that the man was pointing. On the mountain wall in the distance, there was a tree that grew out of a crack in the mountain wall, and on the tree, there was a little girl hanging. It was Yi Ling. Seeing that Yi Ling was hanging, Mo Yunqi's expression instantly turned cold. He turned to look at the dwarf in front of him and said fiercely, "Motherf asterisk cur, you shorty, are you even AF asterisk king man?" As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards the dwarf. The dwarf's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly stomped his right foot lightly. In an instant, his entire figure vanished into the ground. Mo Yunqi's attack missed, but he didn't continue pursuing the dwarf. Instead, he leaped towards Yi Ling, who was on the mountain wall. He was extremely swift like a spirit ape, and it didn't take long for him to arrive before the tree that Yi Ling was on. Right at this moment, a large saber suddenly slashed down from his right. Mo Yunqi flipped his right hand slightly. In an instant, a cold ray of light shot out like a bolt of lightning from his palm, and it struck the blade of the large saber. Bang! The large saber trembled violently, and the person who held the saber took a few steps back along with the saber. Mo Yunqi was just about to attack again. However, right at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, two rays of cold light slashed towards his throat. Mo Yunqi's expression changed slightly. He tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot, and his figure floated over 10 m back. Meanwhile, the sound of air being torn apart resounded abruptly. Mo Yunqi's expression changed drastically, and he forcefully twisted his body as he retreated. Hiss! An ink arrow pierced directly into his shoulder. Mo Yunqi turned around and saw a black-cloaked man standing on a huge rock nearby. The black-cloaked man held a longbow in his hand and carried a quiver of arrows on his back. "He's not here to kill Xian." Right at this moment, the scarred man who held a long saber gazed at Mo Yunqi. He's probably a student of Tsanglan Academy, and he's on the same side as Xian. Mo Yunqi glanced at everyone present. "To be honest, I won't say anything about how all of you treat Bandit Yi, but..." When he spoke up to hear, he suddenly pointed at Yi Ling, who was on the tree in the distance, and roared furiously, "She's just an ordinary little girl, yet all of you treat her like this. Are you even fucking men?" The scarred man spoke indifferently. "If she wants to blame someone, then she can only blame her brother for being Xian." As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the large saber in his hand. "Let's take him down first." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped up and slashed fiercely towards Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi was just about to attack when an arrow suddenly shot towards him from behind. Mo Yunqi's expression was quite unsightly. He didn't dare attack, and he dodged to the side once more. As soon as he descended to the ground, a petite figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and then two rays of cold light slashed towards his head. Moreover, an ink arrow suddenly shot towards Mo Yunqi from behind. Mo Yunqi suddenly turned around, and he vanished on the spot in the next moment. An afterimage flashed through the battlefield. At this moment, Mo Yunqi's speed had undoubtedly risen to its peak. The longbow-wielding man's pupils constricted, and he was about to retreat when a golden flying knife suddenly appeared in front of him without any warning. The man with the longbow floated backwards, and then he grabbed the bow with both hands before swiftly smashing it forward. Bang! The bow exploded into pieces. However, he dodged this lethal flying knife. Mo Yunqi was just about to attack when a sharp aura suddenly slashed towards him from behind. It was the scarred man. This time, he was unable to dodge because he just stopped, and the scarred man's timing was perfect. He'd just found this exact spot. Mo Yunqi held the golden flying knife in his hand as he turned around and slashed. Bang! Along with an explosive sound, Mo Yunqi was sent flying along with the flying dagger. As he flew, he directly fell from the sky. Meanwhile, the ground below him suddenly started wriggling. Mo Yunqi's expression instantly changed when he witnessed this scene. If he were to fall, then he would definitely die. Right at this moment, a flying sword suddenly flew over from afar. In the next moment, the flying sword descended firmly before Mo Yunqi and endured the force of his fall. Mo Yunqi heaved a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the flying sword suddenly left and slashed down towards the ground below. Hiss! The flying sword instantly slashed into the ground. After a moment of silence, a shrill cry resounded from the ground, and it didn't take long for a spot on the ground to turn red. A sword charged out from beneath the ground, and then it descended firmly before a man who wasn't too far away. It was Yixian. Mo Yunqi heaved another sigh of relief when he saw Yixian, and then he pointed at the scarred man and his younger sister. "I'll leave them to you. I'll go rescue Xiaoling. Watch out for the one on the left with the arrow." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. On the other hand, Yixian raised his head to look at the scarred man and his younger sister. In the next moment, he suddenly vanished on the spot. His speed was extremely swift, and the exquisite sword before him was even swifter. It was the first to slash towards the scarred man. A wisp of a savage smile appeared on the corners of the scarred man's mouth. "Let me see exactly how strong you are." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped down from the rock. At the same time, he held the saber with both hands and slashed down fiercely. This slash was extremely large, and it seemed as if it could split a mountain apart. Below, the Lingxiao sword suddenly stopped. At this moment, Yixian rushed to the front of the Lingxiao sword. He grabbed the Lingxiao sword and stomped the ground with his right foot. His entire person, along with the sword, soared into the sky. The howl of a sword tore through the surroundings. Subsequently, a sword directly collided with the blade of the large saber. A needle against an bang, the sword and saber shook violently, and in the blink of an eye, the saber shattered with a bang while the saber-scarred man's entire body was instantly thrown flying. He flew for over 30 m before finally smashing heavily onto an enormous rock. Fresh blood sprayed from the scarred man's mouth. The scarred man wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he gazed at the petite woman and roared furiously, "Run! Quickly!" At this moment, he knew that the swordsman young man before him wasn't someone the siblings could go against at all. In the distance, the petite woman didn't flee. She charged over to the scarred man and stared fixedly at Yixian. "Let us brother and sister live. We'll return to the clan." Right at this moment, a ray of light flashed. Hiss! The petite woman's head instantly flew into the air. The scarred man was stunned, and then he charged madly at Yixian. "I'll fucking kill you." Hiss! A ray of light pierced through the center of the scarred man's forehead. The scarred man's body fell to the ground. Yixian glanced at the two corpses on the ground. "If I lose, you won't let us brother and sister off." Bang! Right at this moment, an explosion suddenly resounded from above Yixian, and then a figure smashed to the ground from midair. It was Mo Yunqi who smashed to the ground. Blood sprayed out from Mo Yunqi's mouth. P.S. After it went on sale yesterday, at least 80% of the readers left. Over 6,000 bookmarks, but only around 1,000 read the original version. Azure Phoenix thanks the readers who stayed. I really do. Please cherish it. I love all of you. I also hope that the readers who read pirated copies will subscribe to the original version and support me. I rely on this to make a living. Yixian raised his head and saw a man floating in the air. The man was dressed in black with a long purple ribbon tied around his waist and a piece of sheep-fat white jade. The man's appearance was not particularly handsome, but he was angular and his gaze was deep and sharp, giving people a sense of oppression. The man in black floated in the air and looked down at Yixian. His gaze was indifferent without any fluctuation. Yixian retracted his gaze and looked at Mo Yunqi who was not far away. "How is it?" Mo Yunqi got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I was careless." Yixian nodded. "Take a rest first." Mo Yunqi said in a deep voice, "Be careful. He's a real expert." Yixian nodded and looked up at the man in black in the air. "You're here?" The man in black didn't waste any words. His figure trembled and his entire body fell from the sky. His speed was extremely fast. This fall was like a huge mountain crushing down, giving off an extremely overbearing feeling of oppression. "Expert," Yixian retracted his gaze. At this moment, he had lost the opportunity to make a move. It should be said that his position had a natural disadvantage. Yixian didn't dodge. This was because when two people fought, especially when it was a fight between experts, it was a competition of momentum. Whoever was weaker would be the one being suppressed, and at this moment, he didn't want to be suppressed. Yixian slowly closed his eyes. Bang! A formless aura exploded with Yixian as the center. Sword aura. this sword aura blocked the aura above Xian's head. However, the man in black didn't stop. On the contrary, his speed became even faster. When the man in black was about 5 feet above Xian's head, he stomped his foot. Bang! A domineering force gushed out from his foot like a volcanic eruption. The powerful force caused the ground beneath Xian's feet to explode. At this moment, the Lingxiao sword in Xian's hand suddenly moved. Buzz, along with the sound of the sword, a ray of sword light soared into the sky. There was a moment of silence. Bang! An earth-shattering sound suddenly resounded. Then, a wave of energy rippled in the air. At the same time, 2 figures retreated from the energy wave. Both of them retreated more than 10 feet, and Mo Yunqi didn't stay idle either. While Yi Xian was fighting with the man in black, he suddenly charged towards Yi Ling. But when he arrived in front of Yi Ling, his expression suddenly changed. In the air, Mo Yunqi suddenly turned. With this turn, a cold light brushed past his ear. He stopped and scanned his surroundings. There was no one around, and Mo Yunqi's expression immediately turned ugly. He did not dare to act rashly. Even if he were to save Yi Ling now, it would only make the situation worse because he wasn't confident that he could escape with Yi Ling. As if he had thought of something, Mo Yunqi suddenly said angrily, "Bai Zai, you bastard, can't you hurry over? Don't tell me you're lost." Below, Yi Xian and the man in black stopped at the same time. The man in black glanced at Yi Xian and said, "The information was wrong. You're not the great swordsman." Yi Xian grinned. Surprised? The man in black was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly vanished. "I'm not here to chat with you." As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, he had arrived in front of the man in black, and a cold light pierced the man's forehead. The man in black narrowed his eyes and tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot. In an instant, his entire body became illusory. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly slashed behind him with his sword. The man in black had appeared behind Yi Xian at some point in time. The black-cloaked man's pupils shrank slightly. Obviously, he did not expect Yi Xian to react so quickly and actually be able to react. Without thinking too much, he tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot, and his entire body floated backward several feet. Before he could stop, a flying sword suddenly appeared in front of him. This flying sword was so fast that he couldn't dodge it. The man in black didn't choose to dodge. He suddenly lifted his right leg and swept it horizontally. This leg was mixed with a strong wind as if it could tear everything apart, using his leg to fight against the sword. Obviously, the man in black was very confident in his leg. At this moment, the sword arrived. Boom! As soon as the two touched, Lingxiao's sword shook violently and the sword gleam around it was shattered. However, at this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed the hilt of Lingxiao's sword. Yi Xian held Lingxiao's sword and stabbed forward, one sword to determine life and death. At this moment, he revealed his trump card. When facing an enemy, he would kill with a single strike when he was confident and not give his opponent any chance. But earlier, he wasn't fully confident. So, he chose to execute life and death with a single strike now. This moment was the best opportunity to execute life and death with a single strike. At the moment that Yi Xian executed life and death with a single strike, the sword aura contained within Lingxiao's sword could instantly reach its limit. Sword aura. This strike carried a peerlessly overbearing aura. At the moment that Yi Xian executed life and death with a single strike, the expression of the man in black changed drastically. He didn't flee because if he fled now, he would definitely die. The man's expression turned savage, and he stomped his right leg on the ground. Shatter. Bang! The ground in an area of 30 m cracked, and subsequently, the man's figure suddenly became illusory. In an instant, countless leg shadows instantly drowned Yi Xian. Every single leg shadow carried a powerful force, and the force was so strong that it caused numerous explosions to resound in the surroundings. It was the sound of air being torn apart, and Mo Yunqi's expression instantly changed when he witnessed this scene. This was at least a mid-grade earth-rank martial technique, and the black-clothed man's cultivation was at least at the nether passage realm, a true monstrous genius. A trace of worry appeared in Mo Yunqi's eyes. Below. Bang! An explosion resounded abruptly, and then a figure was blasted flying. Mo Yunqi instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this figure, because this figure wasn't Yi Xian, and it was the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man retreated repeatedly, and he retreated for an entire 30 m. Moreover, a strand of blood essence would spray from his mouth with every single step he took back. Moreover, the ground beneath his feet was ceaselessly cracking apart as he retreated. Force was mutual. Earlier, his force had collided head-on with Xian's sword strike in the most violent manner possible, so he naturally suffered a backlash from his own strength at the moment he lost. In next to no time, the black-clothed man stopped moving. At the instant he stopped, the black clothes on his upper body exploded into pieces, and beneath the black clothes was pure silver armor. Moreover, there was a deep crack on the silver armor, and the skin beneath it was already visible. Light rank armor. It was exactly this armor that had blocked Xian's attack just now. Otherwise, he would be dead by now. The black-clothed man stared fixedly at Xian, and he was just about to speak when Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. The black-clothed man's pupils constricted slightly, and then he suddenly stomped his right leg towards the ground. Bang! In an instant, countless bits of rock and dust shot into the sky and blasted towards Xian. However, all of this wasn't able to stop Xian's sword, and the spirit grey sword slashed out from amidst the bits of rock and dust. The black-robed man's expression changed drastically. He took a step back and kicked at the spirit elegance sword. His angle was very tricky. He didn't kick the tip of the spirit elegance sword, but the body of the sword instead. Bang! The spirit grey sword was kicked to the side, but right at this moment, Xian suddenly appeared in front of him. Xian directly blasted his fist towards the black-clothed man. "I'll blast your head apart with a single punch." This punch didn't just contain fist force, it also contained boundless battle intent. The black-clothed man's pupils constricted when he sensed the strength within Xian's fist. Dual cultivation of the sword and martial arts. An instant later. Bang! The black-clothed man's entire body was blasted flying. Xian was just about to attack when an unexpected event occurred. A cold light suddenly appeared behind Xian without any warning. Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned around and punched. Bang! The cold light shattered. However, there wasn't a single person behind him. Xian glanced at the surroundings, and he didn't sense anything. After a moment of silence, Xian suddenly turned around to look at Xianxia. "Cover me." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped a few times and sprinted towards Yiling's position. In the distance, Xianxia looked behind Xian instead, and there was a golden flying knife between his fingers. Right at this moment, another cold light silently appeared behind Xian. Xian didn't turn around because a golden flying knife had already appeared behind him. Bang! The cold light was directly shattered by the golden flying knife. But right at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. A black arrow suddenly shot over from Xian's right. Xian turned around, and the spirit grey sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. Bang! The black arrow was instantly shattered by Xian's sword, but right at this moment, another arrow appeared in front of him, and behind this arrow, there were two more arrows. The three arrows were connected from head to tail, 3 consecutive arrows. Xian opened his palm, and the spirit grey sword appeared in his palm. The next moment, Xian slashed forward with the sword in his hand. On the body of the sword light was dazzling. The sword fell, and the arrow in front of him was directly shattered. However, after this arrow, another arrow directly hit the tip of the spirit grey sword. Buzz! The spirit grey sword shook violently, but that arrow shattered with a loud bang. One had to know that the spirit grey sword was at the light grade, but right at this moment, the last arrow suddenly changed its trajectory and stabbed straight at Xian's chest. Xian punched out. Bang! The arrow directly shattered. Right at this moment, a cold light silently appeared behind Xian once more. Xian didn't turn around, and a shadow flashed by. Xianxia appeared behind Xian, and then a flying dagger slashed down. Bang! The cold light was directly slashed into pieces. Xianxia looked around vigilantly because up until now, he still hadn't discovered exactly who attacked. After Xian shattered the 3 arrows, he glanced coldly at a huge rock on his left. There was a man with a longbow on his back. The man with the longbow stared fixedly at Xian. Dual cultivation of sword and martial arts. Xian paid no attention to the man with the longbow. His figure shook, and he arrived in front of Yiling. Yiling had already fainted, and her face was abnormally pale. Her hands were tied by the rope, and there were even blood-red marks on them. Xian was expressionless. The spirit grey sword in his hand suddenly flew out and slashed the rope that tied Yiling up. Right at the moment Xian stretched out his hand to hug Yiling, something unexpected occurred. A shadow silently appeared behind Yi Ling, and in the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Yi Xian. Subsequently, a black sword stabbed directly into Yi Xian's dantian. At the same time, a voice resounded by Yi Xian's ear. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Sword, what was he least afraid of? It was naturally the sword. He hadn't cultivated the mysterious woman's cultivation technique for nothing. Of course, this didn't mean that his sword physique was truly invincible. If the quality of his opponent's sword was higher than his, then he wouldn't be able to devour it. If it was of the same cultivation, then he only had a 50% chance of devouring it. After all, there was a difference in strength even amongst the same cultivation. In any case, so long as it was a sword weaker than his spirit beauty sword, then he could devour it. This was the heaven-defying aspect of his cultivation technique. As soon as the black sword in front of Yi Xian entered Yi Xian's body, it directly transformed into boundless energy that was absorbed by Yi Xian's body. When he noticed this scene, the expression of the black-robed man in front of Yi Xian changed drastically. How could this be possible? He was just about to retreat when Yi Xian suddenly clenched his fists tightly, and then he suddenly smashed them onto the fatal spots on both sides of the black-robed man's head. Bang! The black-robed man's head exploded with a bang. Yi Xian flashed backwards, whereas, the spirit beauty sword had already firmly held on to Yi Ling who'd fallen earlier. Yi Xian's eyes closed slowly. At this moment, his body was trembling slightly. He was about to break through. A sword at the bright rank could withstand at least 10 supreme-grade spiritual swords. However, Yi Xian didn't choose to break through, and he forcefully suppressed it instead. Breaking through at this moment was undoubtedly courting death. He floated over to Yi Ling's side, and he carried Yi Ling to the ground before taking out a gold sword pill for Yi Ling to consume. After a while, Yi Ling's complexion gradually improved, and a short moment later, Yi Ling opened her eyes slowly. When she saw Yi Xian, Yi Ling's tears flowed down, and she just looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian rubbed Yi Ling's little head lightly. "Brother will bring you home." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Yi Ling's hand and walked towards the distance. Just at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. Opposite him was the black-robed man who'd fought him at the beginning. The man's black clothes had already been torn, and he wore silver soft armor. Earlier, in order to save Yi Ling, Yi Xian didn't pursue the man, and the man didn't flee. On the left of the silver-robed man was the longbowman who'd launched a sneak attack, and on the right of the longbowman was a fat man who'd carried 2 extremely large black axes in his hands. This fat man had just appeared. Mo Yunqi walked to Yi Xian's side. He glanced at the 3 people in the distance. "Be careful of the person in the dark. That person was probably testing us before, and he's not the real one." Yi Xian nodded. Of course he would be careful. Because up until now, he had not sensed the person who had attacked him secretly. He should be an assassin. Yi Xian looked at Mo Yunqi. "If there's a chance later, we'll take the girl away. I'm afraid these people will target her so that we won't be able to do anything." Yi Ling glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Mo Yunqi glanced at Yi Ling. He hesitated for a moment and then nodded. With Yi Ling around, those people would definitely target her. She would be in the most danger if she stayed here. However, if he took her away, Yi Xian would have to fight a group of people alone. Yi Xian's situation would become very bad. At this moment, the silver-armored man in the lead suddenly swept his gaze over the surroundings. This person's strength is so great that he's definitely not someone we can fight alone. If we don't join forces, I'm afraid the cooked duck will fly away. After a moment of silence, 6 or 7 people suddenly appeared and stood behind the silver-armored man. These 6 or 7 people were all at the peak of the levitation realm, and one of them was even at the nether passage realm. None of them were weak. Besiege? How shameless! Right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded. Everyone looked over towards the source of the voice. A man stood on a rock on the right. The man wore linen clothes, had a blade of grass in his mouth, and held a blade that was wrapped in cloth in his hand. He was looking at the silver-armored man's group, and his eyes were filled with undisguised disdain. The silver-armored man glanced at the man in linen clothes. "Who are you?" The man in linen clothes glanced at the silver-armored man with disdain. "I'm your father." The silver-armored man's expression instantly became ferocious. In the next moment, his right leg suddenly swept horizontally towards the man in linen clothes from afar. Hiss, an image of a leg flashed up straight towards the man in linen clothes. The man in linen clothes glanced coldly at the silver-armored man. He spat out the blade of grass in his mouth, and then the blade that was wrapped in cloth in his hand suddenly flew out. Bang! The image of the leg exploded into pieces. However, the cloth blade didn't stop, and it shot straight towards the silver-armored man at an extremely swift speed. The silver-armored man's pupils constricted slightly, and then his figure suddenly became illusory. In the next moment, numerous afterimages enveloped the cloth blade. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then everyone watched as the silver-armored man was blasted over 30 m away. When he finally stopped, his right leg was trembling. At this moment, everyone had shock in their eyes. The silver-armored man stared fixedly at the man in linen clothes. The man in linen clothes didn't continue attacking. He gestured with his right hand, and the cloth-wrapped blade flew back into his grasp. After that, he gazed at Xianxia who stood nearby. A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. I, Jian Shaowang, have come to take your head. However, I disdain ganging up on you. Fight them, and I'll fight you one-on-one if you win. If you lose, I'll avenge you. As he spoke, he sized up Xianxia. You're an opponent worthy of respect. Mo Yunqi who stood by Xianxia's side gave Jian Shaowang a thumbs up. You're a man. Don't worry, I'll take care of your funeral once you're killed by Bandit Yi. Jian Shaowang glanced at Mo Yunqi. Don't worry, I'll kill you as well after I kill him. Right, that won't do. Your head isn't worth much, so I don't want to make a losing deal like that. Mo Yunqi was speechless. Suddenly, roaring laughter resounded from afar. Haha. How lively. As soon as this voice resounded, a figure flashed over at an extremely swift speed and arrived before them in the blink of an eye. It was a young man around the age of 20. He had slanted brows, starry eyes, and an imposing appearance. Moreover, he held a string of black pearls in his hand. Jian Shaowang glanced at the young man, and his gaze stopped on the string of black pearls in the young man's hand. Gong Qingqing. There was a trace of surprise in the young man's eyes when he heard that, and he glanced at Jian Shaowang before he smiled lightly. So it's Jian Shaowang from the Jian clan who cultivated the saber instead of the sword. I never expected that you'd come as well. Jian Shaowang spoke indifferently. It's none of your business whether I'm here or not. You old ghost, you only know how to scheme all day long. Gong Qingqing wasn't angry, and he just smiled before he looked at Xianxia who stood nearby. TSK, I truly never expected that a tiny country like Jiang wouldn't just have a Lanqiu. There's also a monster like you. How rare. Xianxia glanced at Gong Qingqing. Do you want to fight? Gong Qingqing shook his head. Isn't fighting boring? As he spoke, he grinned. I like to invest. Xianxia, you came to this secret realm to save your younger sister, Yi Ling. How about this? I'll protect your younger sister today, and if you survive today, you must help me with 3 things in the future. Don't worry, it won't be something that will put you in a difficult position. Xianxia glanced at Gong Qingqing. Deal. He naturally wouldn't refuse. His younger sister's safety was the most important. Gong Qingqing gave Xianxia a thumbs up. How straightforward. As he spoke, he moved aside and glanced at the others. Everyone, all of you seek wealth, and I seek favors. It's all the same. Please give me some face and don't touch this little girl. Who the hell do you think you are? Meanwhile, a man by the silver-armored man's side ridiculed. Do you really think we'll do what you say? Gong Qingqing glanced at the man who spoke, and then a black pearl suddenly flew out from his palm. Bang! Without any warning, the body of the man who spoke exploded with a loud bang. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed. Another passage realm expert. There was fear in the silver-armored man's eyes as he gazed at Gong Qingqing. Gong Qingqing glanced at the others here. Genius? Monster? Allow me to be frank, but what kind of monstrous genius are you if you don't make it to the martial rankings? As he spoke, he moved back to stand by Yi Ling's side, and then he sized up Yi Ling. Yi Ling raised her head to look at him. All of them want Big Brother's head, so why are you helping Big Brother? Gong Qingqing grinned. Even though your Big Brother's head is valuable, it's just an external possession. If your Big Brother becomes very, very strong in the future, then I'll benefit greatly. Understand? Yi Ling thought for a moment, and then she nodded. Big Brother owes you a favor, so I owe you a favor as well. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, then I'll help you just like Big Brother. She spoke in a very serious manner. Gong Qingqing smiled and didn't say anything. Actually, he didn't know that this little girl was his greatest gain today. Meanwhile, Yi Xian walked slowly towards the silver-armored man's group. The silver-armored man and the others instantly became vigilant when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian pointed at his head. The best head is right here. What are all of you waiting for? The silver-armored man suddenly laughed savagely. I'm coming to take it right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged directly at Yi Xian. On the other hand, the others around him followed closely behind and charged at Yi Xian as well. Over 10 people, all of them were top-rate geniuses. The silver-armored man and the others were naturally unafraid because they would definitely be unable to defeat Yi Xian in a one-on-one battle, but now, they had the advantage in numbers. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight 4 hands, all of them were weak, so it was simply impossible for Yi Xian to fight over 10 of them by himself. I'm coming. Meanwhile, a furious shout suddenly resounded from afar. Mo Yunqi raised his head and looked over. It was Bai Zai. Mo Yunqi was instantly infuriated when he saw Bai Zai. Motherfucker. Are you fucking lost? You're only here now. Bai Zai laughed embarrassedly. I ran in the wrong direction. Mo Yunqi was speechless. Bai Zai's speed was extremely fast. He barged his way through and crashed into anyone he encountered. After he sent a man flying, no one dared to block him. Just like that, he successfully charged to the front of Yi Xian. Bai Zai grinned. I'm late. Yi Xian shook his head, just in time. With that said, he looked at the silver-armored man and the others that were charging over. How many do you want to fight? Bai Zai thought for a moment and raised a finger. Yi Xian nodded and patted his shoulder. You have guts. Alright, pick 10. Bai Zai was dumbfounded. At this moment, Jian Shaowang and Gong Qingqing suddenly turned their heads to look at a withered tree on their right. On the withered tree stood a man with his hands behind his back. Seeing this man, both of them frowned at the same time. Jian Shaowang retracted his gaze and said softly, this guy actually came as well. Gong Qingqing pondered slightly, are we going to lose money? Outside the mystic realm, somewhere, Li Xuanzong suddenly laughed maniacally. Haha, he actually came. Haha. On the other side, a man in black suddenly ran to a boulder and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, I found the person sent by Great Cloud Empire's Karaki College. On the boulder, Tuoba Yan said calmly, who is it? The man in black said solemnly, Gongshi-san. Tuoba Yan frowned when he heard that. Behind Tuoba Yan, the old man and the old woman exchanged looks with a trace of shock in their eyes. Gongshi-san, this person was naturally very famous, because he was a monster on the martial rankings, and he was ranked at the 11th position. 11th. This was already a very terrifying ranking. After all, there were so many people in Azure Prefecture. To be ranked 11th among so many monster geniuses, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was 1 in a million, and this was not the reason why he was famous. The real reason why he was famous in Azure Prefecture was because he fought against a divine combination realm expert in the air, a draw against a divine combination realm expert in the air, and that was half a year ago. On the boulder, Tuoba Yan glanced at the secret realm entrance. Does he have a chance of winning? Behind Tuoba Yan, the old man shook his head. Unless he has a trump card. Tuoba Yan's expression was calm and he did not speak. On the other side, on the treetops, Xianxia Tian said solemnly, Gongshi-san. The 9th floor master nodded. I know. Xianxia Tian looked at the 9th floor master. You are very calm. The 9th floor master glanced at Xianxia Tian. Don't panic. Let us quietly watch Karaki College court death. Xianxia Tian, inside the secret realm. Yi Xian's group was already fighting with the silver-armored man's group. 3 against more than a dozen people. In terms of numbers, Yi Xian's side did not have any advantage. As soon as they clashed, Yi Xian's side was completely suppressed and at a disadvantage. Yi Xian's opponent was the silver-armored man. On his left and right were a fat man wielding 2 axes and a man wielding a spear. Apart from these 3, there was also a sneak attack from time to time. There was already an arrow on Yi Xian's shoulder. Not only Yi Xian, but Mo Yunqi and Bai Zai also had arrows. Sneak attacks are hard to guard against. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Bai Zai in the distance. Big guy, block it for me. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure floated out, and his target was the longbow-wielding man who was over 30 meters away. If the longbowman didn't kill them, the three of them would be killed by the longbowman's arrows. Seeing that Yi Xian's target was the longbow-wielding man, the silver-armored man's expression changed. Stop him. As soon as his voice fell, he directly rushed out, and the fat man beside him suddenly grabbed a giant axe and threw it at Yi Xian. The giant axe sliced through the air, instantly producing a sharp, ear-piercing sound of breaking wind. On the other side, Bai Zhe suddenly slammed his hands on the ground. Boom, the earth cracked, his whole body collided with the giant axe. Bang, the giant axe was instantly knocked away by Bai Zhe, but there was a bloody wound on his chest. His physical body was similar to Yi Xian's. They were both extremely strong, but they weren't invincible. After knocking away the giant axe, Bai Zhe wiped off the blood on his chest, then directly rushed towards the silver-armored man and the others. But in the next moment, his whole body was directly sent flying. Without the restriction of the axe, Yi Xian had already rushed in front of the longbow-wielding man. As soon as he arrived, 3 arrows were connected from head to tail and aimed straight at the center of Yi Xian's brows. The arrows were very fast and very powerful. A savage smile appeared on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth, and he suddenly slashed forward with the spirit-elegant sword in both hands. The sword fell, and the 3 arrows shattered with a bang. The longbow-wielding man was about to retreat when the spirit-elegant sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly flew out. The longbow-wielding man had just floated half a step when his head was sent flying. Blood spurted out like a fountain. After the longbow-wielding man was sent flying, the spirit-elegant sword suddenly slashed downwards. Below, the silver-armored man and the others who were about to pursue Bai Zhe suddenly had a change of expression. They raised their heads and saw a sword slashing straight at them like a bolt of lightning from the heavens. Not daring to be careless, the fat man beside the silver-armored man suddenly slashed forward with the giant axe. With this slash, the axe instantly tore through the air with a sharp explosion. At the same time, the axe directly struck the tip of the spirit-elegant sword. Bang! The giant axe and the spirit-elegant sword shook violently, and in the next moment, the giant axe directly cracked and shattered. The spirit-elegant sword paused for a moment, then the sword pierced straight at the fat man. The fat man's pupils constricted, and his eyes were filled with horror. At this moment, a leg suddenly kicked the spirit-elegant sword. Bang! The spirit-elegant sword was kicked askew and changed its direction. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky and smashed a fist towards the fat man. This figure was Yi Xian, who had just descended. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through the fat man's eyes. He didn't dodge, and he similarly smashed his fist towards Yi Xian instead. The silver-armored man was horrified when he witnessed this scene, and he hurriedly said, "Watch out." As soon as he finished speaking, crack, the sound of bones breaking resounded abruptly, and then the fat man's entire arm exploded apart, causing blood and flesh to spray into the surroundings. The fat man was horrified in his heart, and he was just about to retreat explosively when a flying sword suddenly pierced through the center of his forehead. Hiss, a strand of fresh blood sprayed out from the back of the fat man's head. On the other hand, the fat man's figure stiffened completely, and then he fell to the ground. At the moment the flying sword entered the center of the fat man's forehead, a spear suddenly arrived in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly pressed his palms together and held the spear together. A wisp of a ferocious expression arose on the corners of the man's mouth, and then he suddenly spun the spear forward. Hiss, the tip of the spear directly pierced half an inch into Yi Xian's chest. At the same time, a leg suddenly swept towards Xianxia's head. He was attacked from both front and back. Yi Xian didn't dare act carelessly. He tapped his right foot lightly on the ground and was just about to activate the armor of earth. However, right at this moment, an afterimage suddenly appeared by his side, and then a ray of cold light slashed towards that leg at an extremely swift speed. Bang! The silver-armored man was blasted over 10 m back. He stared fixedly at a woman who'd appeared by Yi Xian's side. It was Xianxia. Xianxia glanced at Yi Xian with a rather unnatural expression on her face. "You ate too much." As she spoke, she suddenly stretched out her right hand that was hidden behind her back towards Yi Xian, and there was a golden chicken drumstick in her hand. "For you." Yi Xian was speechless. When Xianxia saw that Yi Xian hadn't taken it, she immediately took a bite, and then she turned around to gaze at Mo Yunqi. At this moment, Mo Yunqi was flashing about repeatedly. and he was in a very sorry state. Xianxia spoke softly, "I'll go help him." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished on the spot. Yixian glanced at Xianxia, who was gnawing on the drumstick, and then he shook his head and sighed, "What a glutton." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around to gaze at the silver-armored man. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged forward. On the other side, Jian Shaowang, who sat on a rock, glanced at Yixian. "That fellow is really good at fighting." Gong Qingqing smiled as he stood not too far away from Jian Shaowang. "Indeed. I just wonder if he has any trump cards." As he spoke, he glanced at the man who stood on a log that was over 100 m away. The man just stood there and had no intention to attack. Jian Shaowang glanced at the man on the log and did not say anything. By Gong Qingqing's side, Yiling looked at Yixian's group of 4 who were being besieged. Her fists were clenched tightly, and her expression was icy cold. No one knew what she was thinking. In the distance, Yixian's speed was extremely swift, and he instantly arrived before the silver-armored man. At this moment, the silver-armored man retreated repeatedly, and at the same time, he kicked repeatedly with his right leg. Every single kick would cause a sharp gust of wind to slash at Yixian. However, the gust of wind couldn't stop Yixian. Every time Yixian swung the exquisite sword in his hand, it would easily slash apart the gust of wind. When he was still 6 m away from the silver-armored man, the exquisite sword in Yixian's hand suddenly transformed into a ray of sword light that shot out, a flying sword. The silver-armored man's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. At this moment, a spear suddenly shot over from the right, and the spear stabbed the body of the exquisite sword. Bang! The exquisite sword was forced to a stop. Yixian turned around, and on his right was the spear-wielding man who attacked him earlier. Yixian waved his right hand, and the exquisite sword flew back into his hand. In the next moment, he stomped his right foot on the ground. Bang! The ground cracked. On the other hand, he made use of the force from the ground to vanish on the spot with a swish. In the distance, the spear-wielding man's pupils constricted. He didn't dodge, and he stabbed his spear forward instead. With this stab, a sharp spear aura instantly enveloped Yixian. Meanwhile, Yixian slashed down with his sword. A single strike to decide life and death. A sword tore through the battlefield, in the blink of an eye. Hiss! The spear in the spear-wielding man's hand split from the middle, and Yixian was already over 10 m behind the spear-wielding man. The spear-wielding man looked towards the distance in a daze. What a powerful strike! As soon as he finished speaking, the space between his brows split open, and a strand of blood sprayed out. Yixian turned around to look at the nearby silver-armored man, and the silver-armored man stared fixedly at Yixian. "I'll withdraw." Withdraw. At this moment, he was slightly afraid. Not only did Yixian have help, his own strength was even stronger than he'd imagined. The joint attack of the 3 of them was actually unable to do anything to Yixian. Now that he was all alone, and he was extremely exhausted and even injured, he naturally had to choose to withdraw at this moment. Withdraw? Yixian glanced indifferently at the silver-armored man. "Isn't it too late?" The silver-armored man said coldly, "Yixian, I'm the 3rd prince of the Chu kingdom. If you kill me, then my Chu kingdom's imperial family will definitely not let you off. You." Right at this moment, a flying sword flashed through the battlefield. Hiss! A sword directly pierced through the center of the silver-armored man's brows. The silver-armored man's figure stiffened, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Yixian walked over to the silver-armored man, and then he glanced at the silver-armored man. The imperial family of the Chu kingdom? Fuck the imperial family of the Chu kingdom. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slashed horizontally with his sword. Hiss! The silver-armored man's head instantly flew into the air. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. Many readers have asked me why I've been updating at midnight lately. I'll answer them. The times are changing. If I were to update twice a day like I did back when I was in the sword domain, then I would definitely be abandoned by the readers. I must change. Change myself. I want to pursue something. I want to break through. Actually, all of that is nonsense. The true reason is that I'm building a house for a poor family, and I want to earn more money. Yixian walked in front of the silver-armored man's corpse. With a wave of his right hand, the silver armor on the silver-armored man flew into his hand. At the same time, the ring on the silver-armored man's finger flew into his hand as well. Without looking closely, he threw the 2 items into the prison pagoda. Then, he turned to look at Mo Yunqi and the other 2 who were surrounded. He was about to make a move, but at this moment, the man on the log suddenly disappeared several dozen feet away. Yi Xian suddenly turned around. At this moment, the man had already appeared in front of him. The man pointed at the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows with his fingers. Extremely fast, Yi Xian held his sword and made a vertical slash. Just as the sword was about to cut the man's fingers, 2 of the man's fingers suddenly separated and clamped. With this clamp, he forcefully caught Yi Xian's sword. The man's fingers trembled lightly. Bang! Yi Xian and his sword were sent flying dozens of feet away. The moment he stopped, the man suddenly leaped in front of Yi Xian and slammed his palm towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian stepped back with his left foot, then, he raised his sword and stabbed forward. This stab stabbed directly into the man's palm. The moment the sword technique came into contact with the man's palm, the man's hand suddenly dodged the sword at a strange angle. Then, his palm moved down along the Lingxiao sword and slammed onto Yi Xian's chest. Bang! Yi Xian instantly retreated 50 to 60 feet. The moment he stopped, a smear of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. As soon as he stopped, a black shadow quietly emerged from the shadow behind him. The next second, a beam of cold light pierced into Yi Xian's back. A stream of blood splattered out from Yi Xian's back. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. Bang! An afterimage was sent flying, but very quickly, the afterimage disappeared silently. The moment the afterimage disappeared, Yi Xian's pupils abruptly constricted, and the Lingxiao sword in his hand suddenly flew backward. Behind Yi Xian, who was his shadow, another person had appeared out of nowhere. Bang! Yi Xian retreated rapidly, and at his abdomen, a wound had opened up unknowingly, and fresh blood was flowing out. In the distance, beside Xianxia, a black shadow appeared and disappeared from time to time. The one who attacked repeatedly just now was this black shadow. That guy is from Dark World. At this time, not far behind Yi Xian, Jian Shaowang suddenly said, "These fellows are all assassins, very disgusting." Yi Xian wiped his abdomen. His palm was instantly dyed red. Yi Xian's face sank when he witnessed this scene, and he raised his head to look at the 2 figures in the distance. But right at this moment, both of them vanished at the same time. There was enmity between the 2 of them. They were not on the same side. They had obviously attacked because they wanted to take Yi Xian's head first. Yi Xian bit the Lingxiao sword in his mouth and tore off his clothes to wrap around his abdomen. At this moment, both of them had arrived before him. Yi Xian held the Lingxiao sword and was about to attack when a cold gleam suddenly slashed from Yi Xian's right. The cold gleam wasn't targeted at him, but at the 2 people in front of him. Bang! The shadow in front of Yi Xian was forced to stop by the cold gleam, and Xianxia stopped as well. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared beside Yi Xian. Yi Xian was instantly stunned when he saw who it was. 9th Princess, Xianxia. Yi Xian looked at Xianxia in astonishment. "Little Jiao, why are you here?" Xianxia glanced at Yi Xian indifferently. "Can't I come?" Yi Xian shook his head and was about to say something when Xianxia suddenly said, "Cut the crap and hurry up and fight." As soon as she finished speaking, she charged towards the shadow. Moreover, the shadow suddenly vanished, and it was behind Xianxia when it appeared again. Xianxia's reaction was extremely swift, and she turned around and slashed repeatedly. Bang! 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 Numerous explosions resounded incessantly. Yi Xian was relieved when he saw Xianxia had the strength to fight the shadow. He turned around to look at Xianxia, and he didn't waste his breath at all. He suddenly vanished on the spot. A sword howl tore through the surroundings. Xianxia's face was emotionless. He tapped his right foot lightly, and then he vanished on the spot. Bang! Along with a huge bang, Yi Xian and Xianxia returned to their original positions. The sword in Yi Xian's hand was trembling violently, and a wisp of blood was slowly seeping out from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. Xianxia glanced at his palm, and there was a trace of blood at the center of his palm. A trace of seriousness appeared in Xianxia's eyes as he gazed at the blood. Because Yi Xian was only at the Ascension realm, and it was a realm lower than him, he himself was someone who could surmount his realm to do battle, yet now, someone was actually capable of surmounting his realm to do so. Xianxia raised his head to look at Yi Xian who stood nearby. "No wonder they paid such a price to eliminate you." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly vanished on the spot. An afterimage flashed in the surroundings. In the distance, Yi Xian's pupils constricted slightly. In the next moment, he held Spirit Grace with both hands and swiftly slashed forward. A dazzling ray of light surged out from within Spirit Grace. Meanwhile, Xianxia's finger tapped the tip of Spirit Grace. A moment of silence ensued. Bang! Spirit Grace shook violently, and then Yi Xian was blasted backward explosively. However, Xianxia actually didn't take even half a step back. Xianxia suddenly soared into the sky, and in the next moment, he slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, his entire right arm shook violently as a powerful force converged towards his arm from all directions. In midair, Xianxia pointed diagonally towards the ground, and a strand of cold light suddenly appeared on his fingertip. Heaven rank martial technique. Watch out. Right at this moment, Jiangzhou's voice suddenly resounded from afar. Heaven rank martial technique. Yi Xian raised his head to look at Xianxia. This was the first time he'd seen a heaven rank martial technique. In midair, a shapeless pressure pressed down towards him like tidewater. Merely this aura was suffocating. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He knew that the person before him was about to reveal his trump card. He couldn't continue hiding it. Yi Xian opened his palm, and Spirit Grace silently appeared. In next to no time, Spirit Grace started trembling violently, and numerous sword howls resounded incessantly from within it. In the distance, Jian Shaowang stared fixedly at Yi Xian, who stood nearby. This fellow still has a trump card. Gong Qingqing grinned. What a joke. How could an ordinary person catch the eye of an Lanqiu? Jian Shaowang gazed at Gong Qingqing. What's her ranking on the martial rankings now? Gong Qingqing spoke indifferently. When she left the Great Cloud Empire, she defeated that fellow who was ranked third on the martial rankings with 3 moves. The corners of Jian Shaowang's mouth twitched. That woman, Yi Ling, stared fixedly at Yi Xian, who stood in the distance, and she clenched her fists tightly. Besides deep worry, there was also indifference and rage in her eyes. Meanwhile, Jian Shaowang and Gong Qingqing suddenly turned to look at Xianxia and Yi Xian, who stood nearby. In midair, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes, and in the next moment, he suddenly pointed at Yi Xian, finger of heaven and earth. As soon as his finger descended, a strand of overbearing energy suddenly surged out from the tip of Xianxia's finger. At the same time, an enormous illusory finger that was over 30 m long descended forcefully towards Yi Xian. Moreover, this enormous energy contained an extremely formidable force. It was like a volcano that had been accumulating strength for over 1,000 years had suddenly erupted. Not only was it extremely overbearing, but it even caused the ground beneath Yi Xian's feet to collapse inch by inch. On the other hand, some of the cultivators that were comparatively closer to Yi Xian and Xianxia were instantly blasted flying by the might of this force. The might of a single finger was so terrifying. As the target of that force, Yi Xian's breathing had stopped at this moment. He couldn't breathe at all. A heaven rank martial technique contained the might of the heavens and the earth. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, the sword in his hand shook violently, and then it instantly transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky. The sword contained a peerlessly overbearing aura, and it wasn't just that, it even emanated a strand of sword intent. Sword intent. Seeing this, Jian Shaowang suddenly stood up and stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Sword intent. This sword intent is so faint that it doesn't seem to exist at all. What kind of sword intent is this? Beside Jian Shaowang, Gong Qingqing looked at Yi Xian from afar with a smile. He isn't the great swordsman at all, but a sword Dao grandmaster. A sword Dao grandmaster who isn't even 20 years old is rare even in the Great Cloud Empire. In the distance, Yi Xian's spirit elegant sword shot into the sky. This sword emitted boundless sword aura and sword ray. This sword pierced through the sky. In the sky, when the sword pierced the enormous illusory finger, boom, a deafening explosion suddenly resounded in the sky. In the next moment, the enormous finger shattered with a loud bang, and countless energy fragments and sword rays shot out in all directions. In the surroundings, the people who were besieging Mo Yunqi and the other 2 retreated rapidly to avoid the energy fragments and sword rays. In the sky, when Spirit Elegant sword pierced through the enormous illusory finger, it pierced through and arrived in front of Xianxia. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He stretched out his hand and clasped Spirit Elegant sword again, but at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared behind the Lingxiu sword. He grabbed the Lingxiu sword and then spun it forward, a sword to determine life and death. This sword contained sword intent, a sword to determine life and death. When this sword was unleashed, Qi, two of Xianxia's fingers were severed, and in the blink of an eye, the sword pierced towards Xianxia's chest. At this moment, Xianxia mysteriously vanished on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already over 30 meters away. Teleportation, however, as soon as Xianxia stopped, a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Not only that, but his face instantly turned pale. Obviously, he had paid a terrible price for that teleportation just now. Xian looked at Xianxia, who was in the distance. He was about to attack again when a white-robed elder suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. The white-robed elder looked coldly at Xian. Scram! At this moment, an elder suddenly appeared above Xian's head. It was Old Man Ji. Old Man Ji gulped down a mouthful of wine and was about to speak when Xian had already charged towards Xianxia. Old Man Ji. In the distance, the white-robed elder narrowed his eyes, and the killing intent in his eyes was almost tangible. You're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack. But at this moment, a powerful pressure enveloped him. The white-robed elder was shocked. He turned to look at Old Man Ji and said in astonishment, "Peak of Myriad Technique Realm." Bang! At this moment, a muffled sound came from afar. The white-robed elder suddenly turned to look. Xianxia had just crashed to the ground, and at this moment, Xian descended in front of Xianxia and pressed his sword against the space between Xianxia's brows. The white-robed elder stared fixedly at Xian. "If you touch him in the slightest, my Akagami Academy will." Right at this moment, Xian held his sword and slashed horizontally. Chi! Xianxia's head instantly flew into the air. Xian kicked Xianxia's head. Bang! The bloody head instantly exploded. The sword was withdrawn. Let Xianxia go? Xian had never thought of that. These people were used to being superior. If he let Xianxia go, not only would they not be grateful, but they would also think it was what he should do. Moreover, if he let Xianxia go, it was very likely that Xianxia would continue to seek revenge after he went back to cultivate. Naturally, he would not do such a stupid thing. Moreover, he would never place his hopes of survival on someone else. Since you came to mess with me, then I will naturally kill you. I don't care who's behind you, I'll kill you first. Seeing that Xian killed Xianxia, the white-robed old man's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. He stared at Xian as if he wanted to eat Xian alive. Xianxia, he was the top genius of the inner court of Great Cloud Empire's Karaki College. The entire Karaki College had high hopes for him. Moreover, Xianxia was his student, which was equivalent to his personal disciple, but now, he was killed by Xian in front of him. The white-robed old man was about to make a move when Old Ji suddenly punched the white-robed old man from afar. The punch was firm and fierce, the space around the white-robed old man twisted, and in the next moment, bang, the white-robed old man was sent flying dozens of feet away. The white-robed old man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at the drunken Old Ji not far away with a trace of disbelief in his eyes. Although he was not at the peak of the Dharma realm, he was still in the Dharma realm. However, he was almost powerless in front of Old Ji. He could not beat him at all. The white-robed old man finally came to this conclusion. However, he was not afraid at all because behind him was the Karaki College of Great Cloud Empire. Although Karaki Academy wasn't the headquarters of Great Cloud Empire, it was the best academy in Qingzhou province and one of the most powerful forces in Qingzhou province. He was confident. It should be said that he was very confident. The white-robed old man glanced coldly at Old Ji. Just you wait. With that, he turned to look at Xian not far away. You bastard, let's see who can protect you in the future. After speaking, he turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Old Man Ji glanced at the place where the white-robed old man disappeared with a calm expression and did not say anything. He glanced at Xian below. Don't hurt yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure trembled and he disappeared on the spot. After Old Man Ji left, Xian turned to look at Xianxia, who wasn't too far away. Xianxia's face had a deep knife wound, and her abdomen had been dyed red with blood. Xian tightened his grip on the Spirit Elegance sword in his right hand. He looked opposite Xianxia. There, a ghostly shadow suddenly floated backward. You want to run? Seeing this, Xian suddenly roared, Die. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body floated out. At the same time, the exquisite sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. The speed of the exquisite sword was extremely fast, and it arrived before the ghostly figure in the blink of an eye. The ghostly figure suddenly disappeared on the spot, and the exquisite sword missed. At this moment, the shadow behind Xian suddenly wriggled, and in the blink of an eye, a cold gleam was aimed at the back of Xian's neck. Xian narrowed his eyes. His reaction was extremely fast, and his body leaned forward, dodging the cold gleam. At the same time, the exquisite sword suddenly flew over from afar. Behind Xian, the ghostly figure quietly disappeared and floated backward. At this moment, a golden flying knife suddenly appeared behind the ghostly figure without any warning. The ghostly figure's figure trembled, and it immediately became illusory. When it appeared again, it was already over 100 feet to the right. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Xian and the rest turned solemn. What a strange movement technique. Mo. Yunqi also had a solemn expression. His speed was fast, but he was not a ghostly figure. However, the person in front of him was not only fast, but also incomparably ghostly. Just like a real ghostly figure, the ghostly figure's body gradually became illusory. Obviously, it wanted to escape. At this moment, the nearby exquisite sword in Xian's hand suddenly flew out. This strike was infused with sword intent. This sword was incomparably fast. In the distance, the ghostly figure suddenly stopped, and the dagger in his hand pressed firmly against Xian's exquisite sword. As for himself, he was pushed back explosively by the force contained within the sword. Seeing this scene, the corners of Mo Yunqi's mouth curled up slightly. In the next moment, his figure trembled, and he vanished on the spot. At the same time, two cold gleams silently appeared on the left and right of the ghostly figure, flying knives. The ghostly figure wielded a dagger and slashed repeatedly. Bang! The two flying knives were instantly slashed away. At this moment, a strand of sword light suddenly pierced through the middle of the ghostly figure's body. Hiss! The ghostly figure's body directly stiffened on the spot. In the next moment, the ghostly figure's body gradually became illusory. At this moment, a drop of blood suddenly flew into Xian's chest from the ghostly figure's illusory body. Xian looked at his chest, and there was a red dot on his chest. This is? Xian frowned. Nearby, Jian Shaowang suddenly said, "The Blood Soul Hunting Order is a life and death mark of the Dark World. From now on, you are the mortal enemy of the Dark World, and there will be countless assassins coming to kill you." Xian nodded. "You're here for revenge, right?" Jian Shaowang glanced at Xian. "Perhaps you don't know how terrifying the Dark World is. You won't be able to handle it." Xian spread out his hands. "Then what should I do? If he wants to kill me, do I have to be killed by him?" Jian Shaowang. Xian shook his head. "They want to kill me, I kill them, and then they will come to take revenge on me. It's so damn hard to be a human." As he spoke, he turned and looked towards the distance. There were 8 or 9 people there, and they were the people who had besieged Mo Yunqi and the others. When they saw Xian look over, their expressions changed drastically, and they were about to flee. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly said, "Fucking kill them all. Since we have enough enemies, let's make more." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged out. Mo Yunqi and the others followed closely behind him. Mo Yunqi and the others were really angry because they had almost died a few times just now. Without the silver-armored man, Xianxia, and the assassin from the Dark World, although the remaining people were monstrous geniuses, they weren't a match for Xian and the others. Slaughter. Jian Shaowang glanced at Xian and the others. "This fellow is going to offend all the powers." Gong Qingqing spoke indifferently. "Even if he doesn't kill them, he will still offend them. To put it simply, if the people behind him are weak, then the powers behind them will be his enemies. If he is strong, then not only will the powers behind them not dare to do anything, they will even apologize to him obediently." As he spoke, he glanced at Jian Shaowang. "For example, if he has the Jian family as his backing, then would these people dare to take revenge on him?" Jian Shaowang spoke coldly. "I know what you're going to say. Don't worry, I will fight him one-on-one. If I really can't win, then I'll flee. I won't fight to the death." Gong Qingqing smiled lightly. "I just don't want you to be used by others." Jian Shaowang glanced at the sky and didn't speak. He wasn't stupid, and he naturally knew that this was a trap set up by someone against Xian. However, since they were already here, it wouldn't make sense for them to leave without a fight. In the distance, the battle was coming to an end. A few breaths of time later, only a man remained before Xian and the others. The man's right arm had been chopped off, but he didn't flee because he couldn't. He wasn't as fast as Yi Xian's sword, and he wasn't as fast as Mo Yunqi. The one-armed man stared at Yi Xian, who was not far away. Do you know who you killed? Yi Xian shook his head. The one-armed man laughed sinisterly. You killed people from the famous forces in Qingzhou. Now that you've killed them, those forces won't let you off. Don't worry, I'll wait for you down there. You, Qi, a sword suddenly pierced through the one-armed man's forehead. The one-armed man's body stiffened. Yi Xian walked in front of the one-armed man. You talk too much nonsense. As he spoke, he pulled out the spirit elegant sword. Qi, blood spurted out from the one-armed man's forehead. Yi Xian held the Lingxiao sword in his hand as he turned around and walked towards Mo Yunqi and the rest. Mo Yunqi and the rest had injuries of various sizes on their bodies, especially Bai Zai. There were too many injuries on his body, and there was even a deep wound on his chest. Even the bones inside could be seen clearly. Apart from that, his right arm was directly dislocated from his shoulder. His injuries were very serious. Yi Xian walked in front of Bai Zai and took out his golden sword pill. At this moment, Bai Zai shook his head. No need. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Bai Zai explained, I cultivate my physical body, so I need to be beaten. The more I get beaten, the stronger my body will be in the future. Not far away, Mo Yunqi chuckled. Beaten? I can help you then. Bai Zai glared at Mo Yunqi, and the latter hurriedly took 2 steps back. At this moment, Yi Xian took out the silver armor that he had used to kill the silver-armored man. This silver armor was a low-grade light-rank armor. Although it was cracked by his sword, if it was repaired, it could be said to be invaluable. Yi Xian handed the silver armor to Bai Zai. This thing is not bad. You can keep it to protect yourself. Bai Zai could naturally see the value of this silver armor. He smiled bitterly. If I wear this, then what's the point of cultivating my physical body? I really don't need it. I'll use it. At this moment, Mo Yunqi suddenly took the silver armor from Yi Xian. I don't cultivate my physical body, I can use it. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian and smiled wickedly. Brother Yi, give this to me. I'm afraid of death. I'm really afraid of death. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Alright, I'll give it to you. He originally wanted to give this silver armor to Mo Yunqi because Mo Yunqi's close combat ability was too weak. If someone got close to him, it would be too dangerous. As for himself, his physical body was also very strong. Moreover, he had the armor of earth as a trump card, so he did not really need this silver armor. After receiving the silver armor, Mo Yunqi smiled from ear to ear. Brother Yi, you're a good person, a very good person. Yi Xian and the others. At this moment, Yi Xian and the others suddenly turned around. Not far away from them stood an old man and a black-robed man. The old man was the dean of Karaki Academy, Li Xuanzong. Li Xuanzong glanced at Yi Xian and the others and smiled. Congratulations, you've successfully killed the geniuses of dozens of super forces, haha. He laughed maniacally. Although Yi Xian didn't die in this mystic realm, Li Xuanzong's goal was achieved, making enemies. How many enemies did Yi Xian and Songlan Academy make in this battle, not to mention others, just Great Cloud Empire's Karaki Academy and Dark World's Assassin Organization. Any one of them wasn't something that Songlan Academy could resist, and now, Songlan Academy didn't just defend 1, but 2. Apart from that, there were also countless aristocratic families and some academies from other countries. Thinking of the forces that Songlan Academy would face next, Li Xuanzong's laughter instantly became even crazier. Beside Yi Xian, Mo Yunqi glanced at Li Xuanzong. I really want to beat this bastard to death. Yi Xian nodded. Beat him? Mo Yunqi glared at Yi Xian. You want me to make the first move again? Yi Xian. At this moment, Li Xuanzong stopped and glanced at Yi Xian and the others. Finally, his gaze landed on Yi Xian. Wait for your death. With that, he and the black-robed man beside him turned and disappeared into the horizon. In the battlefield. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian glanced at the corpses on the ground not far away. Collect the spoils of war. Mo Yunqi chuckled and took the lead to rush out. Spoils of war. These people weren't ordinary people, so the things they brought with them were all supreme grade. Apart from the most precious silver armor, Yi Xian also obtained nearly 7 supreme grade spiritual weapons, among which there were 5 to 600,000 supreme grade spirit stones, and a storage ring. Mo Yunqi and the others also gained a lot, and each of them obtained several supreme grade spiritual weapons. Sudden riches, true sudden riches, because a supreme-grade spiritual weapon could be sold for millions of gold coins, and now, each of them had several. As if thinking of something, Xian walked in front of Xianxia, took out 2 supreme-grade spiritual weapons and handed them to Xianxia. For you. Xianxia glanced at Xian. What are you doing? Xian grinned. I can't let you come here for nothing. Xianxia said coldly, am I here for these 2 supreme-grade spiritual weapons? Just as Xian was about to speak, Mo Yunqi, who was at the side, suddenly smiled. Bandit Yi, the 9th princess is obviously here for you, you fool. At this moment, the 9th princess suddenly disappeared. Bang! Mo Yunqi's entire body was sent flying several feet away before crashing heavily onto the ground. The 9th princess looked at Mo Yunqi, who was on the ground. You know too much. Mo Yunqi, at the side, Baizhe gave the 9th princess a thumbs up. Good hit, great hit. You made Mo squeak in pain. Everyone, at that moment, Xianxia suddenly looked at Xian. Don't you like men? Everyone looked at Xianxia. Xianxia also looked at Xianxia. Xianxia pointed at Xian. He once told me that he only likes men. Xian, everyone looked at Xian when they heard him. They all had an odd expression on their faces. Mo Yunqi got up and sized up Xian, and he said seriously, Bandit Yi, don't tell me you really like men? What the hell, tell me, do you have any feelings for me? F*ck, let me tell you, I'm not gay. You'd better give up early. Xian's face darkened. At this moment, Baizhe, who was by his side, suddenly moved a few steps to the right. When Baizhe looked at him, his gaze was especially strange, and there was a trace of vigilance. Xian was slightly speechless. He wanted to explain, but if he did, Xianxia might explode. This woman was usually a foodie, but when she got serious, she was extremely terrifying. But if he didn't explain, not far away from Xian, Xianxia glanced at Xian, and there was a trace of a smile in her eyes. She naturally didn't believe that Xian liked men. Would a man who liked men be interested in women? But this guy before her was obviously interested in Shaoan. And that time in the waterfall pit, Xianxia's face suddenly turned slightly red as she thought of certain scenes. But she quickly returned to normal. At this moment, Sword Xiaowang suddenly appeared in front of Xian. Everyone looked at Sword Xiaowang. Sword Xiaowang sized up Xian. You're injured now. I, Sword Xiaowang, won't take advantage of you. When the time comes, I'll head to Canglan Academy to challenge you. Xian nodded. I'll wait for you. Sword Xiaowang didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Mo Yunqi, who was beside Xian, glanced at Sword Xiaowang. This guy isn't bad. He didn't take advantage of me earlier. He's a person with character. Xian said softly. Not everyone is a vile person. As he spoke, he looked at Gong Qingqing who was not far away. Gong Qingqing smiled. Congratulations. Xian clasped his fists. Many thanks. Gong Qingqing brought Yiling to Xian. Yiling walked to Xian's side. She held on to Xian's hand tightly, as though she was afraid that Xian would disappear. Xian gently rubbed Yiling's head before looking at Gong Qingqing. Gong Qingqing smiled. Brother Yi, although you've gotten rid of the danger this time, do you know that you're going to face an even greater danger? The trouble between you and Canglan Academy has only just begun. Xian remained silent. Gong Qingqing glanced at Xian and the rest. Those who came here were carefully nurtured by some forces. Today, all of them died in your hands. Those forces will surely not let this matter rest. Especially Cangmu Academy of Great Cloud Empire and Dark World. These 2 forces attach great importance to their reputation. Today, their people have died here. They will surely seek revenge. But this time, those forces won't be talking about rules with you. As he spoke, he shook his head with a smile. Simply put, now is the time to compete for backing. And now, it's not something I can intervene in. Everyone, if you have time, please come to Great Cloud Empire. If you can tide through this crisis safely, I believe that you will come to Great Cloud Empire soon. After all, that place is the real stage. Farewell. After speaking, he clasped his fists at Xian and the rest before turning to leave. Mo Yunqi, who was standing beside Yi Xian, suddenly spoke. Is he trying to befriend us? Xianxia spoke indifferently. If you can live well and become more outstanding, he will befriend you. But if you are an idiot, I'm afraid he won't even bother to speak a word with you. Some geniuses are extremely arrogant. They only recognize outstanding people and will only befriend outstanding people. Mo Yunqi nodded. Understood. Xianxia turned to look at Yi Xian. Flee. Flee? Everyone looked at Xianxia. Xianxia looked straight at Yi Xian. You have to flee. If you don't flee, you won't be able to survive. Flee now and wait for the next day. Yi Xian shook his head. Xianxia raged. Can't you be more flexible? There's nothing shameful about fleeing. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. If I flee, what will happen to Emohi Mao and the rest? What will happen to Tsanglan Academy? Xianxia remained silent. Yi Xian looked at Mo Yunqi and the rest. My sister and I have no worries. We can flee anywhere. But Emohi Mao and Baize are different. You have your clans. If I flee, those people will definitely find trouble with you or your clans. Speaking of this, he looked at Xianxia. They might even find trouble with you. Xianxia remained silent. Mo Yunqi sighed in a low voice. Banda Yi, it's better for you to flee. As for us. Yi Xian shook his head and interrupted Mo Yunqi's words. Say no more. As he spoke, he pulled Yi Ling's hand and smiled. We are brother and sister. If we dare to do something, we dare to admit it. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, actually, everyone is already in the same boat. Those people will not let little Yi go, let alone Tsanglan Academy. As she spoke, she glanced at Mo Yunqi and the other two. If the three of you are weak and an idiot, you might have a chance to survive. But the three of you are not weak and your talents are extremely strong. Those people will not let the three of you go. They will definitely kill all of you. Mo Yunqi shook his head and sighed. Being too outstanding is also a mistake. Baize glanced at Mo Yunqi. Your skin is thicker than my butt. Mo Yunqi glared at Baize. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. Baize said indifferently, I don't like the look of you. Mo Yunqi retreated a few feet and waved at Baize. Come and hit me. Baize was speechless. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He looked at Xianxia and was about to speak. Just at this moment, a little girl appeared on the scene. Seeing this little girl, Yi Xian was instantly stunned. He knew this little girl. She was the little girl who gifted the heavenly fire warm jade to Yi Ling. The little girl wore a pink cotton-padded jacket and had a long whip tied behind her head. She looked like she was carved from jade and looked very cute. Unfortunately, her eyes were too cold. The little girl ignored the surrounding people and walked in front of Yi Ling. At this moment, Mo Yunqi suddenly walked in front of the little girl. He sized up the little girl and smiled mischievously. Little girl, you are really cute. Where are your parents? As he spoke, he was about to touch the whip behind the little girl's head. Bang! Without any warning, Mo Yunqi flew out. A few dozen feet away, Mo Yunqi heavily landed on the ground and directly smashed a huge deep pit on the ground. In the deep pit, Mo Yunqi wailed. Damn it! It hurts. Everyone, the little girl looked at Yi Ling. Come with me. Hearing this, Yi Xian directly stood in front of Yi Ling. He looked at the little girl warily. The little girl coldly looked at Yi Xian. Can you protect her? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, I will protect her with my life. The little girl coldly said, Is your life useful? Yi Xian still wanted to say something, but the little girl coldly said, In Great Cloud Empire's Karaki College, although there are not many Dharma realm experts, it is still easy to have 10 or 20 of them. In addition, there is also Dark World. This assassin organization has successfully assassinated experts above Dharma realm. In addition to these two forces, there are countless forces in Qingzhou. They will all come to take revenge on you. At that time, what can you protect her with? Yi Xian clenched his fists and his face was a little ugly. At this moment, Yi Ling suddenly whispered, Brother, I want to go with her. Yi Xian's body slightly trembled. He turned to look at Yi Ling. In an instant, without warning, 2 lines of tears flowed down from his eyes. Begging for subscriptions, begging for tickets. Everyone present here was slightly shocked when they saw Yixian cry, especially Xianxia and the others. They knew Yixian's character very well. He was definitely a man who would bleed but not cry. However, at this moment, a single sentence from Yi Ling had caused him to cry. It was obvious how important Yi Ling was to Yixian. The little girl was slightly surprised as well. She knew a little about Yixian, and she'd watched the entire battle from before. Even though she didn't like Yixian, she had to admit that he was a man. Especially how he dared to fight and was fearless, and she admired him slightly. Yet at this moment, just because of a single sentence from Yi Ling, this fellow actually. She had to admit that this fellow really cared about his younger sister. This sort of care wasn't based on benefits at all. Yi Ling's tears instantly flowed down as well, and she just gazed at Yixian. Big brother, I want to become strong as well. Yixian fell silent. Yi Ling wiped away the tears on her face. I don't want to be a burden to Big Brother, nor do I want to be captured and used to threaten Big Brother. Big brother, I want to become strong. I want to be able to help you in the future. Yixian walked over to Yi Ling, and he lightly wiped away the tears on Yi Ling's face. Big brother is useless. I wasn't able to protect you properly. Yi Ling shook her head, and her tears flowed down without end. I'm useless. I've only been a burden to Big Brother since I was young. I'm useless. Yixian grinned. Don't cry. You've turned into a dirty cat. Yi Ling pulled Yixian to squat down, and she lightly wiped away the tears on Yixian's face. Big brother, I'll definitely become strong. I definitely will. At that time, I'll definitely protect you properly, just like how you protect me. Yixian grinned. He gently wiped the tears off Yi Ling's face, not saying a word. Right at this moment, the little girl at the side suddenly said, her physique is special. You can only temporarily maintain her life with the fire spirit. This isn't a long-term solution at all. She can only return to the frigid North sect with me to completely solve the problem with her body. Yixian turned around and looked at the little girl. The little girl looked straight at Yixian and said, you can't protect her forever. She needs to be able to protect herself. If she joins the frigid North sect, we'll do our best to train her. At this moment, Old Ji appeared next to Yixian. Yixian looked at Old Ji, and Old Ji glanced at Yi Ling. This girl has a special constitution. The frigid North sect will be the best place for her. Yixian lowered his head slightly. She has never been far from me. Old man Ji sighed softly and didn't say anything. At this moment, the little girl's voice suddenly rang in Yixian's mind. Have you thought about your current situation? If she stays by your side, she'll definitely die. If she joins the frigid North sect, we have the ability to protect her. I know you love her, but don't let your love turn into selfishness. Selfishness, Yixian slowly clenched his fists. Everyone was looking at Yixian. After a while, Yixian suddenly turned around and looked at Yi Ling. He smiled and said, okay, I promise you. Yi Ling wasn't happy. Instead, she cried even harder. Because this meant that she would really have to leave her brother. Yixian gently rubbed Yi Ling's head and smiled. Don't cry. Then, he pulled Yi Ling to the little girl. Senior, please take care of my sister. The little girl was about to hold Yi Ling's hand when Yixian suddenly said, she's weak and doesn't like to fight. If she goes to the frigid North sect, she'll be bullied. Don't worry. The little girl coldly looked at Yixian. If she comes with me to the frigid North sect, no one in the frigid North sect will dare to bully her. Yixian glanced at the little girl, then turned around and put a ring in Yi Ling's hand. This ring was the storage ring that he had seized earlier, and inside it was all his belongings. Yixian grinned. Don't be too weak when you go to the frigid North sect. If anyone bullies you, bully them back. If you can't beat them, send a message to me and I'll help you. Understand? Yi Ling wiped the tears off her face and nodded. Okay. Then, the little girl suddenly said, you can keep this storage ring for yourself. She doesn't need anything when she goes to the frigid North sect. Yixian looked at the little girl. I'm giving it to my sister. The little girl interrupted Yixian. If you're giving her something good, can't you give her something good? I'll be embarrassed if she brings all the rubbish in your storage ring to the frigid North sect. Xian's face darkened. Damn it, there are all supreme-grade spiritual artifacts in there. This is rubbish. Just as Xian was about to speak, old Ji said, keep it for yourself. You need these now, and this girl won't lack these things when she goes to the frigid North sect. Yiling also put the storage ring back in Xian's hand. She took out a wooden figurine and waved it around. She grinned at Xian. This is enough. This wooden figurine was 80 to 90% similar to Xian. Xian still wanted to say something, but the little girl suddenly grabbed Yiling's hand and was about to leave. At this time, Xian hurriedly said, "Where's the frigid North sect?" The little girl glanced at Xian. Clearly, she didn't want to say it. Old Ji suddenly said, if he's in the frigid North sect, even if he's not the best, he won't be weak. If he becomes the Sword Master, or the Sword Emperor, or even higher. It's a great thing for the frigid North sect, isn't it? The little girl fell silent. Yiling was now a member of the frigid North sect. In all fairness, she didn't want Yiling to have anything to do with Xian. However, if Xian became the Sword Master, the Sword Emperor, or even the Sword Immortal, it would be a super external aid for the frigid North sect. After a moment of silence, the little girl looked at Xian. The frigid North sect, the frigid Northland. At this point, she sent a voice transmission to Xian. The frigid North sect doesn't forbid you from interacting with this girl, but it depends on your future achievements. If you can't become a sword master before the age of 30, don't come back. Because by then, you'll be a burden to her. With that, she pulled Yiling away and disappeared into the horizon. Down below, Xian was stunned. The next moment, he shouted angrily at the sky, "Girl, wait for me. I'll come find you." "Wait for me," a weak voice came from the distant horizon. Brother, Xian stared blankly at the sky for a long time. Finally, he retracted his gaze and lay down on the ground. He looked at the sky, his eyes somewhat hollow. Mo Yunqi hesitated and wanted to comfort him, but was stopped by Old Ji. Old Ji said, "Let him think for himself." Think for himself. There were many times in life when there were obstacles. These obstacles could be overcome as long as one guessed it. Before long, Xian suddenly sat up and clenched his fists. I want to become the Sword Master. No, I want to become the Sword Emperor. No, I want to become the Sword Immortal. I want to become the Sword Immortal. Sword Immortal, if he were the Sword Immortal, would Karaki Academy dare to bully him? If he were the Sword Immortal, would his sister, Yiling, be bullied again and again? If he were the Sword Immortal, weakness was the original sin. If he didn't have strength, it would be difficult to protect family, friendship, and love. Reality was cruel. If he didn't want reality to be cruel, he could only become stronger. At this point, Xian instantly felt his mind clear. Goal, this time, he had a real goal for himself, to become a Sword Immortal. At this moment, the Lingxiao sword within Xian's body suddenly trembled violently. Immediately after, the Lingxiao sword shot into the sky from Xian's body. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. The Lingxiao sword above Xian's head trembled violently. At this moment, the Lingxiao sword gave everyone a strange feeling. It was extremely strange. Not far away, Old Ji glanced at Xian with a complicated expression. He was about to speak when the ground suddenly trembled. Very quickly, the surroundings actually warped. Old Ji frowned slightly when he saw this. This mystic realm is about to disappear. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and everyone vanished on the spot. Outside the mystic realm, Old Ji and the others landed on the ground. Suddenly, Old Ji turned to look. One person was missing. Xian was missing. Old Ji suddenly turned to look at the mystic realm. However, it had already vanished. He was about to attack when a voice silently entered Old Ji's mind. A moment later, Old Ji said softly, "It's him." Xian suddenly felt dizzy and extremely heavy as if his head was filled with lead. After an unknown period of time, this feeling gradually disappeared. Xian shook his head with all his might and opened his eyes. At this moment, he was in a cave. A middle-aged man sat cross-legged before him. The middle-aged man wore a white robe and looked very refined. However, this was an illusion and not a physical body. Xian looked around and then looked at the middle-aged man. Senior? The middle-aged man opened his eyes and looked at Xian. He sized up Xian and smiled. A dual cultivator of the sword and martial arts, and a hidden realm. This hidden realm is also different from ordinary hidden realms. Most importantly, you don't have a dantian, but your battle strength is not weak at all. Especially your sword intent. I have seen some swordsmen and know of Dao Yi's sword intent, but I have never seen a sword intent like yours. It really shocked me. Xian looked a little wary. The middle-aged man smiled. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. I'm just a little curious about your master. I wonder if you can tell me his name? Xian shook his head. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Fine, I won't force it. As he said that, he sized up Xian. You can be said to be a triple cultivator of martial arts, body, and sword. I'm not good at body and sword, but I know a thing or two about martial arts. If the person behind you doesn't mind, I can give you some pointers in martial arts and Dao Yi. Xian was stunned and then quickly said, Of course I don't mind. But, why? The middle-aged man smiled. If my Ning country is in trouble in the future, please do your best to help. Xian said in a deep voice, You are from the Ning country. The middle-aged man nodded. Is there a problem? Xian nodded. No problem. The middle-aged man smiled. I will teach you a move. Battle intent condensation. As his voice fell, he opened his right hand. The next moment, a monstrous battle intent appeared in his palm. The middle-aged man looked at Xian. Although you have battle intent, it isn't strong. The reason is because the battle intent in your heart isn't strong enough. At the end of the day, battle intent is the word battle. Think about the scene when you comprehended battle intent for the first time. The scene when he comprehended battle intent for the first time, a scene appeared in Xian's mind. Outside Two World City, he blocked 3,000 cavalrymen alone. At that moment, he forgot about life and death. He forgot about his sister. There was only one word in his heart and mind, battle. No matter who he was facing, no matter how many people he faced, he would fight to the death. As he thought of this, a sword suddenly flew out from his body. The next moment, an intent suddenly shook out from his elegant spirit sword. This elegant spirit sword didn't emit sword intent, but battle intent. Xian did not stop. Within the exquisite spirit sword, a torrential battle intent surged out endlessly. In an instant, the entire cave started to violently tremble. Battle intent? Sword intent. Actually, the two did not repel each other. On the contrary, the two were one. He was a martial artist, but he was also a swordsman. How could a swordsman not have any battle intent when facing an enemy? Sword intent was based on the sword, but the essence was man. Similarly, battle intent was based on man as its core. It could be said that both sword intent and battle intent were actually the same. There was no difference. Previously, Xian had subconsciously separated the two. Just now, due to a freak combination of factors, he realized that battle intent could be integrated with the sword. Or rather, it could be integrated with sword intent, and it was a perfect integration. This was because the core of battle intent was the word battle. What was the purpose of holding the sword? It was also to fight. The core of both was the same. In the sky above Xian, the spirit elegant sword vibrated violently. This sword was filled with endless battle intent as if it could fight against the entire world. At this moment, another powerful intent appeared within the spirit elegant sword. Sword intent. After the sword intent appeared, the spirit elegant sword suddenly started to spin. In an instant, waves of sword hums reverberated throughout the cave. Although the battle intent and sword intent did not integrate, they did not repel each other. Instead, they coiled around the spirit elegant sword. The two intents interacted harmoniously. At this moment, Xian suddenly flew into the air. He grabbed the spirit elegant sword. In an instant, the battle intent and sword intent enveloped his entire body. The two intents enveloped him harmoniously. Xian closed his eyes slowly. Fight, just like what the middle-aged man had said. What was battle intent? It was naturally the word battle. The word battle was like the momentum of a sword that determined life and death. No matter who you are, no matter how strong you are, if you want to kill me, I must fight you. No, I must slash you to death. what he lacked previously was this belief. Sword Dao belief, with one thought, the heart was clear. At the moment Xian opened his eyes, the sword in his hand trembled violently. In the next moment, a sword shot into the sky, pierced through the ceiling of the cave, and then shot into the clouds. Inside the cave, a powerful aura swept out from Xian. At the same time, a sudden change occurred above the cave. The floating clouds above the clouds suddenly converged towards the cave. Moreover, a rainbow that stretched across the sky appeared above the cave. The world was changing. Inside the cave, the middle-aged man glanced at Xian with a complicated expression. Reaching Martial Dao Grandmaster and Sword Dao Grandmaster at the same time, and even causing an anomaly in the world. Just who could have taught such a monstrous person? Martial Dao Grandmaster, Sword Dao Grandmaster, Xian could be said to have reached it at the same time. However, this was not the end. A powerful strand of energy suddenly erupted from within Xian. This energy was exactly the energy he devoured from the clear rank black sword earlier. Earlier, he hadn't dared to improve it, and he'd forcefully suppressed it. But now, he didn't have to suppress it any longer. Or it should be said that he couldn't suppress it any longer. A clear rank sword, how terrifying was that energy? In an instant, Xian's entire body started trembling violently. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. Could it be that he's going to break through again? Do you have to provoke me like this? Even though he was a genius, or it should be said that he was a monstrous genius, a super monstrous genius, when compared to Xian who stood before him, he suddenly realized that he was just SOSO when he was young. Meanwhile, Xian's body trembled even more violently. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. Suddenly, he pressed his right hand down lightly towards Xian from afar. In an instant, the violent energy that emanated from Xian instantly surged back into his body and was suppressed. Xian's body gradually calmed down, and then he started to madly devour the energy. Just like this, after an unknown period of time, Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Bang! A terrifying aura suddenly swept out from his body. He hadn't attained the Nether Passage realm. The middle-aged man glanced at Xian. You could have attained the Nether Passage realm, so why did you forcefully suppress it? Xian shook his head. I was too impatient. The middle-aged man's eyes had a trace of astonishment. He sized up Xian and smiled. Why do you say that? Xian said in a low voice, I've just attained the high rank not long ago, so if I were to forcefully charge into the Nether Passage realm now, it would feel slightly superficial and unreal. The middle-aged man sighed lightly. A young boy that's able to be so calm and collected is truly rare. You're right. If you were to charge into the Nether Passage realm now, your cultivation would be greatly exaggerated because you haven't completely grasped the high rank. It wouldn't matter if you were an ordinary person, but you're different. Your foundation is truly too good, so it's best to build a solid foundation for every realm. This will be extremely beneficial to you in the future. Xian bowed slightly to the middle-aged man. Thank you for your guidance, senior. The middle-aged man smiled. Actually, your current state isn't any different from the Nether Passage realm. It can be said that in terms of cultivation, you're already at the Nether Passage realm. If you attain the Nether Passage realm in the future, very few people in the same realm would be able to compare to you. When he spoke up to here, he paused slightly before he continued. As for the martial Dao, you already know how to condense battle intent, and you know how to maximize the might of battle intent. I don't have anything else to teach you. After all, you don't have a dantian, so you're unable to learn some other martial techniques from me. Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Senior, please give me some guidance in any aspect. The middle-aged man glanced at the youth, and he pondered for a moment before he said, No matter if you're a swordsman or a martial artist, you must remember to never lose your heart. As for what a heart is, I personally understand it to be the truest thoughts in your heart. People tend to have some thoughts and ambitions that they never had before as their strength increases. Some of these thoughts and ambitions are good, but some are bad. For example, if a poor man suddenly becomes rich, it's very likely that he'll abandon his wife and children because he can choose more beautiful women. When he spoke up to here, he glanced at Xian. It's best to have a ruler in one's heart, so that one can measure others as well as measure oneself. Xian bowed deeply to the middle-aged man. Junior will remember. The middle-aged man smiled. One last word. Your talent is not bad, and your comprehension is excellent. On the path of cultivation, you have many advantages, but these advantages can also turn into disadvantages. If a person was used to having everything go his way, then one day he would suddenly go down a wrong path. It was very likely that he would lose his way and go astray. You swordsmen pay attention to understanding your heart, but if you can't, don't be anxious. There are many things that can be rushed, but there are also many things that can't be rushed. Many times, it's best to take things step by step. Xian bowed deeply again. Junior will remember. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment. Then, he waved his right hand. Not far from his right, a golden box suddenly flew in front of Xian. Xian looked at the middle-aged man with a puzzled expression. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Open it." Xian opened the box. Inside the box was a dragon-shaped token, and on the back of the token were two golden words, Kingdom Scholar, Kingdom Scholar. Xian looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "This is a symbol of status in the Ning country. Although you aren't from the Ning country, it doesn't matter. In the future, if you walk around the Ning country, you can use this token to travel unimpeded. In addition, this token also has some other uses. Inside this token is a small array called the Dragon Gathering Array. This array can gather dragon chi. In the future, if you fight against an enemy, as long as you have enough top-grade spirit stones, you can activate this array and obtain a trace of dragon chi. This trace of dragon chi can greatly increase your physical strength and physique. It should be of great help to you right now." Hearing this, Xian quickly put away the token. "Thank you, Senior." The middle-aged man smiled. "Since you entered my secret realm today, it can be said that we are fated. Since we are fated, I will naturally leave a favor behind. Young man, I hope we can meet again in the future." After saying this, his body gradually turned illusory. Before long, the middle-aged man completely disappeared from the scene. Xian looked at the two golden boxes not far from the middle-aged man. Xian didn't take them. Instead, he turned around and left. People shouldn't be greedy. Since the middle-aged man didn't give him the remaining two boxes, he naturally wouldn't take them by force. Not long after Xian turned around and left, the middle-aged man suddenly appeared again. He looked at the two golden boxes beside him and shook his head with a smile. "A good seedling. Unfortunately, he isn't from my Ning country. What a pity." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man vanished completely. As soon as Xian walked out of the cave, the world before his eyes spun, and it didn't take long for his vision to become blurry. It wasn't long before he vanished on the spot. After an unknown period of time, Xian opened his eyes slowly, and he was already outside the secret realm when he opened his eyes. Moreover, Old Man Xianxia, and the others weren't too far away from him. Xianxia and the others instantly heaved sighs of relief when they saw Xian. Mo Yunqi walked over to Xian, and then he sized up Xian and said, "I thought you'd gone missing." Xian smiled and said, "I was delayed by something. Sorry for making everyone wait." Meanwhile, Xianxia walked over to Xian, and she sized up Xian before she said, "Since you're fine, then I'll be leaving." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. But in next to no time, she suddenly turned around to look at Xian after taking a few steps, and she said with slight anger, "Don't you know how to send me off?" Xian was speechless. Mo Yunqi and the others roared with laughter at the side. After a short moment, Xian sent Xianxia off slowly towards the distance. Xianxia said in a light voice, "Those people will definitely not let the matter go. If you return to the imperial capital, then it'll absolutely be a dead end for you." Xian said in a low voice, "That's what I have to face." Xianxia glanced at Xian and said, "I might not be able to help you anymore because it's already beyond my ability." Xian turned around to look at Xianxia, and then he grinned. "Little Jiao, you've already helped me a lot. Don't get involved again. It's not good for you, and it's even worse for the Jiang Kingdom's imperial family." Xianxia just looked at Xian. Xian was about to speak, but right at this moment, she suddenly walked over to Xian, and then helped Xian tidy up the clothes on his chest. "Remember, live well. You must live well. You must." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. She left very quickly and anxiously, and it didn't take long for her to vanish from Yi Xian's line of sight. Yi Xian went silent for a moment, and then he suddenly turned around to look at old man Ji, who wasn't far away. "I want to go to Karaki Academy." Old man Ji glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. "Kill Karaki Academy." All of them were stunned when they heard Yi Xian. Mo Yunqi, who stood nearby Yi Xian, said softly, "Bandit Yi, are you going to counterattack?" Yi Xian nodded. "Counterattack?" Mo Yunqi thought for a moment and said, "Bandit Yi, we might not be able to defeat them." Bai Zhe nodded. "We can't." Yi Xian gazed at them. "We really can't. However, will they stop attacking us if we don't attack them?" Both of them fell silent. Karaki Academy was clearly trying to annihilate Navy Wave Academy. Both academies had really come to a state where only one of them would perish. Even if Navy Wave Academy begged for mercy now, Karaki Academy wouldn't let them off. When they thought up to here, Mo Yunqi and the others came to an understanding. Mo Yunqi nodded. "Then let's do it." Yi Xian gazed at old man Ji, and the old man said softly, "Let's return to the academy first." All of them nodded. Meanwhile, the 9th floor master and Jiang Yuetian suddenly appeared here. The 9th floor master glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young friend, we meet again." Yi Xian bowed deeply to the 9th building master and Jiang Yuetian. "Thank you for your secret help." The smile on the faces of the 9th building master and Jiang Yuetian became even brighter when they saw Yi Xian's reaction. What was the reason for them to stand on the side and lend a helping hand? It was naturally to rope in Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was so grateful, and that was their objective. No one wanted to help an ingrate, the 9th floor master smiled. "It just so happens that all of you are returning to the imperial capital. You can take my Immortal Indulgence Pavilion's cloud ship, and it's ready." Yi Xian cupped his fists. "Thank you." The 9th floor master smiled. "It's just a small matter. There's no need to be so courteous." In next to no time, all of them boarded the cloud ship and returned to the imperial capital. The 9th floor master, Jiang Yuetian, and old man Ji personally escorted them at a certain place. Tuoba Yen watched Yi Xian and the others leave without saying anything. Behind her, the old man said in a low voice, "Fortunately, my Ning Empire didn't participate in the encirclement this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have lost countless geniuses." The old woman beside the old man nodded. "Yi Xian and the others aren't weak, especially that Yi Xian. His strength is probably enough to fight against a god combination realm expert." Speaking up to here, she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly sneered. "It is said that this person brought his younger sister to Karaki Academy in the past, hoping to enter Karaki Academy, but Karaki Academy refused to let him in. Those elders of Karaki Academy are really pigs with human heads. Such a monstrous genius was led into Azure Billow Academy just like that. I'm afraid that the hearts of those elders and teachers of Karaki Academy are bleeding." Tuoba Yen said indifferently, "Extreme prosperity leads to decline." With that said, she turned to look at the distant sky. The Great Cloud Empire is corrupt internally, and the forces on the mountain are frequently emerging. Some of the surrounding countries are even gearing up for a fight. I'm afraid there won't be many peaceful days in Azure Province. Behind Tuoba Yen, the old woman nodded. "Fortunately, we didn't participate in the encirclement this time. If we lost those talents in our country, it would undoubtedly be a great blow to us." Speaking up to here, she sighed in a low voice. "It would be a pity if Yi Xian was a citizen of my Ning Empire." Tuoba Yen said indifferently, "What's his temperament like? Does he have any regard for his country?" The old woman sighed again. "Your Majesty, you may not know this, but when he saw the Tang army slaughtering the people of the Jiang Kingdom in Two World City, no one in the city dared to make a move. Only he stepped forward bravely. In the end, he even dared to block thousands of Tang army cavalry by himself. The reason why the royal family of the Jiang Kingdom protects him so much is not only because of his talent, but also because of this matter. A genius, a peerless genius, who regards himself as a citizen of Jiang Empire, has regard for his country, and will defend the dignity of the country fearlessly. The imperial family of Jiang Empire naturally wants to rope him in." Tuoba Yen slowly closed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, the old woman said, however, this person has killed so many monstrous geniuses this time. These people all have forces behind them, especially the Great Cloud Empire's Karaki Academy and the Dark World. These two forces will definitely retaliate. Azure Province's Azure Billow Academy won't be able to protect him. However, this matter has nothing to do with my Ning Empire. Tuoba Yen suddenly opened his eyes, pass down my order. Let the people below pay attention to the movements of Jiang Empire at all times. The old woman hesitated for a moment and then nodded, yes. Tuoba Yen turned and left. On the cloud ship. After Yi Xian and the others boarded the cloud ship, they returned to their boxes. Healing. In the secret realm, everyone had suffered varying degrees of injuries. Now, their top priority was to heal their injuries. The cloud ship was secretly guarded by the ninth building master, Jiang Yuetian, and Old Man Ji. Obviously, they were afraid that the Karaki Academy would secretly attack them. Right now, Karaki Academy was obviously driven to desperation and was willing to do anything. Somewhere, Jiang Yuetian found Old Man Ji. The old man was still drunk. Jiang Yuetian sized up Old Man Ji and said in a deep voice, "Who's behind that kid?" Old Man Ji took a sip of wine and shook his head. Jiang Yuetian smiled bitterly, "Brother Ji, you can't even tell me?" Old Man Ji shook his head again, "I don't know either." Jiang Yuetian frowned, "How can you not know?" Old Man Ji said indifferently, "I never asked, and I won't ask." He naturally knew that there was someone behind Yi Xian. Otherwise, no matter how monstrous Yi Xian was, it was impossible for him to have such achievements in Sword Dao. However, he never asked. Jiang Yuetian was silent for a moment, then said, "What are you going to do next?" "Deal with it." Now, even a fool knew that the Azure Billow Academy would face the crazy revenge of those forces. Old Man Ji drank a mouthful of wine, then lay down in the air and soon snored. Jiang Yuetian's face darkened when he saw this. A moment later, Jiang Yuetian turned and left. Jiang Yuetian went to look for the ninth floor master. Jiang Yuetian was about to speak, but the ninth floor master shook his head, "I don't know anything." Jiang Yuetian's expression froze, then he smiled bitterly, "Not even a little bit?" To be honest, the old man is panicking. The ninth floor master said in a low voice, "Karaki Academy's actions are really despicable. My drunken immortal brothel is the first to despise such a despicable and shameless academy. Therefore, whether or not he has someone behind him, my drunken immortal brothel will stand on his side. In this world, there must be some justice." The corner of Jiang Yuetian's mouth twitched, "Nonsense." Inside the prison pagoda, Yi Xian swallowed a golden sore pill. The effects of the pill were excellent, and the injuries on his body were already recovering at a rapid pace. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and a golden earth word appeared between his brows. Dao Law. Through this Dao Law, he could now feel everything about the first floor of the prison pagoda, and even felt a trace of mysterious power. This seemed to be the power of the first floor of the prison pagoda. The mysterious woman had told him that he could use the first floor of the prison pagoda to fight, but it was very dangerous. Unless it was the most dangerous moment, it was best not to use it, but at this moment, when he tried to touch this power, he actually felt his heart palpitate. It was as if his body was about to be sucked dry. Yi Xian hurriedly put away the Dao Law. At this moment, his face was as white as a sheet, and cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. Collapse. He felt like his entire body was about to collapse. Yi Xian was extremely shocked. What kind of power was that? He now knew why the mysterious woman didn't let him use the prison pagoda. He didn't have the ability to use the pagoda now, and if he tried to use it forcefully, he might really die. Yi Xian took a deep breath, and stopped thinking about that power. The more he thought about it, the more his heart palpitated. After a while, he felt a little better, and took out a small wooden figure that looked exactly like Yi Ling. Yi Ling. He gently stroked the small wooden figure in his hand, and said softly, "I wonder if the little girl will get used to it." As he spoke, his eyes gradually became determined. "The wintry North sect is waiting for me in the divine Central Plains. I'll come very soon, and when that time comes, I'll make sure that no one dares to bully you when they hear my name." With that, he put away the small wooden figure. Work hard, work hard, work hard. For Yi Xian, what he needed to do now was to work hard to become stronger. Only with strength could he protect the people he wanted to protect, and only then could he pursue the person he liked. Without strength, everything else was bullshit. In the other boxes, Xianxia and the others were thinking the same thing as Xian. This time, they felt danger once again, a real danger. In the mystic realm this time, all of them had almost died, and even Xian had almost lost his life a few times. If they didn't work hard, it wouldn't just be a near death next time, but a real death. And this time, they had also seen geniuses and monsters from other countries and places. Gap. They had to admit that there was still a gap between them and those top geniuses and monsters. Whether it was for Xianlan Academy or for themselves, they had to work hard. Whether it was Xian or Xianxia and the other two, their mental states had actually changed. 2 days later, the cloud ship arrived at the imperial capital. After the cloud ship landed, Xian and the other three got off. They didn't return to Xianlan Academy, but headed straight for Karaki Academy. Along the way, countless people followed them. Of course, most of them followed them to watch the show. Soon, the news of Xian and the other three returning to the imperial capital spread like a plague. Thus, countless people headed for Karaki Academy. Old Ji didn't follow them, but returned to Xianlan Academy. Old Ji came to a small hall in the back mountain of Xianlan Academy. He walked into the hall, took out 3 ink-black incense sticks, and lit them. The smoke slowly drifted away, and soon, an illusory middle-aged man appeared in the smoke. The middle-aged man looked coldly at Old Ji. Realm transmission smoke. What's the matter? Old Ji cupped his fists. Azure Province, Xianlan Academy, Ji Yun, begs the headquarters for help. The middle-aged man suddenly frowned, and he interrupted Old Ji. Azure Province? Xianlan Academy? Old Ji nodded. Yes. The middle-aged man sized up Old Ji. You're the one who left the headquarters and threatened to make the dean apologize, Ji Yun. Old Ji was silent. The middle-aged man sneered. You were so arrogant back then, but now you want to ask the headquarters for help. Where's your backbone? Where's the domineering attitude you had when you left the headquarters? Old Ji was silent. At this moment, the middle-aged man said coldly, You may not know, but you have been removed from the headquarters. You are no longer a student of Xianlan Academy. As for Azure Province's Xianlan Academy, this lord represents Xianlan Academy to warn you. My Xianlan Academy has never opened a branch in Azure Province, and we will not recognize your Azure Province's Xianlan Academy. Furthermore, you are not allowed to use the words Xianlan Academy to open a branch in Azure Province, or else, my Xianlan Academy will not forgive you. After saying that, he disappeared. Removed. Old Ji was a little stunned. Removed my name? Begging for subscriptions, begging for tickets. After an unknown amount of time, Old Man Ji walked out of the small hall. He was still drunk as usual. Imperial capital, somewhere on a street. Xian and the other three quickly walked into the distance. Behind them, a large group of people followed. Moreover, more and more people were rushing over. Beside Xian, Xianxia suddenly said, Bandit Yi, if we go like this, will we come out lying down? Xian glanced at Xianxia, watch me later. Xianxia. Soon, the group arrived at the foot of Song Mountain. Behind Xian's group, there were already thousands of people, and the number was still increasing. Obviously, these people were here to watch a show. Xian glanced at Song Mountain. In the next moment, he flicked his finger and a sword directly pierced the ground in front of him. Xian looked coldly at Song Mountain. Xianlan Academy student Xian seeks a battle. Seek a battle, Xian's voice resounded like thunder in the field. This request for battle caused the blood of many in the surroundings to boil with excitement. Because of some of Karaki Academy's actions, it could be said that Karaki Academy's reputation in the imperial capital was extremely bad. And when Xian killed a student from the Tang Empire, this earned him the recognition of many people in the imperial capital, especially the soldiers. Therefore, many people in the imperial capital had begun to stand on Xianlan Academy's side. There were even many people who wanted to join Xianlan Academy. Unfortunately, Xianlan Academy had no intention of recruiting them in the field. There was no movement on Song Mountain. Seeing that there was no movement on Song Mountain, the crowd immediately began to discuss. Some were ridiculing, while others were watching coldly. How many years had it been? Karaki Academy had never been challenged like this. How would Karaki Academy respond? In the field, countless people looked at Song Mountain. If Karaki Academy did not respond today, there was no doubt that Karaki Academy would become the laughingstock of the entire imperial capital. As for Karaki Academy's prestige and reputation, it would definitely plummet once more. This was a public slap in the face. There was no way Karaki Academy would not respond. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yixian's group. The person that came was precisely Li Xiu. Li Xiu glared at Yixian. "What are you trying to do?" Yixian said calmly, "I want a fight." As he spoke, he glanced at Li Xiu. "What? No one from Karaki Academy dares to come out and fight?" Li Xiu narrowed his eyes. "Yixian, your death is imminent, yet you still have the time to come to my Karaki Academy? You. Cut the crap." Yixian suddenly said angrily, "Your Karaki Academy only has one answer, are you going to fight or not? If there is no one in the younger generation." With that said, he waved his right hand and the Spirit Elegance sword flew into his hand. He pointed the Spirit Elegance sword at Li Xiu. "You can come. I'll fight you one-on-one. I'll be responsible for my own life and death." Duel with Li Xiu. The surroundings were in an uproar. This Li Xiu was the vice dean of Karaki Academy. Even though he was the weakest, his strength wasn't something that a little kid like Yixian could go against, right? Mo Yunqi and the others by Yixian's side were slightly shocked as well. Obviously, they'd never imagined that Yixian would publicly challenge Li Xiu. The nearby Li Xiu's expression instantly became slightly unsightly. Accept the challenge. He naturally didn't dare accept the challenge, because he was clearly aware of what Yixian had done in the secret realm. The current Yixian absolutely had the ability to surmount a realm and kill him. If he accepted the challenge, then he would die for sure. But if he didn't accept the challenge, then it wouldn't just be him who lost face, the entire Karaki Academy would lose face as well. A single sentence from Yixian had directly forced him into a hopeless situation. Everyone in the surroundings was looking at Li Xiu. To fight or not to fight, Li Xiu clenched his fists tightly, and his expression was gloomy to the extreme. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly sheathed his sword and said indifferently, "From the top to the bottom of Karaki Academy, no one has the balls. How dare you?" Li Xiu suddenly shouted angrily, "Yixian, you! Stop talking nonsense with me." Yixian suddenly pointed at Li Xiu angrily, "Just a fucking sentence. Do you dare to fight or not? If you don't dare to fight, then hurry up and *CK off. If you want to fight, then fight. What's with all the bullshit?" Li Xiu stared fixedly at Yixian and said fiercely, "Since you want to fight, then the old man will accompany you." Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Yixian's group of three. The person that had arrived was the dean of Karaki Academy, Li Xuanzong. Li Xuanzong glanced at Yixian. "What? Didn't Songlan Academy teach you how to respect your elders?" Yixian sheathed his sword and said indifferently, "What? The people of Karaki Academy only know how to shoot their mouths, and none of them even have the ability to fight?" Li Xuanzong's eyes narrowed slightly. "My Karaki Academy naturally has people." Yixian suddenly said, "If you want to fight or not, then stop talking nonsense. I don't want to fight with you guys anymore." As he spoke, he looked at Mo Yunqi's group of three. "Let's go. We don't want to waste time with this group of sissies." Mo Yunqi nodded seriously. "What af*, King Sissy. Let's go." With that, Yixian's group of four turned around and left. Behind Yixian's group of four, Li Xuanzong's face was ice cold. No one knew what he was thinking. His original plan was that if Yixian challenged him, he would use all his trump cards in an instant to kill Yixian. However, what he didn't expect was that Yixian didn't challenge him. Instead, he turned around and left so decisively. This person wasn't a hothead at all. He knew when to fight and when not to fight. Soon, Yixian's group disappeared not far away. After Yixian disappeared, the surrounding people also left. Soon, the foot of Song Mountain was quiet. Li Xuanzong turned to look at Li Xiu not far away. "If you make a move, you will definitely die." Li Xiu said solemnly, "I know. But Karaki College can't be humiliated like this." Li Xuanzong said softly, "Karaki College has no face to speak of now." Li Xiu lowered his head slightly. Speaking of this, he shook his head and sighed. Li Xuanzong turned to look at the direction where Yixian's group left. "There's no need to be too concerned about the past. Next, let's see how Songlan College faces the revenge of those forces. He will definitely die. Speaking of this, he seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Li Xiu. Tell the Tang Empire that as long as they make Yixian disappear from this world, our Karaki College will help them in the future. Hearing this, Li Xiu was a little hesitant. Isn't it a little like asking a tiger for its skin with this Tang Empire? Li Xuanzong spoke indifferently. It won't be a loss to us if the Jiang Kingdom becomes the Tang Empire in the future. But if Yixian doesn't die, then he'll definitely destroy our Karaki College in the future. Li Xiu nodded. I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Li Xuanzong glanced coldly towards the distance, and then he turned around and vanished on the spot. In next to no time, the news of Karaki College not daring to accept the challenge spread throughout the imperial capital. In the past, the people of the imperial capital took pride in joining Karaki College. But now, the students of Karaki College didn't even dare say that they were from Karaki College. Even their friends and family didn't dare say that their friends were from Karaki College. It was too embarrassing. It was simply too embarrassing. On the contrary, Songlan Academy, which had disappeared for several decades, had once again appeared before everyone's eyes. Practically everyone in the imperial capital knew the names of Yixian, Mo Yunqi, Baizhe, and Xianxia. They weren't just famous in the imperial capital, they were famous throughout the entire Jiang Kingdom, especially Yixian. His current reputation was almost comparable to Enlan's from all those years ago, Songlan College. At night, everyone gathered in Songlan Hall and sat around a table. Yixian carried over a dozen dishes to the table. It was a sumptuous feast of fish and meat. Xianxia licked his chopsticks and was about to start eating when Old Man Ji suddenly said, "Tell everyone something." Everyone looked at Old Man Ji, and he said softly, "Finish eating first." Xianxia moved. In less than a few breaths of time, only bones were left of the fish in front of her. Mo Yunqi and Baizhe were stunned when they saw this, and then they hurriedly started eating. If they were any slower, even the bones would be gone. Yixian glanced at them and shook his head with a smile. "Don't worry, there's more in the kitchen." Mo Yunqi gave Yixian a thumbs up. "Bandit Yi, the food you cook is really delicious. It's comparable to my mother's." Yixian, a few minutes later, the dishes on the table were swept clean. Mo Yunqi lay on the chair, patted his stomach, and then looked at Old Man Ji. "Old Man Ji, speak quickly. I'm going to cultivate once you're done." Yixian and the other two looked at Old Man Ji. Old Man Ji took a sip of wine and said, "Now, the four of you pack your things and leave the imperial capital immediately." Yixian and the other three were stunned when they heard this. Old Man Ji said indifferently, "I contacted the headquarters just now, but they ignored me. In other words, we have no outside help." Mo Yunqi hesitated for a moment and said, "Old Man Ji, aren't you very good at fighting?" Old Man Ji glanced indifferently at Mo Yunqi. "I'll fight one, and you can take the rest. How about it?" Mo Yunqi, Yixian said in a low voice. "Old Man Ji, is it very serious?" Old Man Ji nodded. "Very serious. All four of us should flee. Split up and go wherever we go." Yixian frowned. "You don't want Songlan College anymore?" Old Man Ji glanced at Yixian. "Our lives are important." The surroundings fell silent. Leave? No one had thought about that because they'd taken this place to be their home. Even Yixian was the same. Old Man Ji shook his head when he saw that Yixian and the other three didn't move. "Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Staying here will only be a meaningless sacrifice. Leave and cultivate properly. All of your natural talents are top-notch, and you'll have a good future." Mo Yunqi looked at Old Man Ji. "What about you, Old Man Ji? Aren't you leaving?" Old Man Ji said indifferently, "Someone has to stay behind to bring up the rear, right? Why don't you bring up the rear?" Mo Yunqi, Yixian was just about to speak when a shapeless pressure suddenly enveloped the entire Songlan College. As soon as this pressure appeared, Yixian and the other three felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, and they felt so heavy that they were almost unable to breathe. As soon as Old Man Ji finished speaking, he suddenly flipped his right hand. Bang! An invisible pressure surged out, and in an instant, the Kanglan Palace shattered with a bang, causing countless fragments to fly all over the sky. The pressure that pressed down on Yixian and the others instantly disappeared without a trace, and Yixian and the others suddenly relaxed. In the night, moonlight poured down, and the entire land was covered in silver. Not far away from Xian and the others stood an old man in a plain robe. The old man had long hair, his hands were behind his back, and his beard was so long that it almost reached his chest. Beside the old man stood a young man in his 20s, and his face was cold like a block of ice. The old man's gaze fell on Old Man Ji, peak of the myriad Dharma realm. I never thought that there would be a powerhouse like you in the tiny Azure province. Old Man Ji glanced at the old man. Grand Cloud Karaki Academy? The old man nodded. Grand Cloud Karaki Academy. As he spoke, he looked at Xian not far away. You must be the Xian who killed my Karaki Academy's disciple, Xianxia, in the secret domain. Xian nodded and said frankly, that's me. The old man glanced at Xian, and then said, your foundation is so solid, and you cultivate both the sword and martial arts. No, your physical body can also be considered as a body cultivator. Not to mention Azure Province, even in Great Cloud Realm, it is rare to see someone like you. At this point, he paused slightly, and then asked, before coming here, I did some research. It is said that you went to Karaki Academy that day and wanted to enter Karaki Academy, but you were rejected. Is it true? Xian nodded. The old man shook his head. The teachers of Jiang Country's Karaki Academy are really stupid. As he spoke, he looked at Xian. Although I was used by them this time, I don't want to say anything now that it has come to this. You killed Xianxia. The Dian Granary Academy will definitely avenge this. Xian glanced at the youth beside the plain-robed old man. I'll fight him one-on-one? The plain-robed old man nodded. However, no matter if you win or lose, you must die today. As he spoke, he glanced at Old Man Ji and the rest. I should say that all of you must die. Hearing this, everyone came to a slight understanding. The Grand Cloud Grain Academy had obviously sent this youth here because they wanted this youth to kill Xian. If this youth killed Xian, then that would naturally be for the best. The Grand Cloud Grain Academy would be able to help this youth become famous this time. Moreover, the world wouldn't say that the Grand Cloud Grain Academy was bullying the weak. If the young man was defeated, then it was fine. The plain-robed old man would kill Xian with a wave of his hand. In this way, Dian Granary Academy would be able to use this to deter these powers in the Azure Prefecture. Xian naturally understood the old man's intentions. He looked at Old Man Ji, and Old Man Ji said indifferently, fight. Fight. Xian did not waste any time and directly rushed towards the youth in the distance. Since he said fight, then fight, at the instant that Xian moved, the youth by the old man's side had instantly vanished on the spot. In the next moment, bang, an explosion suddenly resounded. In next to no time, two figures retreated explosively, and both Xian and the youth had returned to where they stood just moments ago. They'd just stopped when the limestone beneath their feet instantly cracked apart. The youth by the old man's side glanced coldly at Xian, and then he suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground. Bang! The ground beneath Xian's feet suddenly cracked apart, and then a formidable force instantly blasted Xian over 30 m back. Xian had just stopped moving when the youth suddenly leaped up like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. The youth instantly charged over 30 m away and arrived in front of Xian. In the next moment, the youth's leg suddenly smashed down towards Xian. His leg actually emanated a strand of faint golden light, and a sharp sound of something tearing apart resounded. Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he clenched his right hand into a fist, and then he smashed his fist upwards. I'll smash your head apart with a single punch. This punch didn't just carry momentum, it carried battle intent as well, monstrous battle intent, a single punch. Bang, the youth was blasted flying, and he smashed down in front of the old man, causing a small hole to be smashed open on the ground. The youth crawled up from the ground, wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then stared fixedly at Xian. A martial Dao Grandmaster. A martial Dao Grandmaster. Everyone here was slightly shocked, including Mo Yunqi's group of 3. They knew that Xian had comprehended battle intent, but comprehending battle intent didn't represent that he was a martial Dao Grandmaster. In the past, Xian wasn't a martial Dao Grandmaster. Yet now, this punch of his had absolutely attained the standard of a martial Dao Grandmaster. The might of this punch was comparable to an earth-rank martial technique. Moreover, it was such a casual punch, Xian's face was emotionless as he slowly clenched his right hand. At this moment, He only wanted to fight and didn't want to waste his breath. The youth suddenly vanished on the spot in the distance. Hiss, a shadow flashed over in Yixian's field of vision. What swift speed! Yixian's face remained emotionless as he raised his hand and smashed his fist forward. Bang, the shadow was instantly blasted into pieces. At the same time, a figure smashed down by the old man's side. It was the youth. The youth immediately stood up, wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and was just about to attack again when the old man spoke abruptly, "There's no need." Besides rage, there was also unwillingness in the youth's eyes as he gazed at the old man. The old man glanced at Yixian and spoke indifferently, "You're not a match for him." The youth's expression was slightly ferocious, and it was obvious that he was unconvinced. He'd never suffered such a huge loss while in the same realm of cultivation. The old man glanced coldly at the youth and said, "It's not impossible to be arrogant at a young age, but if you're arrogant to the point of not knowing your own limitations, then you're an idiot. I brought you out this time because I want you to know that there's no lack of monstrous geniuses in the world." The youth was obviously slightly afraid when he saw the old man get angry, and he immediately bowed deeply before retreating behind the old man. However, his gaze had always been on Yixian. The old man looked at the nearby Yixian and said, "Old man, now you know why Jiang Kingdom's Karaki Academy stops at nothing to kill you. If a person like you becomes an enemy, then you absolutely can't be allowed to live." As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand pressed down towards Yixian from afar. He attacked personally. This press caused a shapeless pressure to instantly appear above Yixian, and it intended to crush Yixian into pieces. Yixian's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was no fear in his eyes. He was indeed unable to defeat the person before him, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of the person before him. Fight! A powerful battle intent swept out from Yixian's body. However, this strand of battle intent directly shattered when facing the pressure from the plain-robed old man. The gap between the two of them was too big. This gap couldn't be made up for by any external object. At this moment, Old Man Ji suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. In the next moment, he waved his right hand lightly, and a powerful force swept out from his sleeve like a monstrous wave. Boom! The moment the two forces came into contact, they suddenly exploded. A powerful invisible wave of air spread out in all directions, instantly shattering the surrounding ground into pieces. Old Man Ji's right hand pressed down lightly, and the wave of air directly shattered and disappeared. In the distance, the old man glanced at Old Man Ji and said, "It seems that in order to destroy Tsanglan Academy, I have to get rid of you first." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Right now, Old Man Ji was the strongest in Tsanglan Academy. If Old Man Ji was killed, there was no doubt that Tsanglan Academy would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Old Man Ji's left hand lightly pushed backwards, and in an instant, Yixian and the others were directly pushed hundreds of feet away by a wave of force. At the same time, a voice suddenly sounded in Yixian and the others' minds, "Find a chance to escape." Escape? Yixian glanced at Old Man Ji, who was already engaged in a battle with the old man in the plain robe. Escape at this time? In a rational situation, they should escape. However, he was very clear that they couldn't escape at all, because he had already sensed some obscure auras in the surroundings, and it was already an inescapable trap. There was nowhere to escape. These people were here to destroy Tsanglan Academy, and they were also here to kill him. They had nowhere to escape. Escape? Hide and cultivate, and take revenge in the future. Those people would never agree to that. The objective of those people was to eliminate the root of the problem to prevent revenge in the future. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared not far away from Yixian and the others. It was Li Xuanzong, and beside him was a black-robed man. Li Xuanzong glanced at Old Man Ji, who was engaged in a battle not far away, then looked at Yixian and said with a smile, "You seem to have no backing. Now, you can die." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly disappeared on the spot. When he found out that those experts had come to Tsanglan Academy, he immediately rushed over. Now was the best time to eliminate a great threat, so he naturally wouldn't miss this rare opportunity. In the distance, Yixian narrowed his eyes and was about to make a move, but at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! With a loud explosion, Li Xuanzong returned to his original position. In front of Yixian was the 9th floor master of the Drunken Immortal Inn, and not far away was Jiang Tian. Both of them were staring coldly at Li Xuanzong and Old Man Ji. Li Xuanzong's face instantly turned gloomy when he saw them. 9th floor master, Jiang Tian, Do the two of you really intend to go against my Tsanglan Academy? The ninth floor master glanced coldly at Li Xuanzong, and then he turned to look at Yi Xian. My young friend, the two of us can only help you stop these two. There are at least 6 Dharma realm experts here tonight, and they're watching from the shadows and might attack at any moment. Besides that, I believe that the dark dimension has definitely sent someone here. I don't know exactly where this person is. Yi Xian suddenly said, I've already notified my master. Master, the ninth floor master was stunned when he heard this. In the next moment, he suddenly turned to look at Li Xuanzong and roared with laughter, Li Xuanzong, your Tsanglan Academy has committed many acts of injustice. My Immortalin has been unable to tolerate your actions for a long time. Today, my Immortalin will help the Jiang Kingdom eliminate a great scourge like you. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged directly at Li Xuanzong. End of chapter 102. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.